Hey everyone, welcome to this mega session on AZ-104 Microsoft Azure Administrator Exam Cram video. Now this video is not your average crash course video. This video is a full-on marathon where I have taken 305 questions and we will go through all of them in one sitting. And the idea here is very simple, that once you have gone through the entire syllabus on the AZ-104 exam, from the Microsoft documentation or any other source that you are reading, you can use this video to revise all your syllabus, all your concepts in one single shot. And you will understand all the Azure concepts and prepare confidently for the AZ-104 certification. And also my friends, you can get a PDF file containing all the questions with the answers. More on that in just a little while. In addition to this video, my friends, you can also watch this video here to prepare yourself for the case study kind of questions, super critical for the exam and equally important to build yourself into a real Microsoft Azure administrator. And yes, there is a small request, please do not jump the episodes. There are multiple exam tips, a free document explaining all the aspects of the exam AZ-104, its question format, pro tips, syllabus, and I will also tell you what are the focus area for the exam that you must put more attention on. And as I said, all these pro tips, question format, everything about the AZ-104 exam is given in this neat PDF file, freely downloadable. Go ahead and check out the description box or the pinned comment. And of course, you do not have to finish the entire video in one shot. Please go ahead, take some breaks, move around, stretch, and come back refreshed. And friends, before I begin, there is an important disclaimer, and please listen to this very carefully. So first of all, I want to make it very clear, these are not actual exam questions. These questions are just designed to help you understand the Azure concepts, format of the questions, the type of scenarios that you will face in the exam, and to reinforce the knowledge in the question and answer format. So that is very important for you to understand. We are just reinforcing the concept in a Q&A format. And I really want to specifically call out that we do not promote any kind of cheating or use of exam terms. Our only goal here is to help you understand and learn Microsoft Azure. And not to mention, in all the 305 questions, I have made my best efforts to give you only the Microsoft Azure official documentation. And in the description box, you will find a link to this kind of Word file. And here in this Word file, you will find episode by episode links to the Microsoft documentation, which are referred in the video to answer or give you the concept of Microsoft Azure and help you understand why exactly we have picked certain answer over the others. And of course, if you would like to follow along or revise the questions later in the offline mode, you can get the PDF file containing all the 305 questions along with the answers. And for that, you can use the YouTube thanks or take the membership of this YouTube channel. So buckle up, my friends. Let's get you closer to that Azure Administrator Associate batch. So let's dive in and let's very quickly understand what exactly is AZ-104 exam. So according to the Microsoft, AZ-104 is a Microsoft certified Azure Administrator Associate exam. And this exam, my friends, is very suitable for the IT professionals who manage the Azure resources like virtual machines, virtual networks, storage, and identity. And Microsoft recommends this exam if you have at least 6 months of hands-on experience with Microsoft Azure. And this exam covers 5 core areas. The first one is manage Azure identities and governance. Second one, implement and manage storage. Third one, deploy and manage Azure compute resources. And the fourth one is configure and manage virtual networking. Last one, the fifth one, is monitor and maintain the Azure resources. And do not worry, we will go through all these concepts, all these key areas, core areas, categories, subcategories, pro tips, everything in this mega video. So here comes the very first question for you. So let's take the first step in this wonderful journey. Here comes the first question. And the question says a company needs to create a storage account that must follow the requirements below. The first one is users should be able to add files such as images and videos. The second requirement is ability to store archive data. And third, we have files shares needs to be in place which can be accessed across several virtual machines. And then the requirement at number 4 is the data needs to be available even if one region goes down. And the final requirement is the solution needs to be cost effective. Which of the following type of storage account would you create for this purpose? Your options are locally redundant storage or LRS, zone redundant storage or ZRS, geo redundant storage or GRS, and lastly read access geo redundant storage or RAGRS. Let me first give you the answer and then I will show you the documentation and also make you understand how to select answers in these kind of questions. So the correct answer for this question is option C, geo redundant storage or GRS. Now let's head on to the Microsoft documentation. So this is the Microsoft documentation. As you can see that we are given with the comparison between all type of storage classes. So let's understand how can you pick the correct answer. So as you can see on the screen, we are given with 5 requirements. I would like to start with the requirement D, and the requirement says that data needs to be available even if one region goes down. And with this single requirement, we can knock off 2 types of storage account, that is LRS and ZRS. The reason is that both of these accounts support only single region. So now we are left with GRS or GZRS. Let's do a comparison between the both. So friends, both of these accounts allow you to add files such as images and videos. That is requirement number 1. And both of these have ability to archive data. That is requirement number 2. And then my friends, both these accounts give you redundancy across multiple regions, as you can read here. So that fulfills requirement number C and D. And now comes the final requirement, that is cost effectiveness. And GRS is much more cost effective than GZRS. And that's the reason, my friends, we have chosen geo redundant storage as the final answer. I hope you're now clear with the process on how we pick the correct answer. Let's move on to the next question. Question number 2. It says that you have an Azure subscription named subscription 1 that contains a virtual network named VNet 1. Now VNet 1 is in the resource group called RG1. Moving on, subscription 1 has a user named user 1. Now user 1 has following roles named reader, security admin and security reader. Now you need to make sure that the user 1 can assign the reader role for VNet 1 to other users. What should you do? Your options are assign user 1 the network contributor role for VNet 1. Moving on, option B is remove user 1 from the security reader role for subscription 1 and then assign user 1 the contributor role for RG1. And then option C is assign user 1 the owner role for VNet 1 and lastly assign user 1 the network contributor role for RG1. And the correct answer for this question is option C, assign user 1 the owner role for VNet 1. And the reason is that only owner role amongst all the given roles has the capability to assign permissions. And in case you want to understand all the Azure built-in roles, this is the Microsoft documentation. Here you can understand all the roles such as contributor, owner, the one we talked about just now, reader, role-based access control, and much more. And as always, links to all the documentation referred in this video is available in the description box. Please go ahead and read all these documentation, very important for AZ-104. Moving on with the question number 3, question says that you are planning to deploy an Ubuntu server virtual machine to your company's Azure subscription. Now you are required to implement a custom deployment that includes adding a particular trusted root certification authority. Which of the following should you use to create the virtual machines? So here, my friends, you can see various 4 commands are given to create virtual machines. What are the commands? Let's check them out. The very first option is the new Azure RM VM CMDLED. Option B is the new AZ VM CMDLED. Option C is create AZ VM CMDLED. And lastly, AZ VM create command. And the correct answer for this question is option D, the AZ VM create command. And just in case, my friends, you are wondering what is this trusted root certification authority, here is some documentation. Here you can read the root CA is just that, the root of the chain of the trust. It's a certificate authority that can be used to issue other certificates, which means it is imperative that the root CA are secure and trusted. Now here comes the second variation of the question number 3. Question number 4 says that you have an Azure subscription named subscription 1. Now you plan to deploy Ubuntu server virtual machine named virtual machine 1 to subscription 1. Now you need to perform custom deployment of the virtual machine. A specific trusted root certification authority must be added during the deployment. What should you do? And friends, as you can notice in this question, not just that we have to pick the correct command, but we also have to tell the file to create. So let's check out all the options for file to create. We have answer.ini. The second option is autounattend.conf, and then we have cloudinit.txt, and lastly unattend.xml. And then in the second part, the tools to deploy virtual machines. We have read all these commands in the previous question. So for now, let's check out which is the file that we need to create. The correct answer is cloudinit.txt, and of course the correct answer or the correct command to create virtual machine is AZ-VM create command. So friends, if you want to understand the entire process on how cloud.init support the virtual machines in Azure, this is the documentation. Here you can read all about cloud.init and everything else that you need to know for the entire process. But I want to give you one more documentation here, and that is tutorial on how to use cloud.init to customize a Linux virtual machine in Azure on first boot. So really a wonderful documentation in case you want to understand more on cloudinit.txt. I want to give you one more documentation so that you can understand the AZ-VM create command. So this one here, you can understand the entire VM create command. You can see all the parameters that are used. So I really hope you will engage in all these documentation and grow your understanding on Microsoft Azure. So here comes the next question. Question number 5 says that you have an Azure subscription that contains an Azure Active Directory tenant named contoso.com and an Azure Kubernetes service cluster named AKS1. Now friends, there is an administrator that reports that she is not able to grant access to AKS1 to the users in contoso.com. Now you need to ensure that the access to AKS1 can be granted to the contoso.com users. What should you do first? And your options are: from the contoso.com, modify the organization relationship settings. Then the option B is from contoso.com, create an OAuth 2.0 authorization endpoint. Option C is recreate AKS1, and option D is from AKS1, create a namespace. And the correct answer for this question is option B, from contoso.com, create an OAuth 2.0 authorization endpoint. So friends, in this second part, we took 5 questions. We understood a lot of concepts today, and things are just getting warmed up. In the next episodes, we will take more, better, harder questions that will set the stage for you for the AZ-104 exam. Question number 6, part 3. The question says that you have a Microsoft 365 tenant and an Azure Active Directory tenant named contoso.com. Now you plan to grant 3 users named user1, user2 and user3 access to a temporary Microsoft SharePoint document library named library1. And besides this, you also need to create groups for the users. The solution must ensure that the groups are deleted automatically after 180 days. Which 2 groups should you create? Please note that each correct answer present a complete solution and each correct selection worth 1 point. And the given options are: option A, Office 365 group that uses the assigned membership type; option B, a security group that uses the assigned membership type; option C, an Office 365 group that uses the dynamic user membership type; option D, security group that uses dynamic user membership type; and lastly option E, a security group that uses dynamic device membership type. So let's check out the correct options. The first correct option is option A, and the second correct option is option C. Moving on with the question number 7, it says your company has several departments. Each department has a number of virtual machines. Now the company has an Azure subscription that contains a resource group named RG1. All the virtual machines are located in RG1. Now you want to associate each virtual machine with its respective department. What should you do? Your options are: option A, create Azure management groups for each department; option B is create a resource group for each department; option C is assign tags to the virtual machines; and lastly option D, modify the settings of virtual machines. And the correct answer is option C, assign tags to the virtual machine, as this is the best approach to associate each virtual machine with its respective department. Now you may be wondering, what is Azure Tags? Now Azure Tags, my friends, is a key value pair that helps you identify resources based on the settings that are relevant to your organization. And remember, Azure Tags are just the metadata that you can assign to any resource in your Azure solution. So friends, associating the tags with the different resources really help the organizations to identify the resource and also helps in the billing part. And the beauty of this approach is that without even reconstructing anything, you can assign Azure tags to all the resources. And just so you know, Azure tags are absolutely free. Let's check out some more documentation on Azure tags. So this is the documentation where you can learn how to use tags to organize your Azure resources and management hierarchy. Here you can read that tags are metadata elements that you can apply to your Azure resources. They're just the key value pairs that helps you identify resources based on the settings that are relevant to your organization. And if you want to track deployment environment of your resources, add a key named environment, and further to identify the resources deployed in production, give them a value production. This is fully formed key value pair environment equals to production. So this is the key environment and this is the value for the key, which is production. Or in other case, my friends, if you want to identify the resources on other factors, let's say you have multiple departments in your company. For example, you have finance, you have IT, you have HR, and you want to identify what resources are being used by each of these departments. Then you can assign the tags to all the resources based on these departments. And this will really help you to identify the resource based on each department and control the cost. So that's how, my friends, tags are super useful free resource. Use them to your full advantage. And yes, looking at the importance of Azure tags, I'm coming up with a detailed video on them. Please subscribe to the channel and press that bell icon so that you get the timely notification. Question number 8, it says you have an Azure subscription that contains several hundred virtual machines. Now you plan to create an Azure monitor action rule that triggers when a virtual machine uses more than 80% of the processor resources for 5 minutes. Now you need to specify the recipient of the action rule notifications. What should you create? Your options are action group, security group, distribution group, or lastly Microsoft 365 group. The correct answer for this question is option A, action group. Now friends, let's understand what exactly is action group. The documentation says when the Azure monitor data indicates that there might be some problem with your infrastructure or the application, an alert is triggered. Now friends, it is these alerts that can contain action groups, which are collection of notification preferences. Azure Monitor, Azure Service Health, and Azure Advisor use action groups to notify users about the alerts and the action taken. So that was action group for you. Please remember all the documentation that I'm referring in this video, all is shared in the description box. Let's move on. Question number 9 says that you have an Azure virtual machine that has a single data disk. Now you have been tasked with attaching this data disk to another virtual machine. Now you need to make sure that your strategy allows for the virtual machines to be offline for the least period of time. Which of the following is the action should you take first? Your options are stop the virtual machine that includes the data disk. Option B, stop the virtual machine that the data disk must be attached to. Option C, detach the data disk. And lastly, delete the virtual machine that includes the data disk. Now friends, I am sure that you would have come across this question on many of the dumps available online. And many of these online dumps are suggesting that you need to stop the virtual machine and then detach the data disk and then attach the data disk to another virtual machine. But trust me, actually this is not needed. Of course, you can take this approach, but this is the overkill. The better approach would be you can simply detach a data disk from one virtual machine and attach to another virtual machine without stopping any virtual machine. And I'm pretty sure you want to validate the answer. So what are we waiting for? Let's move on to the Microsoft documentation. So this is the documentation that tells you how to detach a data disk from a Windows virtual machine. So let's start reading the documentation. First of all, it says when you no longer need a data disk that's attached to a virtual machine, you can easily detach it. And this action will remove the data disk from the virtual machine. But please remember, this does not remove the storage. And now my friends, on the same documentation, this is one section which says detach a data disk using PowerShell. And here you can clearly read, it says you can hot remove the data disk using PowerShell, but make sure nothing is actively using the data disk before detaching from the virtual machine. So the only point that you need to make sure is that nothing is actively using the data disk. And if so is the case, you can easily remove the data disk without stopping any virtual machine. Moving on to the question number 10, question says that you have an Azure subscription that contains a user named user1. Now you need to ensure that this user1 can deploy and manage virtual machines but not access the virtual network connected to the virtual machine. The solution must use the principle of least privilege. Which role-based access control role should you assign to the user1? Your options are owner, option B, virtual machine contributor, option C, just the contributor, and the last option D is virtual machine administrator login. And the correct answer for this question is option B, virtual machine contributor. So let's validate our answer. We have chosen virtual machine contributor. Here you can read that virtual machine contributor can create and manage virtual machines, manage disk and install and run software of the root user of the virtual machine using virtual machine extensions, and manage local user accounts using virtual machine extensions. And as the question demanded, this role does not grant you management access to the virtual network or the storage account the virtual machine is connected to. So friends, this entire documentation really validates our answer. So that's how we can say virtual machine contributor is just the right role for this business case. Question number 11, part 4. The question says that your company's Azure solution makes the use of multi-factor authentication, better known as MFA, for when the users are not in the office. The per authentication option has been configured as the usage model, and after the acquisition of a smaller business and addition of the new staff to the Azure Active Directory obtains a different company, and adding the new employees to the Azure Active Directory, you are informed that these employees, the new employees that you have onboarded from this smaller business, should also make use of the multi-factor authentication. And to achieve this, the per enabled user setting must be set for the usage model. And the solution given in the question is that you configure the existing usage model via Azure CLI. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And the correct answer, my friends, is no. And stick around, my friends. I will give you all the explanation and also give you valid official Microsoft documentation where we will validate the answer. But for now, I just want to say, in these kind of questions, normally in the real exam, you will get 3 questions with different solutions. And of course, you have to pick the right answer. But friends, while I was researching and collecting the questions, I found 4 versions of the same. And as I just said, in the real exam, you will only get 3 questions. But which one? Well, that you don't know. So let's check out all the 4 variations. So here comes the question number 12. The question exactly is the same, but this time the solution is that you reconfigure the existing usage model via Azure portal. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And this time again, my friends, the correct answer is no. And the reason is very simple. See, it is not possible to change the usage model of an existing provider. You have to create a new one and reactivate your existing server with the activation credentials from the new provider. And the same explanation also applies to the previous question, question number 11. Let's move to the next question. Question number 13, same question, different solution. Solution says that you change the usage model from per authentication to per enabled user. Does this meet the goal? Yes or no? And this time, once again, the correct answer is no. So let's find out what is the correct answer. Question number 14, let's read the solution. It says that you create a new multi-factor authentication provider with a backup from the existing multi-factor authentication provider data and reactivate your existing server with the activation credential from the new provider. Does this meet the goal? Yes or no? And yes, this time this is the correct solution. Yes is the correct answer. So here, my friends, on this documentation, you can understand when to use Microsoft Entra multi-factor authentication provider. And in this very documentation, you can read, it's given here. Let me find it out. That yes, here it says that you cannot change the usage model after an MFA provider is created. So that's why, as mentioned in the solution, you have to create a new one. And also, my friends, please remember, effective from September 1st, 2018, new authentication providers may not be created. Existing auth providers may continue to be used and updated, but the migration is no longer possible. And friends, one more important point that you must keep in mind for these kind of questions, you will always get 3 questions with yes, no, with 3 different solutions, and you must answer on the spot. You cannot review these kind of questions later on. See, normally once you're done with all the questions, before you submit the exam, you can review the questions and the answers, but not in these kind of questions. So always keep this in mind. You have to answer on the spot. Now let's move on to the question number 15. Question says that you download an Azure Resource Manager template, which is also known as ARM template, based on an existing virtual machine. Now the template will be used to deploy 100 virtual machines. You need to modify the template to reference an administrative password, and you must prevent the password from being stored in plain text. What should you create to store the password? Your options are Azure Storage Account and Access Policy. Option B, Azure Key Vault and Access Policy. Option C, Azure AD Identity Protection and Azure Policy. And lastly, Recovery Services Vault and Backup Policy. And the correct answer undoubtedly is option B, Azure Key Vault and Access Policy. And just so you know, Azure Key Vault is one of the several key management solutions in Azure, and this helps you to solve many problems such as secret management, key management, and certificate management. Want to understand more on Azure Key Vault? Here you can read that Azure Key Vault, as I just mentioned, helps you in secret management. You can read all the details here, key management and certificate management. And it's good to know that Azure Key Vault has two services tier. One is standard and other one is premium. So friends, Azure Key Vault is a great service. Please remember, once again, I want to highlight some keywords. Whenever in the questions it is asked or mentioned about the tokens, passwords, certificates, API keys, and other secrets, you always look for the Azure Key Vault as the answer. Just keep that exam tip in mind. Let's move on to the next question. Question number 16 says that your company has several departments. Each department has a number of virtual machines. The company has an Azure subscription that contains the resource group named RG1. Now, all the virtual machines are located in RG1, and you want to associate each virtual machine with its respective department. What should you do? Your options are: create Azure management group for each department, create a resource group for each department, assign tags to the virtual machines, and lastly, modify the settings of virtual machines. The correct answer for sure is option C, assign tags to the virtual machines. And we discussed tags in greater details in the previous part as well. So please check out the part number 3. Links are right there in the description box. Let's move on to the next question. Question number 17. Here, once again, I present to you triplet question, 3 options, 3 solution, yes, no kind of question. You have to pick the correct solution. Let's read the instructions first. The instruction says that question is included in a number of questions that depicts the identical setup. However, each question has a distinctive result. And of course, you have to establish if the solution, this solution given here, satisfies the requirement. Let's read it further. It says that your company has an Azure Active Directory subscription. Now you want to implement an Azure AD conditional access policy. The policy must be configured to require members of the global administrator groups to use multi-factor authentication and an Azure AD joint device when they connect to Azure AD from an untrusted location. And the solution given is that you access multi-factor authentication page to alter the user settings. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And this time, my friends, this is the incorrect solution. That's why no is the correct answer. Let's move on to the similar question. Question exactly the same. Question number 18. Let's read the solution. It says that you access the Azure portal to alter the session control of the Azure AD conditional access policy. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And once again, the correct answer is no. Now let's find out the correct solution. Question number 19, question exactly the same. Let's read the solution. It says that you access the Azure portal to alter the grant control of the Azure AD conditional access policy. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And yes, this is the correct solution. That's why yes is the correct answer. And I'm really sure that you must be scratching your head. What is the difference between question number 18 and question number 19? So there is a very slight difference in both the question. In question number 18, previous question, we were talking about alter the session control of the Azure AD conditional access policy. On the other hand, in this question, we are talking about alter the grant control of Azure AD conditional access policy. So please, my friends, make a habit to note these slight differences between the questions and the language used, because that will be the deciding factor to choose the answer. Also, my friends, the key terms or the key areas that you need to consider in this question is multi-factor authentication and Azure AD joint device. And today, my friends, we covered a lot of questions on multi-factor authentication, which comes under Microsoft Entra. So that's why I'm leaving you with this documentation. You can read it through when your time permits. It's really a wonderful documentation to understand multi-factor authentication and Microsoft Entra. And here comes the question number 20. Question says that you have a Microsoft 365 tenant and an Azure Active Directory tenant named Contoso.com. Now you plan to grant 3 users named User 1, User 2 and User 3 access to a temporary Microsoft SharePoint document library named Library 1. Now you need to create groups for the users. The solution must ensure that the groups are deleted automatically after 180 days. And your options are option A, an Office 365 group that uses the assigned membership type. Option B, a security group that uses assigned membership type. Option C, an Office 365 group that uses dynamic user membership type. And option D, security group that uses the dynamic user membership type. And the last option is a security group that uses dynamic device membership type. And the correct answer for this question is option A, an Office 365 group that uses the assigned membership type. And the second correct option is option C, an Office 365 group that uses the dynamic user membership type. And friends, let me tell you very upfront that there will be lot of repetitions of the questions, the concept throughout the series, but please mind it, this is not by mistake, this is by design. Because with each repetition, I will give you with more insights and maybe some more documentation. And always remember my friends, repetition is the proven way to recall the answers faster in the real exams. Question number 21. But before I read this question, I just want to say that by the end of this video, if you feel an increase in your Azure understanding, please do consider giving this video a thumbs up and do subscribe to the channel as we bring multiple videos and shorts to level up your learning in Microsoft Azure. Now let's read the question. The question says that your company has an Azure Active Directory subscription. Now you want to implement an Azure AD conditional access policy. The policy must be configured to require members of Global Administrator Group to use multi-factor authentication and an Azure AD joint device when they connect to the Azure AD from the untrusted location. Please note there are some keywords here. The first one is that we have to implement an Azure AD conditional access policy. We will surely understand what exactly is this in just a little while. And then you have to keep in mind that whenever the connection is from the untrusted location, the user or the administrators should be able to use multi-factor authentication and an Azure AD joint device. So what is the solution given here? The solution is that you access the multi-factor authentication page to alter the user settings. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And the correct answer, my friends, is no. And I have two more variations of the same question. Let's check out both of them. You will also understand what is the correct solution. And of course, I will testify the answer with Microsoft documentation. So here comes the question number 22. Question exactly is the same. Let's read the solution given here. The solution is that you access the Azure portal to alter the session control. Please note this word, alter the session control of Azure AD conditional access policy. Does this meet the goal? Yes or no? And once again, the correct answer is no, because this is not the correct solution. Let's move on and check out what is the correct solution. Question number 23. The question exactly once again the same. Let's read the solution. Solution says that you access the Azure portal to alter the grant control of the Azure AD conditional access policy. Please note the minor difference between question number 22 and question number 23. Here we are talking about the grant control, but in the previous question, we were talking about alter the session control. So does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And yes, of course, this time the answer is correct. So let's first understand and take a look what exactly is the conditional access and why this is so, because we have to implement Azure AD conditional access policy. So let's first understand what exactly is it. Okay, so this is the documentation where we can understand what is conditional access. Here you can read that modern security parameter extend beyond the organization's network parameter to include user and the device identity. Now the organizations can use identity-driven signal as a part of their access control decision. This is the video you can also see, but here I want to focus on this paragraph here where it says that conditional access policy, please pay attention, at their simplest are if-then statements. If a user wants to access a resource, then they must complete an action. So let's understand this by an example. It says that if a user wants to access an application or a service, for example, Microsoft 365, then they must perform multi-factor authentication to gain access. I hope this rings a bell to you. Multi-factor authentication, as this was the call in our question as well. And as always, my friends, all the links to the documentation that I'm referring in this video is shared in the description box. And please mind, this documentation is a shared Google Docs. So please go ahead and read all the documentation. Okay, so now on a high level, we understand what exactly is Azure AD conditional access policy. Now let's understand how to create conditional access policy. And in this learning, we will also understand and verify this solution. So on this documentation, you can understand what is common conditional access policy, require MFA for all users. Here you can understand everything about multi-factor authentication. And on this documentation, I want to focus on this section in particular, which is this: create a conditional access policy. And of course, on this documentation, you can have all the steps that you need to create a conditional access policy. What are those? So as a first step, you have to sign into Microsoft Entra Admin Center, and then you have to browse to protection, go to the conditional access, and then you can select to create a new policy. you have to give a name to the policy. And then under the assignment, you have to select user or workload identities. And then under the include, select all users. Under the exclude, select users and the groups. And then as a step number 6, you have to go to the target resources, cloud apps, include, and select all cloud apps. And then, my friends, on the number 7th, please pay attention now because this will validate our answer as well. So here you can read that under the access controls, you have to go to the grant and then you have to select grant access and require multi-factor authentication and select. And moving forward, you have to confirm your settings and set enable policy to report only. And finally, you have to select the create option to create and enable your policy. So once again, I want to drive your attention to the step number 7. It says under the access control, grant and select grant access. And that's exactly what we are talking about in this solution as well. And that's why this is the correct solution. Whoa, you have covered so many questions. But let me remind you, please do not forget to get the PDF file with all the 305 questions with the answers. It will really help you prepare for the exam in the offline mode. And how can you do it? You can use the YouTube thanks or join button. Alright, let's get back to the questions. Now let's move on to the next question. Question number 24 says that you have an Azure subscription that contains a web app named Web App 1. Now you need to add a custom domain www.thetechblackboard.com to Web App 1. What should you do first? Your options are create a DNS record. Option B is add a connection string. Option C is upload a certificate. And lastly, stop Web App 1. So here, my friends, you have to understand the very first step is already being taken. What is that first step? Well, the first step is to add the custom domain named www.thetechblackboard.com. So this one is already taken. And in that sense, because in my opinion, this is the first step. So basically, you have to tell the second step. So the correct answer for this question is option A, create a DNS record. So please note that this is the first step, adding the custom domain. Let's validate our answer on the Microsoft documentation. So this is the documentation which says map an existing custom DNS name to Azure App Service. So here you can read what are the prerequisites. Here you can read the very first step is configure a custom domain. As I said, we already have a custom domain added in the question, and that is www.thetechblackboard.com. And what is the very next step given here? And that is create a DNS record. And that's exactly our answer as well. So this is how we have validated our answer. In case you want to read it in more detail, links are there in the description box. But then for now, let's move on to the next question. Question number 25 says that which two of the following are elements of template schema? Your options are includes, option B, parameters, option C, scripts, and lastly, option D, outputs. And the first correct answer for this question is option B, parameters, and the second correct option is option D, outputs. So let's validate our answer with this documentation, understand the structure and syntax of ARM templates. So on this documentation, I will scroll a little bit down and here you can see all the elements of the ARM templates. So here you can see that we have schema and then we have language version, content version, API profile, and then we have also definitions, parameters. So this was one of the answers that we picked. And then we have variables, functions, resources, and lastly outputs. And this was the second correct option that we picked. So that's how both our answers are validated and are correct. And now that we're talking about the templates, let's take a very interesting question on Azure template. So here it comes, question number 26. Question says that you have an Azure subscription named subscription 1. Now the subscription 1 contains the resource group named RG1. RG1 contains resources that were deployed by using templates, and you need to view the date and time when the resources were created in RG1. Solution given is that from the subscription blade, you select the subscription and then click the resource provider. Does this meet the goal? Yes or no? And the correct answer, my friends, is no, because this is not the correct solution. So let's check out the other variations of the same question and then we will do a practical on Azure portal. So moving on with the question number 27, question exactly is the same. What is the solution this time? Well, this time the solution says that from the RG1 blade, you click the automation script. Does this meet the goal? Yes or no? And once again, the correct answer is no, because this, of course, is also not the correct solution. So what exactly is the correct solution? Let's find out. So here it comes, question number 28. Once again, question exactly is the same. What is the solution this time? Let's find out. The solution says from the RG1 blade, you click deployments. Does this meet the goal? Yes or no? And this time, my friends, this is the correct solution. So yes is the correct answer. Now let's go to the Azure portal. Let's get some hands dirty and validate our answer. So here friends, I've already logged into the Azure portal. Let's do some deployment. Let's spin some resources. So let's do some deployment. Let's spin a storage account. Here it is. You can see storage account. In case you do not find storage account, you can go to this global search, and here also you can find the storage account. So here you can see we have storage account. Click on this, and now you can see I already have a storage account, but let's create a new one. Create storage account. So here you can see that we have to give some parameters. First of all, this is my subscription, and then let's create a new resource group. I will name my resource group as VPN RG. So let's create it. Okay, then we have to give a storage account name. Let's give it a name. I will say VPN and then storage account. Let's see if it's available. No, it is not. So let's change the name. Let's give it a name, VPN storage account 12. Okay, so now this seems to be available. Let's go ahead. I will keep the region as default. Let's move ahead. I will take standard because I don't want to spend more money. And then let's move ahead. Okay, so I will keep all the parameters same because this is just a example or demo. So let's go ahead. Let's click next, and encryption. Let's go next, and then tags. I don't want to give tags, but just so you know, tags is a very important concept in Azure, and we have discussed tags many times. In case you want to more understand tags, I'm soon bringing a detailed video on tags. You can join the Azure Fundamental series. Let's move ahead for now, and let's go to the review. So here you can review all the settings or all the parameters that you have chosen so far. Now you can see the create button is enabled. I will say create. Okay, so now here you can see initializing deployment, submitting the deployment, and now you can see deployment is in progress. You can already see some information coming up. We can see the deployment name, we can see the start time, and then we can see the correlation ID, subscription, resource group. Let's wait for a couple of seconds. And just so you know, my friends, here you can see one bell icon here. Here you can see all the information about your deployments. This is the notification section. So our deployment is in progress, and here it goes. The deployment is done. Go to the resource. And now, my friends, on this section, you can validate our answer as well. So now, my friends, you can see the deployment is done. We have a storage account. Now, how to validate the answer? So in the last question, the solution given was that we have to go to the resource group, and the resource group named in the question was RG1. But in our case, the resource group name, which we just spin, is VPN RG. So let's go to this resource group. And then the next step given in the question or the solution was that we have to go to the deployments. Let's go to the deployment. I hope you can see. I will zoom a little. Yeah. So this is the deployment option. Let's click on this. So we have this deployment which is named as VPN Storage ACC12. Let's click on this. So now, of course, you can see the deployment is complete. And here, my friends, this is the validation for our answer. It says the start time. So this is the date and the time which you can validate under the deployment option in all the resource group that you have. So once again, let me revise the steps. Here you can see that we have resource group on the left side. Here you can click. And once you click this resource group, you will see all the resource group that you have. You can click on any resource group. Let me pick another resource group this time. I will pick this one, the top one. I will click on this. And once again, you can see I have this deployment option. Click on this. So this is the deployment that I did some days back. Click on this. And now, as we saw in the last example, we can see the start date and the time for the deployment that we have done. So likewise, my friends, you can see the deployments and the date and time for the deployment under the deployment section. So this validates our answer. But in case you have any confusion about this demo, let me know in the comment section. And also, in case you have some other viewpoint on this solution, let me know in the comment section. And of course, we can have a short discussion in the comment section. So here comes the question number 29. Question says that your company wants to have some post-deployment configuration and automation task on Azure virtual machine. Now, solution given is that as an administrator, you suggested to use ARM templates. Does this meet the goal? Yes or no? And the correct answer is no, because this is not the correct solution. So what is the correct solution? That I will reveal in the very next episode. So please do tune in, subscribe to the channel and press that bell icon so that you get the timely notification of all the upcoming videos. But for now, let's move on to the question number 13. Question says that which port would you open using inbound port rules to allow remote desktop access while you create Windows virtual machine? Your options are option A, HTTPS, option B, FTP, option C is RDP with the port number 3389, and lastly SSH with the port number 22. And the correct answer is option C, RDP with the port number 3389. Question number 31, part 6. Question says that you have an Azure virtual machine that has a single data disk. Now you have been tasked with attaching this data disk to another virtual machine. Now you need to make sure that your strategy allows the virtual machines to be offline for the least amount of time possible. Which of the following is the action you should take first? And your options are: stop the virtual machine that includes the data disk. Option B, stop the virtual machine that the data disk must be attached to. Option C is detach the data disk. And lastly, delete the virtual machine that includes the data disk. Now friends, many online dumps are suggesting that you need to stop the virtual machine and then detach the data disk and then attach this data disk to another virtual machine. But this is not needed. Of course, you can do it, but this won't be the most optimal way. There is another way, and that is you can simply detach a data disk from one virtual machine and attach this data disk to another virtual machine without stopping either of the virtual machines. And that's why, according to me, option C, detach the data disk, is the correct answer. Now let me show you some Microsoft documentation to validate this answer. Okay, so this is the documentation which says how to detach a data disk from a Windows virtual machine. Now I will not read the entire documentation, but let's validate the answer. So I will just read the relevant section. Here you can see that it's written that you can hot remove a data disk using PowerShell, but make sure nothing is actively using the disk before detaching from a virtual machine. So do you understand the concept here? The concept simply is that you can remove the data disk from a virtual machine hot and live, but the only thing you have to take care is that nothing is actively using that data disk. Once it is made sure, you can actually remove the data disk and attach it to another virtual machine. So that's why option C, detach the data disk, is the correct answer. But in case, my friends, you think otherwise, let me know in the comment section and we can surely have a discussion there. Let's move on to the question number 32. Question says that your company wants to have some post-deployment configuration and automation tasks on Azure virtual machine. Now, as a solution, as an administrator, you suggest to use configuration.ini. Does this meet the goal? So you have to basically tell that whether this solution given here is meeting the business needs, yes or no. And the correct answer for this question is no. And I have one more variation of the same question. Let me show you. So here it comes. Question number 33. Question exactly is the same, but the solution this time is that as an administrator, you suggested the use of virtual machine extension. Does this meet the goal? Yes or no? And this time, my friends, this is the correct solution. And yes, in the last episode, episode 5, I showed the first variation of this question and promised to reveal the correct answer in this part. So here it is. Azure Virtual Machine Extensions is the correct answer. Now let me validate the answer as we always do. So this is the documentation that will help us validate the answer. Here you can read virtual machine extensions and the features for Linux. And in the very first paragraph, you can read that Azure Virtual Machine Extensions are small applications that provide post-deployment configuration and automation tasks on Azure Virtual Machine. For example, if a virtual machine requires software installation, antivirus protection, or the ability to run a script inside it, you can use Azure Virtual Machine Extensions. So the validation of the question comes from this line, post-deployment configuration and automation task. And that's exactly given in the question as well. That's why Azure Virtual Machine Extensions is the correct answer. And friends, in case you're liking the video so far, please consider giving this video a thumbs up and give us a chance to expand and reach and help more cloud learners. And with that, let's move on to the next question. Question number 34. Question says that you have an Azure subscription that contains multiple virtual machines in the West US Azure region. Now you need to use traffic analytics in Azure Network Watcher to monitor virtual machine traffic. Which two resources should you create? And please remember, each correct answer presents the part of the solution and each correct selection is worth 1 point. Let's read the options given. Option A is a data collection rule or OCR in Azure Monitor. And option B is a log analytics workspace. Option C is an Azure Monitor workbook. Option D, a storage account. And lastly, option E, a network watcher enabled subscription. So let's check out the first correct option, and that is option B, a log analytics workspace. And the second correct option is option E, a network watcher enabled subscription. And friends, if you really try and understand this question, one thing is very clear, that we want to implement traffic analytics in Azure Network Watcher. So we want to pick the resources that should be created for this implementation. So actually we are talking about the prerequisites of the same. So let's briefly understand what is traffic analytics. So let's first start with the overview on traffic analytics. Here you can see that traffic analytics is a cloud-based solution that provides visibility into user and application activity in your cloud network. And why exactly you need traffic analytics? Well, for the simple reason, you want to monitor and manage your network, and you want to make sure there is no uncompromised security and compliance and performance issues. And this is where traffic analytics comes into the picture. You can read all the documentation, but as I said, we are talking about the prerequisite of the same. So let's get to the prerequisite section. So here is the prerequisite section. Here you can read that traffic analytics requires the following prerequisites. So let's read them out. First one is a network watcher. The second one is NSG flow. And the third one is an Azure log analytics workspace. And lastly, you can also read what are the building roles or the access you would need to implement Azure traffic analytics. Here you can read and understand what are the roles that you would need to implement this one. So for example, you would need either owner or contributor, or maybe network contributor, or lastly monitoring contributor to implement traffic analytics in Azure Network Watcher. And why should you do that? Well, to monitor virtual machine traffic. I hope you understood the concept of traffic analytics and what are the prerequisites. And yes, links to all the documentation that I'm referring in this video is shared in the description box. Now let's move on to the question number 35. Question says that you have an Azure subscription. Now the users access the resources in the subscription from either their home or from the customer sites. Now from the home, the users must establish point-to-site VPN to access Azure resources, and the users on the customer site access the Azure resources by using site-to-site VPN. Here you can see I have underlined the very important keywords in this question. Moving on, the question says that you have a line of business app named App1 that runs on several Azure virtual machines. The virtual machines run on Windows Server 2016, and you need to ensure that all the connections to the App1 are spread across all the virtual machine. What are the two possible Azure services that you can use? And your options are option A, an internal load balancer, option B, a public load balancer, option C, an Azure Content Delivery Network, or better known as CDN, and option D is Traffic Manager, and lastly an Azure Application Gateway. So what's the correct answer according to you? It's a lengthy question. Read the question once again, but let me tell you or take you through the important points. So here most important keywords are point-to-site VPN and site-to-site VPN. So in both these cases, my friends, one thing is very clear, that we are talking about virtual private network, which is a kind of internal or private network, and that's why the first correct answer would be option A, an internal load balancer, and the second correct option would be an Azure Application Gateway. So let me give you the reasoning behind both the options. Firstly, an internal load balancer, I have already given you the logic that we are talking about point-to-site VPN and site-to-site VPN. Both are internal. That's why internal load balancer. Now coming to Azure Application Gateway, why exactly is this needed? Well, because it provides load balancing in addition to routing and security functions. Now let's understand why other options are not needed. First, coming to the public load balancer. Well, as I just mentioned in the question, it's very specifically called out that we are talking about point-to-site VPN or site-to-site VPN. Both are private. That's why public load balancer is not needed. And what about Azure Content Delivery Network? Well, Azure Content Delivery Network, or better known as CDN, does not provide a load balancing for any application, so it's not relevant for this situation. What about the Traffic Manager? Well, Traffic Manager is a DNS-based solution to direct the user requests to nearest instance and does not provide any load balancing functionality. That's why Azure Traffic Manager is also not the correct option. Okay, so next we have question number 36. Question says that you have an Azure subscription with 100 Azure virtual machines. Now you need to quickly identify the underutilized virtual machines that can have their service tier change to a less expensive offering. Which blade should you use? Your options are option A, monitor, option B, advisor, option C, matrices, and option D, customer insights. So exactly the situation is that you have loads of Azure virtual machine and you just need to identify which are the virtual machines that you're not able to fully utilize or are underutilized. And then you can move these kind of virtual machines to a less expensive offering. So which Azure service, my friends, you will use to identify the underutilized virtual machines? Do you already have the correct answer? Well, the correct answer is option B, Advisor. And friends, Azure Advisor is undoubtedly one of the most important services, and you will surely get some questions on this. So let's very quickly understand what exactly is Azure Advisor. Well, Azure Advisor helps you optimize and reduce your overall Azure spend by identifying idle and underutilized resources. And what are the recommendations that you can see on Azure Advisor in order to save costs? Well, to begin with, we have shutdown recommendations, and in these kind of recommendations, you can identify all the resources that have not been used for last 7 days and make recommendations to shut them out. And that's how you can save costs. Moving on, we also have other type of recommendations. For example, resize SKU recommendations. And in these kind of recommendations, Azure Advisor recommends resizing of the virtual machine when it's possible to fit the current load on more appropriate SKUs, which essentially means that you can move your Azure virtual machine to a less expensive SKU. And similarly, my friends, you can get the recommendations on other front as well. I will leave the documentation in the description box. Read the documentation whenever your time permits. But as I just said, Azure Advisor is a very important service, so don't miss it out. But for now, let's move on to the question number 37. Question says that you have an Azure virtual machine named VM1 and an Azure key vault named Vault1. Now friends, on this virtual machine 1, you plan to configure Azure disk encryption to use key encryption key. Now you need to prepare Vault for Azure disk encryption. Which two actions should you perform on the Vault 1? And your options are: option A, create a new key; option B, select Azure virtual machines for deployment; and option C, configure a key rotation policy; and option D, create a new secret; and lastly option E, select Azure disk encryption for volume encryption. And friends, in order to prepare an Azure key vault to use Azure disk encryption, you would need a key inside the key vault, and it is this key which is known as key encryption key. And this creation process is nothing but the option A, create a new key. So that's why this is the first correct option. And the second correct option is option C, configure a key rotation policy. And in case you want to understand what is Azure disk encryption, this is the documentation. Here you can very well read that Azure disk encryption helps protect and safeguard your data to meet the organizational security and compliance commitments. And the link to the documentation is right there in the description box. And friends, I have a very similar question to the previous one. Question number 38. Let me read it out, but you also read it very carefully and let me know in the comment section whether you were able to figure out the difference between both the question before I reveal the same. So let's read the question. Question says that you have an Azure virtual machine named VM1. Now you plan to encrypt virtual machine 1 by using Azure disk encryption. Which Azure resource must you create first? Your options are: option A, an Azure storage account; option B, an Azure key vault; option C, an Azure information protection policy; and option D, an encryption key. So are you able to catch the difference between both the question? Well, let me help you out, but first let's check out the correct answer. The correct answer is option B, an Azure key vault. So in the previous question, key vault was already created, but in this question, key vault is missing, and that's why it becomes imperative to first create the key vault and then move ahead. Question number 39. Question says that your company has 3 virtual machines that are included in an availability set. Now you try to resize one of the virtual machines which returns an allocation failure message. It's imperative that the virtual machine is resized. Which of the following actions should you take? Your options: option A, you should only stop one of the virtual machines; option B, you should stop 2 virtual machines; option C, you should stop all the 3 virtual machines; and lastly, you should remove the necessary virtual machine from the availability set. And the correct answer for this question is option C, you should stop all the 3 virtual machines. Now listen to this very carefully, my friends. If the virtual machine that you want to resize is part of an availability set, then you must stop all the virtual machines in that availability set before you change the size of any virtual machine in that particular availability set. However, if the question says that this is a standalone virtual machine or the virtual machine is not part of any availability set, then you can easily resize the particular virtual machine without impacting any other virtual machine. And yes, I took a very interesting related question in part 3. Do check out the question number 9 of part 3 to understand related concept of virtual machine. Now let's move on. Question number 40 says that you have an Azure virtual machine named VM1 that runs on Windows Server 2019. The virtual machine was deployed using default drive settings. You sign into the virtual machine as a user named user1 and perform the following actions. What are the actions? So firstly, you create the files on drive C. Then you create files on drive D. You also modify the screensaver timeout. And lastly, you also change the desktop background. Now you also plan to redeploy the virtual machine 1. Which changes will be lost after you redeploy the virtual machine 1? Options are option A, the modified screensaver timeout, option B, the new desktop background, option C, the new files in the drive D, and lastly the option D, the new files in drive C. And the correct answer is option C, the new files on drive D. And this documentation titled as Redeploy Windows Virtual Machine to New Azure Node will help us validate the answer. So let me take you to the relevant section. So here you can read under the warning section that after you redeploy a virtual machine, all the data that you saved on the temporary disk and the ephemeral disk is lost. The dynamic IP addresses associated with the virtual network interface are updated. So that's why, my friends, once you redeploy the virtual machines, all the files on the drive D will be lost. So let's begin part 7 with question number 41. But first, let's check out the instructions. The instruction says that this question is a part of a series of questions that presents the same scenario. And each question in the series contains a unique solution that might meet the stated goal. And some of the question set might have more than one correct solution, while the others might not have a correct solution. And after you have answered this question in this section, you will not be able to return to it. As a result, these questions will not appear in the review screen. So basically, my friends, when you attempt these kind of questions, there will be multiple questions in the same set. So you can see the question will be the same, but the solutions will be different. But the catch is, in these kind of questions, you cannot mark these questions as review later and visit them once again. So that's why you have to be very cautious with these kind of questions. Do them very carefully because you won't get any second chance. So let's read the question. Question says that you need to ensure that an Azure Active Directory user named admin1 is assigned the required goal to enable the traffic analytics for an Azure subscription. Now the solution given is that you assign the network contributor role at subscription level to admin1. Does this meet the goal? Yes or no? And the correct answer, my friends, is yes. So network contributor is the correct role that you should assign to the admin1 in order to enable traffic analytics for this user at subscription level. But can the network contributor the only role to ensure that the user is able to do traffic analytics for an Azure subscription? No, there are plenty of variations of the same question. Stick around in this video as I reveal more variation. So here comes one more variation of the same question. Instructions are same. Question is same. Let's read the solution. Solution says that you assign the traffic manager contributor role at subscription level to admin1. Does this meet the goal? Yes or no? And the correct answer this time, my friends, is no. This is not the correct role that you should assign at admin1. This role, traffic manager contributor role, is not the correct role to be assigned to admin1 so that it is enabled to do the traffic analytics for Azure subscription. Now let me give you one more variation of the same question. So here comes the question number 43. Question exactly same. Let's read the solution. Solution is that you assign the reader role at subscription level to admin1. Does this meet the goal? Yes or no? And once again, this is also not the correct role. That's why no is the correct answer. So are these three questions or three variations are the only variations of this question? No, I have one more. See, generally in the real exam, you will only get three questions in one set, but I have one more variation and that's very interesting one. Let's read it out. So here it comes. Question number 44. Question exactly same. Let's read the solution. Solution says that you assign the owner role at subscription level to admin1. Does this meet the goal? Yes or no? And yes, my friends, this is also one more role that can very well solve this business case. That's why this is also a correct solution. And that's why yes is the correct answer. So I hope you understood there are two roles. The first one is owner role and second one is network contributor role. Both can resolve this business case. Let me take you to the Microsoft documentation and show where you can read all about these roles. So here is the documentation. Here you can read Azure built-in roles and you can read here that Azure role-based access control, which is also popularly known as Azure RBAC, has several Azure built-in roles that you can assign to users, group and service principals and manage identities. And scrolling just a little down, you will reach to this section. Here you can read all about these roles. First one, we have contributor, then we have owner, then we have reader. So similarly, you can read all about these roles in this documentation. The link is right there in the description box. And now that we are talking about Azure roles or Azure RBAC roles, why not take some more questions on the same and strengthen our understanding? So here it comes, question number 45. Question says that you have an Azure subscription that contains a user named user1. Now you need to ensure that user1 can deploy virtual machines but not manage virtual network. Please note, this is very important line here, that the user1 should be able to deploy virtual machines, but he should not be able to manage virtual networks. Further, the question says that the solution must use principle of least privilege. Which role-based access control or RBAC should you assign to user1? Your options are owner, option B, virtual machine contributor, option C, contributor, and option D, virtual machine administrator login. And the correct answer for this question is option B, virtual machine contributor. Now in the last question, I have already given you the documentation, but let me summarize this for you. So here you can see we have four major type of roles here. First one is owner. An owner can manage all the aspects of a subscription, including access management. Granting this role would give user one complete control over the subscription, which is more than necessary and violates the principle of least privilege. That's why we have not chosen owner role, but in some question, owner role might be the only option. So that's why read the owner role in more details. Let's move on to the other roles. Here we have virtual machine contributor, and this role allows you to manage the virtual machine, but it does not allow you to manage virtual network or storage account. And that makes this user role most fit for this question. Moving on, we have contributor, and this role allows the users to manage all Azure resources except access management. And lastly, at number 4, we have virtual machine administrator login, and this role allows the users to manage virtual machines, including resetting the passwords and managing operating system updates. So all in all, my friends, Azure Access Management RBAC roles are very important sections, and most definitely you will get some questions from this area. So please go through the documentation provided in description box. Now let's move on. One more question on access management. Here it comes. Question number 46. Question says that you are configuring Azure Active Directory authentication for an Azure storage account named Storage1. Now you need to make sure that members of a group named Group1 can upload files by using Azure portal, and the solution must use the principle of least privilege. And please note that each correct answer presents the part of the solution, and each correct selection is worth 1 point. And your options are storage account contributor, option B, storage blob data contributor, option C, contributor, option D, reader, and option E, storage blob data reader. So my friends, could you guess the right answer? Well, the first correct option is option B, storage blob data contributor, and the second correct option is option D, reader. Now I'm pretty sure that you have noticed that these roles are pretty different from the ones we learned in the last questions, and that's why it calls for the validation of the answers. Let's go to the documentation. And here's the documentation with title Assign an Azure role for access to blob data. Let's scroll a little bit more and we will reach to this section which says Assign an Azure role. And here in this section, you can read, to access blob data in Azure portal with Microsoft Entra credentials, a user must have the following role assignments. Here you can read a data access role such as storage blob data reader or storage blob data contributor. And if you remember the question correctly, we have both the options. We have storage blob data reader and we also have storage blob data contributor. And I have selected this one, but you can also select storage blob data reader. But does that mean you don't have to select the reader role? No, that's not true. You have to select the reader role because as the documentation says that Azure Resource Manager reader role is at the minimum. And here you can also read that the reader role in Azure Resource Manager permits user to view the storage account resources. And then I want to bring your notice to this last line here, which says the reader role is necessary so that the users can navigate to the blob containers in Azure portal. So my friends, in a nutshell, the reader role is a must because it is the reader role that allows you to navigate to the blob containers in Azure portal. And then you should give the other roles as the need applies. Now let's change the gears and do some other type of questions. Here it comes, question number 47. And the question says that your Azure subscription contains a Azure storage account. Now you need to create an Azure container instance named container1 that will use Docker image name image1. Now this image1 contains a Microsoft SQL Server instance that requires persistent storage. Now you need to configure a storage service for container1. What should you use? And the given options are option A, Azure Files, option B, Azure Blob Storage, option C, Azure Queue Storage, and option D, Azure Table Storage. And the correct answer is option A, Azure Files. And we can validate our answer in this paragraph. Here you can read, it says, with the Azure File Storage plugin, we can mount the Azure File Storage shares as directories on your host file system and make it available to containers, which can now all make the use of Docker volume created through the plugin. And as always, all the documentation is right there in the description box. And now let's move on to the question number 48. And this is the same kind of question with which we open this episode, but the solution given here would be different, and of course you have to pick the correct solution. So the question says that you have an Azure virtual machine named VM1. Now VM1 was deployed by using custom Azure Resource Manager template named arm1.json. Now you receive a notification that VM1 will be affected by the maintenance and you need to move VM1 to a different host immediately. What is the solution? The solution is that from the overview blade, you move the virtual machine to a different subscription. Does this meet the goal? Yes or no? And the correct answer is no, because this is not the correct solution. So let's find out the correct solution. So here it comes, question number 49. Question exactly is the same, but with a different solution. What's the solution? This time it says, from the redeploy blade, you click redeploy. Yes or no? Does this meet the goal? And yes, friends, this is the correct solution. That's why yes is the correct answer. Now, please allow me to explain this. See, when you redeploy a virtual machine, it moves the virtual machine to a new node within the Azure infrastructure and then powers it back on. And this will retain all your configuration options and associated resources. And as the solution given here, you can use the Azure portal, select the virtual machine you want to redeploy, and then select the redeploy option or the button in the setting blade. And just hang on with me, I have one more variation of the same question and then I will give you the right documentation to validate the answer. So here it comes, question number 50. Question once again exactly is the same. Let's read the solution. The solution says that from the update management blade, you click enable. Does this meet the goal? Yes or no? And this time, my friends, this is not the correct solution. That's why no is the correct answer. Now let's validate the answer on this documentation. Here you can see that you can go to the Azure portal and then you have to select the virtual machine that you want to redeploy. And then, my friends, as the second step in the help section, you select redeploy plus reapply and then select the redeploy to migrate it to new Azure host. And you can of course read the entire process. Everything is given here. I will leave the documentation link in the description box. And you know what, friends, when I was recording this video, I found a very similar question but in a different question format. So let's begin today's episode with question number 51, and this question is similar to the questions from 48 to 50 of part 7. So for the complete understanding and 3 more variations of this question but in a different question format and the documentation to validate the answer, please check out the part 7. Links are right there in the description box. Now let's read this question. Question says that you have 2 Hyper-V hosts named host 1 and host 2. Now the host 1 has an Azure virtual machine named VM1 that was deployed by using custom Azure Resource Manager template or ARM template. Now you need to move virtual machine 1 to host 2. What should you do? And your options are option A, from the update management blade, click enable. Option B, from the overview blade, move the virtual machine 1 to a different subscription. Option C, from the redeploy blade, click redeploy. And option D, from the profile blade, modify the usage location. And the correct answer for this question is option C, from the redeploy blade, click the redeploy option. And yes, as I just said, you can watch the part 7 for complete understanding and documentation. Now let's move on to a super important question. Question number 52. The question says that you have an Azure subscription named subscription 1 containing the following resources. Here you can see that we are given with this table and we can see that we have 2 kind of resources. The first one is RG1, which is a resource group. And this resource group resides in a virtual network named VNet1. Similarly, you can see we have another resource group which is RG2 that resides in virtual network 1. Moving on, the question says that VNet1 is in RG1 and VNet2 is in RG2 and there is no connectivity between VNet1 and VNet2. And then the question says that administrator named admin1 creates a Azure virtual machine named VNet1 in RG1. Now VNet1 uses disk named disk1 and connects to the VNet1 and admin1 then installs a custom application in VNet1. Now you need to move this custom application to VNet 2 and the solution must minimize the administrative effort. Which two actions should you perform? To answer, select the appropriate answer among the options provided. And yes, please note very carefully, we have two steps. This is the first step and this is the second step. Now let's read what are the options given for the first step. As a first option, we are given with create a network interface in RG2. Then the second option is detach a network interface. The third option is delete VM1 or virtual machine 1. And the last option is move the network interface card to RG2. So out of these four options, you have to select the most appropriate or most correct option. Moving on to the step 2 or second step, we have options. First one is attach a network interface. Second option is create a network interface card in RG2. And then the third option is move VM1 to RG2. And lastly, create a new virtual machine. So I understand that this question looks very intimidating at the first glance, but do not worry, let me dissect the question for you. See, the main task in the question is that the admin who has installed a custom application in virtual machine 1 which is on VNet 1 and VNet 1, where is VNet 1? VNet 1 is in RG1. Now, as per the question, the admin needs to move this custom application to VNet 2, which is in resource group 2. Now, friends, in these kind of questions, think a little and try and understand between the lines. It's a custom application, so the admin must have installed the custom application in some kind of disk, which in turn is connected to a virtual machine named VNet 1. Now, the best way to achieve this business case is to simply plug out this disk from one virtual machine and plug that disk into another virtual machine. But there is a catch, and that catch is that both the virtual machines are on different networks. So virtual machine 1 is in the virtual network named VNet 1 and virtual machine 2 is in the virtual network named VNet 2. And both these VNets reside in different resource groups. And here comes the super important point that you cannot move the virtual machines between different networks. See, first we identify the disk used by the virtual machine 1 and remember our custom application is on this disk. And now we can delete the virtual machine itself. Very critical point to note here is that when you delete a virtual machine, the attached disk is not deleted unless you remove the entire resource group containing both the virtual machine and the disk. So now let's suppose that we have deleted the virtual machine but the disk is still there. We can now create another virtual machine in the target virtual network, which in our case is VNet 2. And then we can attach the original disk containing the custom application with this virtual machine in the virtual network 2. And this way, my friends, we have effectively moved the virtual machine from one VNet to another and also thereby moving the custom application. So I hope you understood the logic. Now let me reveal the answers. For the step 1, the correct option would be delete virtual machine. And for the second step, the correct option is create a new virtual machine. Now let me give you some documentation so that you can also validate the answer. So now you can see I'm in the Microsoft Q&A section. Let's read the question. The question is that how to change the VNet of a virtual machine. Let's go to the details. Here you can read it says that we have created multiple VNets in Azure. Now they communicate with each other using virtual network gateway and we want to change the VNet of the virtual machine to another one. How do we do that without deallocating or deleting or recreating the virtual machine? So let's check out the answer. The answer given is that the easiest way to do this is to delete the virtual machine but keep the OS disk. And the second step is deploy a new virtual machine in new subnet and use the still existing OS disk. Also friends, this is the second documentation that I want to share with you. You can read all the details and the question asked. But then I have just shared all the details with you, but you can check in your own time. But as I have just shared all the details, I will not read the entire documentation. Links are right there in the description box. You can read when your time permits. So I hope you understood the entire logic and how we picked the answer. In case you have still some doubts, let me know in the comment section. Now let's move on to the next question. Question number 53. Let's read the instructions first. It says that this question is a part of a series of questions that presents the same scenario. Now each question in the series contains a unique solution that might meet the stated goals. Now some of the questions set might have more than one correct solution, while the others might not have a correct solution. And after you answer a question in this section, you will not be able to return to it. And as a result, these questions will not appear in the review screen. Simply put, in the real exam, you will not be able to mark these questions as reviewed later. So it's super important that you answer these questions with all your attention. Now let's read the question. Question says that you have an Azure virtual machine named VM1 that runs on Windows Server 2016. Now you need to create an alert in Azure when more than 2 error events are logged to the system event log on virtual machine 1 within 1 hour. And the solution given is that you create an Azure Log Analytics workspace and configure data settings, and you add the Microsoft Monitoring Agent VM extension to virtual machine 1. And then you create an alert in Azure Monitor and specify Log Analytics workspace as the source. Does this beat the goal? Yes or no? And friends, this solution is not correct. That's why no is the correct answer. Now let me give you more variations of the same question as it appears in the real exam. So here we have question number 54. Question exactly is the same. Let's read the solution. This time the solution says that you create an Azure Log Analytics workspace and configure the data setting, and you install Microsoft Monitoring Agent on VM1. And also you create an alert in Azure Monitor and specify Log Analytics workspace as the source. Does this meet the goal? Yes and no. And yes, my friends, this is the correct solution. That's why yes is the correct answer. And yes, there is a very slight difference between both the questions, question number 53 and this question 54. Let me see how many of you can figure this out, but let me give you a hint. So here it is. So in the question number 53, we talked about add the Microsoft Monitoring Agent VM extension to VM1 or virtual machine 1. And that is wrong. So what is the correct solution? Well, you have to install the Microsoft Monitoring Agent to VM1, and this one is correct. And in case you want to understand how to create an edit and alert rule, this is the documentation. And also my friends, Azure Monitor Agent is something that you want to understand. And friends, although I have already shared the correct answer with you, but there are 2 more variations of the same question. Let's also check them out. So here it comes, question number 55. Question once again exactly is the same. Let's directly read the solution. Here it comes. It says that you can create an Azure storage account and configure shared access signatures, also known as SAS. And then you install the Microsoft Monitoring Agent on virtual machine 1. You create an alert in Azure Monitor and specify the storage account as the source. Does this meet the goal? Yes or no? And of course, this is not the correct solution. That's why no is the correct answer. Now let's check out the last variation of the same question. Question number 56. Solution says that you create an event subscription on virtual machine 1 and then you create an alert in Azure Monitor and specify the virtual machine 1 as source. Does this meet the goal? Yes or no? And of course, this is also not the correct solution. That's why no is the correct answer. Question number 57. Question says that your company has an Azure subscription. Now you need to deploy a number of Azure virtual machine using Azure Resource Manager or ARM templates. Now you have been informed that the virtual machines will be included in a single availability set. And you are required to make sure that the ARM templates you configure allows for as many virtual machines as possible to remain accessible in the event of fabric failure or maintenance. Which of the following is the value that you should configure for the platform fault domain count property? And your options are 10, option B 30, option C minimum value, or option D maximum value. And the correct answer is option D max value. And here is the explanation. So the platform fault domain count is a property that defines how many fault domains there are in a availability set. And as you can see, the upper limit is 2 to 3 depending upon the region. And here's the example. If the platform fault domain count is set to 3 and you have 15 virtual machines in the availability set, it means that 5 virtual machines can fail and become unavailable at a time, but remaining 10 virtual machines will still be available. Now let's take a related question. Question number 58. Question says that your company has an Azure subscription. Now you need to deploy a number of Azure virtual machines using Azure ARM templates. And once again, you have been informed that the virtual machines will be included in a single availability set, and you are required to make sure that the ARM templates that you configure allows for as many virtual machines as possible to remain accessible in the event of fabric failure or maintenance. Which of the following is the value should you configure for the platform update domain count property? Your options are option A 10, option B 20, option C 30, or option D max value. And the correct answer for this question is option B 20. And here's the explanation. It says that the platform update domain count is a property that defines how many update domains are there in the availability set, and the upper limit is 20, and that's our answer as well. Moving on with the question number 59. Question says that you have an Azure subscription named Subscription 1 that contains Azure Log Analytics workspace named Workspace 1. Now you need to view the error events from a table named event. which query should you run in the workspace 1? And here, my friends, you can see that we are given with 4 queries. Let's read the first one. Here it says get event pipe, where the event type is error. The second option is event pipe search error. And the third option is select star from event, where the event type is error. And lastly, search in event pipe, where event type equals to error. And the correct answer for this question is option B, event pipe search error. And now on your screen is question number 60. And the question says that you create an Azure storage account. Now you plan to add 10 blob containers to the storage account. For one of the containers, you need to use a different key to encrypt data at rest. What should you do before you create the container? Your options are generate a shared access signature. Option B, modify the minimum TLS version. And option C is rotate the access key. And option D, create an encryption scope. And the correct answer is option D, create an encryption scope. And just so you know, encryption scopes enable you to manage encryption with a key that is scoped to a container or individual blob. And you can use the encryption scopes to create secure boundaries between the data that resides in the same storage account but belongs to different customers. And of course, we can validate our answer on this documentation. Here you can read in the highlighted text that a default encryption scope must be specified for a container at the time the container is created. And that's exactly what our question is also asking. That's why create an encryption scope is the correct answer. So let's begin part 9 with question number 61. Let's read the instructions first. It says that the question is included in a number of questions that depicts the identical setup. However, every question has a distinctive result and you have to establish if the solution satisfies the requirement. So basically, you will be presented with multiple variations of the same question. The question remains the same throughout, but you will have different solution. And of course, you have to pick the right solution. So let's read the question. The question says that your company has an Azure subscription that includes a storage account, a resource group, a blob container, and a file share. And a colleague named John Ross makes use of solitary Azure Resource Manager template to deploy virtual machine and an additional Azure storage account. And you want to review the ARM template that was used by John Ross. The solution given is that you access the virtual machine blade. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? Now let me dissect the question for you. Question is very simple. It says that John Ross, who is your colleague, has deployed a virtual machine and also an Azure storage account. And he has done this by using Azure Resource Manager or ARM templates. And you need to review these ARM templates that were used by John Ross. So as a solution, do you think that you have to go to the virtual machine blade as a solution? Yes or no? And this is the incorrect solution. That's why no is the correct answer. So here is one more variation of the same question. Question exactly is the same. Let's read the solution. This time the solution says that you access resource group blade. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And yes, this time this is the correct solution. That's why yes is the correct answer. So imagine that you have an Azure account and you have already logged into it. Now you probably might have multiple resource group. Let's say that you have one resource group that is a storage account. So I have opened a storage account resource group that you can see here. Now once you have opened the desired resource group under which you want to see the deployment, then you have to go to this overview tab. And once you click on this window will open and here you can see a summary of all your deployments. You can see your subscription name, you can see your subscription ID. And most of all, you can see all the deployments that are done under this resource group. So here you can see I have 5 deployments. You can see 5 succeeded deployments. And now as per the question, our goal is to see the ARM templates for all these deployments. So how should we do it? Well, in the same window, in this window only, you can see this overview tab here. When you scroll a little bit down, you will reach to this deployment option. Then you will be able to see all the deployments under that resource group. So here you can see that I have 5 deployments as mentioned in this window also. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 all under the storage resource group. And similarly, my friends, you can have multiple resource group. Let's say that you have one more resource group for the virtual machine, but the idea and the steps to see the deployment remains the same. So under the resource group, you have to reach out to the overview and then you will scroll down to reach to the deployment option. Once you click on the deployment option, you will see all the deployments under that resource group. And now let's say that we select this deployment. So once we have selected any particular deployment, then we have to click this view template option. And once we click this view template option, then we can see all the deployments in the JSON format. In the same way, you can see the ARM templates for any of the deployments. And you know what, friends, one cool thing about the ARM templates? Well, the ARM templates are not restricted on the way you have done the deployment. So let's say that you have deployed the resource like a storage account or a virtual machine using Azure Portal, or maybe you have used the CLI or PowerShell. It doesn't matter at all. Once you have deployed the resource, Azure will automatically generate the ARM template. And yes, you can download this ARM template and use it for the further deployment and also automate the process. So that's how, my friends, you can see the deployment or the ARM templates for any of the resource under any resource group. But then if you really want to see the practical on Azure Portal, I have covered that in the previous parts. So please check out the previous parts. Links are right there in the description box. Now I have one more variation of the same question. Question number 63. Question exactly is the same. Let's read the solution. This time the solution says that you access the container blade. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And this time, my friends, this is an incorrect solution. That's why no is the correct answer. Now let's move on to the next question. Question number 64 says that you have an Azure Active Directory tenant named contoso.onmicrosoft.com. Now the user administrator role is assigned to a user named admin1. An external partner has a Microsoft account that uses user1@outlook.com to sign in. Now admin1 attempts to invite the external partner to sign into the Azure AD tenant and receives the following error message. So here you can see the error message in the red. It says unable to invite the user1@outlook.com generic authorization exception, and you need to ensure that admin1 can invite the external partner to sign into the Azure AD tenant. What should you do? Let's read the option. Option A says that from the user setting blade, modify the external collaboration setting. Option B, from the custom domain names blade, add a custom domain. And option C says that from the organizational relationship blade, add an identity provider. And lastly, from the roles and administrator blade, assign the security administrator role to admin1. So what is the correct answer selected by you? Well, the correct answer for this question is option A. From the user setting blade, modify the external collaboration setting. Now friends, I understand the external collaboration setting might be a new concept for many of you, but let me dissect this for you. So in real Azure working or any other cloud, it's a very common scenario where you have to invite the external vendors. Let's say you have a big company, a lot of multiple different vendors work for you. In that case, you have to onboard all these external vendors to your Azure AD. And that's exactly where external collaboration setting comes into the picture. Now let's understand this concept in a little bit more detail, and of course, I will share the Microsoft documentation. So first thing first, let's understand the concept of external collaboration setting. Here you can read that external collaboration setting lets you specify what roles in your organization can invite the external users for B2B collaboration. So as I just said, in big companies, it's a very common scenarios that multiple vendors work for you. And further, it says that these settings allow to include options for allowing or blocking specific domains and the options for restricting where external guest users can see in your Microsoft Entra directory. So here you can see all the options available. You can determine the guest user access. You can also specify who can invite the guest, and also who can enable the guest self-service sign-in. And yes, there is one more documentation that I want to share with you. And in this documentation, you can understand how you can set up the external collaboration setting under Microsoft Entra. And as always, the links to all the documentation that I'm referring in this video is shared in the description box. Please do read them. These are very important concepts for AZ-104 exam. And yes, in case you're liking the video so far, please consider giving this video a thumbs up. That's the only way for us to expand and reach to more wider audience just like you. Let's move ahead. Question number 65. Question says that which service should you use to visualize network activity across your Azure subscription and optimize your network deployment for performance and capacity using traffic flow patterns across your Azure regions and the internet? And your options are Traffic Analytics, option B, Azure Organization, option C, Azure Monitor, and lastly, option D, Azure Advisor. And the correct answer is option A, Traffic Analytics. And we can validate our answer on this documentation. It says with Traffic Analytics, you can visualize network activity across your Azure subscription. And you will find the documentation link in the description box. Now let's move ahead. Question number 66. The question says that while configuring a network security group for traffic analytics, you get a not found error. So what should you do first as an Azure administrator? And your options are: option A, check the inbound rule for the network security group. Option B, select the supported region. Option C, specify an outbound security rule to any address over port 80. And option D, you need a owner role. And the correct answer is option B, select a supported region. And the validation of the same is given on this FAQ on traffic analytics. And here you can read, what if I cannot configure a network security group for traffic analytics due to a not found error? And the answer given is select a supported region. So that's why our answer is correct. Question number 67. All the instructions are given here. I will not read as I've read it many times before. The summary is that in these kind of questions, you will get multiple variations of the same question, but with different solution. And of course, you have to pick the right solution. So let's read the question. The question says that your company registers a domain of contoso.com. Now you create an Azure DNS zone named contoso.com, and then you add an A record to the zone for a host named www.contoso.com, and this host name has an IP address of 131.107.1.10, and then you discover that the internet hosts are unavailable to resolve www.contoso.com to the IP address 131.107.1.10, and you need to resolve the name resolution issue. The solution given is that you modified the SOA record in the contoso.com zone. Does this meet the goal? Yes or no? And the correct answer is no, because this is the incorrect solution. So let's have a look at the other variations of the question and find out the correct answer. So here it comes, question number 68. Question exactly the same. Let's read the solution. The solution says that you add an NS record to the contoso.com Azure DNS zone. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And once again, this is the incorrect solution. That's why no is the correct answer. Let's look at the third variation. Here it comes, question number 69. And this time the solution says that you modified the name servers at the domain registrar. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And yes, my friends, this is the correct solution. That's why yes is the correct answer. Now I have one more variation of the same question. Normally in the exam you will find 3 variations, but I have collected 4 ones. So here it comes, question number 17. This time the solution says that you create a PTI record for the www in contoso.com zone. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And once again, this is the incorrect solution. That's why no is the correct answer. Question number 71. The question says that your company has an Azure storage account named Blackboard Storage. Now you must copy your files hosted on your on-premises network to Blackboard Storage using EasyCopy. Which Azure storage services should you use? And your options are table and queue only. Option B, blob, table and file only. Option C, blob, file, table and queue. And option D, blob and file only. And the correct answer for this question is option D, blob and file only. And we can validate our answer on this documentation. Here you can read that after you have authorized your identity and obtained SAS token, you can begin transferring data. Here you can see what are all the services or what are all the different type of storages that are supported here. So here you can see that we have Azure Blob Storage. We also have Azure Files. We have Amazon S3, Google Cloud Storage, and lastly Azure Stack Storage. But then the last 3 ones are not given in the question. In the question, we only have Azure Files and Blob Storage. And that's why blob and file are the only supported storage types when it comes to the file hosting using EasyCopy. And it also makes a lot of sense, my friends, because the other type of storage types given in the question, table and queue, have nothing to do with file hosting. So for example, let's talk about the table one. So the table storage is a NoSQL key value store for rapid development using massive semi-structured datasets. And as you can see in the definition, it has nothing to do with the file hosting. And similarly for the queue, the Azure Queue Storage is a service for storing large number of messages. You can access the messages from anywhere in the world using authenticated calls using HTTP and HTTPS. So once again, queue storage has nothing to do with file hosting and not related to EasyCopy. Now let's move on to the next question. Question number 72. The question says that you have an on-premises server that contains a folder d/folder1. Now you need to copy the contents of the d/folder1 to the public container in an Azure storage account named Blackboard Storage. Which command should you run? Now friends, this question is quite related to the previous one. Probably you can say the next step of the previous question. In the previous question, we understood that it is the blob and the file storage types that we can use to host our on-premises files to the cloud storage. But in this question, let's understand how exactly to do that using EasyCopy command. So now let's read the options, and the first one is https://techdata.blob.co.windows.net/public. So this one you can see this is just a hyperlink. This is not a command, and that's why you can already remove this option from the possible answers. And now let's check out the second command, that is EasyCopy sync D folder 1, basically the folder given in the question as well. Then the same hyperlink snapshot. And then as the option C, we have EasyCopy copy, and then the same folder, same link given here as well. And then we have parameters given as recursive equals to true. And the last command is easy storage blob copy start batch D folder 1 and the same link. And friends, this option, the option D, does not start with EasyCopy. That's why you can also eliminate this one. So now the competition or the choice lies between the option B and option C. So have you picked your answer? Well, the correct answer is option C. Now let us validate the answer. So as you can see on this documentation, this is the correct command. Here you can see that we have EasyCopy copy, and then we have the folder path. This is in our case is D folder 1, and then the entire path or the hyperlink to the blob storage is given. And lastly, we have the parameters that says recursive equals to true. And that's exactly what we have also chosen as the answer. Now let's move on. Question number 73. The question says that you have an Azure storage account named storage1 that uses Azure blob storage and Azure file storage. Now you need to use EasyCopy to copy the data to blob storage and file storage in storage1. Which authentication method should you use for each type of storage? And here you can see that we are given with two tables. The first one represents the blob storage and the second one represents the file storage. Now let's see what are the options given for the blob storage. Here, first of all, we have Azure Active Directory only. Then we have shared access signatures only. And then we have access keys and shared signatures only. And then as an option D, we have Microsoft Entra ID and SAS. And as the fifth option, we have Azure Active Directory, Access Key and SAS. And similarly, all the options are also same for the file storage. Now let's see the correct answer for the blob storage. Here we have the correct answer as Microsoft Entra and SAS. And then for the file storage, the correct answer is shared access signatures only. Now let's validate the answer. And the validation is given in this table here. Here on the left hand side, we have storage types. And then on the right hand side, we have currently supported method of authorization. To start with, we have blob storage, and for this one, the current supported method of authorization is Microsoft Entra and SAS. And then we have blob storage. Once again, for this one, we have Microsoft Entra and SAS. And lastly, for the file storage, we only have SAS. And those are the exact options that we have also chosen for the blob storage and file storage. Now let's move on to the next question, question number 74. Now friends, this question here is the older version of the previous question, question number 73. But I wanted to bring this question to you in case some bad luck happens and you get the older version in the exam, but still you are prepared. So let's check out the question. The question exactly is the same and the options are also the same, but there is a slight change. Here you can see for the blob storage, we have a slight change in the option D. Instead of Microsoft Entra, here it says Azure Active Directory and SAS. So in case, my friends, you happen to get the older version, in that case, you have to choose this option, Azure Active Directory and SAS. And for the file storage, the answer remains the same, shared access signatures only. So I hope you got the idea. Earlier we had Azure Active Directory, which is now replaced with Microsoft Entra. Now let's move on from EasyCopy and storage types to another type of question. Here it comes, question number 75. And the question says that you have a registered domain named contoso.com. Now you create a public Azure DNS zone named contoso.com. You need to ensure that records created in contoso.com zone are resolvable from the internet. What should you do? And your options are option A, create a NS record in contoso.com. Option B, modify the SOA record in the DNS domain registrar. Then on the option C, we have create the SOA record in the contoso.com. And lastly, modify the NS record in the DNS domain registrar. And the correct answer for this question is modify the NS records in the DNS domain registrar. And friends, this question is quite related to the questions that we took from the question number 67 to 70 in the part 9. But those questions were totally in a different format, and of course this one in a different format. So please do check out the questions from 67 to 70 of the part 9 for the full coverage. And links for all the previous parts and the documentation that I referred in this video is shared in the description box. And yes, my friends, in the last episode, I took a very interesting question on ARM template. Please do not miss that. There was an interesting demo that will clarify all your doubts on ARM templates. With a new kind of question, drag and drop. So here it comes, question number 76, part 11. The question says that you have downloaded an Azure Resource Manager or ARM template to deploy numerous virtual machines. Now the ARM template is based on the current virtual machine but must be adapted to reference an administrative password. Now you need to make sure that the password cannot be stored in plain text. You are preparing to create necessary components to achieve your goal. Which of the following should you create to achieve your goal? And please note that you have to drag the correct options from the list to the answer area. So these are the list or the options, and you have to drag only the correct answers or the options to this answer area. So let's check out what are the options given. We have Azure Key Vault, Azure Storage Account, and then we have Azure Active Directory, Identity Protections, and then we have Azure Access Policy, and lastly Azure Backup Policy. Now let's check out what are the correct options. So the first correct option is Azure Key Vault. So you must first create an Azure Key Vault, and once you have created your Azure Key Vault, the next step would be to create Azure Access Policy. And friends, we have taken so many questions on Azure Key Vault in the previous parts as well, so please do check them out. And also we will take more drag and drop kind of questions in the subsequent episodes. And now let's move on to the question number 77. The question says that your organization has deployed multiple Azure virtual machines configured to run as a web servers and Azure Public Load Balancer named TD1. Now there is a requirement that TD1 must consistently route user requests to the same web server every time they access it. What should you configure? Your options are hash based, option B, session persistence, none, and then we have option C, session persistence, client IP, and lastly health probe. And the correct answer is option C, session persistence, client IP. Now let's understand this question and the answer in little bit more detail. Here it comes, you can see this image. So first of all, my friends, we have public load balancer that can provide outbound connections for the virtual machines inside your virtual network. And these connections are accomplished by translating their private IP addresses to public IP addresses. And public load balancers are used to load balance internet traffic to your virtual machines. And then we have session persistence, which is also known as session affinity or source IP affinity or client affinity. And this distribution mode uses two tuple, source IP and destination IP. And when, my friends, you're using session persistence, connection from the same client will go to the same backend instance within the same backend pool. And once again, I want to emphasize that session persistence has two modes of configuration. The first one is client IP with two tuple. And this type here specifies that the successive requests from the same client IP address will be handled by the same backend instance. This one specifies that the successive requests from the same client IP address and the protocol combination will be handled by the same backend instance. Now let's move on to the question number 78. This one says that you plan to create an Azure container instance named container1 that will use a Docker image named image1. Now you need to ensure that the container 1 has a persistent storage. Which Azure resource should you deploy for the persistent storage? And your options are option A, an Azure Container Registry, option B, an Azure Storage Account and File Share, option C, an Azure Storage Account and Blob Container, and option D, an Azure SQL Database. And the correct answer is option B, an Azure Storage Account and File Share. And here it says a standard Docker container volume is normally a directory stored on the Docker host machine, and this makes the container dependent on the files on the particular host and thus makes it hard to migrate and scale out easily. And that's why with the Azure File Storage plugin, we can mount the Azure File Storage shares as directories on your host file system and make it available to the containers, which can now all make use of the Docker volume created through the plugin. And you can also read that Azure File Storage Volume plugin is not limited to the ease of container migration. So that's how, my friends, Azure Storage Account along with File Share provides a persistent storage for the containers. Now let's move on. Question number 79, and this one says that you have an app named App1 that runs on two virtual machines named VM1 and VM2. Now you plan to implement an Azure availability set for App1. The solution must ensure that the App1 is available during planned maintenance of the hardware hosting VM1 and VM2. What should you include in your availability set? And your options are option A, 1 update domain, option B, 2 fault domains, option C, 1 fault domain, and lastly 2 update domains. Now let me first tell you the answer and then I will explain. So the correct answer is option D, 2 update domains. Okay, so now let's understand why we have picked two update domains as the correct answer. So in this question, the goal is to implement an Azure availability set for app 1, which will ensure that the application still remains available during the planned maintenance of the hardware hosting Virtual Machine 1 and Virtual Machine 2. So friends, listen to this very carefully. When you create an availability set, the hardware in a location is divided into multiple update domains and the fault domains. And just so you know, an update domain is a group of virtual machines and underlying physical hardware that can be rebooted at the same time. Now friends, virtual machines in the same fault domain share the common storage as well as the common power source and network switch. But during the scheduled maintenance, only one update domain is updated at any given point of time. And also update domain are not necessarily updated sequentially, so that's why we need two update domains. Now let's move on to the question number 80. The question says that you have an Azure subscription named subscription 1. Now you have 5 TB of data that you need to transfer to subscription 1. You plan to use Azure import export job. Now what can you use as the destination of the imported data? Your options are option A, Azure Cosmos DB database, option B, Azure Blob storage, option C, Azure Data Lake Store, and the option D, the Azure File Sync Storage Sync Service. And the correct answer for this question is option B, Azure Blob Storage. And you know what friends, there can be two correct options here. The first one, as you see, is Azure Blob Storage, but the other correct option can also be Azure File Storage. So in case in the real exam you get the option Azure File Storage instead of Azure Blob Storage, then in that case you have to pick File Storage. Okay, so I can see that you are a little bit tired here. So let's take a quick pause, and meanwhile let me give you a pro exam tip. So in the exam AZ-104, when you face multiple choice questions, always try to eliminate the two most obviously wrong answers first. Now this drastically improves your odds, and on a quick thought, I can also tell you that always try to double check the region for the resources in the exam scenarios or the case study kind of questions. It often matters more than you think. And with that quick pro tip, let's jump on to the next question. So let's begin today's episode with question number 81, part 12. The question says that you have an Azure subscription named subscription 1 that contains a virtual network named VNet 1. Now VNet 1 is in the resource group named RG1. Subscription 1 has a user named user 1. Now the user 1 has the following roles. Here you can see that user 1 has the reader role. It also has the security admin along with security reader. And the question further says that you need to ensure that user 1 can assign the reader role for VNet 1 to other users. What should you do? Your options are option A, assign user 1 to network contributor role for VNet 1. Option B, remove user 1 from the security reader role for subscription 1 and then assign the user 1 to the contributor role for RG1. And then option C says assign user 1 to owner role for VNet 1. And lastly, assign user 1 the network contributor role for RG1. And please note the subtle differences between the options. Sometimes we have RG1 and sometimes we have VNet 1. And the correct answer to this question is option C, assign user 1 the owner role for VNet 1. Now friends, I have more variations of the same question, but this time these variations are little special. And special in the sense, in most of the variations, the other options are normally incorrect. But in these variations for this question, all the other variations have correct options. So here it comes, question number 82. Question exactly is the same. Let's read the options given. Option A, assign user 1 to the network contributor role for VNet 1. Option B, remove the user 1 from the security reader role for subscription 1 and then assign user 1 to the contributor role for RG1. And then at the option C, we have assign user 1 the role-based access control administrator for VNet 1. And lastly, assign user 1 the network contributor role for RG1. And this time, my friends, the correct option is assign user 1 the role-based access control administrator for VNet 1. Now friends, if you really have understood the question very well, the main ask of the question is that the user 1 can assign the reader role for VNet 1 to other users. So that means user 1 should be able to assign roles to other users, which essentially means that the user should be able to assign RBAC roles in Azure. And if you remember the questions correctly, in the question number 81, we chose the role owner. And here you can read that the owner role grants full access to manage all resources, including the ability to assign roles in Azure RBAC. And then in the question number 82, we chose the role as role-based access control administrator, which is still in preview, but by the time you give the exam, who knows, this becomes a full-fledged role. Here you can read that this role also manage access to the Azure resources by assigning the roles using Azure RBAC. And please note that this role does not allow you to manage access using other ways such as Azure policy. So in case there is a policy in the question, then in that case you should not choose role-based access control administrator, but go for the owner role. And you know what? I have one more variation. Let's check it out. Question number 83. Question exactly is the same. The options are also same except this one, option C. The option says assign user 1 the user access administrator for VNet 1. And of course, this is also the correct option. So let's validate the answer for the question number 83. Here you can see user access administrator, and this one also allows you to assign roles in Azure RBAC, and that's why this is also the correct answer. So now you have seen how can the things change in the real exam. One question, 3 correct answers. So friends, as I said in the opening part of the video, user access management is a really important topic but equally confusing. So please read the documentation very carefully. The links are there in the description box. Now let's take few more questions on user management. So here it comes, question number 84. The question says that you have an Azure Active Directory tenant that contains 5,000 user accounts. Now you create a new user account named admin user 1. You need to assign the user administrator role to admin user 1. What should you do from the user account properties? Your options are option A, from the licenses blade, assign new license. And option B is from the directory role blade, modify the directory role. And then option C says from the groups blade, invite the user account to a new group. And the correct option is from the directory role blade, modify the directory role. And friends, here is the step-by-step process on how you can achieve this. So first of all, you have to sign into the Azure portal using the account that has the necessary administrative privileges. And then on the left-hand side of the menu, you have to go to the Azure Active Directory. And then under the Azure Active Directory, click the roles and the administrators. And once you have done that, then go to the directory roles blade, locate the user admin role, click on the user admin role and open it. And then in the user administrator blade, click on the add assignment button. And in the next step, search and select the user account admin user 1, which is also given in the question. And then you have to click add button to assign the user administrator role to admin user 1. And this will grant admin user 1 the necessary administrative privileges as the user administrator in Azure AD. Now let's move on to the next question, question number 85. The question says that you have an Azure Active Directory tenant named contoso.onmicrosoft.com that contains 100 user accounts. Now you purchased 10 Azure AD Premium P2 licenses for the tenant, and you need to ensure that 10 users can use all the Azure AD Premium features. What should you do? Your options are option A, from the groups blade of each user, invite the users to a group. And then option B says from the licenses blade of Azure AD, assign a license. And then option C says from the directory role blade of each user, modify the directory role. And lastly, from the Azure AD domain, add the enterprise application. And the correct answer is option B, from the licenses blade of Azure AD, assign the license. Now friends, as you already might know, there are a lot of changes that have come in Azure Active Directory in the recent times. And just so you know, Azure Active Directory has now become the part of Microsoft Entra. And that's why there is a new version of this question. So let's check it out. Question number 86. The wording of the question is not exactly the same, but still core concept is same. So let's read the question. The question says that your company wants to use Microsoft Entra services. Now you are required to license each of your users or groups for that service. How should you do that? And your options are from the group blade of each user, invite the users to a group. And then the option B says that you have to go to the Microsoft Entra Admin Center and browse to the licenses. And a very similar option, option number C. In this also, you have to go to the Microsoft Entra Admin Center and then you browse to the identity and go to the billing and finally go to the licenses. And then at the option number D, we have from the Azure AD domain, add an enterprise application. And friends, the correct way to do this in Microsoft Entra is given in the option number C. Go to the Microsoft Entra Admin Center, then browse to the identity, go to the billing, and finally go to the licenses. So in this documentation, you can understand how to assign a license to a user. First of all, you have to sign in to the Microsoft Entra Admin Center. But remember, you have to sign in at least using license administrator. And then as a step 2, you browse to the identity, you go to the billing, and then you come to the licenses part. And then you can also read that select the name of the license plan you want to assign to the user. After you have selected the license plan, you can select assign. And you can see that in this image also. Then as the step 5, you have to go to the assign page, select the users and the group, and then search for and select the user you are assigning the license. Then at the number 6, you have to select the assignment options and you have to make sure that you have the appropriate license option turned on, and then you select OK. So this is how you assign the license to each of your users or the groups. I hope you understood the concept. Let's move on to the next question. Question number 87 says that you have an Azure subscription that contains a storage account named storage1. Now you create a blob storage named container1 in the storage1. What is the maximum number of stored access policies that you can create for container1? Your options are option A 1, option B 3, option C 5, option D 10, and lastly option E 64. And the correct answer is option C 5. And now we have question number 88 that says that you have an Azure Active Directory tenant named Contoso Cloud on Microsoft.com. Now your company has a public DNS zone for Contoso.com, and then you add Contoso.com as a custom domain name to Azure AD. You need to ensure that the Azure can verify the domain name. Which type of DNS record should you create? Your options are option A MX, option B NSEC, option C PTR, and lastly option D RRSIG. And the correct answer for this question is option A MX. And friends, with all my research, I found one more variation of the same question, and you know what, that also has the correct answer, and this surely will release all your confusions around this question. So here it comes, question number 89. Question exactly is the same. Let's read the options. Option A says SRV, option B PTR, then option C is RRSIG, and lastly at option D we have TXT. And the correct answer is option D, TXT. Now, because there is so much confusion among these options and the correct answers, MX or TXT, let's validate the answer. So now I'm on the Microsoft documentation. So let's understand how to verify your custom domain name. So as the first step, you have to sign in to the Microsoft Entra Admin Center as at least domain name administrator. And then once again, as we saw in the previous question, you have to browse to the identity, go to the settings, and then you have domain names. And then in the step 3, in the custom domain names, you have to select the custom domain name, which in this case is contoso.com, similar to the question. So you can see that in this figure also. And then as a step 4, you have to be on the contoso.com page, select the verified to make sure that the custom domain property is registered and is valid. So here you can see that we have record type as TXT or MX, and that's exactly our validation. And friends, if you really like our research, the way we bring loads of variations of the same question, the right answers, and also go extra mile to validate the answer and bring the correct Microsoft documentation for you, then please give this video a thumbs up. This really boosts my confidence and help us reach wider audience. I know you've still not pressed the like button, so please do it now. So here it comes, question number 90. Really interesting question. Let's read it out. So the question says that you need to create more than one DNS record with a given name and type. Now suppose the www.thetechblackboard.com, of course in the real exam that will be contoso.com, but then sometimes you have to do your own publicity. So it doesn't matter whether it's a www.thetechblackboard.com or contoso.com. And of course that's a reminder that you should visit thetechblackboard.com more often and read our blog and enhance your knowledge. So the question was saying that suppose the techblackboard.com website is hosted on 2 different IP addresses. Now the website requires 2 different A records, one for each IP address. Here's an example of the record set. Here you can see the record set. How would you create the second record? So here you can see that we have 2 records of techblackboard.com. Both have A records and both IP addresses are also given here. Now let's read the options. The first option is add the record to existing record set. Option B is create an additional record set. Option C, add SPF record. And option D is add SRV records. And the correct answer is option A, add the record to the existing record set. And this one, my friends, is a really tricky question. There is a lot of debate on the internet for this question. So that's why let's validate our answer. So here's the documentation to validate the answer. Here you can read, it says that sometimes you need to create more than one DNS record with a given name and type. For example, www.contoso.com, as I said, the real question will always have this contoso.com website that is hosted on two different IP addresses. So you can see this is exactly what we read in the question as well. The table is very similar as well. Here you can read in this paragraph that, for example, suppose you already have created an A record www in the zone contoso.com pointing to the IP address 134.170.185.46. Now to create the second record, you would add that record to the existing record. Please note, you would add the record to the existing record set. And that's the exact validation of our question as well. So let's open the part 13 with question number 91. The question says that you have an Azure AD user named user1 and a storage account named contoso23. Now you need to meet the following requirements. The first one is that the user1 must be able to write blob data to contoso23, which is the storage account. And the second one is that the storage account must fail over to its secondary endpoint. Now you have to tell which of the following two settings should you configure, and please note that to answer you have to select the appropriate settings in the answer area, which is this one, and please also note that each correct selection is worth 1 point. So here you can see that we are given with a screenshot of a storage account, and you have to tell which of the options would you select out of all these options available so that these requirements are fulfilled. So let's check out the first correct answer or the first correct option, and that is access control or IAM. And once you've set the correct access control, the second thing that you need to do is to go to the data management and select the redundancy option. And it's very important to understand what are the key differences between the various redundancy options. And the maximum confusion that I see is between two options, GRS or GZRS and RAGZRS. So first of all, what is GRS and what is GZRS? Let's understand by the definition given here. So here you can understand what is GRS. Well, GRS is geo-redundant storage that copies your data synchronously 3 times within a single physical location in the primary region using LRS. On the other hand, geo-zone redundant storage copies your data synchronously across 3 Azure availability zones in the primary region using ZRS. And then we understand the differences between the both. So let's understand it here. It's given that with GRS and GZRS, the data in the secondary region is not available for the read and write unless and until there is a failover to the primary region. And for the read access to the secondary region, you have to configure your storage account to use read access geo-redundant storage or RAGRS or read access geo-zone redundant storage or RAGZRS. So that's the primary difference between GRS or GZRS and RAGRS and RAGZRS. And as I said earlier as well, it's very important to understand the differences between various redundancy options. It's a very critical area and you surely will get some questions from this area. So read this documentation very carefully. The links are shared in the description box. Now let's move on. Question number 92. The question says that you have an Azure subscription named subscription 1. Now you have 5 TB of data that you need to transfer to this subscription 1 and you plan to use Azure import export job. What can you use as the destination of the imported data? Your options are Azure Blob Storage, option B, Azure Data Lake Store, option C, Azure SQL Database, and lastly a virtual machine. And the correct answer for this question is option A, Azure Blob Storage. And friends, in case you want the PDF file with all the questions and the answers of this episode or any other episode, then please do check out our members community. It's a place where you get more learning materials, PDF files and ways to directly communicate with us. And just so you know, it starts at just ₹89 per month or $1. And in case you have any questions on PDF files or the membership, please drop me a mail at connectors@thetechblackboard.com. Now let's move on to a very interesting question. Question number 93. Let's read the question. The question says that you have an Azure subscription. Now the subscription contains a storage account named storage1 that has a lifecycle management rules shown in the following table. So here you can see that we have 3 set of rules. We have rule 1, rule 2 and rule 3. And then the second column says if the base blobs weren't modified more than the days, here we are given with 5 days each. And then in the third column we can see what are the rules. So the first rule is move to the cool storage, and the second rule is delete the blob, and lastly move to archive storage. Now let's check out the other part of the question. It says that on the June 1, you stored blob named file1 in the hot access tier of storage 1. what is the state of file 1 on June 7? And here you're given with some of the options. Let's read them out. The option A says stored in cool access tier. Option B is stored in the archive access tier. And then option C is stored in hot access tier. And lastly, deleted. And the correct answer for this question is option D, deleted. And to be honest, my friends, this is not a fully blown question, or maybe you can say it's a very badly worded question. It's more like a half-baked cake, but love it or leave it, these kind of questions do appear in the Azure exams. But the good news is I have the correct version of this question, which I will present in the next episode. And that's one reason for you to subscribe to the channel. And please do not forget to press that bell icon so that you get the timely notifications of all our upcoming videos. Now let's move on. Question number 94. The question says that you have an Azure subscription that contains Azure Active Directory tenant named Contoso.com and an Azure Kubernetes service cluster named AKS1. Now an administrator reports that she is not able to grant the access to the AKS1 user in Contoso.com. Now you need to make sure that the access to AKS1 can be granted to the Contoso.com user. What should you do first? And your options are option A, from the Contoso.com, modify the organization relationship setting. And then option B, from the Contoso.com, create an OAuth 2.0 authorization endpoint. And then option C, recreate AKS1. And lastly, from AKS1, create a namespace. And the correct answer for this question is option B, from Contoso.com, create an OAuth 2.0 authorization endpoint. Now let me explain. See, as per the question, the issue is that the administrator is not able to grant the access to a user on the AKS1, which is a Kubernetes cluster in the Azure AD tenant named Contoso.com. And to resolve this issue, we need to identify the user. And please understand, Authenticator uses the ID token and not the access token from the OAuth token response as a bearer token. And just so you know, OAuth 2.0 is an industry protocol for authorization, and it allows the user to grant limited access to its protected resources, and then you can understand how it is designed to work. And then you can also check out this documentation here. And here, my friends, Microsoft has explained in a very neat way how this all works. What is the high level view of the authentication flow? You can also see OAuth, authorize, and then you can also understand how the token works. All this in a neat diagram here. And the links to all the documentation is right there in the description box. And now let's move on to the question number 95, a really interesting question. And I must say that this question is probably taken from the day-to-day work that an Azure administrator does. So let's read the question. The question says that you need to determine who deleted network security group through Resource Manager. And you are viewing the activity log when another Azure administrator says that you should use this event category to narrow down your search. Choose the most suited category. Your options are option A, administrative, option B, service health, option C, alert, option D, recommendations, and option E, policy. And the correct answer for this question is option A, administrative. Okay, so let me explain. Administrative category contains the records of all the updates, create or delete, or any other actions that is performed through Resource Manager. Now, as needed by the question, you can use the administrative category to determine who deleted the network security group through Resource Manager. And trust me, as an Azure admin, these kind of activities will be part of your daily workings. You really want to understand who is doing what with your resources, who is deleting it, updating it, or maybe adding new resources, because all these activities are critical part of Azure admin role. So let's open part 14 with a very interesting question. Question number 96. Let's read the question. The question says that you have an Azure subscription. Now the subscription contains a storage account named Storage1 that has the lifecycle management rules as shown in the following tables. Now friends, if you remember in the last episode number 13, I took a question number 91, but that question, even though it has appeared in the Microsoft AZ-104, was not the correct question. So that's why, my friends, here is the correct version of that question that will help you understand various storage tier in Microsoft Azure. So let's read the question ahead. Here you can see we are given with this table. We have 4 columns here. Let's understand each column. So here you can see in the first column, we have this blob storage and we are given with some set of rules. So we have rule 1, rule 2, 3 and 4. And then you can see we are given with some blob prefix. Here you can see we have container 1 and this one is not applicable, which is rule 2. and then we have container 2 and container 2. Now let's see what is given in the third column. This is very important column, and this column says that if base was modified more than the days ago. So here you can see that we are given with number of days when these rules apply. So we have 3 days, which is for the rule 1. Then we have 5 days, 10 days and 15 days respectively for rule 2, 3 and 4. And then in the last columns, we are given with move to the archive storage, which is kind of action which triggers when this rule applies. And then the second action given is move to the cool storage, which is rule 2, delete blob storage, rule 3, and lastly move to the archive storage, rule 4. So I hope you understood the entire table. These are set of rules which are triggered based on these days, and what actions they will perform. They will perform these actions. Now let's move ahead and read the other parts of the question. Here you can see it says that on the June 1, you store 2 blobs in storage 1 as shown in the following table. So here you can see that we have file name 1 and file name 2, which are given with the location container 1 and 2, and also given with the access tier hot and hot. Now let's move ahead. Here you can see in the answer area, you're given with some set of statements, and you have to tell whether these statements are correct or not. So here let's read the first statement. The first one says that on the June 6th, the file 1 will be stored in the cool access tier. And friends, this is an incorrect statement. That's why no is the correct answer. So let me explain. On the June 6th, the file 1 will move to the archive tier because the file 1 is in the container 1, as you can see here. And the rule 1 applies 3 days after June 1. Now let's assume today is June 1 as given in the question as well. So after 3 days, which rule do you think will trigger? So here you can see rule 1 that will trigger after 3 days. And what action will it perform? Well, it will move the file to the archive storage. And which file will it move? It will move the file 1. And that's why after 3 days, the file will be moved to the archive storage and not to the cool access tier. So that's why the first statement is not the correct one. So no is the correct answer. Now let's check out the second statement. It says on the June 1, file 2 will be stored in cool access tier. Yes or no? And once again, this one is also not the correct statement. That's why no is the correct answer. So let's understand this one as well. On the June 1, file 2 will not be stored in the cool access tier. And why this is so? Because file 1 sits in the container 2, and on the container, the only rule applies are rule 3 and rule 4. And these rules apply 10 days and 15 days respectively. That's why on June 1, the file 2 will still be in the hot access tier. Now let's move on to the final statement. It says on June 16, file 2 will be stored in archive access tier. Yes or no? What do you think? This one also once again is an incorrect statement, and that's why no is the correct answer. So let me explain this one as well. So on the June 16, the file 2 will be deleted. And why this is so? Because rule 3, this rule will apply after 10 days after the June 1, and this rule will delete the blob. And that's why the final statement that states file 2 will be stored in archive access tier is incorrect one. And in case you really want to understand what are the differences between all the access tiers, then this is the documentation. And of course, you have to do this. There are a lot of questions from this area. So first of all, you can see that we have 4 access tier. The first one is hot, second one is cool, and then we have cold, and last one is archive. And friends, please note the difference. We have cool and we also have cold tier. Lot of people get confused in the real exam. So here you can see the hot access tier is an online tier optimized for storing the data that is accessed and modified frequently. On the other hand, the cool access tier is an online tier optimized for storing the data that is infrequently accessed or modified. The data in the cool access tier should be stored for a minimum of 30 days. And then we have cold access tier and optimized tier for storing the data that is infrequently accessed and modified. And in this storage tier, you should be storing the data for minimum of 90 days. And lastly, we have archive tier, an offline tier that is optimized for storing the data that is rarely accessed. And in this one, you should be storing the data for at least 180 days. So I really hope you understood the differences between all the access tiers. Please do check out the question number 91 in the part 13 because that has also appeared in the AZ-104 exam along with this question. Now let's move on. Question number 97 that says that you have registered DNS name contoso.com. Now you create public Azure DNS zone name contoso.com. You need to ensure that the records created in contoso.com zone are resolvable from the internet. What should you do? Your options are option A, create NS record in contoso.com. Option B, modify SOA record in the DNS domain registrar. And then option C, create a SOA record in the contoso.com, and lastly option D, modify the NS record in the NS domain registrar. And the correct answer is option D, modify the NS records in the DNS domain registrar. So friends, in order to ensure that the records created in the Azure DNS zone named contoso.com are resolvable from the internet, you need to delegate the domain to the Azure DNS name servers. And to do this, you need to modify the NS or the name server records at the DNS domain registrar for contoso.com to point to the Azure DNS name server. And this will allow the authoritative DNS server for the contoso.com to be hosted in Azure, and that's why modify the NS record in the DNS domain registrar is the correct answer. Now let's move on. Question number 98. The question says that you have an Azure subscription that contains web app named web app 1. Now you need to add a custom domain named www.contoso.com to the web app 1. What should you do first? Your options are create a DNS record, option B, add a connection string, option C, upload a certificate, and lastly option D, stop web app 1. And the correct answer is option A, create a DNS record. Now let's validate the answer on the Microsoft documentation. So in this documentation, you can understand how to map an existing custom DNS name, which in our case is www.contoso.com, to an Azure App Service, which in our case is web app 1. And I'm sure that you're already able to locate the answer. Here you can see it's given that you have to first configure the custom domain, which already we have, which is contoso.com. And the very next step is create a DNS record. And that of course validates our answer. You can read the entire documentation and understand the process. And as always, all the links are shared in the description box. Now let's move on. Question number 99. It says that you sign up for Azure Active Directory Premium and you need to add a user named admin1 at contoso.com as an administrator on all the computers that will be joined to Azure AD domain. What should you configure in Azure AD? Your options are option A, device settings from the device blade, option B, providers from the MFA server blade, then option C, user settings from the user blade, and lastly option D, general settings from the groups blade. And the correct answer for this question is option A, device settings from the devices blade. And now on your screen is question number 100, a century for all of us. Editors, drum roll and clapping please. So here we go. Question number 100. Let's read it out. It says that you have a deployment template named template 1 that is used to deploy 100 Azure web apps. Now you need to identify what to deploy before you deploy template 1. The solution must minimize the Azure cost. What should you identify? And your options are option A, 5 Azure application gateways, option B, 1 app service plan, option C, 10 app service plans, option D, 1 Azure traffic manager, and the last option, option E, 1 Azure application gateway. Now let me reveal the answer first and then we will validate. So the correct answer, could you guess it? Well, it's option B, 1 app service plan. And just by creating 1 app service plan, you can support up to 10 web apps. And that's why adding any other resource is pointless and not needed as per the requirement. And this is the documentation to validate our answer. First of all, let's understand what exactly is the app service. So app service brings together everything that you need to create websites, web API for any platform or device. And then my friends, on this very documentation, let me zoom in a little bit more. So in this documentation, you can understand and compare all the web app plan. For example, you can see here that we have free, which you can try of course for free. Then we also have shared environment. And then we also have basic, dedicated, standard, run production workloads. And you have premium, which is for enhanced performance and scale. And then isolated, which is of course high performance, security and isolation. And also you can understand all the intricacies of all these web app plans. You can also understand what is the pricing model here. So here you can see that we have pay as you go pricing model. Of course, the free one is free and then you're given with all the other rates per hour. So all in all, it's a really helpful document that you should read to understand all about the web app plans, because this web app plan is one service that you will most definitely consume as an Azure administrator. Question number 101, and please note we have already made the century of the questions and this is the next level. So let's read the instructions or the notes first. And the notes tells us that this question is included in a number of questions that depicts the identical setup. However, every question has a distinctive result and we have to establish if the solution satisfies the requirement. So basically in these kind of questions, you will be given multiple questions identical, but the solution given in the question that will be different. And of course,
course, we have to pick the right solution. So let's read the question. The question says that your company's Azure subscription includes two Azure network named Virtual Network A and Virtual Network B. Now the Virtual Network A includes a VPN gateway that is configured to make use of static routing, and also note a site-to-site VPN connection exists between company's on-premises network and Virtual Network A. And this is very important point to note that the company has an Azure network, Virtual Network A, and they also have a site-to-site VPN connection between this Azure network and the on-premises network. Moving on, the question says that you have configured a point-to-site VPN connection to the Virtual Network A from a workstation running in Windows 10. And after configuring the virtual network peering between Virtual Network A and Virtual Network B, you confirm that you are able to access Virtual Network B from the company's on-premises network. Now the problem is that you find that you are not able to establish the connection to the Virtual Network B from the Windows 10 workstation. And you have to make sure that a connection to the Virtual Network B can be established from the Windows 10 workstation. So basically you can access the Virtual Network B from the company's on-premises network, but then simultaneously you also have to make sure that this Virtual Network B is also available or accessible from this Windows 10 workstation. And now the solution given is that you choose to allow gateway transit setting on Virtual Network A. Now, does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And friends, this is not the correct solution. That's why no is the correct answer. And as I said, in these kind of questions, you will get multiple similar questions but with different solution. So let's check out the other variation of the same question, and then I will tell you the correct answer and also help you understand why we choose that answer. So here it comes, question number 102. Question exactly is the same. Let's read the solution. The solution says that this time you choose to allow gateway transit setting on Virtual Network B. In the previous question, we did the same on the Virtual Network A, and now we are doing the same on Virtual Network B. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And once again, this is not the correct solution. That's why no is the correct answer. And now let's check out the third variation of the same question. Let's read the solution. The solution says that you downloaded and reinstalled the VPN client configuration package on Windows 10 workstation. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And yes, my friends, this is the correct solution. That's why yes is the correct answer. Now let me help you understand what is this question all about. So first of all, we have to understand that this Windows 10 workstation is on premises. The reasoning for the same is that the point-to-site VPN connection is established from a workstation running in Windows 10. And then it has also been confirmed that we can access the virtual network from company's on-premises network. So one thing is confirmed, that the Windows 10 workstation is on premises. Now the issue is that we cannot establish a connection to the Virtual Network B from the Windows 10 workstation. Now let me throw some more details on what is the exact issue. Here you can see that the allow gateway transit setting is related to the virtual network peering in Azure that allows one virtual network to use the VPN gateway in another virtual network. And enabling this setting on the Virtual Network B would allow the traffic from the Virtual Network A to the transit through the gateway in Virtual Network B. However, it does not directly affect the point-to-site VPN connection from the Windows 10 workstation to Virtual Network A. So what do we do now? There are a few steps that you can do. First of all, we have point-to-site VPN configuration. So in this one, we have to ensure that the point-to-site VPN configuration on the Windows 10 workstation is correctly set up and the necessary certificates and the authentication settings are in place. And then we have network security group, which is also known as NSG rules. So in this one, we have to review the network security group rules associated with the subnets of the Virtual Network B. And we need to make sure that the necessary rules are in place to allow the traffic from Windows 10 workstation to reach the Virtual Network B. And then we have VPN gateway configuration. Now here, my friends, we have to verify the configuration of the VPN gateway in the Virtual Network A. And we need to check if any specific setting or configuration are required to allow traffic from point-to-site VPN connection to reach the resources in the Virtual Network B. And then finally, let's talk about the routing configuration. And here we have to confirm that the routing configuration, especially the static routes in the Virtual Network A, is correctly set up to allow the traffic from the point-to-site VPN connection to reach the Virtual Network B. So those were the few steps that you could take to resolve this issue. So friends, in case you're already thinking why I have presented such a great detail and how are these details connected to the question, well, take a deep breath, read the question once again and read all the solution. And then these details will help you resolve the issues when you're facing them in real time. But for now, let me jump back very briefly to the correct solution that we picked, and then we will move on to the Microsoft documentation. So this was the correct solution that we picked. The solution said that you downloaded and reinstall the VPN client configuration package on Windows 10 workstation. Now let's validate our answer with the Microsoft documentation. So as you can see on this Microsoft documentation, this is all about the point-to-site VPN routing. You can read this detailed documentation. It's a very lengthy documentation with lots of scenarios given here. So you can read all the documentation, understand what you have to do when you have multiple peered VNet, or you can also understand what should you do and how to resolve the issue in case you have multiple VNets connected using S2S VPN. So a lot of business cases are given, but the point or the main crux of this documentation that I want to show you where we can validate our answer as well is this one. And it says that if you make change to the topology of your network and have Windows VPN client, the VPN client package for the Windows client must be downloaded and installed again in order for the changes to be applied to the client. And that's exactly the answer that we have picked for this question. Now let's move on to the question number 104. The question says that your company wants to have some post-deployment configuration and automation tasks on Azure virtual machines. And the solution given is that as an administrator, you suggested to use ARM templates. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And this one, my friends, could you guess it whether it's a correct or incorrect solution? Well, this is an incorrect solution. So that's why no is the correct answer. And yes, I know you're eager to know the correct solution. So here it comes. Question number 105. Question exactly is the same. Let's read the solution. The solution says that as an administrator, this time you suggested to use virtual machine extensions. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And yes, my friends, this is the correct solution. That's why yes is the correct answer. And why not validate our answer on this documentation? You can read here that the Azure Virtual Machine Extensions are small application that provides post-deployment configuration and automation tasks on Azure virtual machines. For example, if a virtual machine requires software installation, antivirus protection, or the ability to run a script inside of the virtual machine, you can use the virtual machine extension. And please note that the virtual machine you can run by using Azure CLI, PowerShell, Azure Resource Manager template, and Azure Portal. And the links to all the documentation is right there in the description box. You can read whenever your time permits and increase your knowledge. So I hope you understood all the questions and the answers and also the concepts hidden in those questions.
Okay, so time to take a quick mental break. So based on what we have learned so far, based on the questions that we have encountered so far, let me ask you a quick question, quick question. So what's one Azure service which you think is absolutely essential for the small businesses getting started on the cloud? And there is actually often more than one right answer, and it really helps you solidify your understanding about the cloud services, which service to use when, in which business case scenarios. Now let's explore more questions. Back to the video.
So let's begin episode 16 with question number 106. Very interesting question but equally controversial. There are so many variations of this question and even more answers. And that's why I have presented my logic, but in case you have a contradiction and you think some other option or some other solution is correct, then I would love to have a conversation. You can leave your views in the comment section, and this way we can also help the other Azure learners. So let's start by reading the question. The question says that you have an Azure subscription that contains the following users in an Azure Active Directory tenant named contoso.onmicrosoft.com. So here, my friends, you can see in this table we are given with the users. We also have the roles and the respective scope. And to start with, we have user 1, who is the global administrator, and the scope is Azure Active Directory. Similarly, we have user 2, who again is the global administrator, scope is the same, and the user 3 is the user administrator, scope is once again Azure Active Directory, and then we have user 4, who is the owner, and the scope is Azure subscription. Now the question further says that the user 1 creates a new Azure Active Directory tenant named external.contoso.onmicrosoft.com. And you need to create a new user accounts in the external.contoso.onmicrosoft.com, and the solution given is that you instruct the user 4 to create the user's account. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And friends, as I just said, this question has so many variations. And today with all the research, I have collected 4 variations of the same question. So let's go through all the variations, and not only I will tell you the correct answer as per my perspective, and also give you the logic why I picked that solution. And for now, this solution is not the correct solution. That's why no is the correct answer. So let's move on to the question number 107. Question exactly is the same. Let's read the solution. This time you instruct the user 3 to create the user account. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And once again, this is not the correct solution. That's why no is the correct answer. And friends, as we move ahead and read more solution and more variation, it's very important that you keep reading these kind of questions. Understand the question, what are the scopes, what are the user roles are given in the question, because you will definitely get so many questions around the access policies in Azure. So that's why it's super important that all your concepts are very clear. Now let's move ahead. Question number 108, exactly the same question. Let's read the solution. The solution this time says that you instruct user 2 to create the user account. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And this also is the wrong solution. That's why no is the correct answer. Now let's check out the fourth and the last variation of this question. The question exactly once again the same. Now let's read the solution. The solution says that this time you instruct the user 1 to create the user account. Does this meet the goal? Yes or no? And yes, my friends, this is the correct solution. That's why yes is the correct answer. Now let me explain why I picked this solution, or why I picked that user 1 can create the user account. But before I jump on to that, I would really request you and appreciate if you can please give this video a thumbs up. So friends, in order to answer these kind of questions, you have to understand few important points. First of all, in this question, you can see that the user 1 is the global administrator, and also the scope is Azure Active Directory. But now you may be wondering, the same is also true for the user 2, who also happens to be the global administrator, and the scope is also the same, Azure Active Directory. But there is one big difference between user 1 and user 2. And that big difference is that the user 1 has created the Azure Active Directory tenant named external.contoso.onmicrosoft.com. And that makes the user 1 the default owner of this domain. Confused? Do not worry, let me throw some more details on this. So here it comes. As you can read that the user 1 is a global administrator of the contoso.onmicrosoft.com, and as I just mentioned, it is the user 1 who created the new tenant called external.contoso.onmicrosoft.com, and that makes him the owner of that tenant or that domain. Now by default, my friends, the user who creates the organization is added as an external user in that organization and also assigned the global administrator role in that organization. And friends, the administrator such as user 2, now although as mentioned in the question, the user 2 is also the global administrator, but the point is that the user 2 still do not have any direct admin privileges on the new domain or the tenant created named external.contoso.onmicrosoft.com. And the only way the user 2, who also happens to be the global administrator, can perform the action of creating new user on this external domain is that the user 1 needs to explicitly enable the user 2 with the correct access. So friends, I hope you understood the user 1 and the user 2 both are global administrator. But because the user 1 created this tenant, he becomes the owner as well, and that's why he is able to create the new user. But in case you have still some confusion, read the question once again and also let me know in the comment section and I will surely reply. Okay, so let's take one more question. Question number 110. The question says that you have a Microsoft 365 tenant and an Azure Active Directory tenant named contoso.com. Now you plan to grant 3 users named user 1, user 2 and user 3 access to a temporary Microsoft SharePoint document library named library 1. And you need to create groups for the users. The solution must ensure that the groups are deleted automatically after 180 days. Which 2 groups should you create? And please note that each correct answer presents the complete solution and each correct selection is worth 1 point. And the options given are: option A, a Microsoft 365 group that uses the assigned membership type. Option B, a security group that uses the assigned membership type. Option C, a Microsoft 365 group that uses the dynamic user membership type. And option D, a security group that uses the dynamic user membership type. And lastly, option E, a security group that uses the dynamic device membership type. Okay, so let's check out the first correct answer, and that is option A, a Microsoft 365 group that uses the assigned membership type. And then the second correct answer is option C, a Microsoft 365 group that uses the dynamic user membership type. And just to give you more details, you can set the expiration policy only for Office 365 groups in Azure Active Directory. And please note, with the increase in the usage of Office 365 groups, the administrators and the users need a way to clean up the unused group. And friends, the expiration policies can help remove inactive groups from the system and make things cleaner. And in this documentation, you can understand how to configure the expiration policy for the Microsoft 365 groups. And this documentation tells you how to manage the lifecycle of the Microsoft 365 groups. And as you can see, you can set the expiration policy only for the Microsoft 365 groups in the Microsoft Entra ID part of the Microsoft Entra. And friends, now that we are talking about Microsoft Entra, this is one area surely you will get some questions in AZ-104. So do not miss to read this documentation. The links are right there in the description box. With question number 111, a very interesting question, and let me tell you my friends, similar kind of questions on the same pattern have appeared in the exam many times. So please pay full attention to this question, how I select the answer, what is the logic that I give. Please try to understand. I will try my best to explain the question in the best possible manner, but still, in case you have some doubts or maybe you think the answer is not right, please let me know in the comment section. So let's read the question first. The question says that you have an Azure Active Directory tenant named contoso.com that contains the users shown in the following table. So here you can see that we are given with this table. Let's understand this table first. The first column gives you the information about the users, and then in the second column we have the type of the user, whether the user is member or the guest. And then in the third column we can see which group the user is member of. So starting with the user 1, who is the type of member, and then it's a member of group 1. Similarly for the user 2, who is the type of guest, and then it's a member of group 1. Moving on, we can see we have user 3, which is again of the type member, but then the user 3 is not the member of any group. Then we have user A, and this user is the member of group 2. And similarly for the user B, who is the type of guest, and it's a member of group 2. Now let's move on to the other part of the question. The question also tells you that the user 3 is the owner of group 1 and the group 2 is the member of group 1, and you configure an access review named review 1, which you can see here as shown in the following exhibit. So here you can see that we have an access review. The name of the review is review 1. The starting date is 2018-11-22 and with the frequency 1 time. Also, you can note the end date. You can also note what are the users to review. Here it says that the members of the group, and also the scope is given which says guest users only. So in these kind of questions, there is a lot of information that you need to digest. So that's why I will present you how I attack these kind of questions. So starting with the group 1, here you can see the user 1, which you can also see here, who is the member type, and then we also have user 2, who is the guest type, and user 3 is the owner, which was given here in the question. Now let's move on to the group 2. In the group 2, we have user A, who is the member, and then user B, who is the guest type. And also my friends, with the other information given here, you can also interpret or imply that the group 2 is part of group 1. And then finally in the question, we are also given with the information on this review 1. So let's understand that this review 1 is a member of a group minus the guest user only that you can see here. It also tells you that the user 2 and the user B both are guest type and the group owner is user 3. Okay, so now my friends, you can take the screenshot of all this information as we jump to the very first statement. Okay, so the first statement says that the user 3 can perform the access review of user 1. So you have to tell whether this statement holds true or not. So friends, based on the information that I just showed you, have you taken the screenshot? Please do that. I can tell you that this statement is not true, and that's why no is the correct answer. The reason is very simple, as you can see here that the user 1 is of type member. It's not a guest account, and as we can see in the access review, it's only valid for guest users. So that's why no is the correct answer. Now let's move on to the next statement. The statement says that the user 3 can perform access review of user A. And once again, my friends, this is an incorrect statement. That's why no is the correct answer. And once again, as you can see here that the user A, like the user 1, is of type member. That's why it's also not allowed to perform access review of user A. Now coming to the last statement, the statement says that the user 3 can perform an access review of user B. So take a pause and let me know what do you think, it's the right statement or not. Now let me reveal the answer, and the correct answer is that this is a correct statement. That's why yes is the correct answer. And the reason is, as you can see here, that the user B is a guest account and the access review is also specified for the guest account only. So that's why user 3 can perform the access review of user B. And friends, I would really encourage you to watch the previous part 16 as well. First 4 questions of the part 16 will also help you understand how the role of Azure Global Administrator and the owner role are different, because many people really get confused between these two roles. So please do check out the previous part 16, first 4 questions. Now let's move on to the next question. Question number 112. The question says that you create an Azure storage account and you plan to add 10 blob containers to the storage account. Now friends, for one of the containers, you need to use a different key to encrypt data at rest. So what should you do before you create the container? Your options are: option A, generate a shared access signature, which is also known as SAS. And then we have option B, modify the minimum TLS version. Option C, rotate the access keys. And lastly, option D, create an encryption scope. And the correct answer for this question is option D, create an encryption scope. And friends, this documentation will help you understand what are the encryption scope for the blob storage. Here you can read that the encryption scope enables you to manage encryption with a key that is scoped to a container or individual blob. And you can use the encryption scope to create secure boundaries between the data that resides in the same storage account but belongs to different consumers. And as always, links to all the documentation is right there in the description box. Moving on with the question number 113, the question says that you have an Azure Active Directory tenant named contosocloud.onmicrosoft.com. Now your company has a public DNS zone for contoso.com and you add the contoso.com as a custom domain name to your Azure AD. And then you need to ensure that the Azure can verify the domain name. Which type of DNS record should you create? Your options are option A, MX, option B, NSEC, option C, PTR, and lastly option D, RRSIG. And the correct answer is option A, MX. And friends, this question, I have explained this question and a variation of this question in the question number 88 and 89 of part 12. So please do not miss to watch the part 12 for the complete understanding. But do not worry, I will give you some documentation in this episode as well. And here is the documentation. Here you can understand how to add your custom domain name to your tenant. So how to begin with, how to create your directory, add your custom domain name. So all the steps are given here. You can see add the custom domain. This is the first step. Then you can also understand what are the DNS record that you can select. Here you can see MX as we choose the correct answer as well. And you can also see the other variation, the TXT. And that's why I was saying to watch the previous part 12 to understand this TXT option as well. Now let's move on to the question number 114. The question says that you have an Azure subscription. Now the users access the resources in the subscription from either their home or from the customer sites. And when they're accessing from their home, the users establish a point-to-site VPN access to the Azure resources, and the users on the customer sites access the Azure resources by using the site-to-site VPN. So these are very important terms to answer this question. And further ahead, the question says that you have a line of business app named App1 that runs on the several Azure virtual machines. Now these virtual machines run on Windows Server 2016, and you need to ensure that the connection to the App1 are spread across all the virtual machines. What are the two possible Azure services that you can use? Please note that each correct answer presents a complete solution. and each correct selection is worth 1 point. And here, my friends, I just want to explain very quickly that how the scoring is done in AZ-104 or any other Azure exam. So here you can see that the question says that each correct selection is worth point. What does that mean? So let's say that this question is worth 10 points and you have to pick 2 correct options. In that case, each correct option is worth 5 points. So in case you pick 1 correct option, but then unfortunately you missed to pick the second correct option, in that case you will be rewarded 5 points, which means you still get the partial score for picking 1 correct answer. Now let's read the options. The very first option is an internal load balancer, option B a public load balancer, option C an Azure Content Delivery Network, and option D traffic manager, and lastly option E an Azure Application Gateway. And the first correct answer is option A, an internal load balancer. And then the second correct answer is option E, an Azure Application Gateway. So let me give you the reasoning behind both the options. Firstly, an internal load balancer, I have already given you the logic that we are talking about point-to-site VPN and site-to-site VPN. Both are internal. That's why internal load balancer. Now coming to Azure Application Gateway, why exactly is this needed? Well, because it provides load balancing in addition to routing and security functions. Now let's understand why other options are not needed. First, coming to the public load balancer. Well, as I just mentioned in the question, it's very specifically called out that we are talking about point-to-site VPN or site-to-site VPN. Both are private. That's why public load balancer is not needed. And what about Azure Content Delivery Network? Well, Azure Content Delivery Network, or better known as CDN, does not provide a load balancing for any application, so it's not relevant for this situation. What about the Traffic Manager? Well, Traffic Manager is a DNS-based solution to direct the user requests to nearest instance and does not provide any load balancing functionality. That's why Azure Traffic Manager is also not the correct option. Question number 115. The question says that you create an Azure storage account named Storage1. Now you plan to create a file share named Data1, and the users need to map a drive to the data file share from home computers that run on Windows 10. Now which outbound port should you open between the home computers and the data file share? Your options are option A 80, option B 443, option B 445, and lastly option D 3389. And the correct answer is option C 445. And just to give you a full picture of all the ports, here you can see that we have port 80, which is used with HTTP, and this is for the web, but please note that HTTP is not the secure protocol. And in case secure protocol is your business need, in that case you have to go with the port 443, which is used with HTTPS, which is the secure protocol, and of course this is also used for the web. And then we have port 445, which is the answer of this question as well. So here you can see that this port is used with SMB protocol to share file. So always understand, my friends, in case the question is asking for the data file share, in most cases the answer will always be 445. And then we have 3389, which is a very famous remote desktop protocol, also known as RDP. So I hope you like the questions and gain some more understanding on Azure concepts. Question number 116. So first of all, let's understand some of the instructions given in the question. Here you can read the question is saying that this question is included in a number of questions that depicts the identical setup. However, every question has a distinctive result and we have to establish if the solution satisfies the requirement. So basically in these kind of questions, you will be presented with multiple questions. Questions will be exactly the same. However, the solutions given in the questions will be different. And of course, you have to pick the correct solution. So let's read the question first. Here you can see the question is saying that your company has an Azure Active Directory tenant named Wayland.com that is configured for the hybrid coexistence with the on-premises Active Directory domain. And yes, my friends, as I said in the introduction part, that Microsoft Azure Active Directory is now replaced with Microsoft Entra, and soon I will publish the questions on the same. That you have a server named dir sync 1 that is configured as a dir sync server, and you have to create a new user account in the on-premises Active Directory. Now you need to replicate the user information to Azure AD immediately. And the solution given is that you use Azure Active Directory sites and services
to force replication of global catalog on a domain controller. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? So what do you think, my friends? This solution meet the goal? Well, for now, this is the incorrect solution. That's why no is the correct answer. And friends, in these kind of questions, you have to be very careful. You read the question, take your time and understand the solution. Read the question with me, understand the solution, and then try to give the answer prior to the answer that I reveal, and then match off your answer. Now friends, based on the various sources, I have collected multiple variations of this question. So let's check out all of the variations, and yes, I will tell you the correct answer and also give you the Microsoft documentation to validate the answer. So here comes the next variation of the question. Question number 117. Question exactly is the same. Let's read the solution. This time the solution is saying that you run the start AD sync cycle dash policy type initial PowerShell CMD let. Does this meet the goal? Yes or no? Well, my friends, this is also incorrect solution. That's why no is the correct answer. Moving on with the third variation of the same question. This time the solution is saying that you run start AD sync cycle dash policy type delta PowerShell CMD let. Does this solution beat the goal? Yes or no? And this time also, my friends, this is the incorrect solution. Is that what you thought of? Well, that is not the case this time, my friends. This is the correct solution, and that's why yes is the correct answer. So let me give you few more details on this question so that you can understand the answer properly. See, technically all the previous solution that we saw in the previous questions will also work. But in case you paid a closer attention while I was going through the question, you must have noticed this bold line. So this bold line is saying that you now need to replicate the user information to Azure AD immediately. So this immediately word is the keyword here. See, it's very important to understand that the sync process can take time due to the size or based on the last time it ran. So that's why, my friends, instead of waiting for the sync process to run on the next scheduled time, you can manually run the sync process. Now let's validate our answer on Microsoft documentation. So this is the relevant documentation. As I said already a couple of times that Microsoft Azure Active Directory is now changed to Microsoft Entra. So here you can read in this section, you can actually read more about the Entra in this documentation. But the section where I want your focus is this one. So here you can read the section says full sync cycle. A full sync cycle includes the following step. Full import on all the connectors, then we have full sync on all the connectors, and lastly export on all the connectors. So here you can read all the documentation, but here I want to focus on these two commands given here that you can see here. And here you can read if you need to manually run a sync cycle, then from the PowerShell run, you can use this command, and this is the same command that we also picked as an answer. So that's why solution given in the question number 118 is the correct answer. Moving on with the next question, question number 119, it says that you have an Azure subscription. Now in the Azure portal, you plan to create a storage account named Storage1 that will have the following settings. Here the settings are given. You can read the performance should be standard. The replication should be set to zone redundant storage or ZRS. Then the access tier should be cool. Okay, so here I want to give you some homework. Let me know in the comment section how many types of access tiers do we have in the Azure storage accounts. Moving on, we have hierarchical namespace, which is disabled. Now you need to ensure that you can set the account kind for Storage1 to block blob storage. Which setting should you modify first? Your options given are performance, option B replication, option C access tier, and option D hierarchical namespace. And the correct answer, my friends, is option A, performance. Now let me give you some Microsoft documentation to validate the answer. So friends, this is the documentation that you can use to validate the answer. This is the specific table that you can use to cross-check all the settings given in the question and then come up with the right answer. But to help you, let me summarize this for you. For that, we have come back to the question so that you can see all of the settings in front of your eyes. So first of all, my friends, you have to understand that the blob storage account is specialized for storing blobs and append blobs. And also this kind of storage account is optimized for high transaction rate. Now coming to the settings part, here you can see that the performance is set to standard, which is not compatible with the blob storage account. Therefore, you should modify the performance. You need to set it to premium to be able to select the blob storage as the account kind. So that's why performance is the right answer. And as always, my friends, the links to all the documentation is right there in the description box. Moving on with the next question. Question number 120 says that you administer a solution in Azure that is currently having performance issues. Now you need to find the cause of these performance issues pertaining to the metrics on the Azure infrastructure. Which of the following is the tool that you should use? Your options are Azure Traffic Analytics, The second option is Azure Monitor. The third option is Azure Activity Log. And lastly, Azure Advisor. So which of these you would use so that you can find the cause of the performance issues pertaining to the metrics on the Azure infrastructure? And the correct answer for this question is option B, Azure Monitor. So friends, keep in mind that metrics in Azure Monitor are stored in a time series database which is optimized for analyzing timestamp data. And this makes metrics particularly suited for alerting and fast detection of issues. And now let's read some Microsoft documentation so that we understand the concept better. And just to tell you, my friends, there can be a lot of questions on Azure Monitor, Azure Activity Log, Azure Advisor, Traffic Analytics in AZ-104 exam. So please understand about all these tools and really try to understand the use cases where exactly would you use all these tools. Because the statement would be very close and you would be really confused which tool to pick. And of course, we will take a lot of questions in the upcoming series as well to understand all these tools. But for now, let's concentrate on Azure Monitor. Here you can see that it says that in today's complex computing environment, we collect a lot of deep insights on the data and consolidate it with the perspective so that we can support the range of stakeholders in your organization. So these days, my friends, we have multi-layered architecture and each layer or each component of the entire solution is producing a lot of logs that we have to monitor. And that's where Azure Monitor comes into the picture. Here you can see that there can be multiple data sources for the Azure Monitor. Here you can see that Azure Monitor, and you can have multiple data sources. For example, you can have apps, workloads, infrastructure, Azure platform, custom sources. So basically the custom sources which are apart from these three given here. And here you can see that Azure Monitor can have metrics. It can also have logs, traces, and all the other changes. And what can you actually do with the Azure Monitor on all these logs and metrics and traces? You can actually drive some insights from all these logs and metrics. You can visualize them, you can analyze them and respond accordingly. So these kind of metrics, these kind of logs really helps the business decisions, upper management and other stakeholders. So here, as you can read, that the Azure Monitor collects and aggregates data from various sources in a common data platform which can be used to analyze visualization and alerting. It provides a consistent experience on the top of the data from multiple sources, and you can gain deep insights across all your monitor resources and even with the data from other services that store their data in Azure Monitor. So a really useful tool that you can use in any of your solution on Microsoft Azure. So those were some interesting questions in part 18. With question number 121. First, let's understand what are the instructions given. The instructions are saying that this question is a part of series of questions that presents the same scenario, and each question in the series contains a unique solution that might meet the stated goal. Now, some question set might have more than one correct solution, while the others might not have a correct solution. And after you answer a question in this section, you will not be able to return to it. As a result, these questions will not appear in the review screen. So let me first of all break down all these instructions for you because it's very important to understand these kind of instructions in real AZ-104 exam. So what happens is in these kind of questions, normally you will get 3 questions exactly same with different solution. Now, of course, you have to pick the correct solution, but the catch here, my friends, in these kind of questions, you will not be able to return to this question. Normally, what happens is in the real Azure exams, you can mark the question and then revisit the question in the review screen. But these kind of questions, you cannot mark them as review and will not appear in the review screen. So you have to be very cautious while attending these kind of questions. So I hope you understood the instruction. Keep them in mind. Now let's read the question. The question is saying that you have an Azure subscription named Subscription 1. Now the Subscription 1 contains a resource group named RG1. RG1 contains resources that were deployed by using templates. Now you need to view the date and the time when the resources were created in the RG1. So there can be multiple resources. There can be virtual machines, storage accounts, app services. What you actually need to do, or the ask of the question, is that you want to review the date and time when all these kind of resources are created in RG1. Now the solution given is that from the subscription blade, you select the subscription and then click the programmatic deployment. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? Well, my friends, this is the incorrect solution. That's why no is the correct answer. Now, friends, as I just said, normally you get the 3 variation of the same question or actually the solution, but I have collected 4 variation of the solution. So let's go through all of them and also discover the right answer. So here comes the second variation of the same question. As I said, instruction and question is exactly the same. Let's read the solution. This time the solution is saying that from the subscription blade, you select the subscription and then click the resource provider. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And once again, this is the incorrect solution. That's why no is the correct answer. Moving on with the third variation of the same question, let's read the solution straightforward. It says that from the RG1 blade, you click the automation script. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And once again, this is not the correct solution. That's why no is the correct answer. So what exactly is the correct answer? Let's check out in the next question. So here it comes. Next question, question number 124. Question and instruction, once again, exactly the same. But this time the solution says that from the RG1 blade, you click the deployments. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And yes, my friends, this is the correct solution. That's why yes is the correct answer. And I'm sure that you want to validate the answer. So let's head on to the Microsoft documentation. Okay, so before I reveal this section and validate the answer, let's visualize what exactly we want to do. So first of all, we have an Azure subscription, which is subscription 1. Now inside or under this subscription, we have a resource group, which is RG1. Now this RG1 or the resource group contains multiple resources which are deployed using the templates. So that's why here you can see that the Microsoft documentation that I have chosen is also about the create and deploy your first ARM template. And friends, in case you do not know that ARM template are also known as Azure Resource Manager templates. So basically these are JSON files that contains all of the configuration and the instructions to deploy any Azure resource. And in case you really want to dwell into the ARM templates, you can come on to this documentation here. And here you can understand all about the ARM template. What are ARM template? What are the best practices? Frequently asked questions, template specs, deployment modes, link template. You can also get started with creating the JSON template via VS Code or Visual Studio Code, or you can also learn how to create the JSON templates using Azure Portal. So coming back to the main documentation, here in this documentation to start with, you can understand how you can create your first ARM template. Here you can read and understand all the steps given here. But the area that we want our focus is this one, which is, this one here, which is verify the deployment. So first of all, in this section, you can read and see that we have to sign into the Azure portal. And then from the left menu, we go to the resource group. And once you're in the resource group tab, you have to select the correct resource group that you're talking about. In this case, in our question, it is RG1, but here it is given my resource group. And then you have to select the resource group which you created earlier in the procedure, which is basically the previous part of the documentation that you can go through in your sweet time. But for now, let's focus on this part here that says that notice in the middle of the overview in the essential section, the page displays the deployment status next to the deployment. Select once succeeded. So here you can see that we have deployments here. And in the question also, if you remember correctly, that we are talking about the deployments, we want to know the date and time of each deployment for each resource. And if you just scroll a little bit more, here you can see that you can see the date and time. Here you can see this last modified. This is the date and this is the time for each resource that you have deployed under your resource group. So this is how, my friends, you can see the date and time of all the resources that were created in the RG1 using ARM templates. So I hope you understood the question, all the variations and the right solution. Now let's move on with the next question. So here it comes, question number 125. The question is saying the team for a delivery company is configuring a virtual machine scale set. And of course, as usual, Friday night is typically busiest time. Conversely, the 8 a.m. on Tuesdays is generally the quietest time. Which of the following virtual machine scale set features should be configured to add more machines during the time? Your options are auto scale, option B, metric based rule, option C, schedule based rules. But yes, before I reveal the answer, let's first understand what exactly are Azure virtual machine scale set. So here you can see in this documentation, it says that the Azure Virtual Machine Scale Sets lets you create and manage a group of load balanced virtual machine. A very important line, a group of load balanced virtual machine. Now the number of virtual machines can automatically increase or decrease in response to demand or defined schedule. And as you can see, the skill set provides you the following benefits. First of all, it is easy to create and manage multiple virtual machines. And secondly, it provides high availability and application resiliency by distributing the virtual machine across availability zones or fault domains. And also it allows your application to automatically scale as a resource demand changes. And of course, the Azure Virtual Machine skill set works at a large scale. So in case, my friends, your application or the demand in your application needs multiple virtual machines, in that case, you can consider Azure Virtual Machine skill set. It's easy to manage the virtual machine. They automatically increase or decrease based on the demand. So really a wonderful functionality for big companies and corporate giants. So now that we understand what is Azure Virtual Machine skill set, let me reveal the answer. The correct answer is option C, schedule-based rules. And I guess the answer we have picked for this question is quite self-explanatory. In the question, we can already see that we know the schedule. We know the Friday nights are typically the busiest time and the Tuesday mornings are typically the quietest time. So we know the time, we know the schedule. That's why schedule-based rules are the correct answer. And in case, my friends, you really need to understand how to create a rule to automatically scale out, this is the documentation. And as always, all the documentation link is right there in the description box.
Question number 126. The question is saying that your company has an Azure Active Directory subscription. Now you need to deploy 5 virtual machines to your company's virtual network subnet. Now the virtual machines will have both a public and a private IP address, and you have to make sure that the inbound and outbound security rules for all these virtual machines must be identical. Which of the following is the least amount of network interfaces needed for this configuration? And your options are option A 5, option B 10, option B 20 and option D 40. And the correct answer is option A 5. So basically, my friends, the least amount of network interfaces needed for this configuration is one network interface per virtual machine. And friends, each virtual machine in Azure requires at least one network interface. So let me explain this even further. In this scenario, you need to deploy 5 virtual machines, each with both a public and a private IP address. And to achieve this, you would need to create 5 network interfaces, one for each virtual machines. And then, my friends, each virtual network interface can be associated with both a public IP address and a private IP address. And yes, by configuring the appropriate security rules, you can ensure that the inbound and the outbound traffic for all the 5 virtual machines is identical. And that's exactly what is the call for this question. And therefore, my friends, the least amount of network interfaces needed for this configuration is one network interface per virtual machine, resulting in a total of 5 network interfaces. And that's why 5 is the correct answer. Moving on with the question number 127. Question says that your company has an Azure Active Directory subscription and you need to deploy 5 virtual machines to your company's virtual network subnet. So the basic setup of this question is almost identical to the previous question, but the question exactly is different. Let's read it further. It says the virtual machines will each have both a public and a private IP address. Inbound and outbound security rules for all these virtual machines must be identical, as we saw in the previous question. Which of the following is the least amount of security groups needed for this configuration? I hope you grabbed the difference between both the question. In the previous one, we were talking about the network interface, and in this question, we are talking about security groups. Now let's check out what are the options given. Option A 4, option B 3, option C 2 and option D 1. And friends, the correct answer is option D 1. So basically, we are saying that at least one security group is needed. So friends, I found a really nice documentation on how network security groups filter network traffic. So here you can read that you can use the Azure network security groups to filter network traffic to and from Azure resources in an Azure virtual network. You can also understand a network security groups contains security rules or deny inbound network traffic or outbound network traffic from several types of Azure resources. Here in this documentation, you can also understand what is the network traffic, virtual machine 1, 2, 3 and 4. Then you can also understand outbound network traffic. And friends, when you read this documentation carefully, you will understand this documentation is very close to the setup for both the question 126 and 127. So please read out the documentation. Links are right there in the description box. Now let's move ahead. Question number 128. Now let me first read the instructions. I know we have read the instructions many times before, but then my friends, many new viewers keep coming to the Tech Blackboard family each day. So that's why for them, let's read the instruction. The instruction tells us that this question is a part of the series of questions that presents the same scenario. And each question in this series contains a unique solution that might meet the stated goals, and some of the question sets might have more than one correct solution, while the others have not a correct solution. And most importantly, after you answer a question in this section, you will not be able to return to it. As a result, these questions will not appear in the review screen. So friends, in all this instruction, the most important section is this one, that in these kind of question, normally you will get 3 questions in each set, and in each question, a different solution would be given. So you have to basically pick the right solution. But please note, it's very important that in these kind of question, you will not be able to mark this question as review, and they will not appear in the review screen. So that's why you want to do this question with all your attention. So now let's read the question. Question says that you have an Azure virtual machine named VM1 that runs on Windows Server 2016. Now you need to create an alert in Azure when more than 2 error events are logged to the system event log on virtual machine 1 within an hour. The solution given is that you create an event subscription on virtual machine 1, you create an alert in Azure Monitor and specify virtual machine as the source. Now does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And this solution given here is not the correct solution. That's why no is the correct answer. Now let's check out the other questions. Same scenario but with different solutions. So here it comes, question number 129. Exactly the same question. Let's read the solution. Solution says that you create an Azure Log Analytics workspace and configure the data settings. Now you add Microsoft Monitoring Agent virtual machine extension to the virtual machine 1, and you create an alert in Azure Monitor and specify Log Analytics workspace as the source. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And once again, my friends, this is the incorrect solution. That's why no is the correct answer. Now let's find out the correct solution in the next question. But before that, I just want to say, my friends, that it takes a lot of time and effort to compile all these questions, going through hundreds of questions, grouping them together, finding out the answers, researching, documentation. So please take a brief moment to like the video, spread across all these videos to all your friends and families. And friends, liking and sharing does not cost you anything, but it really helps us grow and keep bringing the free content. And with the belief that you have liked the video, let's move to the next question. Question number 130, exactly same question. Now let's read the solution. Solution is saying that you create an Azure Log Analytics workspace and configure the data setting. Now you install the Microsoft Monitoring Agent on the virtual machine 1, and you create an alert in Azure Monitor and specify Log Analytics workspace as the source. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? Now friends, I'm already sure that you must be thinking that this statement or this solution exactly is looking like the previous one. But no, that's not the case. In the previous question, the solution was saying that you add the Microsoft Monitoring Agent to the virtual machine 1. But here we are saying that you install the Microsoft Monitoring Agent to the virtual machine 1. So now tell me, does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And yes, this solution is correct. That's why yes is the correct answer. And friends, actually I have one more variation of this question, but that I will take in the next part 21. Now coming back to the question, I was saying that alerts in the Azure Monitor can identify important information in your log analytics repository. And they are created by alert rules that automatically runs log searches at regular intervals, and if the results in the log search match the particular criteria, in that case an alert record is created and that can be configured to perform an automated response. And also my friends, Log Analytics Agent collects monitoring data from the guest operating system and the workloads of virtual machine in Azure. And not only that, you can also gather the information from other cloud providers and on-premises. And you can understand all about create or edit an alert rule in this documentation. Here you can read how to create or edit an alert rule in the Azure portal. You can also understand how to do it with CLI or PowerShell. Everything is given in this documentation. Please go ahead and read this documentation. But one thing I can tell you, my friends, Azure Monitor, Azure Log Analytics, Microsoft Monitoring, Microsoft Entra, Security are some of the sections from where you will surely get some questions. So please cover these topics very carefully, read all the documentation that I share with you, and also go to the Microsoft Learn. With question number 131. Now here to start with, you can see some instructions here. The crux of these instructions is that in these kind of questions, you will get multiple questions with different solution, and of course you have to pick the right solution. Normally you will get 3 questions in each set, but based on my research, I have collected more variations of these kind of questions because Microsoft is a pool of questions. So it's not like that they just have 3 variations of these kind of questions. They have multiple pool of questions, and you get some question, maybe your friend get different set of questions. So that's why I keep collecting lot of variations of these kind of questions. Now we have done lot of talking. Let's read the question. Question says that you have an Azure virtual machine named VM1 that runs on Windows Server 2016. Now you need to create an alert in Azure when more than 2 error events are logged to the system event log on virtual machine within 1 hour. Now the solution given is that you create an Azure storage account and configure shared access signatures, which is also known as SAS, and you install the Microsoft monitoring agent on virtual machine 1. You create an alert in Azure Monitor and specify the storage account as the source. Now, does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And friends, this solution is not the correct solution. That's why no is the correct answer. Now, in case you're wondering what is the correct solution, I have taken 3 more variations of this question in the previous part 20. So please do check out that part. But for now, let's move on to the next question. Question number 132. Here also the instructions are same. Let's read the question. Question is saying that you have an Azure virtual machine named VM1. Now the VM1 was deployed by using custom Azure Resource Manager template named arm1.json. And you receive a notification that VM1 will be affected by the maintenance and you need to move the VM1 to a different host immediately. The solution given here is that from the overview blade, you move the virtual machine to a different subscription. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And this solution given here is not the correct solution. That's why no is the correct answer. So here comes the second variation of the same question. Question number 133. The question exactly is the same. Let's read the solution. Solution is saying that from the redeploy blade, you click redeploy. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And yes, my friends, this is the correct solution. That's why yes is the correct answer. And just so you understand, when you redeploy a virtual machine, it moves the virtual machine to a new node within the Azure infrastructure and then powers it back on. And this retains all your configuration options and associated resources. And you can use the Azure portal, select your virtual machine that you wish to deploy, and then select the redeploy button in the settings blade. And I'm sure you want to see this in practical. Let me show you the Microsoft documentation. And here's the documentation to understand how to redeploy Windows virtual machine to a new Azure node. Here you can understand all about moving the machine. You can use Azure CLI. You can also use Azure PowerShell. Of course, you can do it with the Azure portal. Here you can see all the steps and this will validate our answer as well. Here you can see that we have redeploy. You can see that redeploy here on the left hand side blade. Here you can see that. I hope you can see that. If possible, let me just zoom it a little. Here you can see redeploy plus reapply, and then once you click on this, you will get these kind of questions on the right hand side of the screen. Here you can see that. And then my friends, on the same documentation, you can understand the next steps and you can also connect with Microsoft, get their help to move the virtual machine to a new Azure node in case the need arises. And of course, as always, the links to all the documentation is right there in the description box. So those were 2 variations of the same question, but I've got one more. And here it comes, question number 134, question exactly the same. Let's read the solution. Solution is saying that from the update management blade, you click the enable. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And of course, as we saw, this is not the correct solution. The previous one, question number 133, presented the correct solution. So that's why no is the correct answer. Moving on with the question number 135, the question is saying that your company has an Azure subscription that includes a recovery services vault and you want to use the Azure backup to schedule a backup of your company's virtual machine to the recovery services vault. Which of the following virtual machines you can backup? Choose all that apply. Your options are virtual machines that run on Windows 10. Then we have option B, virtual machines that run on Windows Server 2012 or higher. Option number C, virtual machine that have not been shut down. Option D, virtual machine that run on Debian 8.2 plus. And lastly, virtual machine that have been shut down. So which of the following do you think? You can use Azure Backup to schedule the backup of all your virtual machine. Now pause the video for a second, think for it and let me know the answer in the comment section. So could you guess the answer? Well, the very first correction is option A and the second correct option is option B. Then we have option C, option D and option E. Now you might be scratching your head and thinking, well, all the answers are right. Yes, it is. All the answers and all the options are correct. And to be very fair, my friends, these kind of questions are tricky questions. Microsoft has packed up these kind of questions to always take you off guard. And the validation comes from this documentation. Let me reach to the correct section. Let me reach out to this section here. So here you can see that we have lot of actions given here. You can see that here that you can back up the virtual machines that have been shut down or are offline. So these are also supported. Similarly, you have many other options that are valid, but I have not included in the question, but of course you can read them out. Also, you can understand what are the operating systems that are supported by this functionality. You can see that we have Windows 11, we have Windows 10, Server 2022, 1960, and not just Windows, we also have Linux based backup as well. So here you can see all the variations of the Linux that are supported by Azure Backup. So as you can see, Azure Backup is a wonderful functionality to schedule a backup for all your virtual machines to the recovery services vault. So friends, I'm sure that you liked the questions today, and in case you want to take your understanding and preparations to the next level, please do not miss to watch the previous parts. There are loads of important concepts and very important questions that I've covered in previous parts, and do not forget to check the description box and the pinned comment for more Azure resources. Question number 136, part 22. The question is saying that you have an Azure subscription that contains an Azure Active Directory tenant named Contoso.com, and it also has an Azure Kubernetes Service cluster named AKS1. Now the administrator reports that she is not able to grant the access to the AKS1 to the users in Contoso.com, and you need to make sure that the access to the AKS1 can be granted to the Contoso.com users. What should you do first? And your options are: option A, from the Contoso.com, modify the organization relationship settings. And then option B, from the Contoso.com, create an OAuth 2.0 authorization endpoint. And then at option C, we have recreate AKS1. And then lastly, from the AKS1, create a namespace. And the correct answer for this question is option B, from the Contoso.com, create an OAuth 2.0 authorization endpoint. Now let's quickly jump to the question number 137 that says that you need to resolve the licensing issue before you attempt to assign the license again. What should you do? And your options are: option A, from the groups blade, invite the user's account to a new group. Option B, from the profile blade, modify the usage location. And then lastly at option C, we have from the directory role blade, modify the directory role. And the correct answer is option B, from the profile blade, modify the usage location. Now let's check out some documentation on the same. And friends, this documentation here will help you identify and resolve the license assignment problems for a group in Microsoft Entra ID. And here you will be able to understand how to find the license assignment errors. You will be able to find the users in an error state in a group. So there are a lot of business scenario or lot of error states that are given in this documentation. For example, you have no enough licenses, conflicting services plan, and then other products which are dependent on the license. You also understand what are the usage location when it's not allowed. So here you can read that some of the Microsoft services are not allowed in a location because of the local laws and regulations. And before you assign a license to a user, you must specify the usage location property for that user. And you can specify the location under the user profile and edit section in the portal. So that's basically the validation for our answer as well. But then you can continue on this documentation and read and understand more such scenarios. And now we have question number 138. It says that your company's Azure subscription includes Azure virtual machines that run on Windows Server 2016. Now, one of the virtual machine is backed up every day using the Azure Backup Instant Restore. And now comes the real fun in the question. It says that when the virtual machine becomes infected with the data encrypted ransomware, you are required to restore the virtual machine. Which of the following action should you take? Your options are: option A, you should restore the virtual machine after deleting the infected virtual machine. And then we have option B, you should restore the virtual machine to any virtual machine within the company's subscription. And then we have option C, you should restore the virtual machine to a new Azure virtual machine. And lastly, option D, that you should restore the virtual machine to an on-premises Windows device. What is the correct option? What do you think? In case you pick the answer option A, restoring after deleting the infected virtual machine, see, that could be really risky because the compromised virtual machine might still be accessible and could potentially reinfect the new virtual machine. Then coming to the option B, restoring to any virtual machine within the company's subscription is possible, but restoring to a new Azure virtual machine is a safer option. And that's why option C, you should restore the virtual machine to a new Azure virtual machine is the correct answer. And just to give you more information, here you can see in the event of ransomware infection on an Azure virtual machine, that is backed up using Azure Instant Restore, which was the call in the question as well. It is generally recommended to restore the virtual machine to a new Azure virtual machine. And that's what we have also picked as an answer. This will ensure that you are not using the compromised virtual machine and that you can have confidence that the new virtual machine is clean and unaffected from any ransomware. And friends, I have collected one more similar question to this. It will help you understand this concept better, but in a different question format. So here it comes, question number 139. Let's read the question first. It says that you have an Azure subscription named Subscription 1. Now this Subscription 1 contains two Azure virtual machines named VM1 and VM2. Now the VM1 and VM2 runs on Windows Server 2016 and VM1 is backed up daily by Azure Backup without using the Azure Backup agent. So please note down the subtle differences between both the question. But then there are also very good similarities between both the question. Let's read it ahead. It says virtual machine is affected by ransomware that encrypts the data, which is quite similar to the previous question. And further it says that you need to restore the latest backup of virtual machine 1. Now to which location can you restore the backup? To answer, select the appropriate option in the answer area. And please note that each correct selection is worth 1 point. So here you can see that we are given with two options here. The first one is that you can perform a file recovery to the virtual machine. So here are some locations given. And then we have this one which says you store the virtual machine 1 to all these possible options. Now let's check out the options. Here we have virtual machine 1, virtual machine or a new Azure virtual machine only. And then option C is virtual machine 1 and virtual machine 2. Option D, a new virtual machine only. And lastly, any Windows computer that has an internet connectivity. So you can see that there is a lot of similarity between these two questions, but then the question format is different and you have to pick two correct answers here. So let's check out the first correct option for this box 1 here. And the correct option is option E, any Windows computer that has an internet connectivity. Now let's understand, where can you restore virtual machine 2? Well, the correct answer to this question is option B, virtual machine 1 or a new Azure virtual machine only. Now friends, let me explain both these answers in a little bit more detail here in this box 1, where we have chosen any Windows computer that has an internet connectivity. So friends, for the file recovery, you download and run a Windows executable to map a network drive, and it only run when the OS meet or the operating system meets the requirement. Any computer running on Windows Server 2016 or Windows 10 is suitable, and file recovery that can be done from any machine on the internet. And then coming to the box 2, virtual machine or a new Azure virtual machine. And in this case, for restoring a virtual machine, you can choose create new or replace existing. Let me show you some documentation. So let's understand the process of recovering the files from Azure Virtual Machine Backup. Here you can see that we have steps given. The first step is that you have to generate and download the scripts to the browser and recover the files. The second step is that ensure that the virtual machine meets the requirement before executing the script. And then we have operating system requirements to successfully run the script. And as a step 4, we have access requirement to successfully run the script. Step 5, running the script and identifying the volumes. And lastly, step 6, closing the connection. So here you can read all about these steps all in detail. Here you can see that. You can also observe this picture here. And then step by step, you can go through this documentation in your own sweet time and understand the entire process. And friends, I'm sure that this concept of ransomware and recovering the virtual machine might be new to some of you. But trust me, ransomware is part of real life. I recently came across one in my actual project. But then good for me, I had some alerts set up in my Azure project. And that's why I say, my friends, as an Azure administrator, it's imperative for you to deal with all these ransomware, encryption, and how to restore your virtual machines. These are actually the day-to-day activities for any Azure administrator. And this brings us to the question number 140. The question is saying that you have an Azure Web App named App1. Now this App1 has the deployment slots shown in the following table. So here you can see we have name of the deployment slots. We have Web App 1 prod, and then we have Web App 1 test, and you can also observe the functions which are given as production and staging respectively. Moving ahead in the question, it says in the Web App 1 test, you test several changes to App 1 and you also back up the App 1. And then it says that you swap the Web App 1 test for Web App 1 prod and discover that the App 1 is experiencing performance issues. And that's why you need to revert to the previous version of App 1 as quickly as possible. What should you do? Your options are option A, deploy to the App 1. Option B, swap the slots. Option C, clone App 1. And lastly, option D, restore the backup to App 1. And the correct answer for this question is option B, swap the slots. So friends, when you swap the deployment slots, Azure swaps the virtual IP addresses of the source and the destination slot. And that's how the swapping of the URL, or basically we are saying that the URL of the production becomes the URL of staging, and also the staging URL becomes the production. So essentially the biggest benefit of deployment slot and swapping the slot is that you can change the production environment to the test environment, and maybe you can bring the staging environment to become the production environment. And the users of your web application or your website will not experience any disturbances. And in case you want to gather some more information on how to set up the staging environments in the Azure App Services, this is the documentation. Here you can read all about the methods, how to set up the environment. You can also take a view on what are the prerequisites and understand a step-by-step process of setting up the slots and how to use them further. And also, my friends, do check out the description box as I have given some more documentation link in the same.
And yes, remember my friends, you always have to check the latest exam guide and the requirements from the official Microsoft documentation or Microsoft official site. And links to Microsoft official site is given in the description and also in the pinned comment.
Now friends, when you're preparing for the exams like AZ-104, there are a lot of concepts to be mastered and understood before you can even appear in the exam. Now friends, amongst all these concepts, there is one concept that really stands out, and that is networking and VNet peering. Now this concept, my friends, is not a standalone concept. This concept is actually related or surrounded by many other subtopics, such as we have concepts like IP addresses, we have concepts like subnets, networking in general. So there are so many concepts that come under the umbrella of Azure networking or VNet peering. And do I need to stress more? You have to be really prepared with these networking concepts if you really want to pass the AZ-104 certification. So that's why, my friends, I have gathered some latest and the very important questions around these concepts that we are going to discuss in this video. So let's get started.
Question number 141, part 23. The question is saying that you have an Azure subscription that contains the following virtual network. We are given with three virtual networks, VNet 1, VNet 2 and VNet 3. And all of these three virtual networks have some IP address range. Let's read them out. So VNet 1 has an IP address range of 196.162.0.0/24. Then we come to the VNet 2 that has an IP address range of 10.10.0.0/24. Then we have VNet 3 that has the IP address range of 196.162.0.0/16. Now further ahead, the question is saying that you need to configure virtual network peering. Which two peering can you create? Each correct answer presents the complete solution. What are the options given? Option A, VNet 1 can be paired with VNet 2. And option B says VNet 1 can be paired with VNet 3. Option C says VNet 2 can be paired with VNet 3. And lastly, option D tells you that VNet 3 can be paired with VNet 1. Now friends, this is a super important question to understand the VNet peering. Now see in the question, you can see that we have three virtual networks. Now out of these three virtual networks, we have an overlapping of IP addresses in two of them.
What are those two? So we have VNet 1 and VNet 3. You can see that we have one overlapping between these two addresses. You can read that 196.162.0.0/24 and the VNet 3 is 196.162.0.0/16. So these both have overlapping IP addresses. And just to make you understand, my friend, this part here, which is before this slash, this is called the IP address, and the part after this slash, this is called subnet mask, and that is represented in the CIDR notation. You can also read it as classless inter-domain routing notation. Okay, so now that you understand the situation, we have three virtual networks. Out of those, two have overlapping IP addresses. Now friends, it's very important to understand that whenever you're doing the VNet peering, always keep in mind the peering only happens between the IP addresses without any overlap. Now, based on that understanding, let's check out the correct options. Firstly, we have option A, which is VNet 1 can be paired with VNet 2. And then the next correct option is option C, which is VNet 2 can be paired with VNet 3. And the reason is same as I just told you, that when you're doing the VNet pairing, always keep in mind that the pairing can only happen between the IP addresses that have no overlap. So here you can see that VNet 1 and VNet 2 does not have any overlap in the IP addresses. Similarly, VNet 2 and VNet 3 do not have any overlap. However, VNet 1 and VNet 3 have an overlap. That's why they cannot be paired. Now let's check out some Microsoft documentation so that we can validate our answer. And friends, here you can see that on Microsoft question and answer forum, someone has asked a very similar question. It says that we have two VNets with the same address space, that is 10.0.0/16 overlapping address space. Now he is getting some error message that is showing that VNet pairing is not possible in overlapping address space VNet. So a very similar question. You can read, of course, the answer given by the Microsoft employee. And this documentation is just by reading the question, you can be clear with the concept that there cannot be VNet pairing when there is an overlapping IP address. And besides this documentation, you can also understand the VNet pairing concept on this documentation here. And this documentation tells you that the VNet pairing enables you to seamlessly connect two or more virtual network in Microsoft Azure, and the virtual network appears as one for the connectivity purposes. And of course, you can read the entire documentation to understand what is VNet pairing, how this overlapping prohibits the VNet pairing, and of course, all the other concepts related to VNet pairing or virtual networks. And friends, it really takes a lot of effort to find all these kind of documentation for you so that you can validate all the answers. So please appreciate my effort. You will not find these kind of documentation and explanation in any other YouTube video or any other website where you find these kind of question and answer. So please take a moment to like this video. It just takes a fraction of a second, but it really helps us to grow our channel and keep the content free. Now let's jump to the very next question. Question number 142, a similar kind of question on a similar concept. But friends, before I read the question, I just want to say, in case you're looking for the PDF file for multiple Azure exam series and also AWS exam series, then please check out our membership area. You can of course reach there by this join button. Now let me read the question number 142. It says that you have two subscriptions named subscription 1 and subscription 2. Now each subscription is associated to a different Azure AD tenant. And here the question says that subscription 1 contains virtual network named VNet 1. Then we have VNet 1 contains an Azure virtual machine named VM1 that has an IP address space of 10.0.0/16. Coming to the subscription 2, that contains a virtual network named VNet 2, and the VNet 2 contains a virtual machine named VM2 that has an IP address space of 10.10.0.0/24. What should you do first? Should you move the VM1 to subscription 2, or should you move the VNet 1 to subscription 2? And the third option is modify the IP address space of VNet 2, and lastly provision virtual network gateways. And here you can see, my friends, here we have an overlap of IP addresses. So as I just said in the previous question, if the virtual network has the IP address ranges that has an overlap with another virtual network or on-premises network, then the two networks cannot be connected. But in this case, we do not have any overlap. You can see that this one here is 10.0.0 and this one here has 10.10.0. So this is a difference between the two. Here you can see that this has a 10 and this has a 0 here. So that's why we can easily say there is no overlap between these two IP address space. And this essentially means that you can connect the virtual networks or the VNets by using VNet to VNet connection type. Now here it's important to understand that the virtual networks can be in the different regions or from the different subscription. Here you can see that we have two subscription. So that's why I'm trying to tell you that virtual networks can be in different regions and of course in the different subscriptions. And of course, it's a very important point to understand when you're doing these kind of virtual network peering. So the subscriptions do not need to be associated with the same Active Directory tenant. You can connect the virtual network 1 and the virtual network 2. And for that, you would need to create a site-to-site VPN connection between the two virtual networks. And the first step to accomplish this is to provision the virtual network gateways in both the subscription. And that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, provision virtual network gateways. And of course, I want to add some more details here. Once you have these virtual network gateways, they are provisioned. Then you can configure the VPN connection between them to enable the traffic to flow between the virtual network 1 and virtual network 2. And also moving the virtual machine 1 to the subscription 2 or modifying the IP address which is given here of the virtual network 2 is not required to establish the VPN connection between the two virtual networks. So simply moving the virtual network 1 to the subscription 2 is not required, but you may need to create a peering connection between the virtual networks after the VPN connection is established to enable the communication between the virtual machines. And I really understand this is a little bit more of theory, but please understand these concepts are really important when you're doing any kind of virtual network. And of course, you're trying for AZ-104. That means you want to be Azure admin and these kind of works, virtual networks, subnets, virtual network pairing, these are going to be your day-to-day work. And I have left some more documentation around all these concepts in the description box, so please read them out. Now moving on with the question number 143, interesting question. Please understand it very carefully. It's also around the VNet pairing. The question is saying that you have an Azure subscription that contains 3 virtual networks named VNet 1, VNet 2 and VNet 3. Now the pairing between the VNet 1 and VNet 2 and the VNet 3 is configured as shown below in the following exhibit. Now, how can the packets be routed between the virtual networks? So here you can see that we are given with these small screenshots here. We have VNet 1 pairing, we have VNet 2 pairing and VNet 3 pairing. And further, the question is giving you these two tables here, which are essentially the options given for the packet from VNet 1 can be routed to. So you have to pick one of these options, VNet 2 only, VNet 3 only, VNet 2 and VNet 3. And then we have this one here, which is packet from VNet 2 can be routed to VNet 1 only, VNet 3 only or VNet 1 and VNet 3. Now first, let me show you the answers. The answer for the packet 1 from VNet 2 can be routed to. The correct answer for this one is this one here, VNet 2 and VNet 3. And friends, the reason here is that the VNet 1 is paired with VNet 2 and VNet 3. That you can see here that the VNet 1 is paired with VNet 2 and VNet 3. Now coming to this option or this table here, the correct answer for this one here is VNet 1 only. And of course, the reason behind this is given here, which is VNet 2. Now VNet 2 is paired with VNet 1. That's why this is the correct answer. And friends, I really want to talk about the gateway transits here. Here you can see that the gateway transit given in all the 3 screenshots are disabled. Now, I have seen on many websites that they are saying or mentioning that the gateway transit is disabled. Of course, it is disabled, but the gateway transit only applies when there is a VPN gateway created. And just so you understand that the gateway transit is a peering property that lets one virtual network use the VPN gateway in the paired virtual network for cross-premises or VNet to VNet connectivity and hence really allows to reduce the cost and administrative effort since only one VPN gateway needs to be managed. And as you can see in the question, there is no mention of the VPN gateway. All that matters is the pairing between the virtual networks. And that is why VNet 1 is paired with VNet 2 and VNet 3. So that's why the packets are routed from VNet 1 to VNet 2 and VNet 3. And of course, for the similar reason, the packets from the VNet 2 can only travel to VNet 1. And of course, you can use the same documentation to understand the virtual network pairing that I used in the previous question as well. And also, in addition to this, you can also read this documentation here that tells you how to configure VPN gateway transit for virtual network pairing. So all the details about the VPN gateway transit and the virtual network pairing is given here. You can also understand this graphic or this diagram here. And as always, I will leave all the links of the documentation in the description box. Now let's jump on to the next question. Question number 144 says that your company has virtual machine hosted in Microsoft Azure. Now the virtual machines are located in a single Azure virtual network named VNet 1. The company has users that work remotely and the remote workers require access to the virtual machines on VNet 1. Now you need to provide access for the remote workers. What should you do? And your options are option A, configure a point to site or P2S VPN. Then option B is configure site to site or S2S VPN. Option C is configure a multi-site VPN. And lastly, the option D is configure VNet to VNet VPN. And the correct answer for this question is option A, configure a point-to-site VPN. And just so you understand, a point-to-site VPN gateway connection lets you create a secure connection to your virtual network from your individual client computer. Want to read more on point-to-site VPN gateway connections? Of course you do. And here's the documentation. Here you can understand all about the remote work using the Azure VPN gateway point-to-site. And to start with, you can understand what is point-to-site VPN. Here you can read that a point-to-site VPN gateway connection lets you create a secure connection to your virtual network from an individual client computer. And then you can read this very important point given here that says that the P2S connection is established by starting it from the client computer. And this solution is really useful for the telecommuters who want to connect the Azure VNets or on-premises data centers from a remote location such as from home or a conference. So these days, my friends, work from home is very common and that's where point-to-site VPN comes into the picture. So go ahead and read about point-to-site connection in this documentation. And I really can't emphasize more. You will definitely get some questions around VPN pairing and networking in AZ-104. So please clear out your concept. Be very thorough when you're giving AZ-104. And now, my friends, question number 145. The question is saying that you have an Azure virtual network named VNet 1 that has an IP address space of 192.168.0.0/16 and the following subnets. The first one is subnet 1 that has an IP address range of 192.168.1.0/24 and it is connected to 15 virtual machines. Coming to the subnet 2 that has an IP address range of 192.168.2.0/24 and does not have any virtual machines connected. Now you need to ensure that you can deploy Azure Firewall to VNet 1. What should you do? Your options are option A, add a new subnet to the VNet 1. Option B, add a service endpoint to the subnet 2. Option C, modify the subnet mask of subnet 2. And lastly, option D, modify the IP address space of VNet 1. And could you guess the correct answer? Well, the correct answer for this question is could you guess it? Is option A, add a subnet to VNet 1. And on this documentation, you can understand how to deploy and configure Azure Firewall using the Azure portal. Here you can understand all about the prerequisite, how to set up the network, examine the firewall, create a default route, and you can also understand the other implications such as configure an application rule, configure a network rule, configure a DNAT rule. Then you can test your firewall, how to clean up the resources. Everything is given in this documentation. And friends, I will take some more questions on networking concepts in the next part as well. It's a huge section and multiple concepts are to be covered. So I will devote one more episode for just the networking concepts. And yes, just so you know that in the next video, I'm going to focus on a very latest concepts in networking from Microsoft Azure, and that is Azure Bastion. And in comparison to other networking concepts, this is the latest addition. And needless to say, there are quite some questions coming from this concept. And yes, my friends, we would love to hear your feedback, suggestions and queries, questions, anything. You can use the comment section below or you can also email me at connectors@thetechblackboard.com. Did you know a simple concept like virtual machine or spinning a virtual machine in Microsoft Azure, which is a very simple and day-to-day task, also involves concepts like networking. So that's why, my friends, I have collected some latest and the very important questions on all these concepts. Now friends, in addition to all these concepts that I just listed, there is one more new addition to the concepts, and that is Azure Bastion. So a lot of Microsoft concepts and documentation coming up in this video. So let's get started. So here comes the very first question for today. Question number 146, part 24. And friends, before I even read this question, I just want to remind you that please watch the previous episode, episode number 23, that contains a lot of important questions on the Azure virtual networking concept. We took a lot of questions on VNet peering, so please watch that video. It's not necessary that you have to watch that video before this one. You can always watch the previous episode after this video. Really important video and many important questions are discussed in that one as well. But for now, let's read this question here. It says that you have an Azure subscription that contains the following fully paired virtual network. Please remember this important point here, fully paired virtual network. And here we are given with 4 virtual networks, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's read the details of the same. So virtual network 1 or VNet 1 is located in West US region and 5 virtual machines are connected to VNet 1. Then we have VNet 2, which is located in West US once again, and 7 virtual machines are connected to VNet 2. Moving on with the VNet 3, which is located in East US region, and 10 virtual machines are connected to VNet 3. Then we have VNet 4, which is located once again in the East US region, and we have 4 virtual machines connected to VNet 4. Now what you need to do is that you plan to protect all the connected virtual machines by using Azure Bastion. What is the minimum number of Azure Bastion hosts that you must deploy? Your options are 1, option B 2, option C 3, and option D 4. And the correct answer for this question is option A 1. So the minimum number of Azure Bastion hosts that you must deploy so that you can protect all the connected virtual machines by using Azure Bastion is 1. Now here, as I just mentioned, the keyword or the key point here is the fully paired virtual networks. So it's important to understand, in order to protect all the connected virtual machine by using Azure Bastion in a fully paired virtual networks, you only need to deploy one Azure Bastion host, and this single Azure Bastion host will provide secure remote access to the virtual machine across all the paired virtual networks. Just to elaborate this even further, had this not been a fully paired network, then in order to protect all the connected virtual machines using Azure Bastion, you would need to deploy at least 2 Azure Bastion hosts. So one for the West US region and one for the East US region. But that only is needed in case all the networks are not fully paired. But in this question, we can see that all networks are fully paired. That's why only one Azure Bastion host will be required. Now I will take one more question on Azure Bastion and then we will understand this concept a little more detail. So here it comes, question number 147. It says that you have an Azure subscription that contains the virtual networks as shown in the following table. Now all the virtual networks are paired. Please mind this, all the virtual networks are paired and each virtual network contains 9 virtual machines. Now you need to configure a secure RDP connection to the virtual machine by using Azure Bastion. What is the minimum number of Bastion hosts required? And here in this table, you can see all the details of the virtual network and where are they located. Now the given option for the Azure Bastion hosts required are option A 1, option B 5, option C 7, and option D 10. And the correct answer for this question is option A, as we need one Azure Bastion host because all the virtual networks are paired. And as I told you in the previous question as well, in case all the virtual networks are paired, in that case, we can have just one Azure Bastion. Now the Azure Bastion and the VNet peering can be used together. See, when the VNet peering is configured, you do not have to deploy the Azure Bastion in each paired virtual network. And this means if you have an Azure Bastion host configured in one virtual network, then it can be used to connect the virtual machines deployed in a peer network without deploying any additional Bastion host. Now let's try to understand what exactly is Azure Bastion. So here you can read that the Azure Bastion is a fully managed PaaS service that you provision to securely connect to the virtual machine via private IP addresses. And as we saw in the question number 147 as well, that the Azure Bastion secure the RDP and SSH connectivity to all the virtual machines in the virtual network for which it is provisioned. You can also understand all the details here. So here you can see in this image here, we have our users here that are accessing the virtual network through the Azure portal. You can see this blue box here, which is the Azure Virtual Network. And inside this Azure Virtual Network, first of all, we have NSG, which is Network Security Group. And inside this Network Security Group, we have this Azure Bastion given here. And this Azure Bastion, so it protects all of your virtual machine by exposing the RDP or SSH port to the outside world while still providing the secure access using RDP or SSH. And besides that, my friends, you can also understand what are the key benefits of the Azure Bastion. We can see that first benefit is RDP and SSH through the Azure portal. We can also understand the session over the TLS and other benefits as well. And not just that, you can understand what are the different SKUs around the Azure Bastion. You can also understand the exact architecture of the same. It's a relatively new concept and many questions these days are coming from this concept. Moving on with the question number 148, the question is saying that you have an Azure subscription that contains the resources as shown in the following table. So here you can see that we have this table given here. We have name, type and location. First of all, we are given with this virtual network 1. Of course, it's a virtual network and the location is East US. Then we have IP1, which is the public IP address, and the location is West Europe. And we have this RT1, which is a route table, and this one is located in North Europe. Now you need to create a network interface named NIC1. In which location should you create the NIC1? Option A, East US and North Europe only. Then option B, East US only. Option C, East US, West Europe and North Europe, which is basically all the three locations. And lastly, option D, East US and West Europe only. And the correct answer for this question is option B, East US only. And this is because you can only create the NRC in a region that has a virtual network. And here you can see the virtual network holds in East US. So that's why option B, East US only is the correct answer. Moving on, question number 149 says that you have two subscriptions named subscription 1 and subscription 2. Now, each subscription is associated to a different Azure AD tenant. And then it says that the subscription 1 contains a virtual network named VNet 1 and the VNet 1 contains an Azure virtual machine named VM1 that has an IP address space of 10.0.0/16. And then we have subscription 2 that contains a virtual network named VNet 1 and this VNet 2 contains an Azure virtual machine named VNet 2 that has an IP address space of 10.10.0.0/24. Now you need to connect both these virtual network 1 to virtual network 2. What should you do first? Your options are you have to move the virtual machine 1 to the subscription 2, or should you move the virtual network 1 to subscription 2? And then we have option C, modify the IP address space of virtual network 2, and lastly option D, provision virtual network gateways. And the correct answer for this question is option D, provision virtual network gateways. And friends, in these kind of questions, it's really important that you understand what is the overlapping concept. So I discussed this concept in quite some detail in the previous part as well. So please watch the part 24. But just to tell you, if you look at these IP addresses given here, we have 10.0.0.0 and then we also have 10.10.0.0. So here you can see that both these IP addresses do not have any overlap. And that's the reason you can connect the virtual network 1 to the virtual network 2 and you just need to create a side-to-side VPN connection between these two virtual networks. And how exactly you do that? Well, the first step to accomplish this is that you have to provision the virtual network gateways, and that's exactly the answer for this question. And now comes question number 150, a totally different kind of question format, drag and drop. So let's read the question and understand it better. It says that you have an Azure subscription that contains an Azure virtual network named VNet 1 with an IP address space of 10.1.0.0/18 and a subnet which is named sub1 with an IP address space of 10.1.0.0/22. Now you need to connect your on-premises network to Azure by using site-to-site VPN. Which 4 actions should you perform in the sequence? Now the instruction says to answer the question, you have to drag the appropriate item from the left column to the right hand side. And each correct match is worth 1 point. So what exactly you need to do in this question is that you have these 4 options. You have to drag the correct options here and that too in the right sequence. So what are the options given? Firstly, we have deploy a local network gateway. Then we have deploy a VPN gateway. And thirdly, we have deploy a VPN connection. And lastly, deploy a gateway subnet. Now friend, in the real question in the AZ-104, you probably can have more choices given here. And out of those choices, you have to pick only the correct options, and that too in the right sequence. So let's arrange them in the correct sequence. Then I will show you the Microsoft documentation around the same. So the first correct option in the correct sequence is, first one we have deploy a gateway subnet, and then we deploy a VPN gateway. Post that, we will deploy a local network gateway, and lastly we will deploy a VPN connection. Now let's validate our answer. So this is the documentation where we can validate our answer. This documentation is all about how to create a site-to-site VPN connection in the Azure portal. Now actually we can validate the answer just by these options or the headings given here. So first of all, we have create a virtual network. Now if you remember the question correctly, this option was not present in our question. But as I said, in the real exam, in the real question, you might have more options than the one I presented. So here you can see that first of all, we have to create a virtual network. Then we create a gateway subnet. So this was our option number 1. And post that we create a VPN gateway. This was our option number 2 in the correct sequence. Then we have create a local network gateway, option number 3. And post that you have to configure your VPN device. So this one was not given in the options I presented in the question. But once again, as I said, you may get some different options in the real question. And then we have to create VPN connection. And that was our option number 4 in the correct sequence. And of course, using this documentation, you can learn actually how to create virtual networks and all the other steps. And as always, links to all the documentation is given in the description box.
Microsoft replaced the Azure Active Directory concept with a newer concept that is called Microsoft Entra ID. And that's why I have collected some latest and very important questions on Microsoft Entra ID.
So with the focus on Microsoft Entra, let's pick the very first question for today. Question number 151, part 25. Now the question is asking you that which choice correctly describes the Microsoft Entra ID. The option A is Microsoft Entra ID can be queried through LDAP. Option B is Microsoft Entra ID is primarily an identity solution. And lastly, option C, Microsoft Entra ID uses organizational units and group policy objects. And the correct answer or the correct definition that correctly describes Microsoft Entra ID is option B, Microsoft Entra ID is primarily an identity solution. Now, before we take more questions on Microsoft Entra, it all makes sense to understand it properly so that you can answer the questions coming up more accurately. And to begin with, here you can see Azure Active Directory, Azure AD is now Microsoft Entra. So Microsoft Entra has replaced the concept of Azure Active Directory. Now you can see that the Microsoft Entra helps you secure the access for the connected world. And it also helps you protect any identity and secure access to any resource with a family of multi-cloud identity and network access solutions. Now also, my friends, on the very documentation, you can also understand what are the few areas where you can use Microsoft Entra ID. So first of all, Microsoft Entra ID helps you secure access to any app or resource from anywhere. And then it helps you to protect and verify every identity. And thirdly, it provides only access that is necessary. And lastly, it simplifies the user experience. And then, my friends, on the same documentation, if you want, you can see this demo here to understand Microsoft Entra in a little bit better way. And now let's explore what is the Microsoft Entra product family. So here you can see that we have 3 categories here. The first one is Identity and Access Management. Second one is New Identity Categories. And thirdly, we have Network Access. So the Identity and Access Management, it has the Microsoft Entra ID. Of course, it is formerly known as Azure Active Directory. And then you can also understand about the Microsoft Entra ID Governance, Microsoft Entra External ID, and also Microsoft Entra Domain Services. Then in this category, which is the New Identity Categories, here we have Microsoft Entra Verified ID, Microsoft Entra Permissions Management, and then Microsoft Entra Workload ID. And in the last category, which is the Network Access, here we have Microsoft Entra Internet Access, and lastly, Microsoft Entra Private Access. So please go through all these documentation, all these links, and learn more about the Microsoft Entra ID, as it is the latest concept which replaces the older Azure Active Directory. You will see a lot of questions around Microsoft Entra ID in the AZ-104. Then on the same documentation, you can discover the total economic impact of Microsoft Entra ID. So some numbers are thrown to you by Microsoft. All you can read here, you can also read the study. You can also calculate the benefits of Entra ID. So of course, my friends, you can read all this documentation, but I would like to summarize Microsoft Entra ID for you. So Microsoft Entra ID is preliminary and identity solution that we read here, and it is designed for internet-based applications by using HTTP and HTTP protocol communications. Now let's take a step forward and go to the question number 152. Question is saying that you have a Microsoft Entra tenant that contains 5,000 user accounts. Now you create a new user account named admin user 1, and you need to assign the user administrator administrative role to admin 1 user. what should you do from the user account properties? And your options are option A, from the groups blade, invite the user account to a new group. Then option B, from the directory role blade, modify the directory role. And then option C, from the licenses blade, assign a new license. The correct answer for this question is option B, from the directory role blade, you have to modify the directory role. Okay, so now let's validate the answer on this documentation, which is titled as associate or add an Azure subscription to your Microsoft Entra tenant. And that's exactly what we're trying to achieve in the question as well. So first of all, as this article begins, you can read all about the Entra ID, and then you can read all the prerequisite for this Entra ID before you begin, that you can read here, and you can understand all the steps that you need to follow. Then as a very first and major step, you can see that you have to sign in using the Azure account that has an owner role assignment, and you can also see it should be existing in both the current directory and the new directory. And lastly, you have to make sure that you are not using Azure Cloud Service Provider subscription. Then my friends, the real step starts here, where you can see that we have to associate a subscription to a directory. And what are the major steps here? First of all, you have to sign into the Azure portal using the owner role assignment for the subscription. Then browse the subscription. Then you can select the name of the subscription, of course, that you want to use, and then select the directory. Let me try if I can zoom this image a little bit more so that you can see it better. So here you can see this image here. Here you can see this change directory option given here. And once we press this change directory, you can see all these warnings coming here. You have to change the directory. Once you're done with that, then you have to switch the directories on the subscription page to go to the new directory. So please check out all the documentation. Links are given in the description box. So that was the validation for our question number 152. Now let's move ahead. Question number 153 says that the Microsoft Entra ID includes federation services, including third-party services. And you have to tell whether this statement is true, yes or no. And yes, my friends, this statement is true. That's why yes is the correct answer. Moving on, question number 154 says that an identity defines a dedicated and trusted instance of Microsoft Entra ID. Yes or no, once again. But this time, my friends, this statement given here is wrong. That's why no is the correct answer. But then just so you understand that the identity is an object that can be authenticated, and also an identity can be a user with the username and the password. And identities can also include applications and the other servers that might require authentication through the secret keys or the certificates. But then if this statement is not true, what is the correct answer? Let's find out in the next question. Question number 155. The question is saying that the Azure tenant defines a dedicated and the trusted instance of Microsoft Entra ID. Yes or no? And yes, my friends, this is the correct statement. That's why yes is the correct answer. And just to elaborate, a tenant is a dedicated and trusted instance of Microsoft Entra ID. And a tenant is automatically created when an organization signs up for the Microsoft Cloud Services subscription.
And friends, let me tell you one thing, these questions that we attended today, these are just the beginning. In the future or the subsequent parts, I will bring some more questions on Microsoft Entra ID. In today's episode, my friends, I want to concentrate on one single topic, that is Azure Virtual Machine and all the concepts related to Azure Virtual Machines.
Today, my friends, as I just said, we are going to concentrate on Azure Virtual Machine, but it really makes sense that we really understand what is Azure Virtual Machine before we actually dive into the questions. And of course, you can understand what is Azure Virtual Machine on this Microsoft documentation. But before I read this documentation, I would like to take you to the Tech Blackboard website. And here in the blog section, we have this blog written here, which is what is virtual machine. And this concept of virtual machine, my friends, comes under the category of infrastructure as a service, which is IaaS. And you can watch the video here, which explains the virtual machine concept in a very neat and easy to understand manner. Here you can also read that the Azure Virtual Machine or Virtual Machine, it's a concept which is similar and same in all the cloud providers, be it Azure, AWS or GCP. So a virtual machine is basically a compute resource, usually called an image that behaves just like a real computer. And this virtual machine, my friends, uses software instead of physical computer to run programs and deploy apps. And then on the same blog, you can also understand how the virtual machine works. I have explained all the different layers. So first of all, we have this server, we have host operating system. We also have hypervisor that enables running different kind of virtual machines on the same server. And also, my friends, you can understand what are the different related concepts. For example, if you want to understand what is virtualization, you can understand that here as well. And in case you want to understand these subtopics in a little bit more detail, you can just click on them and you can understand these related concepts. But back to the virtual machine, here you can also understand what are virtual machine used for. So basically the use cases of the virtual machine. So you can use virtual machine to build and deploy apps in the cloud. You can also use them to try new operating system, test dev scenario, backup and disaster recovery, and whole lot of other information is given on this blog article. And not just that, my friends, this blog is designed so that you can understand the related concept whenever you're trying to understand one key concept. So always you can read related blogs and explore more. Now let me jump to the Microsoft documentation. Here you can read that the Microsoft says that Azure Virtual Machine are one of the several types of on-demand scalable computing resource that Azure offers. So typically you choose the virtual machine when you need more control over the computing environment than the other choices offer. So simply put, my friends, virtual machine is just like your laptop or your computing device, but in the cloud infrastructure. So for example, let's just say that your laptop is a Windows laptop and now you want to try out Linux or other operating system. The easiest way to do is go to the Azure portal, spin the Azure virtual machine with the Linux operating system and get your hands around the Linux operating system. And not just that, the best use case for virtual machine is lift and shift. So let's say that you have a custom application for your organization and you want to move this custom application to the cloud world. Then the easiest way for you to do this is spin a virtual machine in the Azure portal and then you can deploy this custom application to the virtual machine. And the best part is that once you're on the Azure portal or on the cloud, then you can look forward to customize this custom application. Maybe you move towards the PaaS, which is platform as a service, or SaaS, which is software as a service. So virtual machine is a brilliant concept. You can use the virtual machine as the very first step to enter the cloud world. And now that you have a basic understanding of virtual machine, let's take the very first question for today. Question number 156, part 26. So the question is saying that you have a disk 1 which is attached to the virtual machine 1. Now for some reason you want to attach this disk 1 to the virtual machine 2, which is the other virtual machine. Now the solution must minimize the downtime for both the virtual machine. Which 4 actions should you perform in the sequence? And please note that to answer you have to move these options given here on the left hand side to this answer area on the right hand side. And one more catch is that all the steps should be in correct order. Now let's check out what are the options given. So firstly, we have start the virtual machine 2. Secondly, we have stop the virtual machine 1. And the option number 3 is start virtual machine 1. Option 4, detach disk 1 from virtual machine 1. Option 5 is attach disk 1 to virtual machine 2. And lastly, option 6 is stop virtual machine 2. Now, before I reveal all the correct options in the correct order, I just want to make it clear that friends, in this question, I have taken one assumption that both virtual machine 1 and virtual machine 2 are already in a running state. So in the question, it is nowhere mentioned that either of the virtual machine is already stopped. So that's why I'm taking this assumption that both the virtual machine are already in a running state. Now let's check out the first correct option. Here it comes, stop the virtual machine 1. As I just mentioned, I'm assuming that both the virtual machine are in a running state. So first of all, we have to stop the virtual machine 1. Post that, we will detach the disk 1 from the virtual machine 1. And once we have detached the disk 1, then what we need to do is start the virtual machine 1. Now, in case you're already wondering why I'm starting this virtual machine 1, hold your thoughts. I will come to this point in just a little while. But first, let's check out the last step, and that is attach the disk 1 to the virtual machine 2. So these are the 4 steps in the correct order that we need to perform in order to move the disk 1 from the virtual machine 1 to virtual machine 2. Now, let me come back to this point here, that why I'm starting the virtual machine 1. Now friends, in the real practice, you can detach the disk 1 from the virtual machine 1 and then attach this disk 1 to the virtual machine 2 and probably then start the virtual machine 1. But then in the question, as you can see that we want to minimize the downtime for both the virtual machine. So that's why I'm starting the virtual machine 1 right at the 3rd step, so that I can minimize the downtime for virtual machine 1. So that was the reason why I'm starting virtual machine 1 at the 3rd step. And actually, there is a better concept or better way to do all this detachment of disk 1 from one virtual machine to another one, and that is called hot remove a data disk. And you can read all about how to detach a data disk from a Windows virtual machine on this Microsoft documentation. And here you can read all the steps that you need to perform in order to move this disk 1 from virtual machine 1 to virtual machine 2. But besides this documentation here, I want to bring you to this documentation as well, where you can actually do a lab, understand how to attach or detach a data disk for a lab virtual machine in Azure Dev Test Lab. And also the concept that I was just telling you, hot remove a data disk, is also given here. And here you can read that you can hot remove a data disk using PowerShell, but make sure that nothing is actively using the disk before detaching a disk from a virtual machine. So actually in a practical life, or when you are actually working with the virtual machine, this is a more reliable and a faster way. But when the question comes in this state, then you have to perform all these steps in this correct order. Now let's move on to the question number 157. This says that a company plans to copy an on-premises virtual machine image to a container named My Images. Now, which command should you run in order to create the container for the planned image? And here you can see this is the command. So it starts with the EasyCopy. Then you have to choose some options here. This is the second part of the command. You have to choose more options here. And this is where the command ends. So let's try to figure out what are the correct options to complete this command. It starts with the EasyCopy. What should be the next step? Well, the correct option out of these three options given here is the option make. Then we have your account name, which is the part of the command. And then out of these table, image and blob, we have to choose the correct option, and that is blob. So let me show you the correct command. Here it comes. Here you can see that we have EasyCopy. Then we have make, which is the option that we have chosen here. Then it's the account name. Here you can see that this part of the command, followed by blob. Here you can see that blob, file or DFS. And then we have this .core.windows.net/top level resource name. And what is this top level resource name? Well, in our case, it is this container, which is named as My Images. And here is the documentation in case you want to go full length to understand EasyCopy command. The links to all the documentation, my friends, as always, are given in the description box. Now let's move ahead and take a different question format. Question number 158. It says that you are evaluating the connectivity between the virtual machines after the planned implementation of Azure networking infrastructure. Now for each statement, these are the statements given here. You have to select yes if the statement is true. Otherwise, you have to select no. So here you can see that we have three statements given here, and along the side corresponding to each statement, we have a possibility to do yes or no. So let's read the first statement here that says the virtual machines on the subnet 1 will be able to connect to the virtual machine on subnet 3. And of course, this is a correct statement. That's why yes is the correct answer. Now we have the second statement that says the virtual machine on the client subnet will be able to connect to the internet. And yes, my friends, this also is the correct statement. That's why once again, yes is the correct answer. Lastly, we are given with the third statement that says the virtual machines on the subnet 3 and the subnet 4 will be able to connect to the internet, yes or no? And coincidentally, this last statement is also correct. That's why yes is the correct answer. Now friends, these are the kind of question where Microsoft can trick your mind. Maybe all the options are correct or maybe all the options are incorrect. So that's why you really need to be thorough with all the concepts. But let me give you some more information around this concept and connectivity to the internet. So once, my friends, the VNet or the virtual networks are paired, then all the resources on one VNet can communicate with the resources on other paired virtual network. And not just that, all the Azure resources connected to a virtual network have outbound connectivity to the internet by default. And therefore, the virtual machines on the client subnet and the virtual machines on subnet 3 and subnet 4 can automatically connect to the internet. So a really interesting question, very close to the day-to-day activity that any Azure admin will perform. Now with that, let's jump on to the question number 159 that says that you plan to deploy 3 Azure virtual machines named VM1, VM2 and VM3. Now the virtual machines will host a web app which is named as App1. Now you need to ensure that at least 2 virtual machines are available if a single Azure data centers becomes unavailable. Sorry for this mistake here. It should be R and not area. Now what should you deploy? And the given options are option A, each virtual machine in a separate availability zone. Option B, each virtual machine in a separate availability set. And then option C, all virtual machines in a single availability set. And option 4, all 3 virtual machines in a single availability zone. And this question, my friends, is a deep question. You really need to understand a lot of different concepts. For example, you have to understand what is availability zone. You need to understand what is availability set and how these both concepts relate together. Only then actually you can answer this question. But do not worry, I will give you some documentation so that you can read through all these concepts and answer these kind of questions more accurately. For now, let me give you the correct answer, and that is option C, all virtual machines in a single availability set. So first of all, I have this documentation for you, which is availability options for the Azure virtual machine. Here you can understand what is Azure Availability Zone. Availability zones expand the level of the control you have to maintain the availability of the application and data of your virtual machine. And more information on Azure Availability Zone is given in this link. You can check out this link and understand all about the Azure Availability Zones. And besides availability zone, one more concept you need to understand to answer these kind of questions accurately, that is availability set. Now, availability sets are logical grouping of virtual machines that reduce the chance of correlated failure, bringing down the related virtual machines at the same time. And of course, you can really understand what are Azure availability set on this documentation, availability zone. And please read all these concepts, my friends. Availability zones, availability sets, Azure regions. These are really important concepts, not just from the exam perspective, but also when you're actually working on Microsoft Azure. I mean, you really don't want to build any application which is not available. It's your prime responsibility to build the application or ensure the application availability at any cost. Now let's move on to the next question. Question number 160. Question is saying that you have an Azure subscription that contains several hundred virtual machines. Now you need to identify which virtual machines are underutilized. What should you use? Your options are Azure Advisor, option B, Azure Monitor, and option C, Azure Policies. And these kind of questions, my friends, these are actual replication of the situations that you will be as an Azure admin. So as an Azure admin, when you have a lot of virtual machines, you really need to understand what are the virtual machines that are overutilized, that are underutilized, and this is super important to save the cost. And you should be super clear which tool to use when. So I've seen a lot of people really getting confused between all these tools, Advisor, Monitor, Policies, but you don't have to worry. I will bring a lot of questions so that you are understanding all these concepts in a really crisp manner. But for now, let's check out the correct answer for this question, and that is option A, Azure Advisor. And here you can read that the Azure Advisor is a digital cloud assistant that helps you follow the best practices to optimize your Azure deployments. And what can you do with the Azure Advisor? Well, that is given here, that you can get proactive, actionable, and personalized best practices recommendation. And the Azure Advisor really helps you improve the performance, security, and reliability of your resources as you identify the opportunities to reduce overall Azure spends. And this is how you can reach to the Azure Advisor. So first of all, you come to the Azure portal, and then you can find Azure Advisor on this left-hand side blade. In case you're not able to find here, you can always search the tool in this global search bar. So here is the Azure Advisor. Just click on this, and here you can see that the Azure Advisor is actually providing you a lot of recommendations that are related to cost, security, reliability, and because this is my personal account, I do not have any solution or application or a lot of resources hanging in there. That's why you do not see any recommendation. But normally when you have a corporate solution or application running on Azure virtual machines, any other Azure service, then you will see all the recommendation over here. So this is one tool as an Azure administrator you're going to use every day.
I have multiple questions that will cover multiple exam topics on AZ-104. So please make sure to watch this video till the very end.
So let's begin the part 27 with question number 161. Really interesting question, and you will be learning a lot of concepts on Azure Virtual Machine and load balancing. So let's read out the question first. It says that you host a service with 2 Azure Virtual Machine. Now you discover that occasional high traffic causes your instances not to respond or even to fail. Which 2 actions can you do to minimize the impact of unusual traffic without reducing the performance of your architecture? Now let's read the given options. The first one is add a load balancer and put the virtual machines in a scale set. Then we have option B, which says put the virtual machines in a scale set and then put a NSG or network security group to the subnet. Option C, add a network gateway to the virtual network. And option D, add a load balancer and put the virtual machines in an availability set. Now let me disclose the answer and then I will make you understand why exactly we have picked this answer. So the correct answer for this question is option A, add a load balancer and put the virtual machines in a scale set. Now please note both the two actions are given in this single step. The first step is to add a load balancer and the second step is to put the virtual machine in a scale set. So those are the two actions that you need to perform in order to minimize the impact of the unusual traffic without reducing the performance of your architecture. Now let's understand it why we have picked this answer. And to understand the answer correctly and efficiently, we need to understand what is the concept of Azure Load Balancer. So first of all, you can read here that the load balancing refers to efficiently distributing the incoming traffic across a group of backend servers or resources. So let me break this down in a very simple language. Suppose you have an application or a website. So this is your application on one side. Then you have incoming requests for that website or the application. So basically all these requests, all these incoming requests are putting a load on your application. And friends, initially when your application or your website or your business is small, then it's okay. Then your one application deployed on one single Azure virtual machine is quite good enough and probably can efficiently handle all the incoming requests. But what happens when your business grows? Now the load on your application is increasing, more website visitors are coming, and that's why you need an efficient mechanism to handle all these incoming requests, or you can also say incoming load. So what exactly would you do? First of all, you need multiple virtual machines. And what is the best mechanism to have multiple virtual machines that can auto scale? That is Azure Virtual Machine Scale Set. I will just show you the documentation for the virtual machine scale set as well. But for now, just understand, once you have multiple virtual machine, you need to somehow manage all the incoming traffic equally and evenly to all these multiple virtual machines. And the best way to do that is Azure Load Balancer. And please also note that the Azure Load Balancer operates at the layer 4 of Open System Interconnection or OCI model. So I have seen one question in the AZ-104 that asks where exactly does the Azure Load Balancer operates. And of course, you can also understand there are multiple types of Azure Load Balancer. We have public load balancer, we have internal or private load balancer. You can understand the mechanism of the same. And of course, you can understand what to use Azure Load Balancer. I just gave you a small summary of that. And now let's understand what exactly is Azure Virtual Machine Scale Set. So first of all, Azure Virtual Machine Scale Set can increase or decrease the number of virtual machines that run your application instance. So this is the core crux of Azure Virtual Machine Scale Set. It can automatically increase and decrease the number of virtual machine depending upon the load or incoming requests. So I hope you understood the concept and why we picked this answer. Once again, let me summarize this for you. The key requirement here is that you want to load balance all the incoming traffic, and then your architecture, your application architecture has two virtual machines. Now the load balancer, as I just said, will evenly distribute the incoming traffic across several virtual machines, and with the Azure Virtual Machine Scale Set, the number of virtual machines will automatically increase or decrease depending upon if the load is increasing or decreasing. And this dynamic scalability ensures that the site remains available and responsive regardless of the number of users or requests. So I hope you very well understood the concept of load balancer virtual machine scale set and why we picked the answer. But you know what, friends, AZ-104 exam can be really tricky. You have to read the question really carefully. Otherwise, you will end up in losing precious marks. Now, I can see that you don't fully agree with me, but let me give you an example of this. So you have seen this question, you understood the question and the answer. But now let me present you one more very similar question, but with different answer.
And yes, my friends, pausing our video for a moment. Remember that this video is designed to help you understand the Azure concepts, not just memorize the answers. And as I said in the beginning of the video, these questions are not the real exam AZ-104 questions. They are specifically designed to help you understand the Azure concepts and really get you through, familiarize yourself with the Azure question format. So that is the sole objective of this entire video.
So here comes the question number 162. Let's read the question. And the question says that you host a service with two Azure virtual machines, very similar to the previous question. And then it says that you discover that occasional outages cause your service to fail. Which two actions can you do to minimize the impact of the outages? Select two options. Now you can see that this is a very similar question. Similar to the previous question, we can see that we have two Azure virtual machines and we can also see some outages here. But these outages are very different from the previous one. See, in the previous question, we need to minimize the impact of the unusual traffic without reducing the performance of our architecture. But in this question, we are talking to minimize the impact of outages. So both might be looking similar, but they are very different concepts. Now let's see what are the options given here. The first one is add a load balancer. Option B, put the virtual machine in a skill set. Option C, put the virtual machines in an availability set. And option D, add a network gateway. And lastly, option E, add a third instance of the virtual machine. Now let's check out the correct options. Firstly, we have option A, add a load balancer, which is quite similar to the previous solution as well. And the second correct option is option C, put the virtual machines in an availability set. And this difference in solution is coming because of the fact that in previous question, we were talking about the unusual traffic, while in this question, we are handling the outages. Now let's take some gyan or information on Azure availability sets. So Azure virtual machine, you understand that. So let's directly focus on Azure availability set. Here you can see that Azure availability sets lets you spread your virtual machines across physical hardware in different fault domains and update domains in one location. And what are the benefits of the same? Well, this reduces the risk of hardware failure or update failure impacting the availability of all your virtual machine at the same time. And also, my friends, with the availability set comes a very similar concept, or at least sounding similar concept, and that is availability zone. So please read out both availability set and availability zone. You most surely will get some questions around these concepts. And I have one more documentation for you on the availability set, and it is here. Here you can read all about the availability set. What is an availability set? Then you can also understand how do availability set work. So all this is given, a nice picture or diagram is also given. So these are the documentation that you can read. I will put all the links, all the documentation link in the description box. And with that, let's jump on to the next question. Question number 163. It says that you have an Azure virtual machine network that contains two subnets named subnet 1 and subnet 2. Now, besides these two subnets, you also have a virtual machine which is named VM1 that is connected to subnet 1. And further, the question is saying that the virtual machine 1 or VM1 runs on the Windows server, and you need to ensure that the VM1 is connected directly to both the subnets. What should you do first? Your options are option A, from the Azure portal, add a network interface. Then option B, from the Azure portal, create an IP group. Then option C, from the Azure portal, modify the IP configurations of an existing network interface. And lastly, sign into the Windows server and create a network bridge. So let me first reveal the answer. Here it comes. Option A, from the Azure portal, add a network interface. Now let's break down this question to understand it better. First of all, you can see that we have two subnets and we have a virtual machine which importantly is connected to one of the subnet, that is subnet 1. And what is the exact ask of the question? Well, the question wants you to make sure that this VM1 is connected to both of the subnets. Currently, it is connected to just one subnet, subnet 1. Now let's understand the answer. To start with, let's jump on to understand what is network interface. So simply put, a network interface is used to connect a virtual machine to a subnet. Now you can see that the virtual machine VM1 is connected to the subnet 1. And this essentially implies or means that the virtual machine has already a network interface that is attached or connected to the subnet 1. And now in a similar manner, we want to connect this virtual machine 1 to the subnet 2. And for that, we would need a new network interface that is connected to the subnet 2. And once we have this network interface that is connected to subnet 2, next we want to attach this new network interface to the virtual machine 1. And to fully understand how to create, change or delete a network interface, this is the documentation. First of all, to begin with, a network interface or the NIC enables the Azure virtual machines to communicate with the internet. And then on the same documentation, you can read and understand what are the prerequisites. You can also understand what are the permissions that you need to create this network interfaces card and all the other intricacies and details about this network interface. And not just that, my friends, once you have understood how to create or change or delete a network interface card, then you can come on to this documentation which tells you how to add network interfaces or remove the network interfaces from a virtual machine. And this is the exact requirement of this question also. So I hope you understood the question and the reasons behind picking this as an answer. Moving on with the next question, question number 164 says that you have an Azure subscription that contains several Azure runbooks. Now the runbooks run nightly and generate reports, and these runbooks are configured to store authentication credentials as variables. Now you need to replace the authentication solution with a more secure solution. What should you do? What are your options? Well, the option A is to use Azure Active Directory Identity Protection. Option B, Azure Key Vault. Option C, an access policy. And option D, an administrative unit. And the correct answer most obviously is option B, an Azure Key Vault. And for those who are lacking the understanding of the Azure Runbook, this is the documentation. So here you can see the very first line says the automation. So you can link the Azure Runbook with the automations. And then secondly, my friends, once you have understood what is the Azure Runbook, then you can come on to this documentation here that says the Runbook execution in Azure automation. So first understand what is Azure Runbook and how does it relate with the Azure automation. And then you can come on to this documentation to understand the execution part. And then you can also understand what exactly is Azure Key Vault. You can read that here in a very summarized way. It says that the Azure Key Vault is one of the several key management solutions in Azure that helps to solve the following problems. So here you can see that Azure Key Vault helps you in the secret management. It also helps you in the key management and certificate management. So a key component from Azure when it comes to the secret management. Okay, so with that, let's jump on to the next question. Question number 165. It says that your company has a general purpose V1 Azure storage account, which is named as Storage 1. And this Storage 1 account uses locally redundant storage, which is LRS, and you are tasked with implementing a solution that ensures that the data in this storage account is protected if a zone fails. Now, please keep in mind that the solution must minimize the cost and administrative efforts. What should you do first? Your options are option A, configure object replication rules. Option B, create a new storage account. And option C, modify the replication settings of the storage account. Then option D, upgrade the storage account to a general purpose V2 or version 2. And exactly this option given here, option D, is the correct answer, where we have to upgrade the account from general purpose version 1 given in the question to the general purpose V2 given here. Now friends, just so you understand that the general purpose V2 storage accounts supports the latest storage features and incorporate all the functionalities of the general purpose V1 and also the blob storage accounts. And in case you want, you can understand all the options in the Azure storage on this documentation. Here you can understand about the Azure storage redundancy, how it is built, and what are the key components or what are the different type of services that you can avail to build the redundancy in your application. So here you can see different options given here. So we have locally redundant storage also given in the question. Then we also have zone redundant storage. So please understand what are the key concepts of these redundancy options, because there will be some questions in the AZ-104. And friends, not just understanding these locally redundant storage or zone redundant storage is enough. You also have to understand what are the cost aspects of these. Because in most of the question, the ask of the question will be to minimize the cost and the administrative efforts. So that's why please understand all these key concepts here.
But there is one question in today's video that will make today's video really special, and that question is about the biceps. No, not my biceps, but the Azure biceps. And as I said, this is the very latest topic and addition to the AZ-104 syllabus. So that's why please watch the video till the very end very carefully as we cover this latest topic.
So let's begin today's episode, part 28, question number 166. So here you can read that the question is saying that you need to create an Azure storage account that meets the following requirement. So first requirement is that this should minimize the cost. Secondly, it should support hot, cool and archive blob tiers. And thirdly, it should provide the fault tolerance if a disaster affects the Azure region where this account resides. How should you complete the command? So here you can see that we are given with this command. This command is basically incomplete. So in this command, instead of these question marks, you have to choose the appropriate value from these two tables given here. And please note that each correct selection is worth 1 point. So here you can see that we are given with two parameters here, which relates to the command given here. First of all, we have to choose the correct value for the kind, and then we have to choose the correct SKU. So let's check out what are the options given for this kind parameter. So we are given with file storage, then we have storage, and lastly given with storage v2. And the correct answer for this parameter kind is storage v2. Then moving on to the SKU, we have options like standard GRS. We also have standard LRS, and then we have standard RAGRS, and then lastly premium LRS. And the correct value for this SKU should be the standard GRS. So basically the correct command by choosing all of these correct options will become something like this. So here you can see that we have AZ storage account create /G RG1, and then we have this storage account here. Now the correct kind for the storage account is storage V2, and the correct SKU is standard GRS, because this will fulfill all the requirements given here. And friends, it's super important to understand all of the options given under the Azure storage redundancy. So here you can read all about the Azure redundancy options, and I'm sure you understand what exactly is redundancy. So basically in the redundancy, what we are making sure is that in case one of our instance of our application or the storage account fails, then it should still be running using the other instances. And that essentially means that the Azure storage always stores multiple copies of your data so that it can be protected from the planned and unplanned events. So in case there is a crash or maybe some upgrade or some planned upgrade is there, then your application should not be impacted and you should always have happy customers. And not just that, my friends, you really need to grab attention and really understand what are the redundancy options in the primary region. So here we have locally redundant storage, which is the cheapest option. Then we also have zone redundant storage, which is ZRS. So here you can read what are the copies, what are the different types and numbers of copy that each option maintains. And you can understand all the details here. You can understand these options, the primary region, how exactly are these set up, what are the different types of copies or number of copies that are maintained. So all is given in this documentation. But then, my friends, I've also seen many questions on the pricing aspect or the pricing part of all these redundancy options. And for that, I will give you one more documentation, and that is given here, which is the Azure Blob Storage pricing. So here you can understand all about the Azure storage pricing. And here you can see that we have recommended storage. We also have blob only storage, and other options are also given here. And with each option, you can see the pricing information. Here you can see the LRS. You can also see ZRS, GRS, and RAGRS. And you can also understand pricing in respect of various operations. So here you can see operations and the data transfer. You can also read about the data transfer pricing for the block blobs. And similarly, you can go through the entire documentation. Now, in case you're already wondering that how I'm going to remember all these pricing options, do not worry. AZ-104 is an open book exam, and that means you can open all the documentation in the Microsoft Learn in your real exam. But then it's super important to understand where exactly to find the information. So that's why I'm showing you the documentation. The links are always provided in the description box. And also, before I jump to the next question, please watch the question number 165, which was presented in the part 27, the previous part. There also I've taken very important concepts on the Azure storage accounts. And now let's move on with the next question, question number 167. So here you can see some instructions are given. Let's read the instruction. It says that this question is a part of a series of questions that presents the same scenario, and each question in this series contains a unique solution that might meet the stated goals. And some question sets might have more than one correct solution, while the others might not have a correct solution. And after you answer a question in this section, you will not be able to return to it. As a result, these questions will not appear in the review screen. And the gist of all these instructions given here is that in these kind of questions, you will normally be presented with three similar questions but with different solution. And of course, you have to pick the correct solution. So first of all, let's read the question. It says that you have an Azure virtual machine named VM1. Now this VM1 was deployed by using custom Azure Resource Manager templates named ARM1JSON. And now you receive a notification that this VM1 will be affected by the maintenance, and you need to move the VM1 to a different host immediately. And the solution given is that from the update management blade, you click enable. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And friends, this is the correct solution. Is that what you thought? No, unfortunately not. So this is not the correct solution. That's why no is the correct answer. Now, in case you're wondering what is the correct solution, well, I took this question in quite some detail in the question number 131 to 133, which were taken in the part 21 of this AZ-104 series. So from question number 131 to 133, you will see three more solution or three more variation of this question. And of course, you will understand what exactly is the correct answer and why we picked so. But friends, for now, I can just tell you that the ARM template concept is a very important concept and multiple questions are
there in the AZ-104 exam, and actually not just the exam. It's very important to understand the ARM templates because as an Azure admin, you will be dealing with the ARM template quite often. As these ARM templates are the core for the Azure deployments, so here you can read and understand all about the Azure ARM templates. That these ARM templates are essentially the JSON file, or you can also say in the full form JavaScript object notation. And also, in case you do not know, there is the latest happening in the ARM template section, and this is what exactly is given here. So here you can read that we have introduced a new language named Bicep that offers similar capabilities as ARM templates, but with the syntax that is easier to use. And you know what, friends, of recently there are a lot of questions from the ARM template section. So that's why today I will present one question to start with Azure Bicep. So watch the video till the very end so that you understand what is Azure Bicep. I will give a lot of documentation and the structure so that you can really understand what is Azure Bicep. But for now, let's quickly jump to the question number 168, and that says that you have an Azure storage account named Storage1 and you plan to use the EasyCopy to copy the data to the Storage1. And you need to identify the storage services in the Storage1 to which you can copy the data. Which storage service should you identify? Now your options are option A, blob and file only, option B, blob, table and queue only, option C, file and table only, option D, blob, file, table and queue only, and lastly option E, file only. And the correct answer for this question is option A, blob and file only. Now friends, the EasyCopy command is a command line utility that you can use to copy the blobs or the files to and from a storage account. And you can read all about the EasyCopy in this documentation. You can understand what are the syntaxes and what are the various options for the EasyCopy. So here you can see that we have EasyCopy bench, copy. We also have env, which is environment, jobs, and lot of other options are given here. But I think to start with, you can actually jump onto this documentation which says get started with EasyCopy. It's a really important concept in case you're dealing with the Azure storage account. And then my friends, once you have understood what is the Azure storage and what are the different variations of Azure storage, what are the different pricing model, you can also understand on this documentation what is EasyCopy and how to use it. So here you can read all about the EasyCopy command, what are the synopses and other related articles. And then coming back to the question so that you understand why we have not picked the other options. See the option B, which is the blob, table and queue only, option C, file and table only, and option D, blob, file, table and queue only does not support the table and the queue storage services. And then I will come to the option E here, which says file only. Now you have to understand that the EasyCopy, you will also read in the documentation as well, that the EasyCopy supports file storage services as well as the blob storage services. That's why the perfect or the correct answer would be selecting blob and file, both of the options. Now let's jump on to the next question. Question number 169. The question is saying that you plan to deploy an Azure virtual machine based on a basic template stored in Azure Resource Manager or ARM template library. What can you configure during the deployment of the template? Select only one correct answer. Your options are option A, the disk assigned to the virtual machine, option B, the operating system, option C, the resource group, and option D, the size of the virtual machine. And the correct answer for this question is option A, the disk assigned to the virtual machine. And friends, it's really important to understand that when you deploy a resource by using the templates or the ARM templates, you can mention the resource group for the deployments. And now that you have defined the resource group, now these resource group is a container for the Azure resources and makes it really easier to manage all the resources. And just a quick tip in case you do not know, all the Azure resources must reside under a resource group. And now let's move on to the question number 170. This is the very first question that I have introduced on the very latest concept, Azure Bicep. So let's read the question. Question is saying that you have an Azure subscription that contains a resource group named RG1. Now you plan to create a storage account named Storage1 and you have a Bicep file named File1. And you need to modify the File1 so that it can be used to automate the deployments of Storage1 to RG1. Which property should you modify? Your options are option A, scope, option B, kind, option C, SKU, and option D, location.
And the correct answer for this question is option A, scope. So now let me give you more details on the Azure Bicep and why scope is the correct answer. So please understand and listen to this very carefully that to modify the Bicep or the file 1 given here, you have to automate the deployment from storage 1 to RG1. And in order to do so, you have to change or modify the scope property. And this scope property, my friends, in the Bicep file specifies the resource group where the resource should actually be deployed. And just so you know that by default, when you create a resource group in a Bicep file, it's actually deployed to the current resource group. However, if you want to deploy the resource to a different resource group, you need to specify the scope property in the Bicep file. Now let me give you multiple Microsoft documentation so that you can have a structured study on Azure Bicep. And of course, we will start with what is Azure Bicep. So you can read that here, that the Azure Bicep is a domain-specific language that uses declarative syntax to deploy Azure resources. And in a Bicep file, you can define the infrastructure you want to deploy to the Azure and then use the file throughout the deployment lifecycle to repeatedly deploy your infrastructure. And here you can understand what are the benefits of the Bicep. So first of all, the Bicep support all the resource type and the API version. Then it has a simpler syntax when compared to the JSON files, and that you can also observe here. So you can see a code snippet here which is presented in the Bicep format and also in the JSON format. So here you can see the JSON format is actually quite long, but the Bicep format is really condensed, really efficient, and that's why no wonder Microsoft is promoting the Bicep files. And once you understand, my friends, what is the Bicep file, what are its benefits, then you can come on to this documentation here that will give you a basic understanding when comparing the JSON file and the Bicep for templates. So here you can see the comparison between the Bicep and the JSON files. And of course, in case you want, you can go to the Bicep Playground. This is the Bicep Playground. Here you can really understand and work on the Azure Bicep. And in case you want, you can also have some sample templates given here. And once you have done all these documentation, what is Bicep, what are the benefits of Bicep, what is the comparison between JSON and Bicep, then you can come on to this documentation here and really understand the structure and syntax of Bicep files. So I hope I have given you sufficient documentation to get started with Azure Bicep concept. So as I said, today we are going to focus on the Azure Kubernetes services. So let's pick our first question for today. Question number 176, part 13. The question is saying that how many resource groups are created for each AKS deployment? Your options are 1, option B 2, option C 3, and option D 4. And the correct answer is option B 2. So it's always 2 resource groups created whenever there is a AKS deployment. And friends, to validate our answers, I have picked this documentation from the Microsoft question and answer section. So here you can read that someone has asked, why are the 2 resource group created with AKS? So here you can see the question, and down below you can see the answer given by the Microsoft employee. And the answer says that the AKS builds upon a number of Azure infrastructure resources, including virtual machine skill sets and virtual networks and managed disks. Now, this enables you to leverage many of the core capabilities of the Azure platform within the managed Kubernetes environment provided by the AKS. For example, most Azure virtual machine types can be used directly with the AKS, and Azure reservation can be used to receive discounts on those resources automatically. And then you can understand, to enable this architecture, each AKS deployment spans 2 resource groups. And here we are given what is the exact relevance of 2 resource group. To start with, we have this. You create the first resource group. This resource group contains only the Kubernetes service resources, and the AKS resource provide automatically creates the second resource group during the deployment. And what is the second resource group used for? Well, it is known as the node resource group, and this contains all the infrastructure resources associated with the cluster, and these resources include the Kubernetes node, virtual machines, virtual networking, and storage. So this is the exact reason why we need to have 2 resource group for each AKS deployment. Question number 177 that says that you deploy an Azure Kubernetes service cluster that has a network profile shown in the following exhibit. Now you have to select the drop-down menus to select the answer choice that completes each statement based on the information presented in this graphic. And firstly, this graphic tells you that we have this pod CIDR and we are given with this IP address which is 10.244.0.0/16. And then we have this service CIDR which is 10.0.0.0/16. And along with that, we are also given with the DNS service IP, which is 10.0.0.10. And lastly, we are given with the Docker Bridge CIDR, which is 172.17.0.1/16. And friends, now that we are talking about this CIDR lot of time, and I have actually taken this concept in many of the previous questions, but how many of you actually know the full form of this CIDR? Let me know in the comment section. I really want to see how much of you are really understanding the concept and reading the documentation. Anyways, moving on, it also tells you that we have some networking options, which is the HTTP application routing, and this is currently disabled. And then we have these drop down menu, which were also called out in the question itself. So here you can see that first of all, we are given with the containers that will be assigned an IP address in the dash subnet, and you are given with these options or the IP addresses here. So you can read all the IP addresses here. So let me tell you the correct answer. But before I really jump on to the correct answer, let's check out what are the key words or the key sections given in the question. First of all, a very important point given in the question is this POD CIDR. You can check out the IP address here. And the second relevant and important information is this service CIDR. Now let me tell you the correct answer, and then we will try to join all the dots. So the correct answer from the first drop down menu is this one here, the option 1, which is 10.244.0.0/16. And I must say this is a very interesting question. See, for the containers deployment, we need a large number of nodes. And why do we need the large number of nodes? The basic idea of Kubernetes services that you are able to create a really scalable application. And that's why these large number of nodes should actually scale to the increasing demand. And you cannot change this address range once the cluster is deployed. And that's why, my friends, because we want to accommodate a large number of nodes and we also want to keep an eye on the future demand. That's why we have picked this IP address here, because this pod CIDR provides sufficient node accommodation, making it the right answer. And now coming to the second drop down menu here, it says that the services in the AKS cluster will be assigned an IP address in the dash subnet. And here you can see various IP addresses /subnet, which is given after this slash symbol here. So the correct answer for this drop down menu is option B, 10.0.0.0/16. And Kubernetes and the networking is so much important these days because every application wants to be really scaled up. So that's why you need to understand how to use the Kubernetes networking with your own IP address ranges in the Azure Kubernetes services. And you can understand all of that in this documentation. Now let's jump on to the next question. Question number 178 says that you have an Azure subscription that contains an Azure Active Directory, Azure AD tenant named Contoso.com, and also an Azure Kubernetes service cluster named AKS1. And now an administrator reports that she is unable to grant the access to the AKS1 to the users in Contoso.com. And you need to ensure that the access to the AKS1 can be granted to the Contoso.com users. What should you do first? And your options are: from the AKS1, create a namespace. Then option B is from the Contoso.com, create an OAuth 2.0 authorization endpoint. And option C tells you recreate AKS1. Option D is from the Contoso.com, modify the organization relationship setting. And the correct answer for this question is option B, from the Contoso.com, create an OAuth 2.0 authorization endpoint. Now let's move on to the next question. Question number 179. It tells you that your company has a Microsoft 365 tenant and Azure Active Directory tenant named Contoso.com. Now the company uses several Azure file shares and each file share is assigned to a different department at the company. Moving on, the question is telling you that the department attribute in the Azure AD is populated for all the users. And you need to ensure that the users can access the departmental file shares. Which two types of the groups should you use? And each correct selection presents a complete solution. Now let's look at the options given here. A security group that uses a dynamic membership type. Option B, a Microsoft 365 group that uses the dynamic membership type. Option C, a distribution group that uses the dynamic membership type. And option D is a security group that uses the assigned membership type. And lastly, option E, a Microsoft 365 group that uses assigned membership type. And the correct answer for this question is option A, a security group that uses the dynamic membership type. And here, my friends, you really need to understand what is the exact objective of the question. See, as I see, the main objective of the question is to manage the Azure Active Directory objects. Now, the groups that uses the dynamic membership that we have chosen as the answer of this question as well, it actually reduces the overhead of the access management by providing attribute-based membership and also access to the resources. So, based on the membership rules and the resulting access, this is the correct answer. And yes, my friends, in case you're not updated, the Azure Active Directory is now replaced with Microsoft Entra. So Microsoft Entra is the latest concept, and I took a lot of questions on Microsoft Entra in the part 25 of this series. Okay, so now let me give you the next correct answer for this question, and that is option B, a Microsoft 365 group that uses dynamic membership type. Now let me take a very similar question, and that is question number 180. And at a first glance, you can see this question is very similar to the previous one. Friends, as I always tell you, the questions will be very similar in the Microsoft AZ-104 exam, making it really hard. And due to all these confusions and the tricks that Microsoft plays, I always try to group all the questions or the variations of the question in the same part so that you can really understand the concept and also are updated with all the variations of the same question. Now let's read this question here. And it says that you have a Microsoft 365 tenant and an Azure Active Directory tenant named Contoso.com. Now you plan to grant 3 users named User 1, User 2 and User 3 access to a temporary Microsoft SharePoint document library which is named as Library 1. And now you want to create the groups for the users, and the solution must ensure that the groups are deleted automatically after 180 days. See, this is a very important line, that the groups must be deleted automatically after 180 days. Which 2 groups should you create? Each correct answer presents a correct solution. And the given options are option A, a Microsoft 365 group that uses the assigned membership type. Option B, a security group that uses assigned membership type. Option C, a Microsoft 365 group that uses dynamic user membership type. Option D, a security group that uses the dynamic user membership type. And option E, a security group that uses dynamic device membership type. And the first correct option for this question is option C, a Microsoft 365 group that uses the dynamic user membership type. And the very next correct answer is option D, a security group that uses the dynamic user membership type. And you can understand all about the Microsoft 365 group expiration policy in this documentation. Read this documentation so that you are able to answer these kind of questions. And I think you can very well note the SharePoint here. This was the part of our question as well. But in the real AZ-104 exam, my friends, you can also be given with the other options such as Outlook, Teams, Viva Exchange and Forms. So please check out all the options so that you do not lose on any of the question.
We will be focusing on virtual machines and the questions around the virtual machines. And not just that, I will also tell you how to pick the right keywords, how to pick the right hints in the question that will lead you to the correct answer. And not only that, my friends, towards the end of the video, I will ask you one question that will really help you to understand where exactly your preparation stands for AZ-104 exam. And now, what are we waiting for? Let's get started.
Question number 181, part 31. The question is saying that you are creating an Azure virtual machine that will run Windows Server. Now, as an Azure administrator, you must make sure that the virtual machine 1 will be the part of virtual machine scale set. Very important concept here, virtual machine scale set. Now, which setting should you configure during the creation of the virtual machine? And your options are option A, availability options, option B, Azure Spot instances, option C, management, and option D, region. Now the question is simply telling you that you want to make sure as an Azure administrator that this virtual machine named as VM1, it needs to be the part of Azure virtual machine scale set. So as an Azure administrator, how do you configure the same? So these are the options available. Here, as I said, that you need to understand virtual machine scale set. And here you can understand all about the availability options for the Azure virtual machine. So now we are talking about the availability options that is exactly asked in the question as well. So here you can see we have concepts like availability zones, and now comes the concept virtual machine scale set. And this is the concept they were talking about in the question as well. And here you can understand that Azure virtual machine scale set lets you create and manage a group of load balanced virtual machine, and the number of virtual machine instances can automatically increase or decrease in response to the demand or defined schedule. So in a nutshell, Azure Virtual Machine skill set is a combination or a group of virtual machines that you can scale up and scale down depending upon your schedule or your demand. And this is the very important concept in case you're targeting for the high availability for your application. The wonderful part is that this allows you to centrally manage, configure, and update all the virtual machines. And also, I recommend you to also learn about the availability set, which is a related concept, load balancer. So all of these concepts will really help you to understand how to achieve the high availability and how to set up for the same. And friends, I am sure that with the documentation, you have already understood and figured out the answer, and that is option A, availability options. So you must configure the Azure Virtual Machine skill set from the availability option. Now coming to the Azure Spot instances, well, the Spot instances, they're actually used to add the virtual machine with the discounted price. Now the region, this is not related to the Azure Virtual Machine skill set, and the management setting, they allow you to configure the monitoring and the management options for the virtual machine. So this also is not the related answer. So this is why Azure availability option is the correct answer. Moving to the next question, question number 182, it says that you have an Azure subscription that contains a virtual machine named VM1 and a storage account named Storage1. Now you need to ensure that this virtual machine can access the storage one by using the Azure backbone. So it's a new concept for you, probably for some of you. What should you configure? And your options are option A, VPN gateway, option B, peering, option C, a service endpoint, and option D, a routing table. Now think for a moment, my friends, we are talking about the virtual machine, the storage account, and we are also talking about the Azure backbone. So what according to you would be needed so that the virtual machine can access this storage option using the Azure backbone? Well, it is none other than the option C, a service endpoint. And this is because to enable the virtual machine to access the storage one by using the private IP addresses, you actually need to use the service endpoint. See, the virtual network service endpoints provides a secure and a direct connectivity to Azure services over an optimized route, and that route is called Azure Backbone Network, and all the endpoints allows you to secure your critical Azure service resources to only your Azure virtual network. And yes, my friends, I request all of you to share your experiences with the real exam, those who have already cleared the exam, and also those who are trying to attempt the renewal of the certification. And also in case you're still preparing for the first attempt for the exam, then please share what are the areas or what are the questions or the modules in the AZ-104 syllabus that you are struggling with. I will try to include all the feedbacks, all the questions from you in the next episodes so that we can really solidify our chances to clear the exam in the first attempt. And with that, let's move on to the next question, question number 183. The question is saying that you have an Azure subscription that contains 100 virtual machines. Now you regularly create and delete virtual machines, and you need to identify the unattached disks that can be deleted. So you are trying to figure out what are the unattached disks for these virtual machines that are not coming into the use. What should you do? And your options are option A, from the Azure Cost Management, view cost analysis. Option B, from the Azure Advisor, modify the advisor configuration. Option C, from the Azure Storage Explorer, view the account management properties. And lastly, option D, from the Azure Cost Management, view advisor recommendations. Now let's figure out what are the important sections in this question. The very first keyword or the very first hint the question gives you that you are trying to regularly create and delete the virtual machines. And the next important section is this one, where you want to identify unattached disks that can be deleted. And based on these inputs or these hints, I can tell you the correct answer for this question is option D. From the Azure Cost Management, you should view the advisor recommendations. And how can you do that? Well, you have to come to the Azure portal, and in the Azure portal, you come to this home screen. And there you need to reach out to this cost management or billing. And once you reach here, you will see this kind of window coming up. And here in this window, you have to click to this option which says cost management. Once you click on this, you will see multiple options given here. And here you have to select this advisor recommendation. So once you do that, you will land up to this section, which is the advisor recommendation. And here you can see, my friends, all the cost management, all the cost recommendation. And let me tell you, Azure Advisor is one of the very important service in case you're working as an Azure administrator. So you will be spending a lot of time on Azure Advisor. So do you really understand what is Azure Advisor? and in what sense it differs from the Azure Monitor. In case you do not and want to learn it, then sit right back here as I am going to take a question that will clear all of your doubt. What is Azure Advisor and what is Azure Monitor? And for now, let's jump on to the next question. Question number 184 that says that you have an Azure subscription that contains a virtual machine named VM1. Now this virtual machine named VM1, this requires volume encryption for its operating system and the data disk. Now you create an Azure Key Vault named Vault1 and you need to configure Vault1 to support the Azure disk encryption for the volume encryption. Now which setting should you modify for the Vault1? And your options are option A, keys, option B, secrets, option C, access policies, and option D, security. Okay, so my friends, could you guess the right keywords or the hint given in the question? Well, it is this one which says volume encryption, and based on this, I can tell you the correct answer for this question is option C, access policies. So let me tell you, to enable the support for the Azure disk encryption, you need to modify the Azure policies for the key vaults. And what will it do? Well, this provides an option to enable the access to the Azure disk encryption for the volume encryption. And why I'm saying that? Well, let's check out the Microsoft documentation. So here is the Microsoft documentation. The title is Create and Configure a Key Vault for the Azure disk encryption on Windows virtual machine. You can read it out all in detail, but I will jump to the right section here. So here you can see that we are given with 3 steps. Let me zoom a little. So here you can see that we are given with these 3 steps. The first one is creating a resource group if needed. Then the second one is creating a key vault, which is already in the question, already created. And the third step is setting the key vault advanced access policies. And that's why access policies is the right answer. And now let's jump on to the next question, question number 185. And here I will tell you what are the differences between the Azure Monitor and the Azure Advisor. So let's read the question first. It says that you have an Azure subscription that contains several hundred virtual machines. Now you need to identify which virtual machine are underutilized. What should you do? And your options are option A, Azure Advisor. Should you use Azure Advisor, or option B, Azure Monitor, or option C, Azure Policies, or option D, Azure Recommendations? Okay, so in these kind of questions, it's super important to understand what exactly the question is asking you to do. So here you can see the important section is underutilized. So we want to identify virtual machines that are underutilized. So what do you think is the appropriate service for that? Azure Advisor or Azure Monitor? Well, the correct answer is option A, Azure Advisor. Now friends, I know that a lot of you are confused between Azure Advisor and Azure Monitor, and trust me, there are a lot of questions in the AZ-104 exam around these two concepts. So you really need to understand what are the exact differences and when to use which service. So let's check out some documentation on both of these concepts, and then I will summarize the entire concept for you. So here you can see, first of all, we have Azure Advisor. Now, what is Azure Advisor? Well, according to Microsoft, Azure Advisor is a digital cloud assistant that really help you to follow the best practices to optimize the Azure deployments. And what exactly you can do with it? Well, you can get proactive, actionable, and personalized best practices recommendation. So you get all of these recommendations from Azure Advisor. And not only that, this Azure Advisor, it really helps you to improve the performance, security, reliability of your application. And why so? Because Azure Advisor gives you the recommendation following which you can improve your performance, security, and reliability. And also you get the recommendation with proposed action in line. And what does this mean? Well, when you get the recommendation, when you click on this, you will also see how to implement the same. And of course, in the same documentation, you can really learn about the Azure Advisor in quite some detail. But for now, let me quickly jump to the Azure Monitor. And here you can see Azure Monitor. This is the documentation. So what is Azure Monitor? Well, Azure Monitor, as the name suggests, it's a comprehensive monitoring solution for collecting, analyzing, and responding to the monitoring data from your cloud and on-premises environment. And this is very important, my friends, that you understand this is not just for the cloud. This can be also used for the on-premises environments. And what can you use Azure Monitor for? Well, you can maximize the availability and performance of your application and the services. Okay, so I see that some of you are still confused. So let me summarize in my own words.
Okay, so first of all, Azure Advisor and Azure Monitor both are very essential tools in Microsoft Azure ecosystem. Now, each of these tools concentrate on a very specific purpose, starting with the Azure Advisor. And this is the personalized cloud consultant that helps you follow the best practices to optimize your Azure deployments. And this will help you analyze your resources, your configuration, what are your usage patterns, to provide you recommendations for improving availability, performance, security, and also the cost effectiveness of your Azure resources. Now, let me tell you the recommendations from the Azure Advisor can be broadly categorized into 5 areas. The first one is reliability. Second one is security. Third one is performance. Fourth one is cost. And last one is operational excellence. So in a nutshell, Azure Advisor is the tool that provides you all the best practices, all the best recommendations directly coming from Azure, which can be divided into all these 5 broad categories. And now coming to the Azure Monitor, well, Azure Monitor on the other hand is a comprehensive solution for collecting, analyzing and acting upon the telemetry or the logs from your cloud or premises environments. So friends, all of our application, even the appliances today, they generate lot of telemetry, lot of log files, and these log files you can feed into the Azure Monitor, and then the Azure Monitor can really help you to understand what exactly is going under the hood for your application, your appliances. So by digesting all this telemetry, all these logs, Azure Monitor can really help you do some more technical in-depth analysis, provide some in-depth monitoring capabilities, including platform metrics, alerting and notification features. So in a summary, while the Azure Advisor focuses on providing optimization recommendation, on the other hand, Azure Monitor offers detailed monitoring and diagnostics capability to keep your application services running smoothly. So I hope this small comparison will really help you to understand what are the difference between these two important services. And I really encourage you all to bring some more examples and how you use these two services. This will really help you to understand clear your thoughts and will really help others to understand the use cases for both the services.
Latest question for you on Microsoft Entra ID so that you can prepare on this very important and the latest concept.
Question number 186, part 32. Now listen the question very carefully. Your company has a Microsoft 365 tenant and a Microsoft Entra ID tenant named Contoso.com. Now the company uses several Azure files shares and each share is assigned to a different department at your company. So I hope you understood until now. We have Microsoft Entra ID tenant named Contoso.com that is using Azure file shares, and each share or file share is assigned to a different department in the company. Further, the question is saying that the department attribute in the Microsoft Entra ID is populated for all the users, and you need to ensure that the users can access the department file shares. Which two type of groups should you use? And each correct answer presents the complete solution. So it's very important to understand, or let me say in short, this question wants you to set up dynamic membership rule for groups in Microsoft Entra ID. Now let's check out what are the options given. Option A, a security group that uses the dynamic membership type. Option B, a distribution group that uses dynamic membership type. Option C, a Microsoft 365 group that uses dynamic membership type. Option D, a security group that uses assigned membership type. And option E, a Microsoft 365 group that uses assigned membership type. And the very first correct option is option A, a security group that uses the dynamic membership type. And then we have option C, a Microsoft 365 group that uses the dynamic membership type. Now guys, listen to this very carefully, that the groups that uses the dynamic membership rules, they kind of reduce the overhead of the access management by providing attribute based membership and also access to the resources. So based on the membership rules, the members and the resulting access can be granted and removed automatically. So let me show you some documentation on the same. So here it comes. It says dynamic membership rules for the groups in Microsoft Entra ID. So first of all, you can see that we have to create the attribute based rules to enable the dynamic membership for a group in Microsoft Entra ID, which is of course the part of Microsoft Entra. And then you can also note that you can set up a rule for dynamic membership on the security groups or the Microsoft 365 groups. And those are the exact options that we have also picked. So Microsoft documentation validates our answers.
Do check out our other series or other videos on all the popular exam series on Microsoft Azure and Amazon AWS.
And with that, let's move on to the next question. Question number 187 that says that you have Microsoft Entra ID tenant named Contoso.com. Now you need to ensure that a user
which is named as user 1, can review all the settings of the tenant, and the user 1 must be prevented from changing any setting. Which role should you assign to the user 1? So it's very important in the question that you understand the keywords or the hints given in the question. And that is that the user 1 can review all the settings of the tenant, but it must be prevented from changing any setting. So although the user 1 should be able to review the settings, but it should not be allowed to change any setting. And the options given are option A, directory reader, option B, security reader, option C, reports reader, and option D, global reader. So read the question once again, think about what all the question is asking for, and then answer the question and match up with the answer that I am giving now. And the correct answer is option D, global reader. And just so you understand, a user that is assigned the global reader role is actually prevented from making any modifications. And that's the ask of the question as well. And this role is basically a read-only version of the global administrator. And that allows the users to read the settings. It allows the users to traverse through all the administrative information across all the services. But then as the question is asking, the global reader is prevented from making any changes. So now let's validate our answer on the Microsoft documentation. Here you can see that we have information on global reader. First of all, to notice that this is a privileged access. What is the privileged role? You can see and understand from this link provided here. Well, these kind of roles and the permissions can be used to delegate the management of the directory resources to other users, modify the credentials, authentication, authorization policies, or access restricted data. So the privileged role assignments can lead to elevation of privilege if not used in a secure and intended manner. So these roles, my friends, they should be assigned with the real caution. Coming back to the main documentation, here you can read that the global reader is a read-only counterpart of the global administrator, as I just mentioned. What does this mean? Well, the global reader, like the global administrator, can review and read all the settings, but unlike the global administrator, the global reader cannot make change to any of the settings. And that's exactly the ask of the question as well. So global reader is the correct answer. And as always, my friends, links to all the documentation that I'm referring in this video is shared in the description box. So in the description box, you're given the link for this Word document or this Google Word document where you can find the links to all the episodes, where you can find the links to all the documentation that we have referred in any of the episodes. So here you can see that we are given with this index here. So in case you want to reach out to any episode, let's say that you want to reach out to the episode number 9, just come here, click on this, and here you will be able to reach out to all the documentation. So this is how you can access the entire set of documentation, the legit Microsoft documentation, absolutely free. So please make the best out of it. And with that, let's jump on to the next question. Question number 188 that says that you have a Microsoft Entra ID tenant named Contoso.com and you have to deploy a development Entra ID tenant, and then you want to create several custom administrative roles in the development tenant, and after that you need to copy the roles to the production tenant. What should you do first? And your options are: from the development tenant, export the custom roles to the JSON. Then option B, from the production tenant, create a new custom role. Then option C, from the development tenant, perform a backup. And then option D, from the production tenant, create an administrative unit. Now friends, the question is asking you to copy the roles. So here you can see that we need to copy the roles from the development Entra ID tenant to the production tenant. And that is why the option B is ruled out, because in option B, it talks about creating new role, but we do not want to create, we just want to copy. And then coming to the option C, this is also not suited as the backup will not help. And finally, option D, which talks about creating an administrative unit. Well, this is also not the relevant option given the task given in the question. So that is why we're left with the option A. And that's exactly the correct answer for this question. From the development tenant, export custom roles to the JSON. See, here in the option A, we are talking about exporting the custom roles to a JSON file from the development tenant. And what are we going to do next? Well, in the very next step, what we will do is we will copy all these custom roles from this development tenant to the production tenant. And also understand, my friends, that creating custom roles can be really complex jobs, and we need a mechanism that can really handle all this complexity. And JSON is the best fit for the same. So the JSON can really handle the complex hierarchies of the custom roles. So that's why, my friends, in a summary, first you export the custom roles in a JSON from the development environment, and then you take all these copied JSON roles from the development environment to the production environment. And And one more very important thing or tip for the exam, in this question, you are just being asked to do the very first step. But in many other questions, Microsoft can change the pattern. So in the real exam, they may ask you just to tell the first step, or they can also ask you to tell both of the steps. So there might be a similar question where both of the steps are listed, exporting the custom roles and also importing the custom role to the production environment. So keep both the steps in your mind in case the question changes, as we saw in the question number 186 just a while back. So now let's move on to the next question, question number 189, that says that your company has a Microsoft Entra ID subscription and you need to deploy 5 virtual machines to your company's virtual network subnet. Now the virtual machines will each have both a public and a private IP address. Very important line, that each virtual machines can have both public and a private IP address. Now the inbound and the outbound rules, security rules for all these virtual machines must be identical. So which of the following is the least number of network interfaces needed for this configuration? And your options are option A 5, option B 10, option C 20 and option D 25. And the correct answer for the same is option A 5. And I hope you noted the important sections of the question. The first one is this one, 5 virtual machines. And the second one, as I just said, that each virtual machine can have both public and private IP addresses. Now let me jump on to the Microsoft documentation. So this is the Microsoft documentation titled as Virtual Networks and Virtual Machines in Microsoft Azure. And here I want to reach to the relevant section, which is this one, network interfaces. So first, let's understand what exactly is the network interface. Well, this is the interconnection between the virtual machine and the virtual network. So a virtual machine must have at least one NIC. In case you do not even create the NIC, even then the NIC will be created implicitly by the Microsoft. And the virtual machine can have more than one NIC depending upon the size of the virtual machine that you create. And now that you understand what are network interfaces, let me jump on to the other relevant section here, that is this one, which says IP addresses. So here you can read that you can assign these type of IP addresses to a network interface in Microsoft Azure. And what are the IP addresses? The type of IP addresses? Well, public IP and private IP. And that's the exact ask of the question as well. Here you can see that. So we have 5 virtual machines. We can assign both the public and the private IP to each NIC, which is connected to the virtual machine. So that's why at least we would need 5 NICs or network interfaces for this configuration. And with that understanding, let's take a related question. Question number 190, that says that your company has a Microsoft Entra ID subscription and you need to deploy 5 virtual machines to your company's virtual network subnet. Very similar to the last question. The virtual machine, as we saw in the last question as well, each can have both public and private IP address, and the inbound and the outbound security rules for all the virtual machines must be identical. So until now the question is exactly the same as the previous one, and now the question changes. It says that which of the following is the least amount of security groups needed for this configuration. In the last question we were talking about the network interfaces, while in this question we are talking about the security groups. And what are the options? The options given are option A 1, option B 5, option C 7 and option D 10. So could you guess the correct answer? Well, the correct answer is option A 1. So we would need at least one security group for this configuration. Question number 191 part 33. The question is saying that you have an Azure subscription that contains several Azure runbooks. Now these runbooks run nightly and generate reports, and the runbooks are configured to store authentication credentials as the variables. Now as an Azure administrator, your responsibility is to replace all the authentication solution with a more secure solution. What should you use? Your options are option A, Azure Active Directory Identity Protection, option B, Azure Key Vault, option C, an access policy, and option D, an administrative unit. And the correct answer for this question is an Azure Key Vault. And friends, I have told you many times that whenever in the question you see the ask of the question is revolving around the security or the passwords or the certification, then the correct answer should always be, or at least in most of the cases, would be Azure Key Vault. So very important 2 concepts or 2 services that you can learn from this question is Azure Runbooks and Azure Key Vault. Now for those who really want to understand what exactly is the runbook and how to execute the runbook in Azure Automation, This is a very good documentation. Here you can read all about the runbook and the automation. I also want to bring your focus to the Azure Key Vault, very important service in Microsoft Azure. And this service, Azure Key Vault, will really help you to do the secret management, key management, and certification management. And then, of course, you can read that the Azure Key Vault has two service tiers: standard, which encrypts the software keys, and the premium tier, which includes the hardware security module, which is also known as HCM protected keys. And I can tell you that there is a high possibility you will surely get some questions on Azure Key Vault. Moving on with the next question, question number 192, that says that you administer a solution in Azure that is currently having performance issues. Now you need to find out the cause of these performance issues pertaining to the metrics on the Azure infrastructure. Now, which of the following is the tool should you use? And your options are option A, Azure Traffic Analytics, option B, Azure Monitor, option C, Azure Activity Log, and option D, Azure Advisor. And the correct answer for this question is option B, Azure Monitor. And friends, in case you're really confused what is Azure Monitor and how does it differ from the Azure Advisor, then in the previous parts I really explained the differences between both these services. So please check out the previous videos, as these services you will surely get some questions around these. So it's really important for you to understand the differences between the same. But for now, for this question, let me tell you that the Azure Monitor is a tool that is used to collect and analyze performance metrics, telemetry data, and logs in Microsoft Azure. And it really provides you with the insights of your performance of your Azure resources, maybe your application or the workloads, and helps you identify and troubleshoot issues related to availability, performance, and security. And then looking at the other services, because you will get the questions around these other services as well, so important to understand. So Azure Traffic Analytics is used to monitor and analyze the network traffic, as the name suggests. And then the Azure Activity Log, this provides the insights into the activities performed on Azure resources. And lastly, very quickly touching upon the Azure Advisor, well, this provides the recommendation for improving the performance, security, and reliability of your Azure resources. And friends, tell me honestly in the comment section, how many of you were thinking that the Azure Advisor was the correct answer for this question? Let me know in the comment section. It's very important once again to understand these services. There will be a lot of questions around these services in the actual AZ-104 exam. So please understand these services, read the documentation, and also watch the previous parts of this series, as we have taken tons of questions on each service. And do not miss to watch the question number 185 part 31, and you will never make a mistake between Azure Monitor and Azure Advisor. Now let's jump on to a set of very interesting questions. So in these kind of questions, my friends, in the real exam, you will be presented questions like this, and there will be solution given like this. So here you can see this solution part here, and you have to tell which of these solution is correct. So similar to this question, you will see more variations of the same question. You will normally get a set of 3 questions, and you have to pick the correct solution out of these 3 questions. So we will see also exactly in the exam pattern all these 3 variations of this same question. So let's read the question number 193. It says your company has a Microsoft SQL Server always on availability group configured on their Azure virtual machines, and you need to configure an Azure internal load balancer as a listener for the availability group. What is the solution given? The solution is that you create an HTTP health probe on port 1433. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? So what do you think is the correct answer? Does this solution is the correct solution or not? Well, the correct answer is no, because this solution is not the correct solution. And why this is so? Because creating an HTTP health probe on the port 1433 does not meet the goal for the configuration of Azure internal load balancer that we need to set up as a listener for SQL Server with always on availability option. Question number 194, exactly the same question, but the solution given is different. The solution this time is that you set session persistence on client IP. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? Well, once again, this is the incorrect solution. That's why no is the correct answer. But in case you really want to understand what exactly is Azure Load Balancer distribution modes, then this is the documentation for the same. So here you can read that the Azure Load Balancer supports the following distribution modes for routing connection to instances in the backend pool. So here you can get the entire overview. You can understand what are the tuples, how many tuples they support, and not just that, you can also understand hash based and other information as well. So please understand these concepts. These will help you when you're actually performing as an Azure administrator.
But for now, let's jump onto the third variation of the same question. Question number 195, once again, exactly the same question. Solution is different though. The solution this time is that you enable floating IP. Does this solution meet the goal? And yes, my friends, this time this is the correct solution. That's why yes is the correct answer. So please understand, when you enable a floating IP on the Azure internal load balancer, please mind it, Azure internal load balancer, this will actually allow the always on availability group. That exactly is the ask for this question as well. So as I was saying, enabling the floating IP on your Azure internal load balancer, this will allow always on availability group to use the IP address assigned to the load balancer even if the virtual machine instance changes. And why this is so important? Because this will ensure that the clients can connect to the availability group without the interruptions in case of failover. And to completely understand what is Azure Load Balancer and how does it interact with the floating IP configuration, well, this is the documentation. Here, first of all, you can understand what is Azure Floating IP. So some of the application scenarios prefer or require the use of same port by multiple application instances on a single virtual machine in a backend pool. So very important line here. The requirement for the floating IP is when you want to use the same port by multiple applications. And here you can also understand what are the different configurations. So first of all, you have floating IP enabled and also floating IP disabled. So here you can understand what exactly the different it brings. So before floating IP, here you can see that we have port 80 and Azure load balancer in front of these two virtual machines in the backend pool. And then you can also see what happens after the floating IP. And here you can observe the difference. First of all, before we implemented floating IP, we had this port 80 and the internal ports are 443 and this one also 443. But once we have implemented the floating IP, here you can see that we have port 80 in front of the load balancer and also the port 80 inside the backend pool. So that's the real benefit of using floating IPs. Okay, so are you still with me? Well done, buckle up. We have reached this milestone. We have covered a lot of grounds, but still lot is left. And you are doing absolutely great job. Let's get back to the questions.
In last few videos, we have covered a lot of questions, lot of important and the latest questions on many concepts such as Azure Monitor. We also covered Azure Virtual Machines, Microsoft Entra ID, and not only that, in the last videos, I also explained what is the major difference between Azure Advisor and Azure Monitor, because a lot of people really get confused within these two concepts and there they lose precious marks. So please watch the previous videos. And in this video, my friends, as I promised in the last one, we are going to focus on Microsoft storage and the replication options.
Question number 196, part 34. And this episode, my friends, this video is really intense. You will learn a lot of things around the Azure storage account, Azure storage redundancy options, Azure replication options. So please listen to the questions very carefully as we reach to the double century of our questions. So this question says that you plan to create an Azure storage account in the Azure region East US 2. Now you need to create a storage account that meets the following requirements. The first one is that it should replicate synchronously, and second one is that this remains available even if a single data centers in the region fails. So how should you configure the storage account? To answer, select the appropriate options in the answer area, and please note that each correct selection is worth 1 point. So here you can see that we are given with these two tables. So that's why it means that you have to choose two correct answers. So the first one is you have to tell the exact and correct replication option. And secondly, you have to tell the correct account type. So let's check out what are the options given for the replication. We have geo-redundant storage, which is GRS. Then we have locally redundant storage, LRS. Read access geo-redundant storage, which is also known as RAGRS. And lastly, zone redundant storage, also known as ZRS. So first, let me tell you the correct answers and then we will look at the documentation and validate our answers. So the correct answer for the replication is zone redundant storage, which is also known as ZRS. Now let's move on to the account type. So here we have options. Option A, blob storage. Option B, storage general purpose version 2. And option C, storage V2, which is also known as general purpose version 2. And the correct answer is, well, I'm sure that you might have already guessed it. In case you have little understanding also about the Azure storage account,
and that is Storage v2, or also known as General Purpose version 2. And before we jump on to the documentation, let me tell you a little bit more about the ZRS, or Zone Redundant Storage. So basically, ZRS replicates your data synchronously across 3 storage clusters in a single region. And that is what our ask for the question as well, that it should remain available even if the single data centers in the region fails. So we have 3 data centers in the same region, and ZRS will ensure that the application remains available. Now coming to the locally redundant storage, why we have not picked this? Well, the locally redundant storage would not be available if the data center fails in the region. So that's why this is not the correct answer. Now coming to the geo-redundant storage and read access geo-redundant storage, well, these are not picked because these options use asynchronous replication, while the ask of the question is replicates synchronously. Now let me give you some documentation on Azure storage redundancy options. So here you can read first of all about the Azure storage redundancy. You have multiple choices of your data, and then you can also understand how your data is replicated within the primary region, whether your data is replicated to the secondary region or geographical distant apart or primary region. So a lot of options, lot of information is given in this documentation, and please understand, my friends, these are very important concepts. Lot of questions from Azure storage account always revolve around this redundancy, GRS, LRS, ZRS. So all these options are pretty confusing to many of you. So please understand all about these options. What is the locally redundant storage and what is exact the use case of the same. Similar for the zone redundant storage, and you will also be able to find the other options in the same documentation. So for example, if you go down, you can also find out geo-redundant or GRS or geo-zone redundant storage options as well. So please understand all about these options. So with that, let's jump on to the next question. Question number 197. Once again, very important question and equally confusing. So let's read the question. It says that you have an Azure subscription that contains the storage accounts as shown in the following table. So this is the table, and you need to identify which storage account can be switched to the geo-redundant storage or GRS. Which storage account should you identify? So here we can see this table is given, and we are given with 4 options or 4 type of information. First of all, it says what is the name of the storage, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we are given with the kind. So we have storage v2, blob storage, file storage, and storage which is general purpose version 2, which is a old type of storage account. And then we are also given with the performance. So we have standard, 2 standard options and 2 premium options. And lastly, we are given with the replication option. So this tells us whether the storage account has the replication of zone redundant storage or locally redundant storage, what kind of replication this storage account has. So for example, we have 2 options given, zone redundant storage and locally redundant storage. Now let's check out the options. The options given are option A, storage 1 only, option B, storage 2 only, option C, storage 3 only, option D, storage 4 only, and option E, storage 1 and storage 4 only, and lastly option F, storage 2 and storage 3 only. And once again, to emphasize more, the important section of this question is this one, that account can be switched to the geo-redundant storage. And based on all this information, based on all these tables and what is the ask of the question, the correct answer for this question is, could you really guess it? Well, the correct answer is option B, storage 2 only. So let's check out what are the information given for the storage 2. Well, this is storage 2. It is of blob storage, and this storage has the performance of standard type, and this has a replication of locally redundant storage, or also known as LRS. Now let's try to understand why exactly we have not chosen other storage 1, 3 and 4. So first of all, we have these zone redundant storage. Let's try to rule these out. So zone redundant storage is in option 1 and option 3. You always remember and listen to this very carefully, that storage account that is already configured as zone redundant storage, that cannot be changed or directly switched to another replication setting. So that's why we can rule out storage 1 and storage 3 from the possible answers. Now coming to the storage 4, well, the storage 4 is of kind of storage which is general purpose version 2, and it is of premium performance, and it is also locally redundant storage. So let's understand why I have not picked this one. Well, the answer lies here. So you can see that this storage is of general purpose version 2. And these kind of storage, my friends, as I just told you, these are not used much these days. And that's why we are only left with the option 2, which is the correct answer for this question. So this is the documentation that will validate our answer. This is titled as Change the Redundancy Configuration for a Storage Account. You can read all about this, but I want to take you to the relevant section. So this is the relevant section. I'm not sure if you can see the entire table, but here in this table you can see. So for example, we are switching from LRS to LRS, and we are switching from LRS to GRS or RAGRS. So all the options are given here. And just below this table, my friends, you will see this section here, and here you can read that conversion to ZRS or GZRS for the LRS account resulting from a failover is not supported. For more information, of course, you can check this documentation as well. And that validates our answer for this question. But in case you still have some confusion, do read the question once again, pause the video, rewind it, listen to all the arguments and how I picked the correct answer, and you will understand. But still, in case you have some confusion, do let me know in the comment section. And for now, let's jump on to the next question. Question number 198 that says that you have an Azure subscription that contains the storage accounts as shown in the following table. So once again, a similar kind of table except for this access tier option given here. Now the question further says that you need to identify which storage account can be converted to the zone redundant storage or ZRS replication by requesting live migration from Azure support. This is very important line. Here you can read that you need to pick a storage account that can be converted to zone redundant storage replication by requesting live migration from Azure support. So please understand the differences between this question and the previous one. Now the question is saying that which storage account should you identify, and here you can see this table gives you more information about all the storage 1, 2, 3, 4. And further, you can see that storage 1 is of general purpose version 1, storage 2 and 3 are general purpose version 2, and then we have storage 4 as blob storage, and then the performance information is also given. So storage 1 is premium, then we have storage 2 standard, storage 3 premium, and storage 4 standard once again. Now let's see the replication options. So we have storage 1 as geo-redundant or GRS, then we have storage 2 as locally redundant storage or LRS, then we have storage 3 which is read access geo-redundant storage or RAGRS, and lastly option 4 storage 4 which is locally redundant storage. And finally we are given with the access tier information, which is none for the storage 1, cool for storage 2, hot for storage 3 and 4. So now let's check out what are the options given here. So first of all, we have option A, storage 1 only, option B, storage 2 only, option C, storage 3 only, and option D, storage 4 only. And the correct answer for this question is option B, storage 2 only. Now let's try to understand once again. So please listen to this very carefully, the arguments that I gave, why we have not picked the option storage 1, storage 3 and storage 4. So first of all, I want to focus on storage 1 and storage 3. Now in these kind of storage, looking at all the informations given for the kind, performance, replication and access tier, well, these storage will not support the live migration. That is the ask of the question. And also you have to understand that only the standard storage account supports the live migration. And that is also one of the reasons that we have ruled out the storage 1 and storage 3. And friends, I will not touch the storage 4. I will leave this to you. Please try to find out what are the arguments and why would you not select the storage 4. Do let me know in the comment section. Now let's very quickly jump to the question number 199. The question is saying that you have an Azure subscription that contains the storage account as shown in the following table, and you need to identify which storage account supports moving the data to the archive access tier. So you have to basically select the option or select the storage account that supports the archive access tier. So here is the information given. We have 4 storage account, 1, 2, 3, 4. The kind is also given. So the storage 1 is general purpose version 1. Storage 2 is general purpose version 2 type of storage. Then we have storage 3, which is storage again general purpose version 1. And lastly, storage 4, which is blob storage. Then we can see also the redundancy options. We have locally redundant storage for storage 1. Storage 2 and 3 are zone redundant storage. And then we have storage 4, which is read access geo redundant storage or RAGRS. Now let's look at the options given here. Option A is storage 1 only. Option B, storage 2 only. Option C, storage 3 only. And then option D, storage 4 only. So friends, pause the video, think for a moment, look at all the information given here and try to figure out the answer. But for now, let me tell you the correct answer. The correct answer is option D, storage 4 only. And the reason is that only the storage accounts that are configured for LRS, GRS and RAGRS supports moving the blobs to the archive tier. And only the option D, storage 4, which is a blob storage kind of storage and which has the read access geo-redundant redundancy option, fits the bill. And we can validate our answer on this Microsoft documentation, which is titled as Access Tiers for the blob storage. Here you have to go a little bit down and then you will reach to this section here. So here you can read, it says that only the storage accounts that are configured as LRS, GRS and RAGRS supports moving the blobs to the archive tier. And now let's move on to the question number 200, the double century for us. So here the question is saying that you have an Azure subscription that contains the storage account as shown in the following table, a very similar table. Then it says you plan to manage the data stored in the accounts by using the lifecycle management rules. To which storage account can you apply lifecycle management rules? So here we are given again with 4 storage account, kind is given, redundancy and performance is given. So let's directly jump to the options given here. You can read all the information by yourself. So first of all, option A, storage 1, option B, storage 1 and 2 only. And then we have option C, storage 3 and 4 only, option D, storage 1, 2 and 3 only, and option E, storage 1, 2, 3, 4, all of the above. So let me give you the correct answer, and that is option D, storage 1, storage 2 and storage 3 only. And why this is so? Because the lifecycle management policies are supported for the block blobs and the append blobs in the general purpose version 2, premium blob and block storage accounts. So now with the information that I've provided you, please match up that information and try to rule out the options which do not fit in this, and then you will be able to arrive to the correct answer.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the AZ-104 exam preparation series. So in today's video, my friends, what I have done is, rather than focusing on one single concept, I have bring some mixed bag of questions.
So here we have question number 201, part 35. It says that your company has 10 different departments and you have an Azure subscription that contains several hundred virtual machines. Now the users for each department use only their department's virtual machine, and you plan to apply resource tags for each department to the virtual machines. So which of the following two solutions should you use? And each correct presents a complete solution. Now let's check out the options given. Here we have option A, PowerShell, option B, Azure Resource Manager or ARM templates, option C, app registration, and option D, Azure Advisor. So the first correct option is option A, PowerShell, and the next correct option is option B, Azure Resource Manager or ARM templates. And friends, Azure tags is a very important concept. It really helps you manage the resources more efficiently. So assigning the tags to your virtual machine or any other resource for that matter, it really allows you to create reports and dashboards for alerting or maybe for budgeting or performance management. And you should remember from the exam perspective that the tags can be applied by using PowerShell, which is the option we have chosen here. It also can be applied using ARM. And not just that, you can also apply the tags using Azure CLI. And as I said, Azure tagging is a very important concept. So here on this documentation, you can understand the resource naming and tagging decision guide. So here, first of all, you can understand what is the resource management. So basically, how can you optimize your resources so that your IT team can easily work with them. And with the use of Azure tags, your IT team will be able to quickly locate the resources that are associated with specific workloads, regions, environments, and ownership. Then secondly, you can use the Azure tag for the cost management and the optimization. So here you can see that your IT team can really understand the resources and the workloads that each team uses, so that the business groups knows how much the resource are getting consumed. So let's say that you have a big company. Now you have several departments in your company. It could be finance, it could be HR, it could be IT. Now each department might be using some of the cloud resources, and you want to really control the cost and the resources being used by each department. So what is the best way to do is, so in this case, you can assign the Azure tags to each resource based on the departments, and when you generate the reports, your IT team will know that which resource is being used by which department. So this will really help you to control the cost based on each department. And not just that, my friends, Azure tags you can also use for operation management, security, governance and regulatory compliance, automation and much more. So please read this concept very carefully. Really important concept, easy to implement, but really gives you a lot of power. And with that, let's jump on to the next question. Question number 202 that says that you have an Azure subscription
that contains the Microsoft Entra ID tenant named contoso.com and the Azure Kubernetes Service AKS cluster named as AKS1. Now, as an administrator, the administrator reports that she is not able to grant the access to the AKS1 to the users in the contoso.com. Now, you need to ensure that the access to the AKS1 can be granted to the Contoso users. And did you already notice that this is the Azure Kubernetes service related question? Well, what's the big deal in that? Well, I will tell you once I've given you the answer, and this will really help you to understand, are you really focused on preparations for AZ-104? Well, we will see that. For now, let's check out the options. Here we have option A, from the contoso.com, modify the organization relationship settings. Option B, from the contoso.com, create an OAuth 2.0 authorization endpoint. Option C, recreate AKS1. And then option D, from the AKS1, create a namespace. And the correct answer for the same is option B, from the contoso.com, create an OAuth 2.0 authorization endpoint. Okay, so this is the Microsoft documentation that talks about the Microsoft Entra ID integration with the AKS cluster. So here you can read all about the cluster and how does it integrate with Microsoft Entra ID. But for now, I want to bring your focus to this section here that says that with the Microsoft Entra ID integration with the AKS cluster, you can grant users or the group access to the Kubernetes resources within a namespace or across the cluster. And then further down, you can also read that the Microsoft Entra authentication is provided to the AKS cluster with the OpenID Connect. OpenID Connect is an identity layer built on the top of OAuth 2.0 protocol. And that exactly validates our answer. But now you may be thinking why exactly I took this question. Well, just for the fact I wanted to bring to your notice that Azure Kubernetes Service or AKS is out of the syllabus. And similarly, my friends, there can be a lot of popular concepts, lot of popular services that are out of syllabus for AZ-104. So please do not put your effort and time in these kind of topics and in these kind of concepts. Of course, they are important to learn, but not from the AZ-104 exam perspective. Now, let's move on to the next question. Question number 203 that says that you have a resource group named RG1 that contains several unused resources and you want to use the Azure CLI to remove the RG1 and all its resources without requiring a confirmation. Very important line, without requiring a confirmation. Which command should you use? Here you can see that we are given with 4 commands. First of all, we have AZ group delete with the name option RG1 and no wait yes. And then we have option B, AZ group deployment delete name RG1 no wait. Option C, AZ group update name RG1 remove. And lastly, option D, AZ group wait deleted resource group name RG1. So what do you think is the correct answer? A little tricky one, but let me tell you the correct answer. That is option A, AZ group delete, name of the resource group RG1 and no wait option selected as yes. So let's try to validate our answer. So here you can see that we are in this documentation that says AZ group and we are given with lot of commands here. We have this AZ group create, we have this AZ group delete. Now if you remember the answer, we selected the AZ group delete command. So let's click on this one. So now you reach to the documentation for AZ group delete. Here you can see the syntax of the command. You can also see the examples. But our answer lies here in this section which says optional parameters. So here you can see that we have one option given here which says no wait, as we also had in question as well, or the options of the question. Here you can see that this option is basically when you do not want to wait for the long running operations to finish. So default value is false, but when you select it as a yes, then you do not have to wait for the long running operations to finish and it will also not prompt you for the confirmation. And that's exactly our ask in the question as well. So we do not want to wait for the confirmation. So that's why option A is the correct answer. Now let's jump on to the next question. Question number 204, a different format completely. So let's jump on to it. It says that you have a Microsoft Entra ID tenant that has the contoso.onmicrosoft.com domain name. Now you have the domain name of Contoso registered at a third-party registrar. You need to ensure that you can create the Entra ID users that have the names containing the suffix of @contoso.com. Which 3 actions should you perform? To answer, move the appropriate action from the list of actions to the answer area and arrange them in the correct order. So first of all, please understand that you have to pick 3 actions and the actions should be in the right sequence. Otherwise, you will lose the marks. So the options given are option A, add a record to the public contoso.com DNS zone. Option B, add an Azure AD tenant, configure company branding. And option D, create an Azure DNS zone. Option E, add a custom name. And lastly, option F, verify the domain. So let's check out what are the correct actions in the correct sequence. So at the first place comes add a custom name. Secondly, we will add a record to the public contoso.com DNS zone. And third step would be that we will verify the domain. So these are the three actions that you need to take in the correct sequence. Now let's move on to the next question, question number 205, that says that you have an Azure subscription named subscription 1. Now this subscription 1 contains the resource groups in the following table. RG1, which is the resource group, has a web app named Web App 1. And this Web App 1 is located in West Europe, and you want to move this Web App 1 to the RG2. What is the effect of this move? And here you can see that we are given with this table here, which says name of the RG1 or the resource group, what are the regions these resource group lies, and what are the policies against these resource group. So now let's look at what are the options given. So here we see that we are option A. We have this option A that says the app service plan for the Web App 1 remains in the West Europe. Policy 2 applies to the Web App 1. So remember that we are moving the Web App 1 to the resource group 2. Moving on, option B says that the app service plan for the Web App 1 moves to the North Europe and the policy 2 applies to the Web App 1. Then we have option C that says the app service plan for the Web App 1 remains in the West Europe and the policy 1 applies to the Web App 1. And the last option given is that the web service plan for the Web App 1 moves to the North Europe and the policy 1 applies to the Web App 1. So friends, let me give you the correct answer, but I recommend to pause the video, read the question once again, understand this table given here and all the policies and all the options given here in the question. Try to answer yourself and match up with the answer that I am giving now. And the correct answer is option A. The app service plan for the Web App 1 remains in West Europe and the policy 2 applies to the Web App 1. And here you need to understand that you can move an app to another app service plan as long as the source plan and the target plan are in the same resource group and the geographical region. And also understand that the region in which your app runs is the region for the app service plan it is in. And lastly, you cannot change the region for any app service plan. And in case you're looking for more information on how to manage app service plan in Microsoft Azure, this is the documentation. Here you can understand how to create an app service plan, how to move an app to another app service plan, which was the exact requirement for this question as well. Then you will also be able to understand move an app to a different region. Then how can you scale an app service plan, and also how can you delete an app service plan, and then the next steps. So this is a good documentation. Read through it. All the documentation links are given in the description box.
Hey everyone, welcome to the AZ-104 exam preparation series. So starting today, my friends, besides giving you the Microsoft documentation for the answer validation for each question, besides that, I will also try to explain all the key concepts in all the questions in my own words, giving you examples, use cases, and more analogies.
So here comes the question number 206. The question is about Microsoft Entra ID. Let's read the question. Question says that you have a Microsoft Entra tenant named contoso.com. Now you want to collaborate with an external partner named thetechblackboard.com, and you plan to invite users in the techblackboard.com to the contoso.com tenant. So please understand that we are talking about the external partner, and we want to invite the users from the external partner, that is the techblackboard.com, to our internal one, that is contoso.com tenant. And further it says that you need to ensure that the invitations can be only sent to the techblackboard.com users. So what should you do in the Microsoft Entra Admin Center? Now let's check out the options given here. Options are option A, from the cross-tenant access settings, configure the tenant restriction settings. And then we have option B, from the cross-tenant access settings, configure the Microsoft Cloud setting. And then the option C, from the external collaboration setting, configure the guest user access restriction setting. And lastly, option D, from the external collaboration setting, configure the collaboration restriction settings. Now friends, I'm sure that by now you really understand this question talking about Microsoft Entra ID. So that is the key concept we need to understand.
So let's try to decode what is Microsoft Intro ID, because let me tell you one thing. This is a relatively new concept, Microsoft Intro ID, which was earlier known as Microsoft Azure AD. And I have seen a lot of questions coming from Microsoft Intro ID. So really important to understand. And here on this documentation, firstly, you can understand the overview of the Microsoft Intro ID. Then you can head on to understand the capabilities, pricing, related products. You can also understand other documentation and training, and then what are the other FAQs, or what are the frequently asked questions that normally people have.
And yes, my friends, in the very next episode, I'm going to focus questions based on Azure subscription, Azure peering, Azure keyword, and much more.
And post this documentation, my friends, you can head on to the second documentation, which is this one. What is Microsoft Intro ID? And here on this documentation, my friends, you can really understand who uses Microsoft Intro ID. So all the users such as IT admins, app developers, Microsoft 365, Office 365, or Dynamics CRM online subscribers, all are in the Microsoft Intro ID. So all basically use Microsoft Intro ID. Then you can also understand what are the Microsoft Intro ID licenses, and all other information is also given. And one thing I really want to point out, this one here. So Microsoft Intro ID has 3 versions. The first one is Microsoft Intro ID free. Of course, whenever you sign into the Microsoft Azure, you get the Microsoft Intro ID, this version here, for free. Then we have Microsoft Intro ID P1 and Microsoft Intro ID P2. So really understand, read these concepts. You will get a lot of questions around the same. And besides all these documentation, my friends, let me try to explain this concept, Microsoft Intro ID, in my own words. So first of all, Microsoft Intro ID is a cloud-based identity and access management, or better known as IAM service, that provides a unified platform for managing the users, identities, and access privileges across various Microsoft products and also non-Microsoft applications and services. And as I just said, Microsoft Intro ID was formerly known as Azure Active Directory or Azure AD. Now let me tell you what are the key features and the benefits of Microsoft Intro ID. The first and the foremost is single sign-on or SSO. So this allows the users to sign into the multiple applications with a single set of credentials, improving productivity and also reducing the user fatigue to enter or remember multiple passwords. Then we have multi-factor authentication. So this really adds an extra layer of security by requiring the users to provide verification factors, additional verification factors, such as they can provide the codes which is sent to their phone numbers or maybe the biometric scan. Then the third one is conditional access, and this enables you to enforce specific condition for the access to the resources based on multiple factors. It could be like location, devices, or user risk level, or maybe enhancing security and compliance. And then we have hybrid identity that really supports connecting the on-premises services or the resources. This really allows the organizations to manage their identity across both the cloud and the on-premises environments. Moving ahead, of course, Microsoft Intro ID is the source or is the base for user and group management. And additionally, it also provides the base for the external identities and integration with Microsoft 365. And what are the possible use cases for the same? Well, first of all, we have enterprise businesses. Secondly, we have cloud applications. Thirdly, hybrid environment. And last but not the least, developer platforms. So in the summary, Microsoft Intro is a powerful tool for the organizations to manage their access and identity privileges effectively and ensuring security, compliance, and productivity. So please read through this documentation to further understand external collaboration settings, because this is the next important concept given in the question. You will understand all the given options here. So for example, how to determine the guest user access, how to specify who can invite guests, enable the guest self-service, and also block and allow the domains. But let me try to summarize the collaboration restriction in my own words, in a very simple words. So these settings, my friends, these are actually designed specifically to control which external domain can be invited as the guest. And these settings, my friends, they really allow you to specify which domains are allowed or blocked, and also ensuring that only the users from the tech blackboard or any other domain for that matter can be invited to the contoso.com tenant. And friends, based on all those documentation on Microsoft Intro ID and collaboration restriction settings, I can tell you the correct answer for this question is option D. From the external collaboration setting, configure the collaboration restriction settings.
And with that, let's move on to the next question. Question number 207 that says your company has a Microsoft Entra ID tenant named the techblackboard.onmicrosoft.com, and it also has a public domain zone for the techblackboard.com. Now you added the custom domain name the techblackboard.com to the Microsoft Entra ID. Now you need to verify that the Azure can verify the domain name, which is the domain name that is the techblackboard.com. What DNS record type should you use? Your options are option A, that was a good coincidence, option B, CNAME, option C, SOA, and option D, MX. So let's try to understand this question a little further down. See, first of all, and listen to this very carefully. When you add a custom domain in Microsoft Azure, you are not allowed to use the domain unless you actually prove that you are the owner of this domain. So that's why, my friends, when you add a custom domain in Microsoft Azure, in this question, we are talking about the techblackboard.com. So it could be any domain that you have chosen. So once you have added this custom domain, the Microsoft Azure will force you to prove your ownership of the domain. So that's the key ask of the question, but let me try to explain this question in a different manner or other way. So the other way to understand this question is that every new Microsoft Entra ID tenant that really comes with an initial domain name, that is domain name on Microsoft.com, that you can see here as well, the techblackboard.onmicrosoft.com. So that's how you start. That's the nomenclature from Microsoft. Once again, domain name.onmicrosoft.com, and you cannot change or delete this initial domain name, but you can always add your company's, organization's domain name or custom domain name. And of course, adding these custom domain names, they really help you create the customized usernames that are familiar to your users, such as azure@thetechblackboard.com, or let me give you the better example or the real-time example, and that is connectors@thetechblackboard.com. And just in case you do not know, that's our official email ID in case you want to get in touch with us. Now, as the question is asking that you want to verify this custom domain name, and what are the ways to do it? Well, you can actually verify your custom domain name by using TXT or MX record types. And that's why, my friends, option D, MX record type, is the correct answer.
And in case you're looking for the PDF files for our exam cram videos for both the Azure and AWS series, for example, AZ-900, DP900, AI900, AZ-104, DP203 or AWS Cloud Practitioner exam, then you can gain all those PDF files with the questions and the answers. Then for that, please join the community membership or email me at connectors@thetechblackboard.com.
And with that, let's head on to the question number 208. Very interesting question. So in this question, let's read the question first. It says, you have a Microsoft Entra tenant and you need to ensure that the new Microsoft 365 group is created. The group name is automatically formatted as follows. And the naming convention is department followed by group name. So which three actions should you perform in the sequence in the Microsoft Entra Admin Center? To answer, you have to move the appropriate actions from the list of actions. So basically these are the actions, and arrange them in the correct order. So basically you have to drag, in the real exam actually, you have to drag these options, the correct actions, in the correct sequence to the answer area. So let me first give you the correct answer, and then I will give you the documentation and reasoning behind the same. So first of all, the very first action you need to take is to create a group naming policy. Secondly, you have to set add prefix to the attribute. And thirdly, you have to set select type to the department. Now let's try to understand and learn about the groups and the access rights in the Microsoft Entra ID. So here on this documentation, this is a lengthy documentation, but let me summarize this page for you. So first of all, in this documentation, my friends, the important key concepts given are, first one is group management. So Microsoft Entra ID, it allows you to manage the access to the resources and the application using the groups, which really simplifies the user management and also enhances security. Second one, we have group types. So there are basically two group types. First one is security groups, and of course these groups are used to manage the access to the shared resources. And post that, my friends, we have Microsoft 365 group, which are given here. And these Microsoft 365 groups, they're actually used for collaboration, including shared mailboxes and calendars. And last concept, the last important concept given on this page is user requests. And here you need to understand that the users can request to join the groups, and these requests, they can be managed by the user group owners And what that actually means is that they can actually allow or deny the users. And with that, let's move on to the next question. Question number 209 that says you have a Microsoft Entra tenant and you plan to perform a bulk import of the users. You need to ensure that the imported user objects are added automatically as the members of the specific group based on each user department. And this solution must minimize the administrative effort. Which two actions should you prefer? Each correct answer presents the part of the solution, and please note that each correct selection is worth 1 point. So let's look at what are the options given. Option A, create groups that uses the assigned membership type. Option B, create an Azure Resource Manager or ARM template. And then we have option C, create groups that uses dynamic user membership type. Option D, write PowerShell script that parses an import file. And then we have option E, create an XML file that contains user information and appropriate attributes. And finally option F, create a CSV file that contains user information and the appropriate attributes. So let me first tell you what are the two correct actions that you need to perform. First one is option C, create groups that uses dynamic user membership type. And then we have option F, create a CSV file that contains user information and the appropriate attributes. Now let's understand them better. So coming to the option C, so dynamic groups automatically includes members based on the specified attributes such as department that are evaluated using the rules. And in this kind of scenario, my friends, you really need to create dynamic users and define membership rules based on the department attributes. And what is it going to achieve? Well, this will eliminate the need for the manual assignment or the scripting, as the users automatically are added to the appropriate group based on their department. So this was the key ask of the question as well. Here you can read that. And then coming to the option F, here we need to understand that the bulk imports of the users using the Microsoft Entra ID is typically done using the CSV file. And why so? Because CSV file allows you to specify the user attributes, including the department. They will be automatically added to the relevant dynamic groups based on the membership rule that you set. So I hope you understood the question and the answer. Moving on to the next question, question number 210 that says that you sign up for Microsoft Entra ID P2. You remember I mentioned this concept P1, P2 and free tier of Microsoft Entra ID just a while back. So let's read the question further ahead. And further the question says that you need to add a user named admin1@contoso.com as an administrator on all the computers that will be joined on Entra domain. What should you configure in the Microsoft Entra ID? And your options are option A, device settings from the devices blade. Option B, providers from the MFA server blade. Option C, user settings from the user blades. And option D, general settings from the groups blade. And the correct answer for the same is option A, device settings from the devices blade. And all that can be understood on this documentation that tells you on how to manage the local administrator group on Microsoft Entra joint devices. So please read this documentation to understand how this works. So here you can understand all about the working of the same. You can also understand how to manage administrator roles and how to manage the Microsoft Entra joint devices local administrator role. So all this is given in this documentation to validate the answer.
So I hope, my friends, today's questions gave your mind a good exercise, and please do not miss to check out all the documentation in the description box. So do you think that just watching the Q&A series will really help you pass the AZ-104 exam? See, you need to understand that AZ-104 is not an entry-level exam. You really need to understand the concepts, you really need to practice, and that's why, my friends, besides giving you the Microsoft documentation for the answer validation, not just that, I will also try to explain each question, each Azure concept in my own words. I will give you the use cases, examples, analogies, will really take your cloud understanding, Azure concepts understanding to a whole new different level.
Question number 211, part 37. Let's read the question. It says you have the following resources deployed in Microsoft Azure. There is a requirement to connect the TD VNet 1 and TD VNet 2. What should you do first? So here you can see this table. What is the information we are given with? First of all, we are told that we have Microsoft Entra tenant, tenant 1 and tenant 2, subscriptions, TD1, TD2 associated respectively. And then we are given with the virtual network TD VNet 1, TD VNet 2 with the address range. So here we have 10.1.0.0/16 and then we have 10.10.0.0/18. We are also given with the virtual machine information deployed here. So we have VM1, virtual machine 1 and virtual machine 2. Moving ahead, let's check out the options. Options given are option A, create virtual network pairing. Option B, change the address space of TD VNet 2. And then we have option C, transfer TD VNet 1 to TD 2. So please pay close attention here. We are talking about TD VNet 1, which is the virtual network 1, and we want to transfer it to TD 2, which is the subscription 2. So we are transferring TD 1 to TD 2. Then the option D given is transfer VM1, which is the virtual machine 1 to TD2. So a really detailed question, really important. There are a lot of concepts given here. We have subscription, virtual network, address range, and virtual machine. We are also given with the intra-tenant. So a lot of related concepts. So let me first tell you the correct answer, and that is option A, create a virtual network pairing. So here you can see in this diagram, I have tried to show what you're actually trying to do is we have TD VNet 1 that has the address range, and then we also have TD VNet 2 with this address range. And what exactly we want to do? Well, we want to connect the TD VNet 1 to TD VNet 2. So first of all, my friends, you need to understand what is this VNet, which is also called Azure Virtual Network. So listen to this very carefully. I will also give you the documentation. So Azure Virtual Network is the fundamental building block for your private network in Microsoft Azure. And what does it do? Well, Azure Virtual Network, it really enables many types of Azure resources such as Azure virtual machines to securely communicate with each other. So here we can see that we have virtual machine 1 and virtual machine 2, which are deployed on two virtual networks, VNet 1 and VNet 2, and we want to communicate or connect these two virtual machines, or we can also say that we want to connect the virtual networks. And the great part about the virtual network is that it really enables you to communicate, of course, with each other. It also enables you to connect to the internet and on-premises networks. And virtual network, my friends, is very similar to the traditional network that you have. I'm not sure if you have worked with the traditional networks, but it's really similar to that. So as you operate in your own data center, but this one, Azure Virtual Network, it really brings some additional benefits of Azure infrastructure, such as scaling. So you can really scale the Azure Virtual Network to great heights, and then its availability. So Azure ensures the availability of the network, and then isolation. And friends, now let me tell you a key concept you really need to focus, because once you understand this key concept, you will be able to answer all these kind of questions. So there are actually two ways to connect the virtual network based on your specific scenarios, and you might want to pick one over the other. So let me explain. First one is VNet pairing. Listen to this very carefully. Once again, I'm saying that VNet pairing provides the low latency, high bandwidth connection. It's very useful in the scenarios such as cross-region data replication or database failover scenarios. And the best part with VNet pairing is that the traffic is completely private and it remains on the Microsoft backbone. And the customers with the strict data policies for that matter, for example, you might be in banking or financial domain, so very strict data policies when you have, then in that scenarios, you need to prefer the VNet pairing as the public internet is not involved. And since there is no gateway in the path, there is no extra hoop, and this ensures low latency connections. Now let me tell you the second way, that is VPN gateway. And the VPN gateway, my friends, it really provides you with a limited bandwidth connection, and it's very important, or let me say it's very useful in the scenarios where you really want to have encryption. So I hope you understood VPN gateway is important when the encryption is needed, but the bandwidth restrictions are tolerable. So in these kind of scenarios, customers are not like latency sensitive, so they can tolerate the latency. And that's the exact reason why we want to create the virtual private network pairing. Now let me very quickly try to explain why other options are not correct. So option B, that really talks about change the address space of TD VNet 2. So this one is incorrect because the address space that are given here, this one here 10.1.0.0/16, and then this one here 10.10.0.0/18, these are not overlapping. Very important concept. We have talked about this concept in earlier episodes as well. I really explained that. But once again, when you do not have an overlap in the address range, you can actually then directly connect the two virtual machines by creating two virtual network gateways without changing the IP address ranges. So that's why this one is incorrect option. And then coming to the options C and D.
So these one are also incorrect because the VNet to VNet connections that uses the VPN gateways work across Microsoft Entra tenant. And you can also connect two virtual networks that have different subscription. So that's why these are also incorrect. Now coming to the documentation part of the same. So here you can Now coming to the documentation part of the same, so here you can understand what is the Azure Virtual Network, all about the same, how does it work and what to use the virtual network. Then you can also understand how to communicate with the internet. That's exactly what I was mentioning in my own words as well, that you can use the virtual network to communicate with the internet, and you can also use the same to communicate between the Azure resources. So we saw the example of virtual machine 1 and virtual machine 2. And on this documentation, you can understand how to configure VNet to VNet VPN gateway connection on Azure portal. All the settings, all the steps are given. Really good documentation. You can also understand in a graphical way as well. But surely this documentation will really go a mile for you to understand the networking concept. And with that, let's jump on to the next question. Question number 212 that says your organization has deployed multiple Azure virtual machines configured to run as web servers and Azure public load balancer named TD1. So please understand Azure virtual machines configured to run as web servers and public load balancer. Now there is a requirement that the TD1 must consistently route your users' requests to the same server every time they access it. What should you configure? Your options are option A, hash based, option B, session persistence, none, and option C, session persistence, client IP, and lastly option D, health probe. Now friends, to answer this question, first of all, what are the key concepts given in the question? First one, we have the Azure public load balancer. So you really need to understand that, and for that you can come on to this documentation that tells you about the Azure load balancer. So here you can read all about the Azure load balancer distribution nodes, but let me summarize this for you. So first of all, please understand the Azure public load balancer. It can provide the outbound connections for the Azure virtual machines inside your virtual network. And these connections, these are actually accomplished by translating their private IP addresses to the public IP addresses. And public load balancers, they are actually used to load balance internet traffic to your virtual machines. So in case you have multiple virtual machines and you want to really, manage the traffic in the sense that it is equally balanced out on all the virtual machines, then that's exactly where the public load balancer comes into the picture. Now the second important answer of the question is that the user request that must be consistently routed to the same servers every time they access it. And this is related to the concept that we call session persistence. So session persistence, my friends, this is also known as session affinity, or sometimes you can call it source IP affinity, or maybe sometimes a client IP affinity. So this actually is the distribution mode that uses two tuple. So basically source IP and the destination IP, or sometimes also the three tuple. So basically in three tuples we have source IP, destination IP, and protocol type. So as I was saying, this distribution mode uses two tuple or three tuple hash to route to the backend instances. And to wrap up this concept, when you're using the session persistence, connection from the same client will go to the same backend instance within the backend pool. And based on all the concept that I just gave you, the correct answer is option C, session persistence, client IP.
And in case you're looking for the PDF files containing all the questions and the answers, then please consider joining the community membership, or in case you have some doubts or questions, do let me know, and you can write me at connectus@thetechblackboard.com.
But let me explain the other options given as well. So starting with the option B, because this is very close to the answer that we have chosen. So the session persistence none. So basically this is incorrect because this will route the user's request to any health instance in the backend pool. And we do not want to do that. We want to route all the user requests from a single or the same user to the same web server every time. Now coming to the hash based, well, this is also incorrect because this simply allows the traffic from the same client IP to be routed to any health instance in the backend pool. So that's why this is also incorrect, because this will not maintain the session persistence. Coming to the health probe, well, health probe is of course incorrect because this only is used to determine the health status of the instances in the backend pool, and it has actually nothing to do with routing. So that's why the only correct answer is session persistence, client IP. Now let's move on to the next very interesting question, question number 213, that says that you have an Azure subscription that contains the resources as shown in the following table. So this is the table. Then you plan to use the Azure Key Vault to provide secret to the app 1. Should you create for app 1 to access Key Vault, and from which Key Vault can the secret be used? And to answer, you have to select the appropriate options in the answer area. So super interesting question. Let's see what are the information given ahead. So here you can see that we are given with some names. So what are these? First of all, we have app 1, we have vault 1, vault 2, vault 3. What are the resource group? That is also given here. Please mind that we have two sets of resource group, RG1 and RG2. And then we are given with the type. So we have container app. So this app here is a container app. Then we have vaults. So Azure Key Vaults. Then the location is given. We have East US, West US. So West US is for this vault 2. Now let's check out this table here. So here we have two things given side by side. So we have create a, and then we also have use secret from. So that is basically where we need to answer the question. So first of all, let's see the options given here. So here we have create a, manage identity, or should you create a private endpoint or service principal or user account. And once you have decided what to create, then you have to decide that where to use the secret from. So should you use the secret from the vault 1 only, or should you vault 1 or vault 2 only, or should you use them from vault 1 or vault 3 or vault 1, vault 2 and vault 3. So these kind of questions can be really confusing. They can be really overwhelming with the information. But do not worry, let me simplify this for you. So let me tell you the correct answer, but before that, let me give you a quick hint here. So first of all, key focus is here. You can see the location here. So we have 3 East US location, and then we have 1 West US. Now coming to the box 1 here, which is create a, the correct answer for the same is manage identity. So let me explain why this one is the correct answer. So manage identity is often actually preferred for the Azure resources such as apps, because it really simplifies the authentication and also eliminates the need to manage the credentials. Now you may ask, what is the benefit of the same? Well, it really provides you a secure way for the applications to authenticate the Azure services. And as you can see in the question, we are talking about the app 1, which is the container type app. And a great way to understand how to manage the secrets in the Microsoft Azure using the container apps is given in this documentation. So here to start with, you can understand the Microsoft container app. I guess now it is more readable. So here you can read that the Microsoft container apps allows your application to securely store sensitive configuration values. And once the secrets are defined at the application level, secured values are available to revisions in your container apps. And then finally, you can understand what are the steps involved. So here you can see that defining secrets and all the other stuff is given in this documentation. Now let's jump on to the next part of the question that says use the secret from. So here we have multiple choices given here, but let me tell you the correct answer, and that is this one here, vault 1, vault 2 and vault 3. Now this one is a little confusing, so let me try to explain this. See, as far as I know, the key vaults can be accessed on the resource group or the region pair as long as it is configured properly. And additionally, let me show you documentation where it is kind of recommended to use one key vault per region. So this is the documentation I was talking about, best practices for using Azure Key Vault. Let me go to the relevant section, and here you can very well read that the Microsoft is giving the recommendation to use a key vault per application, per environment, per region for the granular isolation that really helps you not to share the secrets across application, environments and regions, and it also helps you reduce the threats if there is a breach. And further ahead, you can read all the other information as well. For example, why we recommend to use the separate key vault. So all that given in this documentation. Also read control access to your key vault. So everything is given in this. And all that documentation will really help you validate the answers. But for now, let's jump on to the next question. Question number 214 that says you have an Azure subscription that contains a storage account named Storage 1, and you need to ensure that the access keys for the Storage 1 rotate automatically. What should you configure? Your options are option A, a backup vault, option B, redundancy for the Storage 1, option C, Lifecycle management for Storage 1, option D, an Azure Key Vault, and lastly option E, a recovery services vault. And of course, now we have talked a lot about the Azure Key Vault. Please read the documentation.
And the correct answer for the same is Azure Key Vault. We have already talked about the Azure Key Vault in much details, but a quick overview on Azure Key Vault will not harm. So let me tell you, Azure Key Vault is a service that really helps you to manage secrets, keys and certificates, and you can actually store and manage your storage account keys. So that was the ask of the question as well, and use its features to automatically rotate the keys. Quickly moving to the question number 215 that says that you have an Azure general purpose version 1 Azure storage account named storage 1 that uses locally redundant storage, also known as LRS. Now you need to ensure that the data in the storage account is protected if a zone fails. Very important point. And further it says that the solution must minimize the cost and the administrative effort. What should you do first? Your options are: option A, create a new storage account; option B, configure object replication rules; option C, upgrade the account to the general purpose version 2; and option D, modify the replication setting of storage 1. And the correct answer for the same is option C, upgrade the account to the general purpose V2 or version 2. And why so? Because the V1, the version 1 given in the question, my friends. So this version of the storage account, it supports the GRS or the globally redundant storage, and also support the RAGRS, but the question is also emphasizing about minimizing the cost and administrative effort. So you need to understand that the GRS or the RAGRS, which are supported by the version 1 of the Azure storage account, that have more cost, and in order to minimize the cost and also fulfill the ask of the question, which is storage account must be protected if the zone fails, we must upgrade our version 1 to the general purpose version 2. Because ZRS, which is also known as zone redundant storage, is not supported by V1, that's why we need to move to the version 2. And talking about the Azure storage redundancy option, this is the documentation. Here you can read first of all about the redundancy, what are the options given, how to protect and replicate your data in the primary region, secondary region, and all around the same. Then my friends, you can also understand how to build the redundancy in the primary region. Going forward, how to build it on the locally redundant storage, which is also known as LRS. Then you can understand further down, if you go, you can also understand the zone redundant storage. But let me take you to the very interesting table given in this documentation. Of course, really good pictures are also given, but I really want to focus you on this table given here. Yeah, this one here. Yeah, I think, oops, it's gone. Okay, so this table given here that I was talking about. So on this table, you can understand what are the durability and the availability parameters. Let me expand the table. So here you can first of all understand what is the percentages of availability, for example, in the LRS, ZRS, GRS, RAGRS, which we just talked about. And then you can also understand about the GZRS. Then there is one more good information. Yeah, this one here. So here you can also understand, my friends, in this table you can understand what storage type really supports which service. So you can understand what are the services. We have blob storage, queue storage, stable, Azure files. Microsoft will basically ask you in a sort of scenario kind of question that this is the Azure storage type and you want to support some kind of services that are given here. And I think let me do one thing. I will do a dedicated episode with all the questions on Azure storage account. I hope you're gonna love it and it will really help you a lot.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the AZ-104 exam preparation series. A lot of new concepts that you need to understand. So let's not wait further and head on to the very first question for today.
Very interesting question. Question number 216, part 38. The question is saying that you plan to deploy an Azure container instance by using the following Azure Resource Manager template. So here is the template given, Azure ARM template, and then it says use the drop-down menus to select the answer choice that completes each statement based on the information presented in the template. So here is the template given, the ARM template, as I just told. Then we have these two boxes or two tables. So in the real exam, my friends, it will be actually the drop-down menus, but here due to the presentation limitations, I have created these table kind of. So let's understand the question. Let's understand first of all this ARM template. So here you can see this ARM template. It has a lot of information, but let me tell you what are the important section of this ARM template. So first of all, you understand that this is a container instance, as we can see here, containers. So this is the container ARM template. Of course, the name of the container, the web prod is given. We have properties. What is the container image? But more importantly, you have to see this ports here. So we have TCP protocol, then the port given is 80. And then you can also see that we have environmental variables. But coming down in the ARM template, we can see this important point here that says restart policy as on failure. Very important point, keep in mind. And then the next section, the very important section of this ARM template is this OS type, which is given as Windows. I will tell you what is the relevance of or what is the importance of this OS type. So coming to the first drop down menu, here it says internet users, and the options given are can connect to the container from any device. Option B, cannot connect to the container, and option C, can only connect to the containers from devices that run on Windows. So you understand that we are talking about the OS type given in the ARM template, that is Windows. And yes, very understandably, this is the correct answer, that we can only connect to the containers from the devices that run on Windows. Is that what you thought? No, that is wrong. The correct answer for this option or this drop down menu is this first one, that we can connect to the container from any device. And that's how, my friends, Microsoft will really play with your mind in the real exams. So here you can see OS type given as Windows. Now many people will actually think or relate that yes, this is Windows, so we might be able to only connect with the devices that are running on Windows, but that is incorrect. And why this is so? Because the OS type or the operating system type defines the node of the operating system where the containers are deployed. So in case you're using the Linux container, then the operating system or the OS type will be Linux. So please understand that the operating system type mentioned in this ARM template is for the container group definition, where it can be actually Windows or Linux, it doesn't matter. Now coming to the second drop down menu, the question is asking that if the Internet Information Service or IaaS in the container fails, then what will happen? Now here you need to understand that whenever you create a container group in the Microsoft Azure container instance, you can specify one of the three policies or the restart policy settings. So first of all, we have always, and this is the part of the ARM template that I'm referring to. So the restart policy in our ARM template is given on failure, but there are three options. So starting with the first one, that is always. So the containers in the container group are always restarted whenever we have set the restart policy to the always. And also remember that this is the default setting that is applied in case you have not selected any restart policy. And the second option could be never. So the restart policy can be set to never. And when this happens or when this choice is made, then the containers in the container group are never restarted. And lastly, we have the on failure, which is also given in this ARM template or in the question. So whenever we set the on failure as a restart policy, then what happens is that the containers in the container groups are restarted only when the process executed in the container fails. And what does this fail means? Well, actually it could be, for example, terminates with the non-zero exit code. So something like that. And please remember that the containers are run at least once. And a really good way to start deploying a container instance in Microsoft Azure using the ARM template, that is what we were discussing in the question as well, is this documentation given here. And in this documentation, you can also understand about the ARM template. So basically ARM templates are JavaScript object notation. So you can read about them in this documentation and how to deploy them on Microsoft Azure, prerequisite and everything around the same. So please read out the documentation and understand what were the key parameters that I pointed out in this ARM template. But for now, let me give you the correct answer for this box here. Actually, I almost missed that. So the correct answer for the same is first one, that the container will restart automatically. Now coming to a very interesting question about the apps and the deployment slots. So let's read the question. Question number 217 that says that you have an Azure web app named app1. So this is our web app. Now the app1 has the deployment slots as shown in the following table. So this is the table given here. Now please understand that this web app 1 test, which is this one here, which is on the staging part, you tested several changes to the app 1. So this is what we do always. We do some changes, we test it on the staging environment, and then you back up the app 1.
What happens is when you swap the Web App 1 test for the Web App 1 prod, so what is happening here? We are actually deploying our changes from the test environment or the staging environment to the production environment. And then while doing so, we discovered that the App 1 is experiencing some performance issues and you need to revert to the previous versions of the App 1 as quickly as possible. What should you do? So here you can see that we have App 1 prod, which is of course a production environment, and then we have this Web App 1 test, which is the staging environment, or it can be testing environment as well. Now let's check out what are the options given in the question in case we want to revert to the previous version. So the first option A is redeploy App 1, option B swap the slots, option C clone App 1, option D restore the backup of App 1. Very important concept, my friends, swapping the slot, and that is the correct answer for this question as well. Option B, swap the slots. So let me tell you more about the swapping the slots. So when you swap deployment slots, Azure swaps the virtual IP addresses of the source and the destination slots. So please understand this. What we are doing is we are swapping the slots. We are moving from test to production or stage to production. But under the hood, what's happening is that the Azure just swaps the virtual IP addresses of source and the destination. Basically, it makes staging or testing as production, and then production, it moves as staging or test. And why this is so? Because this is probably the best way to move your changes from test to production without any interruptions to the business users. And here, my friends, you can read all about how to set up the staging environment in Microsoft Azure App Service. The important section here is this one here, how to swap the slots. So all the other sections, of course, you can read them, but we can focus here, how to swap the slots. Here you can see that how Microsoft or Azure under the hood really plays when you are swapping the slot, or let me say, when you actually deploy from staging to production environment. Moving on with the next question, question number 218, that says that you have 4 Azure virtual machines as shown in the following table, and you have a recovery service vault that protects virtual machine 1 and virtual machine 2. Now going forward, you also want to protect the virtual machine 3 and 4 using the same or maybe different recovery service vault. What should you do first? So here we can see we have 4 virtual machine 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we have Azure regions. Once again, regions are very important. So we have West Europe once again, East Europe and East Europe. Now the options given are option A, create a new backup policy. Option B, create a new recovery services vault. Option B, create a storage account. And lastly, configure the extensions for virtual machine 3 and virtual machine 4. So let me tell you first the correct answer, and that is option B, create a new recovery service vault. Here on this page, of course, you can read all about the Azure recovery services, but let me explain or let me summarize this in my own words. So first of all, Azure Recovery Services vaults are the storage entities in the Microsoft Azure designed to house the backup data or maybe configuration information for various services such as virtual machines, as we talked in the question as well. Then we have workloads, servers or workstations. And here let me lay out some of the key points related to the Azure Recovery Service vaults. So Azure Recovery Services vaults, they really store the backups and the recovery points, making it easy to organize and manage and backup data with minimal overload. Then we have encryption. So by default, the data is in encrypted form using the platform managed keys, but you can actually also use your own encryption keys for added control or enhanced security. And then, my friends, we have integration. So they actually support various Azure services such as IaaS, which is like virtual machines. Then we can also have SQL servers in virtual machines. And not only that, we can also have system centers or DPM, Windows servers. So please go through the documentation that I just showcased. Links are given in the description box, Azure Recovery Service. Moving on with the next question, question number 219, that says that you have an Azure subscription that contains the resource as shown in the following table. Now you need to manage the outbound traffic from the VNet 1 by using the firewall. What should you do first? So here you can see that we have app 1, which is the app service, and the description given is that virtual network integration enabled for the VNet 1. Then we have ASP1, which is basically the app service plan with the standard SKU. We also have VNet 1 virtual network, of course. Description, nothing is given in the question. Then we have firewall, of course, Azure Firewall, and this
firewall is connected to this VNet 1 or virtual network 1. Now further ahead, we are given with some options also. So option A is create a virtual network watcher. Option B, create a route table. Option C, upgrade ASP1, which is this app service plan, to premium SKU. And lastly, option D, configure hybrid connection manager. So let me first show you the correct answer, and that is create a route table. Now let me explain this further, my friends. Important concept. So whenever you are creating a virtual network, Azure actually automatically creates a default route table for each of its subnets and adds those system routes to the table. Now you may be wondering, or you may ask, that if the route table is actually getting created automatically, why should I create one? So let me explain this as well. So this is because that you create a user defined route table that actually routes all the traffic to the firewall and then associate it with the app service subnet in the integrated virtual network. Also, my friends, please pay a closer attention to the question. Here we can see that there is a mention of this firewall also. But let me tell you, the question is not saying anything whether the firewall is to like function as a outbound firewall only. The question is explicitly telling you or saying you that you need to do this to manage the outbound traffic for the VNet 1 by using firewall 1. So a really good documentation to understand how to control the outbound traffic with the Azure firewall. All the concepts, all the prerequisite, how to create the required firewall subnet. Then you can also understand how to deploy the firewall and get its IP, route all traffic to the firewall, configure firewall policies, and also verify the outbound traffic. And with that, let's move on to the next question. Question number 220 that says that you have a general purpose version 1 Azure storage account named storage 1 that actually uses the locally redundant storage or LRS. Now you need to ensure that the data to storage account is protected if the zone fails. And the solution must minimize the cost and the administrative effort. What should you do? First, your options are create a new storage account. Option B, configure object replication rules. Option C, upgrade to the general purpose version 2. And option D, modify the replication setting to storage 1. And friends, one thing is for sure, if you have been watching our video, if you have been following this series, you must be able to answer this question. The correct answer is option C, upgrade the account to the general purpose version 2. But just to assist you, I have given the link of this documentation where you can understand all about the Azure storage redundancy, what are the options, LRS, GRS, ZRS, and whatnot. So please go through this documentation, very good documentation, and let me know if you really understand why we have picked this option C as the correct answer. Whoa, so many questions, lot of Azure concepts we have learned so far. I think let's take a small break. Grab your cup of coffee, tea, rejuvenate yourself, maybe stretch a little bit and give your mind a little bit break. Maybe watch outside your window and then come back and maybe pause the video, come back again, and let's start the questions. Whoa, so many questions, lot of Azure concepts we have learned so far. I think let's take a small break. Grab your cup of coffee, tea, rejuvenate yourself, maybe stretch a little bit and give your mind a little bit break. Maybe watch outside your window and then come back and maybe pause the video, come back again, and let's start the questions.
So in this episode, as I promised in the very last episode, that we are going to take a lot of questions on Azure storage and the related concepts.
So I hope you're ready to deep dive into the world of Microsoft Azure storage. So the questions are really tricky today. Please pay very close attention, listen to all the explanations, examples, documentation that I give to understand the questions and the answers. So let's get started with the first question for today. Question number 221, part 39. The question is saying that you have an Azure subscription and you want to create an Azure storage account as shown in the following exhibit. So this is the exhibit. It says that you have a drop-down menu, so two drop-down menus that we have to select the answer choice that completes each statement based on the information presented in the graphics. So let's see a little bit more on this exhibit. So here you can see that we have this storage account, subscription 1, and the resource group name is RG1. And friends, one thing I really want to tell you that all these questions are referral questions. These are sample questions. These are not related to the real exam questions. Maybe the real exam questions are different. These questions are specifically crafted for you to understand various Azure concepts, various Azure services, various Azure resources. So idea of these kind of videos is to take few questions, sample questions. So we are trying to understand Azure concept in a question and answer manner. So that is the real idea of these videos. And here you can also note down the location, which is North Europe. Other details you can also note down. So in these kind of questions, my friends, it's super important for you to read the question very carefully. There will be loads of noise in the question. You have to filter out the noise and the additional information that is just there to distract you, or let's say that Microsoft really want to judge your capabilities. So here, let's jump on to the boxes given here, or the tables or the drop downs. So the first one is asking you the minimum number of copies of storage account will be 1, 2, 3 or 4. So what according to you is the minimum number of copies that will be created? And please note that this is a locally redundant storage that you can see here. So here you can see replication, that is locally redundant storage. So these are the pointers, my friends. You have to learn where the correct information is given related to the questions being asked. So the correct answer for this part of the question is 3. So there will be always 3 copies when you're using the locally redundant storage. And just to give you more idea, locally redundant storage, my friends, provides really durable, highly available storage within a single location, that is the sub-region. So please try to relate these concepts. Locally redundant, that means it is available in a single location. And in this kind of storage, the locally redundant storage, there is always 3 equivalent copies of data that is maintained for you. And these 3 copies are very important. Why? Because this will ensure that you can recover your data from the common failures, for example, disk failure, node failure or rack failure, without impacting your storage account availability and durability. And in just a while, I will give you more documentation so that you can understand locally redundant storage and also the other type of storage. But before that, let's handle this part of the question as well. It says to reduce the cost of infrequently accessed in the storage account, you must modify which of the setting. So should you modify access tier or performance or account kind or replication? And the correct answer for this one is access tier. And why this is so? Because here in the question it is mentioned that you want to reduce the cost of infrequently accessed data. So I think I'm missing a word here. It should be data in the storage account. So here you can see on left hand side in this exhibit, here you can see it says access tier is hot. Now the question is saying that you have to reduce the cost of infrequently accessed data. What is the option? You have to change the access tier from hot to cool, so that you can reduce the cost. And the very first documentation I want you to read is this one, Azure Storage Redundancy. And here you can understand all about different kind of redundancy option. So for example, we just talked about the locally redundant storage. You can also understand about the zone redundant storage. And similarly, there are other kinds also given in this documentation. And once you have understood about the redundancy options, then you can jump on to this documentation that says access tiers of blob storage or blob data. So here you have to jump on to this section. You can understand all about hot tier, cold tier, archive tier. What are the number of days that you want to store the data inside these kind of access tiers to optimally use the cost. And friends, it's quite logical to understand that as the access tier move from hot to cold to archive, the cost of the storage is decreasing. However, you have to understand when the storage tiers are moving from hot to archive, then that data should always be infrequently or rarely accessed. Now let's jump on to the next question. Question number 222. It says that you have an existing Azure subscription that has the following Azure storage account. So here you can see that we have this table given here. We have accounts 1, 2, 3, 4. Then the kind is also given. We have general purpose V2, V2, V1, and the last one is blob storage. Please mind, we are also given with the performance, standard and premium. You can read that. Then we are also given the replication. I just mentioned there are different kind of replication. So once again, we are encountering that. So we have locally redundant storage. We have read access geo-redundant storage, and locally redundant storage respectively. And finally, we are given with the access tier, so which is cool, hot, none, or hot. So that is what, my friends, when the questions will be revolving around the storage account, few concepts you must be knowing. For example, what kind of storage account it is, what is the performance, replication, and access tier. So very, I would say, linked concept, linked subtopics that you must know to answer these kind of questions. And further, the question is saying there is a requirement to identify the storage accounts that can be converted to zone redundant storage replication. This must be done only through a live migration from Azure support. Which of the following account can you convert to ZRS or zone redundant storage? Your options are account 1, option 2, account 2, option C, account 3, and option D, account 4. So try to read the question once again, try to understand and digest all this information that is given. I will also give you the correct logic, and the correct answer is account 1. So let me explain this little bit more. As I explained in the previous question as well, that the Azure storage always stores multiple copies of your data that is protected from the planned or unplanned events. Now, it's very important to understand that the redundancy, it ensures that your storage account meets its availability and durability targets even in the case of failures. So when you're deciding which redundancy option is the best one for you, so here you can see that we have different redundancy options. Then you also have to consider that there is always a trade-off between the lower cost and high availability. Now, as I showed you in the last question as well, you can go through all these documentation to understand what are the different redundancy options. For example, we have locally redundant storage. So locally redundant storage, it copies your data synchronously 3 times within the single physical location in the primary region. So of course, this is the least expensive option. Second one, we have zone redundant storage that really copies your data synchronously once again across 3 Azure availability zones in the primary region. Now let me quickly explain what is this geo-redundant storage. So this one, listen to this very carefully. It copies your data synchronously 3 times within the single physical location in the primary region using LRS, which is locally redundant storage. And once it is done with that, it copies your data asynchronously. So please, synchronously and asynchronously now to a single physical location in the secondary region that is hundreds of miles away from your primary region. So that is the big difference between the locally redundant storage and geo-redundant storage. So friends, I really hope that you understood what are the different replication option or the redundancy option. Please read the documentation. But that is just one part of the question. The other tricky part is this one given here, which says this must be done only through a live migration. So you need to understand this concept as well. Now to request a live migration to ZRS or GZRS or RAGZRS, you need to migrate your storage account from the LRS to the ZRS in the primary region with no application downtime. And to migrate from LRS to GZRS or RAGZRS, first you have to switch to the GRS or RAGRS, and then you have to request a live migration. And similarly, you can also request a live migration from GRS or RAGRS to GZRS or RAGZRS. And to do that, to migrate from GRS or RAGRS to the ZRS, you first have to switch to the LRS and then request a live migration. And also understand that the live migration is supported only for the storage account that use LRS or GRS. And to further understand this concept better, you can read this documentation, change how a storage account is replicated. So all and everything that I just explained or tried to explain in simple words or lesser words is given in quite some detail in this documentation. But for now, let's jump on to the next question. Question number 223 that says that you have an Azure subscription that contains a storage account named account 1. Now you plan to upload the disk file of a virtual machine to account 1 from your on-premises network. The on-premises network uses the public IP address space of 131.107.1.0/24. Now you need to plan to use the disk file to provision an Azure virtual machine named VM1, and this VM1 will be attached to a virtual network named VNet1. Now this VNet1 or the virtual network uses the IP address space of 192.168.0.0/24. So there are few requirements here. you need to configure the account to meet the following requirements. The first one is that you need to ensure that you can upload the disk file to account 1. Second one, you need to ensure that you can attach the disk to the virtual machine 1. Third one, you need to prevent all other accesses to the account 1. Which two actions should you perform? And your options are option A, from the firewalls and virtual network blade of account 1, select selected networks. Option B, from the firewalls and virtual network blades of account 1, select allow trusted Microsoft services to access this storage account. Then thirdly, from the firewalls and virtual network blade of account 1, add 131.107.1.0/24 IP address range. And fourth one, or option D, is from the firewall and virtual machine blade of account 1, add VNet 1, which is the virtual network 1. And lastly, from the service points blade of virtual network 1, add a service point. So let's check out what are the two correct actions that you need to perform. The first one is option A, from the firewalls and virtual network blade of account 1, you have to select the selected network. And then the second correct action is option C, from the firewalls and virtual network blade of account 1, add this IP address range. And a good documentation to understand this concept is this one, configure Azure storage firewalls and virtual networks. Now let's move on to a very interesting question. Question number 224 that says that you have an Azure subscription that contains the storage account as shown in the following exhibit. And you have two drop-down menus to select the answer choices that completes each statement based on the information provided in the graphic. So this is the graphic that we have. And here, what are the things that we need to understand? First of all, we have some of the account names given. And then we have what are the different kind of storage accounts. So we have storage V2, storage, blob storage, file storage. So different kind of storage account. Resource group is also given and along with the location. So let's check out what are the drop-down menus options given. So in this one here, you have to complete this statement which says that you can create a premium file share in, your options are Contoso 101 only, Contoso 104 only, Contoso 101 and 104 only. Then we have the fourth option, Contoso 101, 102 or 104. And lastly, all the options that are given here. And the correct answer for this question is Contoso 104 only. Now let's check out the second drop-down menu that you can use the archive access tier in Contoso 101 or Contoso 101, 103. And then third option 101, 102 or 103. Fourth option 101, 102 and 104. And lastly, all of the above option. So what is the correct answer here? Well, the correct answer is option B, which is Contoso 101 and 103 only. So it's a rather confusing question, right? Now, let me explain this for you. So here in the first option, we chose this Contoso 104. Why this is so? Because the premium file shares that was given in the question as well. So these file shares are hosted in a special purpose storage account, which is called file storage account. And which one is the file storage account here? It is Contoso 104 only. So this is what you can see as a last option. So that is why Contoso 104 is the correct option for this question or this statement. Now coming to this one here, why we pick 101 and 103. So you need to understand that the object storage data tiering between hot, cool and archive tier is actually supported in the blob storage and also in the general purpose version 2 accounts. So the general purpose version 1, which is the older one, is kind of not supported nowadays. So that is why we have to choose option 101 and 103 only. And if you really want to deep dive and understand how to create the SMP Azure file share and also to understand what are the performance requirements for your Azure file share and also what are your redundancy requirements for your Azure file share, this is the documentation. Links are given in the description box. And with that, let's jump on to the next question. Question number 225 that says that you have an Azure subscription named TTBB1, which is the Tech Blackboard one, that contains the resources shown in the following table. And you create a new storage subscription named TTBB2. So you need to identify which which resources can be moved to TTBB1. So we are moving resources from one subscription to another one. Very important, please remember we are moving from subscription to subscription. Which resources should you identify? So here we can see different type of resources are given. We have storage, we have virtual network, virtual machine, we also have a managed virtual machine, and then we also have a recovery services vault for recovery of virtual machine. Now let's check out what are the options given. Option A is virtual machine 1, storage 1, VNet 1 and VM 1 managed only. So are these the resources that you can move from one subscription to another one? Or do you want to go with the option B, VM 1 or VM 1 managed only? Option C says VM 1, storage 1, VNet 1, VM 1 managed and R vault. So basically all the resources given here. Then we have option D which says only the R vault 1. Correct answer is option C, VM 1, storage 1, VNet 1, VM 1 managed, which is the managed disk of virtual machine 1, then R vault 1. So basically what we are saying is that all the resources can be moved from one subscription to another one. And I have multiple documentation for you to understand this concept, but there is one documentation that I really want to read and call out. Just give me a second. So first of all, read this documentation that says move operation support for resources. And here you will get a good idea how to move the resources, what are the prerequisite or what are the do's and don'ts while you move the resources, which can be moved, which cannot be moved. So everything is given in this documentation. Really good documentation, lengthy, and of course we have to keep the video in a time limit. So that is why I cannot read all the documentation, but of course provide you with all the links. Then you can read also this documentation. And friends, why I'm saying you to read all the documentation? Because there are a lot of intricacies or details hidden in all these documentation that will really fumble you or try to confuse you in the question. So for example, you read this option or resource given here. We have R vault 1. So now the question is saying that we are moving from subscription 1 to subscription 2, and that is possible. However, if the question was saying that you have to move all the resources from one region to another one, then in that case, my friends, R vault 1 would not be a possible option. Why? Let me show you. So here on this documentation, you can see that the vaults are not allowed when you're moving the resources to different regions. So here you can read that moving recovery vault services. So here you can read moving recovery service vaults for Azure backup across Azure regions is not supported. So this is how, my friends, there will be a lot of mix of options given in the questions that will really test your abilities and that will really test your knowledge and validate if you have ever worked on Azure or not. And that's the reason, my friends, I always give you loads of documentation to read, to validate the answer, to understand the concept. Super important when you are appearing for these kind of exams. Let's head on to the very first question for today. Question number 226, part 40. The question is saying that you have an Azure subscription named subscription 1 and you will be deploying a 3-tier application as shown below. So here it says 3-tier, 1, 2, 3 here. And due to the compliance requirement, you need to find a solution for the following. So the first requirement is that the traffic between the web tier and the application tier must be spread equally across all the virtual machines. Second requirement is that the web tier must be protected from the SQL injection attacks. So now let's understand what is the 3-tier architecture given here. The first tier is web tier. Secondly, we have application tier. And thirdly, we have the data tier, which is Microsoft SQL Server. And you can see that web tier is accessible from the internet. Of course, this is the front end. The users will be accessing the web tier. So of course, it has to be accessible from the internet. Then we have application tier, data tier, which are not accessible from the internet. So really, that is how you should also be designing your architectures, 3-tier architecture. Then what are the virtual machine, number of virtual machines given? So for the web tier, we have 5 virtual machines. For application tier, we have 10. And for the data tier, we have 2 virtual machines. Now the question is asking you, which Azure solution would you recommend for each requirement? Select the correct answer from the drop-down menus. So here we can see these 2 drop-down menus. Let's read the first one. It says the traffic between the web application tier must be spread equally across all the virtual machine, which is essentially the first requirement given here. What are the options? Options are internal load balancer, option 2 public load balancer, option 3 application gateway standard tier, option 4 traffic manager, and option 5 application gateway WAF tier. So let me first present the correct answers and then I will give you more explanation and documentation. So the correct answer here is application gateway WAF tier. Let's jump on to this next drop down menu that says web tier must be protected from SQL injection. Options are pretty much the same and the correct answer for this one though is traffic manager. And one thing I can tell you, my friends, that these questions are designed to help you understand Microsoft Azure concepts, but of course they're not the real exam questions. The real exam questions can and will differ from these questions. We are not promoting any malpractices for the real exams. Now friends, in this question there are loads of concepts to be understand. First we need to understand what are the load balancer. What is the internal load balancer? What is the public load balancer? That is the concept that you really need to understand. So for that, I have this documentation here. What is Azure load balancer? So please read out this documentation. I mean, of course, for the time's sake, I cannot read the entire documentation. Lengthy documentation, you have to understand loads of concept, public load balancer, internal or private load balancer. Everything is given here. So please understand this and why you should why actually you need Azure load balancer. Really important concept. Further on, you need to understand what is the Azure Web Application Firewall on Azure Application Gateway. So remember, in the question also, we have these kind of options given and the concept. So in the question also, it gives you the option of Application Web Tier Firewall or WAF on Azure Application Gateway actively safeguards your web application against common exploits and vulnerabilities. So please read this or understand this image here. I will be just coming to this image and one more documentation is here, and that is this one, to understand the pricing for the Azure Application Gateway and Web Application Firewall. So please go through this documentation as well. Now let me try to bring all these concepts and help you understand this question and this concept really well. So please listen to this very carefully. You have to understand that the traffic between the web tier and the application tier must be spread equally across all the virtual machine. That was the requirement of the question. And for that, we would need internal load balancer. And similarly, the second requirement was the web tier must be protected against all the SQL injections. Now, please read all the documentation that I just showcased, but let me explain that the private load balancer, they really provides high level of availability and scale by really spreading incoming requests that are coming to your Azure virtual machines. And these private load balancer, they really distributes the traffic to the resources that are inside a virtual network. So that really aligns with the first requirement. And also please understand this image given in the documentation, because this image is related to the second requirement of the question, which says the SQL injection. So here you can see that the attacks or the XSS attacks or the SQL injections are coming, but due to the application gateway, your internal virtual machines or sites or application are protected. So that is what the relation between this image and the question itself. And please take a note that the internal load balancer, they really distribute the traffic between the virtual network, while the public load balancer, it balances the traffic to and from an internet connected endpoint. Which one is that? That is the web tier. And therefore, you have to use the internal load balancer to equally spread the traffic between your web tier and application tier virtual machine. Conversely, you can protect your web tier from the SQL injection, and for that, you need to deploy the application gateway WAF tier. So that's why, my friends, application gateway WAF tier and traffic manager are the two correct options. Moving on to the next question, question number 227, really interesting question. Let's read it out. It says that you have an Azure subscription, name subscription 1, that contains the following resource group. So these are the resources. We have RG1, which is the resource group 1. We have the region, West US, and also given the tag and the tag value. Then it says that you assign an Azure policy named policy 1 to the subscription 1 by using the following configuration. Please read these questions very carefully. Please read what is actually happening. Understand these. So here we are assigning a policy to subscription 1. Why I am stressing on this? Because policies are always inherited by the resources in the resource groups. but tags are not. And you will understand why I'm stressing on all these points in just a little while. Let's move ahead. It says exclusions are non-policy definition. Append the tag and its default value. Assignment name is policy 1 and the parameters are also given. Now it says that after policy 1 is assigned, you create a storage account that has the following configuration. What are the configuration? The name is storage 1, location is West US, resource group is RG1, which was the initial resource group here. Then we have tags. So the tags name is tag 3 and the value is value 3. Question is saying that you need to identify which tags are assigned to each resource. What should you identify? To answer, select the appropriate options in the answer area and each correct selection is worth 1 point. Now let's check out the first part of the question. It says tags are assigned to the RG1. So tag 1, 2, 3 and values are also given. So here is tag 2 also. Let me tell you the correct answer and then I will explain. It will be easier that way. So the correct answer is tag 1, value 1 only. Moving to this part here, it says tags are assigned to the storage 1. Options given are tags 3, value 3, tag 1, value 1 and tag 3, tag 2, tag 3, tag 1, tag 2 and tag 3. So the correct answer for this part is option 3 here, which is tag 2, value 2, tag 3, value 3. So listen to what I say very carefully. I will also give the documentation so that you can further read and drill down this concept. But first, you need to understand that the tags are applied to the resource group are not inherited by the resources in that resource group. Very important, tags on the resource group are not inherited by any of the resources in the resource group. Secondly, assigning a policy, we were doing that here. Assigning a policy goes through all the items that might be affected. And that means that this new policy would go through all the resources and check whether they fit to this filter of the policy to take the actions on. And in this case, the RG1 that we were talking about, so the RG1 does not get anything assigned to it because the resource groups are not considered resources. Very important point, can be confusing. Once again, I'm telling resource group are not considered as resources. So that's why, my friends, if the first part given here was not the resource group, but let's say something else, maybe we can say virtual machine, then the policy would have been added or appended another tag to already existing one, and it would have the tag 1 and tag 2. And in this case of the storage account, that is considered a resource. Of course, storage account is a resource. So it keeps its own tags, which is the tag 3, and the policy adds the tag 2. So on top of it, so the resource group already has this tag 3, but because it is coming under the policy 1, and policy 1 also has a tag 2, which you can see here. And I just said that policies, when you apply policy, then everything drills down or descends to the resources inside or under that policy. So that is why it will also inherit the tag value. Let's jump on to the next question. Question number 228 that says that you have an Azure subscription that contains a resource group that is named test RG, and you have to use this test RG to validate the Azure deployment. Test RG, which is the resource group, contains the following resources and you need to delete the test RG. What should you do first? So tricky question. Let's read and dissect this table given here. So what are the resources that we have? First, we have virtual machine VM1. We also have recovery service vault, which is vault 1. Then we have virtual network, which is VNet 1. And here you can read all the descriptions. Now let's move on to the options given here. We have option A, modify the backup configuration of the virtual machine 1 and modify the resource lock type for VNet 1. Then we have option B, turn off virtual machine 1 and delete all the data in the vault 1. Option C, remove the resource lock from the VNet 1 and delete all the data in vault 1. And the last option D is turn off virtual machine 1 and remove the resource lock from the VNet 1. So let me help you understand this question. Let me break down into smaller pieces. So understand this, that when you delete a resource group, all its resources are also deleted. So in a way, this is the most efficient way if you want to delete the resources. Now, as an administrator, you always want to protect your resources. That is why you can lock a subscription. You can also lock a resource group. You can lock resources to prevent the other users or maybe the new users in your company or your account to delete these resources accidentally or modify maybe in ways that you don't want them to modify. Now here comes the important concept that the lock overrides any permission the user might have. So once again, please remember this line: the locks always overrides any permission the user might have. And therefore, before you can delete the test RG or the resource group, you must remove any dependencies that are associated with the resources in the test RG. And that is why, my friends, the correct answer is option C. Remove the resource lock from the VNet 1 and delete all the data in the Vault 1. And it's a very important point, my friends. When you're working in Azure, please always remember that you cannot delete a vault that contains the backup data. So once the backup data is deleted, it will go into the soft deleted state, so that you have to remove the lock in order to delete the VNet 1 and delete the backups. So only then you will be able to delete the Vault 1. And of course, I will not leave you without the documentation. So here is the documentation that says lock your resources to protect your infrastructure. Read it out as an administrator because you're giving or trying or preparing for the AZ-104. Of course, you are an Azure administrator. So these are the things that you will be really coming across while you are in this job role. And with that wonderful question, let's move to another great question. Question number 229 that says that you have an Azure subscription named Subscription 1. Now this Subscription 1 contains the resource groups as shown in this following table. The RG1 has a web app named Web App 1. And this web application is located in West Europe. We can see that here also. And you have to move this web application 1 to the RG2. What is the effect of this move? So what essentially we are doing? Well, we are moving the web application which is residing in the RG1 to the RG2, which is residing in another Azure region, which is North Europe. And here you can also observe what are the policies that are governing various resource groups. So what are the options given? Let's read them out. The option A is the app service plan for the Web App 1 remains in the West Europe and the policy 2 applies to the Web App 1. Option B, the app service plan for the Web App 1 moves to the North Europe and policy 2 applies to the Web App 1. Option C, the app service plan for the Web App 1 remains in West Europe but the policy 1 applies to Web App 1. And lastly, option D, the app service plan for the Web App 1 moves to the North Europe and the policy 1 applies to Web App 1. And also remember, I'm sure you do as well, that in the last episode, we talked about the resource movement as well. So there were really good concepts that we discussed in the last episode. So please, you can check out that episode as well. For now, let me tell you the correct answer and then I will explain a little bit. So the correct answer is option A. The app service plan for the Web App 1 remains in West Europe and the policy 2 applies to the Web App 1. And why this is so? Because you can move the app to another app service plan as long as the source service plan and the target service plan are in the same resource group. And to better understand how to manage an app service plan in Microsoft Azure, this is the documentation you can read. You'll be also able to understand all the concepts that were given in the question and of course understand the answer as well. And with that, let's move on to the next question. Question number 230 that says that you have an Azure subscription that contains the resources in the following table. Now the store 1 contains, what is store 1? Store 1 is the Azure storage account. It contains a file share named data and the data contains 5000 files and you need to synchronize the file in the file share named data to the on-premises server named server 1. Which 3 actions should you perform? Each correct answer presents the part of the solution and of course each correct selection is worth 1 point. Now here you can see that we are given with RG1 which is resource group. We're also given with the store 1 which is Azure store account and then we have sync 1 which is the Azure file sync. I'm not sure how many of you actually understand what is Azure file sync, or I'm not sure how many of you have actually worked on it. But no worries, I will give you some documentation on this one. So let's understand what are the options given here. So option A is create a container instance. Option B, register server 1. Option C, install the Azure File Sync agent on server 1. Option D, download an automation script. And option D, create a sync group. So let me tell you all the three correct actions. We have option B, register server 1. Then we have option C, install the Azure File Sync agent on the server 1. And then we have option E, create sync group. Now friends, all these options, of course they are correct, but they are not in the correct sequence. So of course you have to follow the correct sequence while doing any job in Microsoft Azure. And that is why let me tell you what is the actual correct sequence or the steps that you need to follow. So first of all, what you need to do is to install the Azure File Sync. So this one here is actually the first step. Now the Azure File Sync agent is a downloadable package that really enables Windows servers to be synced with an Azure file share. Then we have step 2, which is register server 1 and registering the Windows server with the storage sync service. So registering your Windows server with the storage sync service, it actually establishes a trust relationship between your server and the storage sync service. And the last step or the last action that you need to follow is create a sync group. And here is the documentation on how to deploy Azure File Sync. Read this documentation to understand more on Azure File Sync. Azure File Sync, it really helps you to centralize your organization's file shares in Azure Files while keeping the flexibility, performance, compatibility of an on-premises file server. So great service to use in case you have to sync some files between the Azure, which is on the cloud, and your files on the on-premises.
Hello and welcome back to the AZ-104 exam preparation series, where we understand Microsoft Azure concepts by taking some sample practice questions. So we understand, we clear out the concepts in a question and answer format. And today we are going to focus on concepts like management groups, Entra ID, subscriptions and related stuff.
So let's begin today's episode, part 41, question number 231. And friends, as I just said, today's questions are specially crafted for you to understand different Azure concepts, very important concepts on management groups, subscription, Entra ID. But the only condition is that you listen to the questions very carefully, maybe pause the video, try to answer the questions yourself, and then match up with the answers that I give. I will also give you the reasoning, the documentation. So please try and understand the Azure concepts. It will really help you become Azure administrator. Let's read the question. It says you have the Azure management groups as shown in the following table. Here we have tenant group, tenant root group. We have management group 1.1, management group 1.2 and management group 2.1. You can also understand what is the in management group for all of these. Moving on, the question also gives you the information and it says that you add Azure subscriptions to the management groups as shown in the following table. So here we have two subscriptions. We have subscription 1 and the management group for the subscription 1 is management group 2.1. And then we have subscription 2, which is under the management group 1.2. So here you have to understand that we have multiple components. First of all, we have management groups, we have subscriptions and the management groups associated or management groups on top of those subscriptions. So that is what the information given so far. Moving on, the question is telling you that you create Azure policies as shown in the following table. So here are policies, name of the policies, parameter, and then we also have the scope of the same. And based on all this information, my friends, you have to answer these statements. You have to tell whether these are true statement or false ones. So first of all, let's take the first statement here. It says that you can create virtual network in subscription 1. Is it a true statement or a false statement? So for the true statement, you have to take this green round circle here, and in case it's a false statement, then you have to select this orange circle here. The correct answer is that this is a wrong statement, so that is why no is the correct answer. And the reason is that virtual networks, they are not allowed at the root or the things that are inherited from the same. Now let's take the second statement. It says that you can create virtual network in subscription 2. Yes or no? Well, this is a correct statement, so that's why yes is the correct answer. Now the virtual machines, they can actually be created on a management group provided the user has the required RBAC permissions. Moving on with the third statement, here it says you can add subscription 1 to the management group 1.1. Yes or no? Well, this also, my friends, is a correct statement. That's why yes is the correct answer. Now, in order to understand all these statements and why we have chosen yes or no for the respective statements, let's check out some of the documentation. So first thing first, you have to understand what exactly is Azure Management Group. And here I would first like to showcase you this diagram here. So here you can see that first we have this tenant root group. Remember, in the question we are given with the tenant root group, and that one is not, the management group for that one is not applicable. And then further down we can see multiple management groups. We have Contoso, we have platform, landing zones, decommission, and other ones as well. And then there are sub management groups as well. So you can see there is a hierarchy of management group. This is one first hierarchy or the first level, then we have second one, and then we have third one. And under all these management groups, we do have subscription, which are denoted by these yellow boxes. So that's the exact hierarchy of management group, subscription, and tenant root group. Now let's read very briefly what exactly is the management group. So it says that if your organization has many subscriptions, you might need a way to efficiently manage access, policies, compliance for those subscriptions, and management group provides a governance scope over the subscriptions. So simply put, in case you're working for a big organization or a company, normally companies do have multiple subscription. Let's say that probably they're attached to multiple departments of the company. One subscription could be for the HR, other could be for the IT, the other could be for the finance. Now the companies always wants to have some governance over all these subscriptions, and that's why they need a mechanism that sits over the subscription and give them a way to implement the policies, the governance over all these subscription, and that's where management groups comes into the picture. And for example, you can apply a policy to a management group that limits the region available for the virtual machine creation, and this policy would be applicable to all the nested management groups and subscription and the resources to allow the virtual machine only be created in the authorized region. So in case my friends, you're looking to apply or implement a policy on a, let's say, organization level or the management level, then you can put all the policies on management group, and then all these policies will descend down from management groups to the subscription to the resource group and further down to the resource level. So that is the beauty of management group and how you can use the same. Then of course you can read some interesting facts about the management group. So we have single directory can support 10,000 management group. I don't think you will need more than that. A management group tree can support up to 6 level of depths, and then it says that each management group and the subscription only support one parent. Each management group can have multiple children, and all the subscription and the management group within a single hierarchy in the each directory. Why I'm telling you all these facts? Because there can be multiple questions around all these concepts. So individual questions can be created, and we have of course taken multiple questions around all these facts in the previous episodes. So very important to understand, not just from the exam perspective, but also when you're actually working on Microsoft Azure. And one more documentation I would like to share with you is this one: manage your Azure subscription at scale with management groups. So here you can again understand how exactly you can use the management group, you can use the hierarchy of or the levels of the management group to govern all the policies in your organization. Wonderful concept, really a good read to have.
And yes, my friends, do not miss to watch the previous 2 episodes of this series where I took multiple questions to explain the concepts that were really twisted, but they will go a long way in your journey to become Azure administrator and also give you loads of preparation for the AZ-104 exam. And of course, do not miss to watch the next episodes where there will be a showdown of some more important Azure concepts and practice questions.
Moving on with the next question. Again, we have yes, no kind of question. Loads of information given in this question as well. Question number 232. It says that you have an Azure subscription named Subscription 1. Now, this subscription contains resources as shown in the following table. We will come to this. And you install the web server role IAS on virtual machine and virtual machine 2, and then add virtual machine 1 and virtual machine 2 to the load balancer 1. So here we can see we have virtual machine 1, of course, and virtual machine 2, both are virtual machines, and LB1 is the load balancer. And then in this picture you can see what is the configuration for the load balancer. So here you can see what is the location of the same and what is the public IP which is used for a load balancer. It's a very important concept. We will come to this in just a little while, but first let's understand what is the rule given here. So it says that rule 1 is configured as shown in the rule 1 exhibit. So here is the rule 1. So now we can observe that this one, the IP version is IPv4. Then we have this front-end IP address, which is actually the same which is given here for the load balancer. The protocol is TCP/IP, port is 80, backend port is again 80. Then we are given with other information. Now, based on all this information, my friends, we will try to answer whether these statements are correct or not. So let's read the first statement. It says virtual machine 1 is in the same availability set as virtual machine 2. So whether this is a correct statement, yes or no? Well, this is a correct statement. So a basic load balancer, which is in this case as well, it actually supports the virtual machines in a single availability set or virtual machines in a scale set. Then we have second statement that says if the probe1.htm is present on the virtual machine 1 and virtual machine 2, then the load balancer 1 will be able to balance TCP port 80 between the virtual machine 1 and virtual machine 2. So what do you think? It's a correct statement or incorrect one? So before answering this statement, let me showcase you one small image here. So here you can see that this image, we can see this is the front end port, which was also given here if you see on the left hand side. And then we have a load balancer. You can see this here, load balancer. And this load balancer, which is on the front end or which is actually connected to the public IP address, which is given here. This is the public IP address. Now this load balancer is balancing the load or the incoming traffic to the multiple virtual machines, and the backend port is also given, which is port 80. And now coming to this statement here, well, this is also a correct statement. So let me give you a little bit reasoning here. See, when you're using the load balancing rules with the Azure Load Balancer, you actually need to specify the health probes to allow the load balancer to detect the backend endpoint status. And the configuration of these health probes and the probe response, it actually determines which backend pool instances will receive the new flows. And further, you can use the health probes to detect the failure of an application or a backend endpoint. And you can also generate custom responses to a health probe and use the health probe for the flow control to manage the load or planned downtime. So that is the functionality of load balancers, my friends. See, the major reason why we use load balancers is that let's say that you have application which is deployed on virtual machines or multiple virtual machines or multiple servers. Now the load balancer is able to sense which virtual machine is good or in a good health or which server is in a good health, and depending upon the health of the virtual machine or server, it redirects the incoming traffic. So that is the purpose of load balancer. And with that bit of information, let's come to the third statement that says that if you delete the rule 1, which is given here, load balancer 1 will balance all requests between virtual machine 1 and virtual machine 2 for all the ports. So whether it's a correct statement or a incorrect one, well, this one is a incorrect statement. That's why no is the correct answer. And the reason is simple, that if you delete this rule 1, the load balancer will cease to function, and then there will be no load balancing between the virtual machine 1 and virtual machine 2 for all the ports. And to better understand this Azure load balancer concept, you can read and understand this documentation here. I also had one more documentation, which is this one, and it will tell you everything about the Azure load balancer health probes, how it works, what is it used for, what are the use cases. So please check out all the links for the documentation in the description box. But for now, let's jump on to the next question. Question number 233, that says that you have an Azure subscription that contains a user named user1 And you need to ensure that the user 1 can deploy virtual machines and manage virtual networks. The solution must use the principle of least privilege. Please note this line, must use the principle of least privilege. Now, which role-based access control or RBAC role should you assign to the user 1? And your options are virtual machine contributor, option B, network contributor, option C, owner, and the option D is contributor. And the correct answer for the same is option B, network contributor. See, the reason is that to actually ensure that the user 1 can deploy the virtual machines and also manage the virtual network in Azure, and that also with the least privilege possible, you have to assign the user the role of network contributor. Actually, you could have done it by the owner role as well, but now that we are talking about the least privilege, that is why network contributor is a better option. Now let's move on to another very interesting but complex question. Here you can read this question, loads of information once again. So it says that you have an Azure subscription that contains the resource groups as shown in the following table. So we have resource group RG1, RG2. The lock on the RG1 is none, no lock. Then on the RG2 we have lock, and the lock type is delete. So this is the lock type on RG2. Now the question says that the RG1 contains the resources as shown in the following table, this one here, and you need to identify which resources you can move from RG1 to RG2 and which resources you can move from RG2 to RG1. Which resource should you identify? And to answer, you have to select the appropriate options in the answer area. So here you can also understand what are the resources available. So here we have storage account, we have virtual network, we have IP, which is the IP address. What are the lock on these resources? We have lock 1 here, lock 2, and then on the IP we have no locks. Then we can see the lock type is delete, and on the lock 2, which is on the virtual network, it is the read only type of lock. And then again, once again, none here. Now let's see this one here. This is the actual answer area. So we have to tell, according to the question, what are the resources that you can move from RG1 to RG2 and vice versa. So here it gives you the options like none, IP1 only, IP1 and storage 1, IP1 and VNet 1 virtual network, then IP1, VNet 1 and storage 1 only. So let's check out the correct answer. The correct answer would be this one, IP1 and storage 1. So these are the resources that you can move from RG1 resource group 1 to resource group 2. So essentially you can move the IP address and the storage, but you cannot move the virtual network. Coming to this box here, it says what are the resources that you can move from RG2 to RG1. And here, interestingly, the answer is none. And the reason is that there is a delete lock on RG2. So here you can see that we have delete lock here. And when you apply a lock at the parent scope, so we have a lock on the RG1 resource group, then this lock is applicable on all the resources under the resource group or all the resources under that hierarchy or level. And the interesting part is that even if you add the resources later in the resource group, they will also inherit the lock from the parent. So that's why, my friends, all the resources under the RG2 resource group 2 have the lock type delete. That's why you cannot move them to the resource group 1. So that is why we have chosen none as the answer. Moving on with the next question, question number 235, that says that you have an Azure subscription that contains an storage account. You plan to create Azure container instances named container 1 that will use Docker image named image1. Now this image contains MS SQL Server instance that requires persistent storage, and you need to configure a storage service for container 1. What should you use? And your options are Azure Blob Storage, option B Azure Files, option C Azure Queue Storage, and option D Azure Table Storage. And the correct answer for the same is Azure Files, option B. So let me give you the reasoning behind the same. Let's first start with the Azure Blob Storage. See, Azure Blob Storage is typically used for storing large binary data, and it is not suitable for this scenario as it cannot be mounted on a drive, which was also asked in the question. So that is why it is not suitable or correct answer for this question. Coming to the Azure Queue Storage, this one is actually designed for storing large number of messages, which is not relevant for the SQL Server storage needs. And that's why this one also is not a correct answer. Coming to the Azure Table Storage, well, Azure Table Storage offers no SQL storage, but it does not actually provide the file system interface required for the SQL server. So that's why Azure Files is the right choice. It also provides the persistent storage for the Docker container running on the SQL server in Microsoft Azure.
I hope you liked the questions and understood the concepts that we discussed today. Azure Storage Account, Azure Subscription, Azure Resource Group, Azure Load Balancers. All these services sounds really unrelated, right? Wrong. As an Azure administrator, you must understand how all these services come together, how they work together. So that is why we will take some questions based on all these services.
Let's begin the part 42 of AZ-104 Q&A series with question number 236, a great question to understand the Azure storage account and related concepts. So let's read the question. It says that you have an Azure storage account named Storage1, and you have an Azure app service or service app named App1 and an app named App2 that runs in an Azure container instance. Now each app uses a managed identity, and you need to ensure that the App1 and App2 can read the blobs from Storage1. The solution must meet the following requirements. The first one is minimize the number of secrets used, and the second one is ensure that the App2 can only read from Storage1 for next 30 days. What should you configure on Storage1 for each app? Now let's check out the option. Option A, create a shared access signature SAS for each app with read permissions and an expiration date of 30 days. Option B, create a shared access signature for each app with read permission and an expiration date of 1 day. Option C, create a shared access signature for each app with read permissions and an expiration date of 7 days. And then we have option D, create a shared access signature for each app with the read permissions and with an expiration date of 365 days. Now friends, looking at all the options here, one thing you can note that this part of all the options is same. So we are creating a shared access signature for each app with the read permission. So this part is exactly the same for all the 4 options. Now we have other differences are 30 days, 1 day, 7 days and 365 days. And what are we asked in the question? We are asked for the 30 days. So now you can guess the answer. And yes, you're right. The correct answer is option A. Now let me give you a little bit more details here. Now to allow app 1 and app 2 to read the blobs from the Storage1 in Azure, you can create a shared access signature or SAS for each app with read-only permissions. However, since the app 2 should only have the access for next 30 days, here you can see that is the requirement of the question. You should set the expiration date for SAS to 30 days. So that's why option A is the correct answer.
And friends, in case you're new to the cloud computing world and want to know what are the highest paying cloud computing jobs, then please watch these 2 important videos. In these 2 videos, I've explained 22 highest paying job roles in the world of cloud computing. Whether you are a newcomer or intermediate or advanced, whether you like the programming or not, there is a job role for you.
Moving on with the question number 237, it says that you have an Azure subscription that contains Azure storage account named Storage1, and the users are shown in the following table. So here we have user 1, 2, 3, which are member of group 1, group 2 and group 1. Then you plan to monitor Storage1 and to configure email notifications for signals shown in the following table. So here in this table, you can see that we have ingress, which is incoming data to Azure. Then we have egress, which is the data which goes out of the Azure. Then we have delete storage account. We have also restore blob ranges. The type is metric for the first 2 one and the activity log for the last 2 one. What are the users to notify? Here we have user 1 and user 3 only. For the egress, we have user 1 only. For the delete storage account, we have user 1, 2 and 3 only. And for the restoration of the blob storage, we have user 1 and user 3 only. I hope you understood the question so far. So it just says that when some activity happens, then you have to notify the users given here in this column of the table. Now let's move ahead. The question says that you need to identify the minimum number of alert rules and the action groups required for the planned monitoring How many alert rules and the action groups should you identify? To answer, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So first of all, you have to tell how many alert rules, and secondly, you have to tell the action groups. So 1, 2, 3, 4, the choices are same for both of the options, and the correct answer for the first one or the alert rules is 4. So you would need minimum of 4 alert rules. What about the action groups? Well, here you would need 3 action groups to ensure all the requirements given in the question. Now let me explain this a little bit more. So coming to this box here, so as there are 4 distinct set of resources, we can see them here: ingress, egress, delete storage account, and restore blob storage. So you need 4 alert rules. In one alert rule, you cannot specify different type of resources to monitor. That is why a minimum of 4 alert rules are required. Coming to this box here, action groups. For this one, we have 3 distinct set of users to notify. We have user 1, user 2, and user 3. And you cannot actually set the action groups based on existing group like group 1 or group 2, as there is no specific group for the user 1 only. So that is why you actually need to create 3 action groups, which is the minimum requirement. So I hope you understood the concept. Read the entire question once again. You have users given, you have resources given, and you have what all users to notify when any trigger or anything happens on these resources. And joining all this information, we have chosen the answer 4 for the alert rules and 3 for the action groups. And with that piece of information, let's move ahead. Question number 238 is in front of you. Let's read the question. It says that you have an Azure subscription named subscription 1 that contains resource group named RG1. Now this RG1 or the resource group, you create an internal load balancer named LB1 and a public load balancer named LB2. Now in case you have been watching our series, we took very interesting question on the load balancer in the previous episodes. Please check out that. Further, the question is saying that you need to ensure that an administrator named admin1 can manage load balancer 1 and load balancer 2. The solution must follow the principle of least privilege. What role should you assign to the admin 1 for each task? And what are the tasks? Well, there are 2 tasks: to add backend pool to the LB1, and the other one is to add the health probe to the LB2. And interestingly, the correct answer for both the tasks is network contributor on RG1. So that is the correct answer for this question. Moving on to another very interesting question. Question number 239 says that you have an Azure subscription that contains 2 virtual machines, VM1 and VM2. Now you create a Azure load balancer and you plan to create a load balancing rule that will load the balance HTTPS traffic between the VM1 and VM2. So basically we are managing or load balancing the traffic between all the virtual machines. In this case, we have 2 virtual machines. Which 2 additional load balancer resources should you create before you can create the load balancing rule? Your options are: option A, a front-end IP address; option B, a health probe; option C, an inbound NAT rule; option D, a virtual network; and option E, a backend pool. Now let me tell you what are the 2 additional load balancer resources you need to create before you can try to create the load balancing rule. And the first one is option B, the health probe, and the second one is option E, the backend pool. Now let me present you my understanding on this. So first of all, of course, you need to create the backend pool and the health probe before you create a load balancing rule. Now the backend pool, my friends, it's very critical component of the load balancer. Why? Because the backend pool really defines the group of the resources that serve traffic for a given load balancing rule. And in this case, we have virtual machine and virtual machine 2, virtual machine 1 and virtual machine 2 in the backend pool. Now coming to the health probe. Now health probe will actually monitor the health of the virtual machines in the backend pool to ensure the network is only sent to the healthy instance. And if you read the question very carefully, it says that you create an Azure load balancer. What does that even mean? I mean, of course, you create the Azure load balancer, but when you create a Azure load balancer, which is given in this question, that you create a Azure load balancer, then you know what happened? Implicitly, a front-end IP address is automatically created. So when you have the load balancer. You cannot have a load balancer or a front-end load balancer without a public facing IP address. So that is why this cannot be true, because this is already being created when you have created the load balancer. So that is why this is not a valid answer. So now you know that you have to create a health probe and a backend pool before you create a rule for a load balancing. Okay, so with that, let's move on to the next question. Question number 240. It says that you plan to use Azure import and export service to copy files to Azure storage account. Which two files should you create before you prepare the drives for the import job? And your options are: option A, an XML manifest file; option B, a dataset CSV file; option C, a JSON configuration file; option D, a PowerShell PS1 file; and option D, a drive set CSV file. And the correct answer for the same is option B, a dataset CSV file, and the second one is a drive set CSV file. So you have to understand that when you are using the Azure import and export service to copy the files to a Azure storage account, you should create the following two types of file, which we have just chosen as the answer. Now coming to the dataset CSV file, this file contains the details of the files to be imported, such as the name of the file, the size of the files, and also the path of the file on the drive where the files are residing. Coming to this one here, the drive set CSV file, this file actually specifies the details of the drive to be used in the import job, such as drive letter, the path of the drive, and the name of the drive. Therefore, option B and option E are the two correct answers for this question.
Resource group, Microsoft Entra ID, and conditional access are some of the services, some of the Microsoft Azure concepts that as an Azure administrator you will be working day in and day out, and thus it is super important that you really understand and get into the core of these concepts.
So let's begin the part 43 with a wonderful question, question number 241. Please read the question along with me, try and understand. There is loads of information given in this question. So let's read it out. It says that you have an Azure subscription that contains the resources as shown in the following table. So first of all, we are given with the RG1, which is resource group. Then we have VNet, which is virtual network 1. Then you are also given with the resource group, which is applicable. Of course, this is the resource group, so this is not applicable. And the VNet 1 is under the RG6 or the resource group. What are the tags? We have the tags for the RG1, we have no tags, and then for the VNet or virtual network, we have tags as department and D1. So this is the key and this is the value for the tag. Coming to next part of the question, it says that you assign a policy to the RG1 as shown in the following table. So remember, RG1 is connected with the virtual network 1. And in this table, it tells you what is the scope of this policy. So we have the scope given here, scope which is exclusion, then value is also given. We have the section as basic, so what is the policy definition and assignment name. And then we also given with the parameter, so tag name, label, and tag value as value 1. Now further the question is saying you that to RG6 you apply the tag RG group RG6. So once again name and value, and you deploy the virtual network named VNet2 to the RG6. Which tags apply to the VNet 1 and VNet 2? To answer, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So let's check out the options. So first of all, we have VNet 1, virtual network 1, and the tags given are none, department D1, and RG group RG6 only. Then we have department D1 label, the value is value 1. Then we have department D1, RG group or the resource group 6, and label as value 1. So let's check out the correct answer for this one. And the correct answer is department D1 and label value 1 only. And the reason is that because the VNet inherits the policy tag, which is like label value 1, it keeps the existing tab, which is the department D1, and inherits the direct tag applied to the RG6, which is the RG6 group. So that is why this is the correct answer. Coming to the VNet 2, here we are given with none, RG group RG6 only, label value 1 only, and RG group RG6. and label as value 1. And the correct answer for this one is label value 1 only. Reason being that the VNet 2 inherits the policy tag which is label value 1 and also inherits the direct tag applied to the RG6 RG group RG6. So that's why this is the correct answer. It's a tricky question. I would say this is more like a scenario based question. So please understand this question very well. You have loads of information given in this question. You have to understand what is the inheritance rule for the tags, how does the policy work on the RGs, and then only you will be able to answer this question. Moving on with the question number 242, it says that your company has two on-premises server. Very interesting question this is going to be. Named SR-V01 and SR-V02, and the developers have created an application that runs on SR-V01. Now the application calls the service on SR-V02 by the IP address, and you plan to migrate the application on the Azure virtual machine, and you have configured two Azure virtual machine on a single subnet in an Azure virtual network. You need to configure two virtual machines with the static internal IP address. What should you do? Loads of information once again. Let's look at the option. Option A, run the new Azure RM VM config PowerShell cmdlet. Then we have option B, run the set Azure subnet PowerShell cmdlet. Option C, modify the VM properties in the Azure Management Portal. And then option D, modify the IP address in the Windows Network and Sharing Center. And lastly, run the set Azure static VNet IP PowerShell cmdlet. Let me tell you the correct answer, then we will break down the question. So the correct answer is this one, run the set Azure static VNet IP PowerShell cmdlet. So let's first break down the question. First of all, let's understand what are the scenarios here. First of all, you have two on-premises servers, SR-V01 and V02. Then the application on the SR1 calls a service which is on SR-V02 by the IP address that you can read here. Now you plan to migrate this setup to the Azure virtual machine, and you have configured two virtual machine on a single subnet in a Azure virtual network. What is the requirement, actual requirement of the question? Well, you want to configure two virtual machine with the static IP addresses. Now let's once again look at the options given here. The first one given here, let me try to make you understand. Now this cmdlet, this first option A I'm talking about, this cmdlet is used to create a new virtual machine configuration object, but this is not specifically for the static IP address. That's why it's not a valid answer. Coming to the option B, this cmdlet is actually used to configure subnet settings, but it's not suitable for assigning the static IP address to the virtual machine. Coming to the option C here, now while of course you can modify some of the properties in the Azure portal, setting an IP address typically requires more specific configuration steps. That is why I have not taken this one as well. This one here, which is the sharing center, the option D, this approach is also not recommended, I would say, because the Azure virtual machine, as it can lead to the conflicts with the Azure network management. So that is why this is also not the correct answer. And this one, of course, finally, this cmdlet, it's actually specifically used to set the static internal IP addresses for a virtual machine in Microsoft Azure. I can give you some documentation for this as well. So I hope you understood the question. Deep question, of course, that is what you can expect in AZ-104. So these kind of questions will be there, my friends. Of course, this is a sample practice question, but yes, please be prepared for similar questions. And with that, let's move on to the next question. Question number 243. Normally in these kind of questions, you will be given with a statement or a problem scenario, and then you will be given multiple solutions. And mostly there are 3 solutions given for each such type of question or business scenario. And of course, you have to select the correct solution given in all of these options. So let's read the question. It says that you want to implement a Microsoft Entra ID conditional access policy. The policy must be configured to require members of the global administrator group to use multi-factor authentication and a Microsoft Entra joint IT device when they connect to the Microsoft Entra ID from untrusted location. The solution given is that you access the multi-factor authentication page to alter the user setting. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And because this is not the correct solution, that's why no is the correct answer. So let's look at what are the other solution and what is the correct solution for this business case. And now let's check out the second variation of the same question. Question number 244. The question is exactly the same, but let's check out the solution given here. So the solution this time is saying that you access the Microsoft Entra portal to alter the session control of the Microsoft Entra ID conditional access policy. Does this solution meet the goal? Once again, yes or no? My friends, this is also the incorrect solution, and that's why no is the correct answer. Now let me give you the third variation of the same question, and then I will give you the correct answer, of course, and also the correct reasoning for the same along with the documentation. So here comes the third variation of the same question, question number 245. Let's check the solution given here. It says that you access the Microsoft Entra portal to alter the grant control of the Microsoft Entra conditional access policy. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And yes, my friends, this is the correct solution. That is why yes is the correct answer. Now let me give you the exact reasoning so that you can understand all the three solutions given and why we have chosen this as the correct answer. So now on your screen you can see the question and also the three possible solutions given in the question number 243, 244 and 245. Now of course, this solution does not meet the goal as we have chosen the answer as no for this question number 243. And the reason is that altering the user setting on the multi-factor authentication page does not configure a conditional access policy. It only changes the multi-factor authentication settings for the users. Now coming to the second solution given here, which once again does not meet the goal, and the reason is that the session controls manage the user sessions and do not enforce the multi-factor authentication or MFA or the device compliance directly. Now let's jump on to the third solution given in the question number 245, which is of course the correct solution, and the reason is that grant controls in the conditional access policy can be configured to require the multi-factor authentication and a compliant device which aligns with the requirement to enforce the multi-factor authentication, and also a Microsoft Entra ID joint device for the global administrator connecting from the untrusted locations. And that's why the solution given in the question number 245 is the correct solution. And talking about the documentation, my friends, here in this documentation, you can understand how to plan a conditional access deployment. So here, first of all, at the beginning, you can understand what are the prerequisites. These are all the prerequisites that you would need. And also in the same documentation, you can also understand what is Microsoft conditional access. So here you can understand what is the conditional access, how it works, what are the common goals. Everything is given in wonderful documentation here. And you will also understand what are the commonly applied policies on these conditional access and things around the same. Then coming back to this documentation, here you will also understand the prerequisite that I just mentioned and also the communicating change, conditional access policy, what are the components for it. So everything is given. You will also understand how to do the user exclusion in case you want to do the same. So please refer the documentation. The links are given in the description box. And I would really encourage all of you to engage in the discussions in the comment sections below and try to engage in a healthy discussion. This will really benefit all of us.
And let's understand some of the very critical, important concepts in the Microsoft Azure that will really help you prepare to become the Azure administrator.
Question number 246, part 44. It says that you have an Azure subscription and you plan to use the Azure Resource Manager templates, which are also popularly known as ARM templates, to deploy 50 Azure virtual machines that will be the part of the same availability set. Very important point, 50 virtual machines part of same availability set. Now the question says that you need to ensure that as many virtual machines as possible are available if the fabric fails or during the servicing. How should you configure the template? To answer, select the appropriate option in the answer area. And please note, as per the question instruction, each correct selection is worth 1 point. Now, if you really understand this question in between the line, this question is expecting you to maintain high availability in case one of the virtual machine is failing And also keep in mind that all the virtual machines needs to be in the same availability set that is given in the question here. Now here in this picture or image here, you can see the ARM template, and what exactly you need to do is you have to actually fill in this ARM template. So here you can see this parameter here that says platform port domain count, and you have to select whether it should be 0, 1, 2, 4 value. So that is what you have to fill in or select here. Then the second parameter given is platform update domain count, and here you have to choose one of these value from 10 to 50. So let me first tell you the correct answer, then we will have the reasoning for it. So here you can see the first correct answer to this parameter is 3. So you have to set the value of the platform port domain count as 3. And then the correct value for the platform update domain count would be, yes, you're right, it is going to be 20 as the correct value. Now let me tell you what is the correct reasoning. So normally my friends, for the high availability, you must be using 2 fault domains, and usually 2 or 3 is the max depending upon which region you are in. So that is why I have kept the max value for this. I could have selected 2, but I think 3 is more appropriate answer. That is why I have chosen 3 as the final answer. But in case you have other opinion, please let me know in the comment section. Now coming to this value here, 20, and the reason is that platform update domain count, which is this parameter here. Now you have to understand that increasing the update domain, it really helps with the capacity and the availability planning when the platform reboots the nodes. And a higher number for the pool, which is like 20 is the max, means that fewer of their nodes in any given availability set would be rebooted at once. And now let's check out some documentation and understand how it works. And to begin with, you must really understand what exactly is availability set. So here you can understand that, yes. So availability set, my friends, they are actually the logical grouping of the virtual machine that reduces the chance of correlated failures, bringing down the related virtual machine at the same time. Also, you can see here, when you use the availability set, create 2 or more virtual machines within the same availability set. That is what I exactly mentioned when I was answering the first parameter, and based on this concept given here, I have chosen 3 as the correct answer for the first parameter. And you can read all this documentation, but I want to bring your attention to this section here that says how do availability set work. So here you can understand that the underlying Azure platform assigns an update domain and a fault domain to each virtual machine in your availability set, and each availability set can have up to 3 fault domains. You see, this is the answer given here for the first parameter, and then for the second one it is given here, and 20 update domains, and you cannot change these configuration after you create the availability zone. So this is the validation for our answer as well. Let's move on to the next question, question number 247, that says that you have an Azure subscription named subscription 1. Now the subscription 1 contains the virtual machine named VM1, and you install and configure web server and a DNS server on the virtual machine 1. Now this virtual machine 1 has an effective network security rule shown in the following exhibit. So here you can see the exhibit with loads of information. You can see the virtual network interface name here. You can also see the public IP. And then most importantly, you can see the inbound port rules. And here we are given with 6 inbound port rules. We have priority 100, 300, 400, 65,000, 65,001 and 65,500. Then there are different name of the rules. We are given with the port, protocol, source, destination, and action is also given. And moving further, this is the answer area, and the question is asking you internet user. So basically you have to tell whether the internet user can connect to only the DNS server on the virtual machine, or they can connect to only the web server on the virtual machine. So here we are talking about the DNS server, and here we are talking about the web server. Then the third option is the internet users can connect to the web server and the DNS server on the virtual machine. So basically both the options are true. Then the last option says that the internet users cannot connect to the web server and the DNS server on the virtual machine 1. So what according to you is the correct answer? Pause the video, read this exhibit very carefully, try to think about it and answer the question, and then match off your answer with the answer that I'm just giving now. And the correct answer for this section is can connect only to the web server on the virtual machine 1. So let me explain you this a little bit more. So please understand, when we are talking about the DNS, by default the port is 53. And when we are talking about the web or the HTTP, connection or the communication, then normally it happens on the port 80 for the HTTP or the port 443 for the HTTPS communication. Now here you can see that we have this rule 2 given here, and this rule, it really blocks. Here you can see the action is deny. That is why you can say that this rule is blocking the port 50 to 60, and this of course includes the port 53, as I just mentioned that the DNS communication happens on the port 53. And that is why, my friends, the internet users can reach to the web server, since the web server is using the port 80, which is not included in these 50 to 60 port, which are blocked by the rule 2. That is why you can only connect, or the internet users can only connect to the web server on the virtual machine 1. And I really hope that you also reach to the same reasoning. In case you have some contrarian view, let me know in the comment section. While we approach to the next section of this question, if you delete the rule 2, internet users can connect only to the DNS server on the virtual machine 1, can connect to only the web server on the virtual machine 1, can connect to both the web server and the DNS server on the virtual machine 1, and lastly cannot connect to the web server and the DNS server on the virtual machine 1. And yes, I am waiting for your answer. Let me know in the comment section. And from my side, I have chosen the option C, can connect to the web server and the DNS server on the virtual machine, as the answer for this part of the question. My reasoning for the same is that if you delete the rule 2, which is this rule 2 we talked about earlier as well. So if you remove this rule 2, the internet user can reach to the DNS server as well, which essentially means that they will be able to communicate for the port number 50 to 60, and this also incorporate the port number 53, which is essentially the default port for the DNS communication. And also I want to tell you one really interesting fact about these rules, that all of these rules are processed by the priority order number, and interestingly, lower the number for this priority rule, that rule will be processed before the higher number. So for example, this rule here given as priority number 100, this rule, although the number is smaller, but this rule will be processed before any of the rule given below. So even if this has a lower number, it has the higher priority than the rule number 300, 400 or 65,001. So that is very interesting how these rules are processed. And to better understand the rules and the network security group, you can come down to this documentation here. And here you can understand all about the security rules, what are the name, the priority, which I just mentioned to you, that the priority is lower the number, higher the priority. That is how it works. Then you can also understand the source or the designation. So everything is given here. You can please read out this documentation. Here are the default security rules also given for both inbound and outbound. So here you can understand everything about inbound and outbound rules. Now let me take a very similar looking question. Here it comes, question number 248. It says that you have an app named App1 that is installed on two Azure virtual machines named VM1 and VM2. Now you might be thinking why an app is installed on two virtual machines. Think about it. Let me know in the comment section. Why would anyone do this? Now the question is saying that connections to the app 1 are managed by using the Azure Load Balancer. There is a hint for you, Azure Load Balancer. And further it says the effective network security group configuration of the virtual machine 2 are shown in the following exhibit. So here you can see this is a very similar looking exhibit that we saw in the last question. But let's try to understand this exhibit. So here you can see this is the network interface NIC. And once again, you can see the private IP. You can see there is no public IP. And let me ask you one question here. Let me see who can answer this. What is the importance of public IP address? And what kind of load balancers are connected to the public IP and the private IP? Let me know in the comment section. So here for the while you can see that this exhibit shows that we have once again the priorities of the rules are given. You can also see the name, the ports, protocol, source, destination and action. And I'm sure that you have read the documentation that I showcased in the last question. Please read those documentation so that you can better understand this question as well. Moving on, the question instructs you that you discover the connection to the app 1 from the IP address. This is the IP address 131.107.100.50 over the TCP IP port 443 fails. Remember, what is the TCP IP 443? I mentioned in the last question. And then the question is telling you that you verified the load balancer rules are configured correctly, and you need to ensure as an Azure administrator that the connections to the app 1 can be established successfully from this IP address over the TCP IP port 443. Now the solution given is that you create an inbound security rule that allows any traffic from the Azure load balancer and has the cost of 150. Does this solution meet the goal? And friends, if you have read the documentation correctly, you would be definitely able to answer this question. But for now, let me tell you that this is not the correct solution, and that's why no is the correct answer. Now let me give you very quick detail here. The rule with the priority 200, here you can see the rule with the priority 200. It really blocks all the incoming traffic. Here you can see that it is blocking all the incoming traffic, and this involves the Azure Load Balancer health probe directed to the virtual machine. And this, what will it results to? Well, this will actually result in the virtual machine 2 being considered unhealthy because now it is not able to accept the incoming traffic, and the load balancer will not route the traffic to the virtual machine 2. And by placing a rule with the priority 150, why 150? Because of course it will reside in middle of 100 and 200. That is why the priority will increase, and this will allow the Azure load balancer traffic tag, and virtual machine 2 will be rediscovered as functional, or you can also say as healthy virtual machine, and the load balancer will be able to direct the traffic towards virtual machine 2. But let me present you the correct solution, what I just talked about in this variation of the same question. Question number 249. Of course, the question is same. Let's read the solution given this time. It says that you create an inbound security rule that allows any traffic from the Azure load balancer source and has the priority of 150. Does this solution meet the goal? And of course, this is the correct solution, and that's why yes is the correct answer. And the reason is exactly the same which I just mentioned in the previous question. Once you create a rule with the priority of 150, it will just sit in the middle of the rule 100 and 200 which are already given, and this will make the virtual machine 2 rediscoverable, and the load balancer will now again think that the virtual machine 2 is healthy and will start to route the traffic to the virtual machine 2 as well. And this of course will resolve the problem, and that is why this is the correct solution. Now friends, similar to the variations that I showcased in the question number 248 and 249, there could be multiple variation of this question, but I hope you understood the concept and you will be able to answer any variation. With that, let's move on to the next question, question number 250, that says that you create an Azure subscription named subscription 1 and an associated Microsoft Entra ID tenant named tenant 1. Now the tenant 1 contains the users in the following table. Here we can see that. And you need to add the Microsoft Entra ID privileged identity management application to the tenant 1. Which account can you use? Here we can see that we have 4 tenant IDs given. Here we have Contoso admin1 @hotmail.com. Then we have admin1 contoso.onmicrosoft.com. Then we have admin2 and admin3. We are also given with the tenant role. We have global administrator for the first 2 tenant IDs. Then we have security administrator, and lastly we are given with the conditional access administrator. You're also given with the subscription role, owner, contributor and security admin. Let's read what are the options given here. First of all, we have the option as admin3 @contoso.onmicrosoft.com. Then we have admin2, then we have admin1, and lastly we are given with the Contoso admin1 @hotmail.com. So basically you have to tell now which account ID you should use in case you need to add a Microsoft Entra ID privileged identity management application to the tenant 1. Let me tell you the correct answer, and that is option C, admin1 @contoso.onmicrosoft.com. And the simple reason is to add the Microsoft Entra ID privileged identity management application to the tenant 1, you need to use an account that has either the global administrator or the privileged role administrator role. So these roles have the necessary permissions to manage the PIM, which is the Privileged Identity Management, and also assign the roles within the Microsoft Entra ID tenant. And of course, you can understand what exactly is Microsoft Entra ID Privileged Identity Management on this documentation. Everything is given. A video is also given from Microsoft, and I can show you one more documentation, which is this one. And here you will understand how can you start using the Privileged Identity Management and what are the use cases for the same. And links to all the documentation is given in the description box. And yes, if you're finding this video helpful, if you're finding the questions valuable, please put a comment in the comment section and just say still watching. This will give me an understanding how many people are really watching the video until now. So you want to become an Azure administrator, but do you know what could be the business case? What could be the scenario where as an Azure administrator, you would block some user manually? And also, do you understand what is the exact use of RBAC in Microsoft Azure? Well, these are some of the situations, some of the concepts that you really need to understand to become an Azure administrator. Question number 251. Let's read the question. It says that you have two Azure virtual machine networks named VNet 1 and VNet 2. Now, the VNet 1 contains an Azure virtual machine named VM1, and further the VNet 2 contains an Azure virtual machine named VM2. Now, the VM1 or the virtual machine 1 hosts a front-end application that connects to the VM2 to retrieve the data, and the users report that the front-end application is slower than usual, and you as an Azure administrator need to view the average round time trip, which is also known as RTT, of the packets from virtual machine 1 to virtual machine 2. Which Azure Network Watcher feature should you use? And your options are option A, Connection Troubleshoot, option B, IP Flow Verify, option C, Network Security Groups Flow Logs, and the option D is Connection Monitor. And though the question is very straightforward, it could be really tough to answer because of the options given here. But let me tell you, the correct answer is Connection Monitor. And this is because to view the average round trip time or the RTT of the packets from the virtual machine 1 to the virtual machine 2, you should use the Connection Monitor feature in the Azure Network Watcher. And friends, the Connection Monitor, it really allows you to continuously monitor the network connectivity between the two virtual machines, and it also provides you with the metrics such as RTT, packet loss, and network latency. And a great way to start understanding the Connection Monitor is this documentation, Connection Monitor Overview. Here, as I just mentioned, you can understand that the Connection Monitor provides the unified and continuous network connectivity monitoring, enabling the users to detect the anomalies and also identify the specific network component responsible for the issues and troubleshoot with actionable insights in Azure and hybrid cloud environments. So you can read all about this Connection Monitor in this documentation and also understand what are the use cases for the same. Moving on with the next question, question number 252, that says that you need to recommend a solution to automate the configuration for the finance department users. The solution must meet the technical requirements. What should you recommend in the recommendation? And your options are Microsoft Entra ID B2C, option B, Dynamic Groups and Conditional Access Policies, option C, Microsoft Entra ID Identity Protection, and lastly an option D, an Azure Logic App and the Microsoft Identity Management MIM client. And once again, I can say in this question as well, the options given, the services given, the concepts are really lesser known. That is why these questions could be really tricky to answer. So please understand the logic that I'm just about to give you with the correct answer. And according to me, the correct answer is the Dynamic Groups and the Conditional Access Policies. So let's crack what exactly is the Dynamic Groups. Well, the Dynamic Groups allows you to automatically add and remove the users based on the attributes such as department, which is kind of really ideal for managing the finance department users as given in the question. And then coming to the conditional access policies, and these can be then actually applied to these dynamic groups to enforce the specific access controls and configurations. And we have taken some interesting questions on conditional access policies in the previous episodes, so please go ahead and check out them as well. But for now, let's move to another very interesting question, question number 253. that says from the MFA server blade, which is like a multi-factor authentication server blade, you open the block/unblock user blade as shown in the following exhibit. What caused LXW, which is the user, to be blocked? So here we can see that we have blocked/unblocked users, and it says a blocked user will not receive multi-factor authentication request, and also the authentication attempts from that users will be automatically denied, and a user will remain blocked for 90 days for the time they are blocked. And to manually unblock a user, you have to click the unblock action. So here you can see that we have this user given here, which is alexw@something on Microsoft.com. The reason is lost phone. So the user alexw seems to have lost the phone, and that is why as an administrator, you have blocked him for the security reason. The date for losing the phone happens to be this one, and the probable action taken could be unblock. Now let's check out the options given here. Option A, the user reported a fraud alert when prompted for additional authentication. Option B, the user account password expired. Option C, the user entered an incorrect PIN 4 times within 10 minutes. And then we have option D, an administrator manually blocked the user. And the correct answer for the same is option D, an administrator manually blocked the user. And why this is so? Because only an admin can block the user. And let's say that you are actually an Azure administrator. So let me tell you very quickly what are the actions, or what are the steps that you can take to block the users. So first of all, of course, you have to sign into the Azure portal as an Azure administrator. Then you have to search for the Microsoft Intro ID. Once you reach there, you have to search for the MFA, which is multi-factor authentication. And there you will be presented with this option which says block/unblock users. Once you reach there, you have to select the user to be blocked. And then as a step 4, you have to select the replication group and enter the username for the blocked user which you want to block, and post that. Simply add the comment for why you are blocking the user, and yes, that is done. This will make the particular user be blocked and will not be able to enter or be authenticated. And you can very well understand how to configure the Microsoft Entra ID multi-factor authentication settings in this important documentation. And with that piece of documentation, let's jump on to a very interesting question. Question number 254. So here it comes. And here you can read that it says that you have a pay-as-you-go Azure subscription that contains the virtual machines as shown in the following table. So we have 2 virtual machines that reside in RG1 or the resource group 1 and resource group 2 respectively. And the daily cost for the virtual machine 1 is 20 euros and 30 euros for the virtual machine 2. Now further, the question is saying you that you create a budget shown in the following exhibit. So here is the budget. So here you can see that we have current spends given. You're also given with the name of the budget and where is the budget actually residing. So the scope of the budget is also given, which is the resource group 1. What is the amount? What is the budget period? And then what is the start and the end date of the budget is also given. Then you can also observe the budget alerts here in this section. So here we can see that once you have the 50% of the budget, so what is our budget amount? We have 1000 euros. So once you reach the 500 mark, 500 euros, then there will be an alert which will be, and the notification will be through the email. Once you reach the 70%, which is the 700 euros, then there will be an SMS. And once you reach the 100%, so let's say that your budget was 1000 euros and you reach the 1000 euro in your consumption, then there will be an action group or another action, which will be an Azure app, which primarily means that there will be an Azure app which will trigger something, maybe an alert or some action will be taken according to the business rule that you might have set up in the Azure app. Now let's look at what exactly is question asking us. So it says that when the maximum amount of budget 1 is reached, which I just explained you, what will happen? So it says, or it gives you the options that virtual machine 1 and the virtual machine 2 will be turned off, or the virtual machine 1 and virtual machine 2 will continue to run, or virtual machine 1 is turned off and virtual machine 2 continues to run. So what do you think, according to you, if the budget 1, the maximum amount, which is the 1000 euros is reached, what do you think will happen out of these given options? Well, as per my understanding, the correct answer would be virtual machine 1 and virtual machine 2 will continue to run normally. And the reason is that the budget alerts for the resource group RG1
which includes the virtual machine 1 but not the virtual machine 2. Here you can see that RG1 has VM1 and not VM2. But the catch is that when the budget thresholds you created are exceeded, only the notifications are triggered. None of your resources are affected and your consumption is not stopped. So that is the normal course of action. But in case you probably, maybe due to a business need, you might have to create a logic or an app which probably deletes some of the resources. But unless stated otherwise, you should not assume that part. You should always stick to the default behavior of the alerts or the budgets. So that is why VM1 and VM2 will continue to run normally. Coming to the second part of the question, it says based on the current usage cost of the virtual machine, no email notification will be sent each month. Option B, 1 email notification will be sent each month. Option C, 2 email notifications will be sent each month. And option D, 3 email notifications will be sent each month. And by the way, which email notification it is talking about? This one here. You can see this notification 50%, 500 euros and 1 email notifications. And the correct answer for this obviously would be 1 email notifications will be sent each month. And let's do a little bit maths here to validate the answer. So the budget alerts for the RG group or the resource group 1, which includes the virtual machine 1 but not the virtual machine 2. So that is, of course, you have already understood that. Additionally, virtual machine 1 consumes 20 euros per day. Here you can see that. And the 50%, which is the 500 euro limit, will be reached in 25 days. So I hope you're understanding the maths here. We have 20 euros each day. And by taking 20 euros on an average each day, it will take 25 days to reach the 500 euro mark. And once we reach the 500 euro mark, an email notifications will be sent. And to top up your understanding on how to use the cost alerts to monitor the usage and spending, this is a very good documentation. I cannot read all the documentation, but of course the links are given in the description box. Please go ahead, read all the documentation. And additionally, I can give you one more really good documentation that will tell you how to create and manage budgets. So you will understand all about the budgets and also the alerts using both these documentation. And trust me friends, it takes loads of efforts to validate the answer and bring the important and the right documentation for you. So please appreciate our efforts and please like the video. And a small request from me is to please comment something in the comment section, good or bad, give some suggestion, or at least say whether you like the video or not, you like the questions, documentation. Please put some comment. It will really give us good feedback and we will be able to bring more quality content for you. And with that small request, let's jump on to the next question. Question number 255 that says the role-based access control allows you to grant users, groups and service principal access to the Azure resources at the subscription, resource group or resources scope with RBAC inheritance. The 3 core roles are owner, administrator and guest. You have to tell whether this is a correct statement or an incorrect one. And let me tell you, my friends, this is an incorrect statement and that is why no is the correct answer. Now, this question is looking rather simple, but this is not actually simple. There is actually a lot happening here. So let me tell you, first of all, as an Azure administrator, you must understand what exactly is RBAC. Day-to-day activities for you will definitely include your interaction with the RBAC. So that's why let me give you a very quick overview on RBAC. So RBAC, first of all, what is the full form? RBAC means role-based access control. And this service in Microsoft Azure is a system that really helps you to access the Azure resources. What can you do with those resources? And also the RBAC allows you to assign the roles to the users, the groups, the service principals at the different scopes such as subscriptions, resource groups or resource level. And these roles then determine the permissions granted. Now, in case you are still wondering why exactly we have chosen no to this answer, well, let me tell you the core services or the core roles mentioned in the question, the owner, administrator and the guest, these are not the correct one. The correct roles are owner, contributor and reader. So out of the 3 core roles given here, owner is correct, but the administrator and the guest are incorrect. The correct role for these ones are contributor and the reader. So that is why this is the incorrect statement. And here I have got 3 documentations for you. First of all, you can understand what is the scope of Azure RBAC, understand all the scope levels. You will be able to also understand
What is the management group, subscription, resource group, and resources? So the RBAC role works on each of these levels. And also we have taken so many questions on each of these concepts: management group, subscription, resource group. Loads of questions we have taken in the previous episodes. Please check out them as well. And in the same documentation, you will be able to understand the scope format. So how the scoping is done, that is also given here. Then you are also given with some of the example on the scope. Then I can also give you one more documentation, which is actually a question being asked to the Microsoft. Here you can see the question. It says that if you have a reader role provided at the management group RBAC, and if we provide an owner role for a specific subscription under the same management group, I could notice a reader permissions are not working for the user. And the person is asking, is this correct, and what could be the probable solution or the workaround? So here you can read what is the answer from the Microsoft. Why I'm giving you this documentation? Because the question that I showed you, that could be one variation of the question, but there can be multiple questions on the similar concept and similar pattern. So please read around these documentation so that you are covering the entire scope or variations of the question. Then as the third document, I can give you this one here, which is the Azure custom roles. So please go ahead and understand what is exactly the Azure custom role, how can you create them, and how can you actually use them in your company.
Do watch the previous and the next episode of this series and also the other certification series on both Microsoft Azure and Amazon AWS. Resource groups, web apps, and virtual machines are few concepts that you just cannot miss. We will understand, we will see the documentation. I will also take some questions from the previous parts with the updated and revised answers. So loads of very important Azure concepts are coming up in this video to help you become Azure administrator.
So let's open our part 46 with the question number 256. Now, before I even read the question, I want your attention to be on this triangle, this yellow triangle here, with this number given inside the same. Now, this number, it actually tells you the question number at which we previously discussed the same question in the previous episodes. So why are we discussing this once again? Well, there could be multiple reasons. First of all, there could be change in the Azure concept. So we want to revise the question with the latest Azure concepts. And the second reason could be that we want to revise our answer. And yes, my friends, I will also give the shout out and the credit to the viewer who has raised and highlighted this question. So let's read the question. The question is saying that you have an Azure subscription that contains the resources as shown in the following table. So here you can see that we have two resources. We have this RG6, which is a resource group. We also have a virtual network, VNet 1. Now the resource group is also given here, which is applicable to all these resources. Now first one, the RG6 itself is a resource group. That's why resource group is not applicable to the same. And the second one, virtual network, is inside the RG6 resource group. The tags are also given. The resource group RG6 has no tag applicable. And then virtual network 1 has the department D1 tag applicable. So this one department is the key and this D1 is the value. Now let's read the question ahead. It says that you assign a policy to the RG6 as shown in the following table. So here we are given with the scope of the policy, what is the basic setting of the policy, and also the parameter which actually relates to the tag. So here we can see the scope is subscription 1 RG6. There are no exclusions. Then we have policy definitions. So apply tags and its default value, and assignment name is also the same. And then we can see we have a tag which is named as label and the value is value 1. So all this information is given to you, my friends. And now the real question starts. The question is saying to RG6, which is the resource group, you apply a tag which is our group RG6. You deploy a virtual network named VNet 2 to the RG6. So we already have a virtual network VNet 1 and now we are deploying another virtual network VNet 2 to the same resource group RG6. And the question is asking you which tag apply to the VNet 1 and VNet 2. To answer, select the appropriate options in the answer area. Now here we have to tell what are the tags that will be applicable to the VNet 1, virtual network 1 and VNet 2. And one very important thing which is not explicitly mentioned, but you have to think about it, that the VNet 1 is already created and the policy is implemented thereafter. So the VNet 2 is the one which is created after the policy is implemented. So what are the values of the tags given for the VNet 1? The first one is none. The second one is department D1. Then we have department D1. So once again, remember the first part is always the key and the second part is the value for the tag. And then it says RG group RG6 only, department D1 and label value 1. And then we have department D1, RG group RG6 and label value 1. So you have to tell what all tags will be applicable to VNet 1. And then we have VNet 2 and the tags applicable or possible tags applicable are none. Then we have RG group RG6 only, label value 1 only, and then RG group RG6 and label equals to value 1. So let me give you the correct answer first and then I will give you the reasoning behind the same. So the answer for the VNet 1 is department D1 only and the answer to the VNet 2 is label value 1 only. So very important question, my friends. These kind of questions really open your mind, really makes you understand the core Azure concepts. So listen to the explanation very carefully. So VNet 1, my friends, is already an existing resource. As I told before, VNet 1 was created before the policy assignment. Secondly, we have manual tagging. So it has a tag department D1. Here you can see that department D1. And this one is applied manually. Then the third very important point about the policies is that the policies are non-retroactive. What it means is that Azure policies do not retroactively apply to the existing resources unless a remediation task is performed. So what is the result of all these 3 pointers that I just gave you? The result is that VNet 1 only retains the department D1 tag. And as I said earlier, Virtual Network 2 is a new resource and this one was created after the policy assignment. So that is the first important point. Secondly, the policy assignment. Now the policy assigned to the RG6 enforces the tag label equals to value on the new resources. So I hope you're understanding the Virtual Network 2 is created after the policy assignment and that's why this policy now enforces the tag label equals to value 1 on this new resource. And the result? Well, the result is that the VNet 2 inherits the label value 1 tag. And friends, it is super important to note that the tags are applied at the resource group level are not automatically inherited by the resources within that resource group. In this scenario, in this question, the policy ensures that the new resources in the RG6 receive the specified tag but not the existing resource, so they remain unaffected. So friends, that was the new version of the question number 241 presented as question number 256. And I would really like to thank Preetham on this wonderful comment and bringing this to notice, and that's why we have a revision in this question.
And friends, in case you also find some questions in the previous parts for which you think the answers needs a revision, or probably you feel the services in those questions are now outdated, then please let me know in the comment section and I will surely take up those questions in the upcoming and subsequent episodes. And in the next episode, we are going to take some very important questions on Azure App Service Plan and load balancers.
And with that, let's move on to the next question, question number 257, that says that you have an Azure Web App named Web App 1, and you have a virtual network named VNet 1 and also an Azure virtual machine named VNet 1 that hosts MySQL database. Now the virtual machine 1 connects to the virtual network 1 and you need to ensure that the web app 1 can access the data hosted on virtual machine 1. What should you do? Your options are option A, deploy an internal load balancer, option B, peer VNet 1, which is the virtual network 1, to another virtual network, option C, connect web app 1 to VNet 1, and option D, deploy an Azure application gateway. And the correct answer would be, my friends, well, it is option C, connect web app to the virtual network 1. Let me give you some explanation behind the same. So first of all, the correct answer, of course, is connect web app 1 to the VNet 1. And the reason is that by connecting the web app to the virtual network, you can enable the access from the web app to the resources on the virtual network. And this includes the MySQL database hosted on virtual machine 1. And this can also be done by enabling the virtual net integration for the web app and then selecting the VNet 1 as a virtual network to integrate with. And also, once the integration is set up, the web app will be able to communicate with virtual machine 1 on the virtual network 1 as if they were on the same network. So that's the logic behind choosing this as the correct answer. Now looking at the incorrect ones, starting with the option A, which is deploy an internal load balancer. Well, this is incorrect because it's not necessary in this scenario as the load balancing is not required. Coming to the option B, pairing the VNet 1 to another virtual network is not necessary for this scenario. And the reason is this will not address the requirement to enable the communication between the web app and the MySQL database hosted on virtual machine 1. Coming to the option D, well, deploying an Azure application gateway is not, I would say, necessary for this scenario as it is primarily used for the load balancing and routing the HTTP or HTTPS traffic. So it does not address the requirement to enable communication between the web app and the MySQL database on the virtual machine 1. So that is why all the other three options are incorrect. And with that, let's move on to the next question, question number 258, that says that your company has 3 virtual machines that are included in an availability set. Very important point given here. All the virtual machines are included in an availability set. Now you try to resize one of the virtual machine which returns an allocation failure message, and this is imperative that the virtual machine is resized. Which of the following actions should you take? Your options are: option A, you should only stop one of the virtual machines. Option B, you should stop 2 virtual machines. Option C, you should stop all the 3 virtual machines. Or option D, you should never remove necessary virtual machine from the availability set. Well, as I think it has to be the option C, you should stop all the 3 virtual machines. Coming to the explanation part, see, first of all, you have to understand that the availability set, they really ensures that the virtual machines are deployed across different update and fault domains within the same data center. Now, when you resize a virtual machine within an availability set, the Azure platform, it really needs to find the resources, for example, compute or storage, that can accommodate the new size and maintain the distribution across those domains. And if the resources are not available for the new virtual machine size within the existing allocation of the availability set, an allocation failure occurs. So that is the first part of the explanation. Now coming to why we need to stop all the virtual machines. See, stopping all the virtual machine in the availability set, it really allows Azure to deallocate the resources currently used by all the virtual machine. And this gives the platform flexibility to find out a new set for the resources that can accommodate the resized virtual machine and also the other virtual machine in the availability set. And it's very important to understand that simply stopping like 1 or 2 virtual machines might not free up enough resources within the required domains. And that's why we need not to remove virtual machine from the availability set. Stopping the virtual machine is all what is required. So that's why, my friends, option C is the correct answer. Let's move on to the next question, question number 259, that says that you have a public load balancer that balances the port 80 and port 443 across 3 virtual machines. Now you need to direct all the remote desktop protocol connections to the virtual machine 3 only. What should you configure? Let's look at the options. Option A, a load balancing rule. Option B, a public load balancer for the virtual machine 3. And then we have option C, an inbound NAT rule. And then option D, a front-end IP configuration. Let's check out the correct answer, and that is option C, an inbound NAT rule. Looking at the explanation part, well, inbound NAT rule, my friends. Now these rules allow you to forward the traffic arriving on a specific port of the load balancer's front-end IP address to a specific port on a specific virtual machine's IP address. And this is precisely what you need for the RDP or the remote desktop protocol. You would create an inbound NAT rule that listens on a port, for example, 3389 or any non-standard port on the load balancer, and then it forwards the traffic to the port 3389 on the virtual machine 3 internal IP address. So that's very important. Maybe you want to rewind the video and listen to this specific part once again. And then we have incorrect options, starting with the load balancing rule. Well, the load balancing rule, it distributes the traffic across the pool of the backend virtual machine. And while you could probably, I would say, technically create a pool within the virtual machine only, this is actually more complex than necessary and probably might interfere with your existing port 80 and 443 load balancing. So that is why I would say this is also not the right tool or right answer for this question. And then we have new public load balancer for the virtual machine 3. And as I have written, it looks like a overkill. You already have a load balancer. Creating a new one will only add to the complexity and the cost. Then we have front-end IP configuration. It's actually the public IP address for your load balancer. It is actually necessary, it's important, but it does not direct the traffic to a specific virtual machine. So that's why this is also an incorrect answer. So I hope, my friends, you're understanding the questions and the explanations that I'm giving. Moving on with the question number 260, it says that you have an Azure subscription that contains resources shown in the following table. So here we have virtual network, which is inside the RG1 resource group, and also the virtual machine, which is again in the same resource group. The not allowed resource type Azure policy is assigned to the RG1 that uses the following parameters. First one, we have Microsoft.network/virtual networks. Then we have Microsoft.compute/virtual machine. Now in the RG1, you need to create a new virtual machine named VM2 and then connect this VM2 to the virtual network 1. So what should you do first? Your options are: remove the Microsoft.compute/virtual machine from the policy. Option B, create an Azure Resource Manager template. Option C, add a subnet to the VNet 1. And lastly, option D, remove the Microsoft.network/virtual network from the policy. And the correct answer is option A. So first you have to remove the Microsoft.compute/virtual machine from the policy. So this is the first step. And of course, if you really want to understand what is Azure policies, what are the samples given, you can come on to this documentation and understand all the patterns that we have. We also have the regulatory compliance. So everything you can understand on this documentation. So let's begin the part 47 with a very interesting question, question number 261, that says that you create an app service plan named Plan 1 and an Azure Web App named Web App 1. Now you discover that the option to create a staging slot is not available and you need to create a staging slot for the Plan 1. What should you do first? And your options are: from the Plan 1, scale up the app service plan. Option B, from the Web App 1, modify the application setting. Option C, from the Web App 1, add a custom domain. And lastly, option D, from the Plan 1, scale out the app service plan. You have to tell what is the first step that you would take. And that would be, my friends, according to me, is option A, from the Plan 1, scale up the app service plan. And let me give you the explanation behind the same. So starting with the correct option. Now friends, the staging slots are only available in the standard, or you can say S1 or the higher, and isolated pricing tiers. And that would mean that in case you're not able to create a staging slot, this means that your app service plan, or Plan 1 in this case, is in the free F1 or basic B1 tier, which actually does not support the deployment slot. And to enable the staging slots, which is given in the question, you must scale up the app service plan to at least standard S1 tier. So that's the reason we have chosen this as the correct answer. Looking at the incorrect one, now this one here, as you can read, application setting do not control the deployment slot. So that's why this is incorrect option. And then we have this one, from app 1, add a custom domain. Here also you can read custom domains are really unrelated to the deployment slot. So of course this is incorrect. Then we have from the app 1, from the Plan 1, scale out the app service plan. So I hope you are noticing the difference between these two. So here we have scale out, which is this option D, and this one is scale up. So difference is scale out and scale up. And why this scale out is an incorrect option? Because scale out adds more instances, but it does not change the pricing tier to support the slots or deployment slots. So that is why this also is an incorrect answer.
And yes, the next episode is going to be very exciting and very important, as I will take some questions that will clear all your doubts on Azure Virtual Network, Site-to-Site VPN and Express Route. And not just that, we will also cover some other related topics as well. So please make sure to join the next episode, subscribe to the channel, press that bell icon and select all option.
With that, let's jump on to the next question, question number 262, that says a small corporation has 50 virtual machines on premises and 20 virtual machines in Microsoft Azure. Now the on premises virtual machines are connected to the Azure using site-to-site connectivity. And then the 5 Azure virtual machines are having network connectivity issues. Which of the following solutions would you utilize to examine the connectivity issues? Your options are option A, Microsoft Management Agent, option B, Dependency Agent, option C, Azure Network Watcher, and option D, Azure Log Analytics. And the correct answer is option D, Azure Log Analytics. Is that the one you chose? No, that's the wrong answer. The correct answer is option C, Azure Network Watcher. So Azure Network Watcher, my friends, is actually the correct tool to diagnose the network connectivity issues between on-premises and Azure virtual machine or Azure hosted virtual machines. And other options you can read, Microsoft Management Agent is actually used to monitor virtual machine performance and the logs, but not the network connectivity. So that makes it incorrect option. Dependency agents, they really help application dependency mapping, but of course, once again, not related to diagnose the network issues. And finally, Azure Log Analytics, which is another very important service, and you really get loads of questions on that. But for this specific question, it is not relevant because it really helps you collect and analyze the logs, but does not provide the network specific troubleshooting tools. So that's why this is also incorrect for this question. And friends, please develop a habit to make small notes with you, and that's the exact reason why I also tell and talk about the other incorrect options as well, so that you understand the service, you understand what is these services used in Microsoft Azure, because the questions can come on pretty much any nook and corner from Microsoft Azure. Moving on with the next question, question number 263, that says a company currently has an Azure account and a subscription, and they are planning to make their application available 99.99% of the time using virtual machine and a load balancer. So what is the company trying to do? They want to achieve a high availability of 99.99 using virtual machine and load balancer. Now you have to minimize the cost associated with the solution. Which of the following would you need to be in place? And your options are option A, create a basic load balancer, option B, create a standard load balancer, option C, add 2 virtual machines to the backend pool, and option D, add a virtual machine to the backend pool. So friends, to achieve the 99.99% of the availability and while also minimizing the cost, let's see what are the important considerations. For this, my friends, the best answer would be option D, create a standard load balancer. And the reason is that the basic load balancer does not support availability zones and also does not provide a guaranteed 99.99 uptime SLA. And do you think just by creating a standard load balancer, is it enough for 99.99 SLA? No. Besides this, my friends, you have to add 2 virtual machines to the backend pool. And just in case you want to make some more notes for your exam preparations, here is the quick snapshot, and this will really help you understand why these 2 options are correct and why the other A and D options are incorrect. So please go ahead and take a screenshot. But for now, let's jump on to the next question, question number 264. Again, a very lengthy question. Let's dissect it. First of all, you have the Azure virtual machine as shown in the following table. You have 2 virtual machine, VM1, VM2. Then we are also given with the IP address along with the virtual network in which these virtual machines are. Then the question says that the virtual network 1 is linked to a private DNS zone named contoso.com that contains the records shown in the following table. And you need to ping the virtual machine 2 from virtual machine 1. Which DNS names can you use to ping the virtual machine 2? So here we have other vital information given. We are given with the comp1, 2, 3, 4. We are given with the type here, txt a cname ptr. Then the TTL is 3600 for all of the options. We have the value given. We have also the auto registered option given, which is set to false for all the options. Now let's look at the options given here, and the option A is comp2.contoso.com and comp4.contoso.com only, and then we have comp1.contoso.com, comp2.contoso, comp3, comp4, and then option C comp2.contoso only, then option D comp1 and comp2 only, and option E comp1, 2 and 4 only. Very tricky question. Let me give you the answer and then I will try to explain. So the correct answer is this one, comp2.contoso.com only. And why this is so? Because you will be able to ping the virtual machine 2 using the comp2.contoso.com DNS name. Now, if you look at the second table given here, the comp2 is a record where the IP value is exactly the same as comp1, and that makes it a right choice in this case. Now, friends, it's very important that you understand that the different type of DNS being referred in this question. So for example, we have txt name. So I have prepared a short note for you. You can take a screenshot of that and be prepared for the AZ-104 exam and also work as an Azure administrator. So here, my friends, here I have condensed all the information that I could gather from various resources and my own research. So I have listed here all the options given here, but also highlighted the specific DNS that were asked in the question. So we have a record. What does that mean? We have txt, we also have cname, and lastly we have the ptr record. But you can read all the other options as well because questions can change, and of course they do change. This is not the exact AZ-104 questions. And with that, I would like to jump to the next question, question number 265. That says that you have an Azure subscription named subscription 1 that contains Azure Virtual Network named VNet 1. Now the VNet 1 connects to your on-premises network by using an express route, and you plan to prepare the environment for the automatic failover in case of express route failure. Further, you need to connect the Virtual Network 1 to the on-premises network by using the site-to-site VPN, and the solution, of course, should minimize the cost. Which three actions should you perform? Each correct answer will present a part of the solution, and also each correct selection is worth 1 point. Looking at the options, option A is create a connection, option B create a local site VPN gateway, option C is create a VPN gateway that uses the VPN GW1 SKU, option D create a gateway subnet, and option E create a VPN gateway that uses the basic SKU. Let's look at the correct three actions that you need to perform. First of all, we have create a connection, that is the option A. Then we have option B, create a local site VPN gateway. And finally, option C, create a VPN gateway that uses the VPN GW1 SKU. And once again, for the note makers, this is the quick note for you. Please take a screenshot and understand why the answers that we have chosen as correct one, the reasoning behind the same, and also the incorrect ones. So everything is given in this good screenshot. And I really hope, my friends, all these documentation that I provide and all these, screenshots and all notes that I'm giving you, it will really help you groom as a Azure administrator.
So you are thinking to become an Azure administrator without understanding Azure Virtual Network, site-to-site VPN, express route, and the other related concepts. Well, let me tell you, that's not possible. So that's why, my friends, I'm going to cover really critical questions on all these concepts today. So here comes the very first question for today.
So let's open our part 48 with question number 266. The question is saying, how can you ensure automatic failover between express route and site-to-site VPN? Your options are use a VPN gateway with the basic SKU. Option B, configure BGP on both express route and VPN connections. Option C, deploy express route and VPN gateway in a separate virtual networks. Then option D, use a VPN gateway with VPN GW1 or higher SKU. We have taken some questions around this concept in the previous part as well. So in case you want to check it out, links are given. Please check the previous parts. So let me give you the first correct option here. That is option B, configure BGP on both express route and VPN connections. And the second correct option is option D, use VPN gateway with VPN GW or higher SKU. So these two are correct options. Now friends, I've seen loads of people getting really confused between the express route and site-to-site VPN. So that's why, my friends, I have created a quick comparison between the two. So you don't have to, look around in multiple documentations and get confused. This is a very quick ready reckoner for you. Why express route is used? It is actually used as a private connection via an ISP. On the other hand, site-to-site VPN is a public internet. Then we have a speed comparison given. We have low latency for the express route and high latency for the site-to-site VPN. You can also see and observe the SLA for both of the two. Then security is also given here. So please go ahead and make your personal notes out of all that information that I'm providing. And with that, let's jump on to the very next question. Question number 267 that says that you have Microsoft Entra ID tenant named the techblackboard.com that contains the users as shown in the following table. So here you can see that we have 4 users. The first one, the role is none. Then we have user 2 as global administrator, user 3 as cloud device administrator, and user 4 as Intune administrator. And further the question says that the tech blackboard has the following configuration. So here you can see users may join devices to Entra ID is set to the user 1, and then additional local administrator on the Entra ID joined devices is set to none. Then it says that you deploy Windows 11 to a computer named computer 1. Now the user 1 joins the computer 1 to the tech blackboard, and you need to identify the local administrator group member on the computer 1. Which users are member of the local administrator group? And your options are option A, user 1 only, option B, user 2 only, option C, user 1 and 2 only, option D, user 1, 2 and 3 only, and then option E, user 1, 2, 3 and 4, all of the above. So let me give you the correct answer. Well, it is going to be option C, user 1 and user 2. Why this is so? See, when a device is joined to the Microsoft Entra ID, so that you can see here, the following users are automatically added to the local administrator group on the device. So the first one is the user that is performing the Microsoft Entra ID join. So in this scenario, the user 1, which is this one here, this user 1 joins the computer 1 to the Microsoft Entra ID. So the user 1 becomes the local administrator on the computer 1. So you can see this here that the user 1 is doing the connection. So that's why it becomes the local administrator. And then we have Microsoft Entra ID Global Administrator. And for this one, my friends, the users assigned to the Global Administrator role in the Microsoft Entra ID, they are granted the local administrator rights on all the Microsoft Entra ID joint devices. And according to the table provided here, the user 2 is a global administrator. So the user 2 is also a local administrator on the computer 1. And since the additional local administrators on the Microsoft Entra ID joint devices, setting a configure to none, which is this one here, no extra user are granted the local admin rights beyond the defaults. So that is why, my friends, only user 1 and user 2 are the members of the local administrator group on computer 1. I know it's a little bit tricky to understand, so that is why probably you want to take a step back, read the question once again, understand all the explanation that I just gave, maybe rewind the video, and then finally think about it and come up to the answer, and of course match with the answer that I have given. But let me give you a very good documentation also. So this is a good documentation, my friends, to understand how to manage the device identities using Microsoft Entra Admin Center. So here you can read how to manage an Intune device. Then you will be able to understand how to enable or disable Microsoft Entra device. Also how to delete a Microsoft Entra ID device, view or copy a device ID. And then there is more given here. You will be able to understand view or copy BitLocker key, view or filter your devices, download devices, configure devices. So a lot more is given in this documentation. A lengthy documentation, not a time to read everything, but please read out this documentation and you will be able to understand the answer that we have chosen for this question. And as always, links to all the documentation is always available in the description box. Question number 268 that says a multinational company has its infrastructure in the Microsoft Azure cloud. Now, after reviewing the quarterly reports, they found that they are overspending their budget limits, and thus the company recommended setting alerts in the cost management to have the better visibility. Which of the following alert types cannot be set for the cost management? Now friends, be very careful in these kind of questions. This one here is asking which cannot be set for the cost management. Now let's look at the options given here. Option A, budget alert. Option B, credit alert. Option C, department spending quota alert. And option D, forecast alert. And the correct answer for this question is option C, department spending quota alert. And let me give you the explanation of the same. So here you can see, first of all, we have this budget alert. So budget alert is supported. And just to give you more insights, it actually triggers when spending reaches a defined budget threshold. Then we have credit alert. This one also is supported, and this one is available for the Azure sponsorship or MSDN subscription. to notify the users about the credit consumption. Then we have forecast alert. This one again is supported. And lastly, we have the department spending quota alert. This is the only option which is not supported, and or you can also say cannot be set for the cost management. So I hope you got the fair idea on all of the options. And with that, let's move on to the next question. Question number 269 that says a company wants to set up a cost management alerts to track and control its spending. Which of the following alerts can be configured in the cost management? Select two correct options. So this question is very related to the previous one. The previous one was asking which cannot be, and this is more on the which are the supported one. So I just thought of bringing both the flavors of the question so that you are not confused. The options given are budget alert, option B department spending quota alert, option C forecast alert, and option D server utilization alert. So let's look at what are the supported options. First one is option A, the budget alert, and then we have option C, the forecast alert. Let me give you more explanation for the same. So the budget alert, once again, as I mentioned in the previous question, these are alerts when spending reaches a predefined budget threshold. And then we have forecast alert. These are more like predictions to warn you about the future spending trends. And why the other ones are not correct? Department spending quota alert. Now this is not a built-in feature in Azure Cost Management, so that is why this is not a supported one. Then we have server utilization alert. Of course, this is again not related to cost, so that makes this as an incorrect option. And yes, keep taking the notes, keep taking the screenshots of all the information that I'm providing and all the documentation that I'm giving in the description box. Now let's move on to the question number 270. Very interesting question. Let's read the question. It says that you are managing the cost of a large Azure subscription and you need to implement cost control measures to ensure that the spending stays within the budget and that the individual teams are accountable for their resource consumption. Which of the following actions should you take? Choose all that apply. The options given are option A, implement Azure Cost Management plus billing budget and alerts. Option B, use Azure policy to enforce tagging of all the resources. Option C, implement Azure reservations for the predictable workloads. And option D, create separate subscription for each deployment. Option E, use Azure Advisor recommendations to optimize the resource utilization. And then we have option F, implement Azure Resource Graph to query and analyze the cost data. So what do you think are the correct options? Let me tell you. First of all, we have option A. Then we have option B. Then on the third place, we have option C. Number 4 is option E. And yes, that is all. So let me try to explain each of these options. First of all, coming to this one. Now this is a core component for the cost control. Budgets help you define the spending limits, while on the other hand, the alert notify you when the spending approaches or exceeds those budget limits. Coming to the second option here, now tagging, my friends, is crucial for the cost allocation and reporting, and that's why by enforcing the tags, you can easily filter and group the cost by department or by projects or maybe by any other relevant criteria. And this allows for the better cost tracking and accountability. And the reservations, my friends, they provide significant discount for the virtual machines and also the other resources that are used consistently over a longer period of time. So this really helps you reduce the cost for a predictable workload. Then we have this one here, option E, and I'm sure that you know that Azure Advisor provides recommendations for optimizing your Azure environment. So Azure Advisor normally gives you advices over, cost optimization, and it can identify the idle resources, maybe the recommendations for the right sizing of the virtual machines, and also suggest you other ways to reduce the spending or reduce the cost. So that's why option A, B, C, and E are the correct choices.
Microsoft Azure Storage, Microsoft Entra ID, multi-factor authentication are few of the concepts and the services that as an Azure administrator, you will be dealing day in and day out. So that's why, my friends, in this episode, we are going to cover very critical questions on all these topics.
So let's begin the part 49 with a very interesting question. Question number 271. Loads of concepts to be covered today. So let's quickly read the question. But before that, I want to bring your attention to this small triangle here with this number denoting. This tells you the question number at which we previously took this question in the previous episodes. So why are we taking this question once again? Well, it could be multiple reasons. The concepts in the Microsoft Azure have changed. So that is why we would like to revise the question. And the other reason could be that we would like to revise our answer because we think upon the analysis that the previous answer was not correct. So let's read the question. The question is saying that you have Microsoft 365 tenant and an Entra ID tenant named Contoso.com. Now you plan to grant three users named user 1, user 2 and user 3 access to the temporary Microsoft SharePoint document library named library 1. Now you need to create groups for the users and the solution must ensure that the groups are deleted automatically after 180 days. Important points here, after 180 days, these should be automatically deleted. Which two groups should you create? Each correct answer presents the part of the complete solution and each correct selection is worth 1 point. Looking at the options, option A, an Office 365 group that uses the assigned membership type. Option B, a security group that uses the assigned membership type. Option C, an Office 365 group that uses the dynamic user membership type. And then option D, security group that uses dynamic user membership type. And lastly, option E, a security group that uses dynamic device membership type. So let's look at the correct options. First of all, we have option A, an Office 365 group that uses assigned membership type. Then we have option C, an Office 365 group that uses the dynamic user membership type. Friends, the real reason for taking up this question once again, because now the Microsoft Azure Active Directory has changed to the Microsoft Entra ID. So that is why we have revised the question so that you understand the concept. But one thing I can tell you that more or less the concept remains the same, be it Microsoft Active Directory or Entra ID. The concept is very same, very similar. Now let me give you a couple of good documentation where you can read and understand all these concepts mentioned in the question. And you can start with this documentation that will help you learn about the group types, the membership type and the access management. So first of all, you have to understand Microsoft Entra ID, the basic and the core concept, very important concept for the resource and access management. So here it says that Microsoft Entra ID provides several ways to manage access to the resources, application and tasks. And with Microsoft Entra groups, you can grant access permissions to a group of users instead of giving it to each individual user. So that is very important aspect of Microsoft Entra ID groups. Then you can understand what are the various groups that exist in Microsoft Entra ID. We have security group. If you remember, this was mentioned in the question as well as option D. Then we have Microsoft 365 group. And yes, now that I'm reading this option here, I want to tell you that in the question I have mentioned as an Office 365 group, but now that has been renamed as Microsoft 365 group. Then on the same documentation, my friends, please learn about different membership type. We have assigned groups, we have dynamic membership groups for the users, and we have dynamic membership group for the devices. And if you remember all the options from the question, all these are mentioned and woven together to make all the 5 options given in the question. And also, my friends, you can come to this documentation here, and here also you can understand how to configure the expiration policy for the Microsoft 365 group. So I will leave the link for all these documentation in the description box. Please read them, very important documentation. And with that, let's move on to the next question, question number 272. And once again, this is a repeat and revised question. So the previous question is marked here. So here you can read, the question is saying that you have an Azure storage account named storage1 that uses the Azure blob storage and Azure file storage. Now you need to use EasyCopy to copy the data to the blob storage and the file storage in the storage one. Which authentication method should you use for each type of storage? So here you can see that we are given with some options for the blob storage and also for the file storage. Let's check out the options given. First of all, we have Microsoft Entra ID, and then we have shared access signatures, which is SAS only. Then we have access keys and shared access signatures. Option D is Microsoft Entra ID and SAS. Then we have option E, Microsoft Entra ID, access key and SAS. And exactly the same options are given for the file storage as well. So let's check out the correct answers and then we will go to the explanation part. So the correct answer for the blob storage is Microsoft Entra ID only, and also the same for the file storage also. First of all, my friends, you have these access key and shared access signature. You can also use this combination. Given the correct and appropriate permissions, this will also work. But the reason behind choosing Microsoft Entra ID only is using the Microsoft Entra ID, I would say, is a more modern and secure approach and is generally preferred for both the blob and the file storage because it offers, I would say, better security and management capabilities. So that's why I've chosen Microsoft Entra ID as the answer for both blob storage and file storage. And also, my friends, I found this very good documentation that says authorize access to the blobs and files using the EasyCopy and Microsoft Entra ID. And this documentation exactly explains all the concepts, all the nitty-gritties of the question that we just handled. So you will be able to understand how to authenticate the EasyCopy. You will be able to understand the authorization of the user identity. So the entire step-by-step process is given. And once you understand and read the entire documentation, you will be able to understand the exact reason why we have chosen Entra ID only. Question number 273, again a repeat question. And the reason is that we have moved from Azure AD to Microsoft Entra ID. So let's read the question. The question is saying that your company's Azure solution makes use of the multi-factor authentication when users are not in the office. The per authentication option has been configured as a usage model, and after the acquisition of a smaller business or smaller company and the addition of the new staff that comes from the new company to the Microsoft Entra ID, you are informed that these employees should also make use of the multi-factor authentication. And to achieve this, the per enabled user setting must be set for the usage model. What solution meet the goal? So here you can see that we are given with three solutions. Normally in these kind of questions, my friends, you will get set of three different questions with a yes no kind of question type. But what I have done is consolidate all the solutions in one single question for better understanding, and we don't want to increase the number of questions anyways. So that's why I have kept all the solutions here. So let's read what is the first solution given here. It says that you reconfigure the existing usage model via Azure CLI. Then we have solution 2 that says you reconfigure the existing usage model via Azure portal. And then we have option 3, which is you change the usage model for per authentication to per enabled user. So what according to you is the best solution to handle this business use case? Well, as per my analysis, it has to be solution 3. You change the usage model from per authentication to per enabled user. And let me give you the explanation behind the same. So friends, when your organization needs all the users, including the newly added ones from new company or any other business case could be, now to use the multi-factor authentication MFA, the MFA usage model must be set appropriately, and changing the usage model to per enabled user, which is given in this option, it actually means that only the users who are enabled for the multi-factor authentication will incur MFA charges, and the setting applies to the tenant level. So this is exactly what is required in this question scenario. It's a really interesting question in case your company is in an acquisition mode. But with that, let's move on to the next question. Question number 274 that says that you manage server 1 and subscription 1 from server 2. Now the server 2 has the following tools installed. First of all, we have the DNS Manager console. You also have the Azure PowerShell. You also have the Azure CLI 2.0. And then the question tells you that you need to move the item zone to an Azure DNS zone in the subscription 1. The solution must minimize the administrative effort. What should you use? What are the options given? Option A, Azure CLI. Option B, Azure PowerShell. Option C, Azure Portal. And lastly, option D, DNS Manager Console. Now friends, as you can see in the question, since the server 2 has both PowerShell and CLI installed, I would say the best answers for this question, if I have to choose it, I would actually choose option B as the most suitable answer. But I can tell you that option A, Azure CLI and Azure PowerShell, both are the correct options. And in case you really want to note the commands for the same, so this one is for the Azure CLI and this is the command for the Azure PowerShell. So these are the commands with which you can move the aditum.com zone to the Azure DNS zone in subscription 1. And with that, let's move on to the next question. Question number 275, a little different type of question. We will do some yes and no kind of question. So let's read the question. Really interesting one. It says that your company has an Azure subscription that contains the following resources. So we have two virtual networks which are in the subnet. These are the subnets, subnet 1, subnet 2 for the virtual network 1 and subnet 3 for the virtual network 2. So basically it means that these virtual network contains these subnets. Then we have virtual machine information 1 to 6, and similarly we are also given with the subnet information for each of the virtual machines. Then we are also given with the availability set, but mind it that the availability set is only applicable to the virtual machine 1 and virtual machine 2. The other virtual machines given in the questions do not have a availability set. So very key important factor. Further on, the question is saying that in the subscription 1, you create a load balancer that has the following configuration. First of all, we have this LB1, which is a load balancer. The SKU is basic, the type is internal, and the subnet is subnet 2. And finally, which is the virtual network in which this load balancer reside is virtual network 1. Let's read out the statements. First of all, we have LB1, which is the load balancer 1. It can balance the traffic between the virtual machine 1 and virtual machine 2. Or the second statement is that the LB1 can balance the traffic between virtual machine 3 and 4. And lastly, LB1 can balance the traffic between virtual machine 5 and virtual machine 6. So according to you, which of these statement is correct and which one is incorrect? So let's look at the correct options. First statement, my friends, is absolutely correct statement. Then we have second statement that is incorrect, and third one also is an incorrect statement. Now let me very quickly give you the reasoning behind the same. See, the virtual machine 1 and the virtual machine 2, as I pointed out earlier as well, both are in the same availability set. And that's the reason, my friends, that the LB1 or the load balancer can balance the traffic between virtual machine 1 and virtual machine 2. However, all of the other virtual machines, they're not in any availability set. That's why the load balancing cannot be done for traffic between these virtual machines. So I hope you understood the concept of choosing yes or no for various statements.
Azure Virtual Network, Azure Subscription, and Session Persistence are few critical topics, and that's the reason, my friends, I have prepared some very important questions around all these concepts.
So let's begin our part 50 with the question number 276. This is going to be a super exciting episode. Let's read the question here. It says that you have the following resources deployed in Microsoft Azure. Now there is a requirement to connect the TD VNet 1 to the TD VNet 2. What should you do first? And here you can see other bit of information given. We have Microsoft tenants. We have tenant 1, tenant 2. We also have the subscription given TD1 and TD2. Then we have the virtual network VNet 1, VNet 2. Address range or the IP range is also given here. You can note that. Then we are given, of course, this is virtual machine 1 and this is virtual machine 2. Now let's look at the options. Option A, create a virtual network peering. Option B, change the address space of TD VNet 2. Option C, transfer the TD VNet 1 to TD2. And then option D, transfer virtual machine 1 to TD2. Now let me give you the correct answer and then we will look at the explanation. So here comes the correct answer, and that is option A, create virtual network peering. And now let me try to explain this question, my friends. So here you can see that we have virtual networks. The first one is TD VNet 1, which is 10.1.0.0/16. Then we have TD VNet 2, which is 10.10.0.0/18. So now let me try to explain how this actually works. The first correct step is to create a virtual network peering. That is what we chose for this answer. Now friends, before I really explain what exactly is virtual network peering, I really want to explain what exactly is virtual network. So virtual network, my friends, is a fundamental building block for your private network in Microsoft Azure. Now these virtual networks, my friends, they really enable many types of Azure resources such as Azure virtual machines to securely communicate with each other, and also the internet and the on-premises network. And of course, these virtual networks are very similar to the traditional network that you probably would have used in your own data centers. But these virtual networks, they bring additional benefits of the Azure infrastructure, such as scale or scalability, availability, and isolation. And now let me explain the virtual network pairing. So very confusing concept for loads of people. So let me explain. Please listen to this very carefully. See, virtual network pairing enables you to connect two virtual networks even if they are across different subscriptions or tenants, so that the resources within those networks can communicate with each other over the Microsoft backbone network. And in this case, we have TD VNet 1, which is this IP range, and we have TD VNet 2 with this IP range. So these one are not or non-overlapping addresses, and that's why, my friends, the pairing can be established without the need of any address space changes. So a very important point I'm giving you here, that in case there is non-overlapping address spaces, then the pairing can be established without the need to change any network spaces. So very important point. But for now, let's jump on to the next question. Question number 277, that says that you have an Azure subscription that contains the following virtual network. So first of all, we have VNet 1 that has an IP range of 196.162.0.0/24. Then we have VNet 2 that has the IP range of 10.10.0.0/24. And lastly, VNet 3 with the IP range address of 196.162.0.0/16. And you need to configure virtual network pairing. Which two pairing can you create? Each correct answer presents a complete solution. So let's look at the options. Option A is VNet 1 can be paired with VNet 2. Option B, VNet 1 can be paired with VNet 3. Or option C, VNet 2 can be paired with VNet 3. Or lastly, option D, VNet 3 can be paired with VNet 1. Really tricky questions, my friends, around the virtual network or peering concepts. Make note of all the information that I'm giving in these kind of questions. That will really help you understand the concept and answer the questions in the real exam. So first, let me tell you the correct options. The first one is option A, VNet 1 can be paired with VNet 2. And then option C, VNet 2 can be paired with VNet 3. Looking at the explanation part, once again, if you try to relate the concept that I explained in the previous question, you can see that the VNet 1 and VNet 2, they do not have an overlap. So that is why the pairing is allowed. And similarly, VNet 2 and VNet 3, once again, they do not have the overlap between the address spaces. So that is why, once again, the pairing can be established. Now coming to the VNet 1 and VNet 3, here you can see that this is the VNet 1 and this is the VNet 3, an overlap between the address spaces. That is the reason why the VNet 1 cannot be paired with VNet 3, and also the vice versa is true, that VNet 3 cannot be paired with VNet 1. And that was the reason I kept two back-to-back questions very similar, so that you really understand and grasp the concept of VNet pairing. And with that, let's move on to the next question, question number 278, that says that you have two subscriptions named subscription 1 and subscription 2. Now, each of the subscription is associated to a different Microsoft Entra ID tenant. And here you can see that we are given with some details. First of all, subscription 1 contains a virtual network named VNet 1. Then VNet 1 contains an Azure virtual machine named VM1 and has an IP address range of 10.0.0.0/16. And further ahead, it says that the subscription 2 contains a virtual network named VNet 2. And finally, VNet 2 contains an Azure virtual machine named Virtual Machine 2 that has an IP address range of 10.10.0.0/24. Now you need to connect the VNet 1 to the VNet 2. What should you do first? Now looking at the option A is move the virtual machine 1 to subscription 2. Option B, move virtual network 1 to subscription 2. Or option C, modify the IP address space of VNet 2. And lastly, option D, provision virtual network gateways. Now friends, these kind of questions, these are not merely the questions that you just want to prepare from the exam point of view, but really these concepts will be, day to day in your life as an Azure administrator. When you want to set up the virtual machines, virtual networks, how do they communicate with each other, VNet pairing. So these are actual day to day work that you will have to do as an Azure administrator. Now let me first tell you the correct answer, and that is option D, provision virtual network gateways. So this is the first step that you want to do to achieve all this mentioned in the question. The explanation is coming up here now, that since the VNet 1 and VNet 2 are in different subscription and critically different tenants, you cannot use the virtual network peering directly. So that is why you would like to provision the virtual network gateway first. And with that, let's move on to the next one. Question number 279, that says that you have 5 Azure virtual machines that run on Windows Server 2016. Now the virtual machines are configured as web servers, and further you have an Azure load balancer named LB1 that provides load balancing services for the virtual machines. Yes, quite understandably. You need to ensure that the visitors are serviced by the same web server for each request. What should you configure? Now, let me know in the comment section why it is important that the visitors are serviced by the same web server. Can someone of you tell me the real reason for it? Let me see how many of you can really understand these kind of concepts. And the correct answer is, of course, option D, session persistence to client IP and protocol. And here comes the explanation for the same. And to begin with, you really need to understand the Azure load balancer, my friends. It distributes the incoming traffic across multiple backend virtual machines. However, by default, it does not ensure that a client always connect to the same backend server, which is actually the call for this question. Now to achieve this, you need session persistence, also known as stickiness. So here is a clue for you for this question which I asked. Now coming to the session persistence, or the client affinity as we also call it. So it really ensures that a user subsequent requests are always routed to the same backend virtual machine. The best option in this case is that the client IP and the protocol, which really binds the client IP address and the protocol to a specific virtual machine. And this is really useful for the application that maintain the session state on the specific server. Also, my friends, you can observe why the other options are incorrect. Please read that, take a screenshot, make some notes. But for now, let's move on to the next question. Question number 280. And this one says that you have an Azure subscription named Subscription 1 that has the following providers registered. First of all, you have authorization. You also have automation, resources, compute, key vault, network, storage, billing, and web. And further, the question is telling you that the subscription 1 contains an Azure virtual machine named VM1 that has the following configuration. So let's look at the configuration. First of all, it has a private IP address with 10.0.0.4, which is of dynamic type. And then it has a NSG, which is Network Security Group, NSG1, that is the name of the NSG. You also have information given as none for the public IP address. So there is no public IP address. Availability set, there is AV set. Then we have a subnet 10.0.0.0/24, which is a part of this IP address. Then we have managed disk, no, and location is East US. Now you need to record all the successful and the failed connection attempts to virtual machine 1. Which 3 actions should you perform? Now let's look at the options. Option A, enable Azure Network Watcher in the East US Azure region. Option B, add an Azure Network Watcher connection monitor. Then we have option C, register the Microsoft Log Analytics provider. Option D, create an Azure storage account. And option E, register the Microsoft Insights resource provider. And lastly, option F, enable Azure Network Watcher flow logs. So let's look at the correct 3 actions that you need to perform. First one is option A, enable Azure Network Watcher in the East US Azure region. Then we have option E, register the Microsoft Insights resource provider. And lastly, option F, enable Azure Network Watcher. Now let me give you a very quick details on each of the correct options. The first one is this one. Now the Network Watcher, my friends, is actually a core service that you need to collect the network diagnostics logs, including the NSG flow logs. And please note that it must be enabled in the same region as your virtual machines. Then coming to the option E. Now this one, the Microsoft Insights provider, is necessary for working with the diagnostics logs and metrics which are required for the Network Watcher flow logs. Coming to the last option here, so this one, my friends, is a specific feature within the network watcher that really captures the network traffic information, including successful and failed connection attempts. Remember, this is what we need to do as per the ask of the question. So friends, that was a really exciting episode, I would say. Loads of concepts were there. So what I have done is to summarize the very important and critical concepts from this episode specifically. And in this episode, we learned about the virtual network pairing. We also talked about the cross-tenant virtual network connections. Then we talked about the virtual network gateways, VPN gateways. And then we understood the network security groups and NSG flow logs. You can take the screenshots.
Imagine that you are managing an Azure environment and suddenly a junior admin deletes an important Azure resource. Now, as a senior admin, do you have the right access to restore the resource, or have you thought about, is your backup policy sufficient enough to save these critical events? That's exactly where Azure RBAC and Azure Backups comes into the picture. Two critical resources that every Azure admin must master. So in this episode, my friends, we are going to dive in and understand these two important concepts by taking some questions and answers. So let's buckle up and start the video.
So let's begin the part 51 with the question number 281. Now, before I read this question, I want your attention to be drawn to this yellow triangle here. What it actually means is that this question is a revision to the previous question marked by this number in the yellow triangle. So you can go ahead and watch the previous episode as well to fully understand the revision we are doing in this revised question. For now, let's read this question given here. It says that you have an Azure subscription that contains a user named user1. Now, you need to ensure that the user1 can deploy virtual machines and manage virtual network. Very important point. Two responsibilities user1 should be able to do: deploy virtual machine and manage virtual network. The solution must use the principle of least privilege, and this is very important and deciding factor for the answer in this question. Which role-based access control, better known as RBAC, should you assign to the user1? And here you can see that we are given with the four options. Option A, virtual machine contributor. Option B, network contributor. Option C, owner. And option D, contributor. So let's check out the correct answer given here. I will give you the logic as well. So as per me, my friends, the correct answer would be option D, contributor. So let me give you more explanation on the same. So here you can see that we have, first of all, we have virtual machine contributor, which is an incorrect option. And this is because by having virtual machine contributor for the user1, he will be able to create and manage the virtual machines, but he will not be able to manage the virtual network. And that is one of the ask of the question. So that is why virtual machine contributor is not the correct answer. Coming to the network contributor, well, in this case, he'll be able to create and manage virtual networks, subnets, network security group, but he cannot deploy the virtual machine. But as per the question, he should be able to deploy virtual machine. So this is again a incorrect option. Then we have owner. Well, owner, of course, as a owner, the user1 would be able to deploy virtual machines. He'll be also able to manage the virtual networks. But the problem is that the owner access is too permissive, and there will be too many privileges beyond what is required, violating the principle of least privilege. So that is why, my friends, contributor is the correct answer. And you can take all these screenshots, make your notes of all the explanations that I'm giving in this question, and also the questions follow through. And additionally, in case you want to deep dive into the concept of Azure role-based access control, this is the documentation that you can read on. But let me very quickly try to summarize this for you. So Azure RBAC, my friends, is an authorization system that helps manage who has the access to the Azure resources and what they can do with those resources, what are the areas that they have access to. And what are the key concepts in the Azure RBAC? Well, first of all, we have role assignments, and then we have security principle, also role definition, scope. So all of that concept you can read on this documentation. But just to tell you very quickly how it works, first of all, we have role assignments. So you really attach a role definition to a security principle at a particular scope to grant the access to the particular user or service principle. And then you can manage the multiple role assignment. So Azure RBAC, my friends, is additive. That means that effective permissions are the sum of all the role assignment to particular user. So all of that you can read in this beautiful documentation. The links to all the documentation that I'm referring in this video is always given in the description box. Move on to the next question, question number 282, that says that you have an Azure virtual machine named VM1. Now you use Azure Backup to create a backup of the virtual machine 1 named Backup 1. And after creating the Backup 1, you perform the following changes to the virtual machine 1. So what are the changes? First of all, you modify the size of the virtual machine 1. Then you copy a file named budget.xls to a folder named data. Thirdly, you reset the password for the built-in administrator account. And lastly, you add a data disk to the virtual machine 1. And further on, an administrator uses the replace existing option to restore the VM1 or virtual machine 1 from the backup 1. Now you need to ensure that all these changes to the virtual machine are restored. So which change should you perform again? You have to select two correct options. Let's look at the options given. Option A, modify the size of the virtual machine. Option B, reset the password of the built-in administrator account. Option C, add a data disk. And lastly, option D, copy the budget XLS to the data folder. Now, first of all, my friends, in order to answer this question, let me first try to explain you what exactly is this replace existing restore option to restore the Azure virtual machine data. So when you actually restore an Azure virtual machine using the replace existing option from the backup, the restore operation, it really replaces the entire virtual machine with a one from the backup snapshot. And it also restores any operating system disk and also any backup disk that was part of the backup. However, the changes made to the virtual machine properties such as size, admin password, file system content within the existing disk are retained if they were captured in the restore snapshot, and the data disk that are added after the backup and the data disk that were added after the backup was created are not included in the restore and must be re-added manually. So thus, after restoring the virtual machine 1 from the backup 1, you need to manually add the data disk again, as it was not part of the initial backup. So now, after understanding all this logic, let me tell you the correct answer. And that is option C, add a data disk. And then the second correct option is option D, copy budget.xls to the data folder. And you can understand everything on how to restore Azure virtual machine data in the Azure portal in this documentation. So this documentation, it describes how to restore the Azure virtual machine data from the recovery point stored in the Azure Backup Recovery Service vaults. And here you can see that we are given with all the restore option. We have create a new virtual machine, and this option, it actually quickly creates a basic virtual machine from the restore point, and you can specify the virtual machine name, its resource group, and the virtual network. Then we also have this restore the disk, and this option, it restores the virtual machine disk, which can be used to create a new virtual machine or attach it to the existing virtual machine. And then we have this replace existing, and this option, it actually replaces the disk on an existing virtual machine with a restored disk. So everything you can read in more details. I just summed it up very quickly for you. So now let's very quickly jump on to the next question. Very interesting question. Question number 283. It says that you have a Microsoft Intro ID tenant named contoso.com that contains a user shown in the following table. So here is the table. The other details given in the question is that the user 3 is the owner of the group 1. The group 2 is a member of group 1. So these are the nitty-gritties, my friends, you have to keep in mind. Further on, the question is saying that the user 3 can perform an access review of the user 1. You configure an access review named review 1 as shown in the following exhibit. So this is the exhibit and this is the table. Now here you can see that we're given with multiple information. First of all, we are given with the names of the user 1, 2, 3, user A and user B. Then we are given with the type of the user. First of all, we have user 1 as member, user 2 as guest, then user 3 as member, user A also member, and user B as guest type. And not only that, you can also observe all these users, what are they member of? So are they member of group 1, group 2, or probably they are not member of any group like user 3. So all that information you can observe here. Now let's look at the access review. So here we are given with the review 1. The start date of the review is given here. Frequency is 1 time. Then we are given with other information as well. So now my friends, based on all this information given in this table, given in the question and this review one snapshot, you are asked 3 statements here and you have to tell whether this statement is correct or not. So let's read the first statement. It says user 3 can perform an access review of user 1. And this is an incorrect statement. That's why we have chosen no as the answer. And then we have second statement that says user 3 can perform an access review of user A. This also is an incorrect statement. That's why once again no is the correct answer. And lastly, we're given with this statement 3 that says user 3 can perform an access review of user B. And this once again, my friends, is an incorrect statement. Now friends, let me give you a detailed analysis of each statement, starting with this one, first one here. So in this one, we have selected no. And the reason is that the user 1 is a member of the group 1. Here you can see that. But the user 1 is not a guest user. And since the access review only applies to the guest users, user 1 is not included. That's why no is selected for this option. Now coming to this second statement here, in this one, my friends, we have again selected no. The reason is that the user A is a member of group 2, which is nested inside group 1. So all of that information you can gather from this table. And please note that the Microsoft Entra ID access reviews, they do not expand nested groups. So that's why the user A is not included in the access review. And what about the last statement? Once again, it is no. And the reason is that the user B, like the user A, is in the group 2, which is a nested group. And since the group 2 members are not automatically included in the review of the group 1, that is why the user B is not part of the access review. In case, my friends, you want more details on this question, let me know in the comment section. I can provide some more details so that you better understand. But for now, let's move on to another very interesting question. Question number 284 that says that you have an Azure Linux virtual machine that is protected by Azure backups. Now, 1 week ago, 2 files were deleted from the virtual machine and you need to restore the deleted file to an on-premises computer as quickly as possible. Which 4 actions should you perform in the sequence? And of course, to answer, you have to select the appropriate options given in this action segment and you have to drag it to the answer area. So let me very quickly give you the correct actions you need to perform and then I will give you the explanation. First of all, you have to go to the Azure portal and from there you have to click file recovery from the vault. Then once you have done this, you have to select a restore point that contains the deleted file. Post that, you have to download and run the script to mount a drive to the local computer. And finally, you have to copy the files using File Explorer. So very quickly, let me try to give more information on this question. So first of all, my friends, you have to understand that the backup allows the file level recovery from the virtual machine backup. And this really enables you to restore specific files without restoring the entire virtual machine. And the entire process involves mounting a recovery point to the original virtual machine and also then copying the necessary files to your desired location. So that's why these are the steps that you need to perform. For now, let's very quickly move to the next question. That is question number 285. And this question is very related to the previous question. If you remember, in the previous question, we talked about the Azure Linux virtual machine. But in this question, this is the version for the Azure Windows virtual machine. And the reason for taking a very similar question is that as an Azure administrator, you will never know whether you are working with Linux or Windows virtual machine. And of course, the exam AZ-104 can have any version of the question. So the question more or less is exactly the same except for this change here, Azure Windows virtual machine. Now the actions given here are according to the Windows virtual machine. Let's see the correct sequence or the correct 4 actions you need to perform. First of all, in the Azure portal, you have to navigate to the recovery services vault that contains the backup. Post that, you have to initiate a file recovery operation and select the appropriate recovery point. Once you are done with this, you have to download and execute Azure Backup File Recovery executable on the Windows virtual machine. And after that, as a last step, you have to copy the recovered file from the Windows virtual machine to your on-premises machine using the method such as RDP, which is Remote Desktop Protocol, SMB or AZ-Copy, very important utility from Microsoft Azure. And friends, to really help you out, let me tell you what are the key differences between Linux virtual machine and Windows virtual machine. So first of all, Linux virtual machine, Azure provides a script to mount the recovery point. But for the Windows virtual machine, Azure provides an executable tool that you can also see in these options here to mount the backup as a virtual drive. And also there is a difference in the file transfer method. For Windows, we have RDP, SMB and EasyCopy. And for the Linux, we have SCP, RSync and EasyCopy. And all these options ensures fast file level recovery without restoring the entire virtual machine. So I hope you understood the concept. I hope you understood both the options, Linux and Windows. Any confusion, please let me know.
Picture this, your company's critical application suddenly slows down. The users are complaining, and as an Azure administrator, you are thinking, is it a storage problem or a network glitch or maybe a misconfigured identity setting? And these are the situations, my friends, where Azure Availability Set, Azure Storage, Azure Entra ID and Azure Monitor comes into the play. So in this video, we are going to tackle and understand all these wonderful Azure concepts by using the question and answer format, and this will really help you think like an Azure administrator.
So let's begin the part 52 with the question number 286. The question is saying that you need to receive an email alert when a resource lock is removed from any resource in the subscription. What should you use to create an activity log alert in Azure Monitor? Your options given are option A, a resource, a condition and an action group. Option B, a resource, a condition and a Microsoft 365 group. Option C, a log analytics workspace, a resource and an action group. And lastly, option D, a data collection endpoint, an application security group and a resource group. So what do you think is the correct answer? Well, let me give you the correct answer and then I will give you explanation and the documentation. So the correct answer is option A, a resource group, a condition and an action group. So first of all, you have to understand to receive email alerts when a resource lock is removed from any resource in Microsoft Azure subscription, you need to create an activity log alert in Azure Monitor. So that is the basic understanding. Then let's come on to all the options that we have selected. First of all, we have resource, and the resource that defines the scope, for example, entire subscription or specific resource. Then we have a condition, and this will set the rule, for example, delete resource lock operation. And thirdly, we have the action group. This will specify the notification method. You can have email, you can have SMS or any other webhook. Now let's understand why other options given here are not correct. So here we go. So the option B, which is not correct option, and the reason is that this is incorrect because Microsoft 365 group are not used for an Azure Monitor alerts. The alerts require action groups which define the email recipients, SMS and webhook actions. Then we have option C, which is log analytics workspace, resource and action group. This one is also incorrect because the log analytics workspace, it restores and query logs but not required for activity log alerts. And further on, activity log exists natively in Microsoft Azure Monitor. So a log analytics workspace is sort of unnecessary for this scenario. And then we have the option D, which is a data collection endpoint. This one also is incorrect because of the fact that the data collection endpoints are used for custom log ingestion and not for the monitoring log activity. And as always, my friends, you can keep the screenshots of these explanations that I provide, make some notes so that these are handy when you're preparing for the AZ-104 exam. Here you can read all about the Azure Monitor alerts. So first of all, to start with, you can understand what are the type of alerts. So here you can read all about the type of alerts. Then you can understand what are the alerts and what are their important states. So for example, we have stateless, we have stateful. Then you can also understand what are the other recommendation alert rules. So all that is given in this documentation. For now, let's move on to the next question. Question number 287 that says that you have an app 1 that runs on two Azure virtual machine named Virtual Machine 1 and Virtual Machine 2. Now you plan to implement an Azure availability set for app 1. The solution must ensure that the app 1 is available during planned maintenance of the hardware hosting Virtual Machine 1 and Virtual Machine 2. What should you include in the availability set? So here we can see we are given with 4 options here. Option A, an update domain. Option B, 2 fault domains. Option C, 1 fault domain. And option D, 2 update domains. I can tell you, my friends, this question and options given in this question are very critical, super important Azure concepts when you're planning for high availability of any application. Very important points given here. So here comes the first correct option, that is option B, 2 fault domains, and then option D, 2 update domains. And the reason is an Azure availability set. It ensures the high availability by distributing the virtual machines across fault domains and update domains. And to start understanding all these concepts, first of all, really start with understanding what is Azure availability sets. You will understand what exactly are the availability sets, how they work, what are the update domains, and what are the fault domains. I will just summarize both these concepts very quickly for you. But remember this diagram given here. So first of all, let's understand what exactly is fault domains. So these fault domains, my friends, they actually represents the physical separation across the different racks in a data center. And each rack has its own power supply and network switch. And if one rack fails, for example, it could be power failure, it could be network issues, then the virtual machine in the other racks are still operational. So this definitely increases your availability. Then we have these update domains here, so that you can see here. And these one, they really control the planned maintenance to prevent the simultaneous reboots. And the good part is that Azure, it updates one update domain at a time to avoid downtime for all virtual machines. With that, let's jump on quickly to the question number 288 that says that you have an Azure subscription that contains a storage account named Storage 1. Now you need to ensure that the access keys for the Storage 1 rotate automatically. What should you configure? And your options are a backup vault, option B, redundancy for the storage, option C, lifecycle management for the Storage 1, option D, an Azure key vault, and option E, a recovery services vault. And the correct answer for this question is option D, an Azure key vault. Quick explanation here. So Azure key vault, how to configure the key rotation for the same. First of all, you have to create an Azure key vault. Then you have to store the storage account keys in the key vault. At the number 3, you have to enable the storage account key auto rotation in the Azure key vault setting. Once you have done and performed all these 3 steps, Azure will automatically update and rotate the storage account keys securely. So I hope you understood the concept. Let me very quickly tell why backup vault is not correct, because backup vault is actually used for Azure backup and recovery services. It has nothing to do with managing the access key. Coming to the option B here, this one is also incorrect because the storage redundancy, for example, LRS, ZRS, GRS, they really ensures the data availability. But once again, they have nothing to do with the management of access key rotation. And this one here, lifecycle management for the Storage 1. Now the lifecycle management is used to manage the data retention policies, and once again, nothing to do with rotating access keys. And finally, my friends, a recovery service vault, once again incorrect because it is actually used for backup and disaster recovery, but not for the key management. So I hope you really understood why this option D is correct and why other options are incorrect options. And friends, if you really like the explanation I gave, the documentation, please like the video and share it with your friends, your colleagues, and everywhere on your social media platforms. And of course, you can read all about the Azure Key Vault basic concept. Here you can read that Azure Key Vault is a cloud service for securely storing and accessing the secrets. And a secret is anything that you want to tightly control access to, such as API keys, passwords, certificates, or cryptographic keys. So here you can read all about the Azure Key Vault. And with that documentation, let's move on to the next question. Very interesting question. Question number 289. That says that you have a Microsoft Intro ID and you need to create a conditional access policies that requires all the users to use the multi-factor authentication when they access the Azure portal. Which 3 settings should you configure? To answer, select the appropriate setting in the answer area, and please note that each correct selection is worth 1 point. So here you can see this is the answer area. You are given with the policy, you are given with the assignment details. So here you can see users and group, what are the cloud apps, what are the conditions, access control, everything is given here. And here in this snapshot, you have to tell what are the 3 settings that you have to configure. So let me showcase you what are the 3 settings. First of all, you have to configure the assignment. Then you have to configure the cloud apps. And finally, you have to configure or do the access controls. More explanation is coming up. Starting with the users and group, where you have to choose all the users. Then you have these cloud apps, and here you have to specify in the Azure portal. And finally, you have to give the grants to the MFA or multi-factor authentication. So these are the 3 minimum requirements to create a MFA policy. And here's the documentation where you can read and understand how to secure user sign-in events with Microsoft Entra ID multi-factor authentication. Links as always is given in the description box. With that, let's move on to the next question. Question number 290. It says that you have an Azure subscription, and in the Azure portal, you plan to create a storage account named Storage1 that will have the following settings. So the first setting is that performance should be set to standard. Then we have the replication setting that should be zone redundant storage, which is also known as ZRS. The access tier should be cool, and the hierarchical namespace should be disabled. And you need to ensure that you can set the account kind for the Storage1 to block blob storage. Which setting should you modify first? Your options are option A, performance, option B, replication, option C, access tiers, which is the default one, and the last option, option D, the hierarchical namespace. And the correct answer is, could you guess it? Well, it is option A, performance. And the reason is because the Azure block blob storage accounts are designed to provide the optimized storage for the block blobs, and they are available only with the premium performance. And as you can see in the current settings, you have selected the performance tier or performance setting as standard, and this does not allow to choose the block blob storage account kind. So therefore, before you can set the account kind to block blob storage, which is asked in the question, you must change the performance setting from standard to performance, and that is why performance is the correct answer.
Imagine this, that you need to transfer terabytes of data quickly and securely to Microsoft Azure. What exactly is your best choice? Or think about a scenario where your company's official website suddenly slows down. Could that be a DNS issue? Now, these kind of concepts, my friends, these kind of issues, situations are the ones that as an Azure administrator, you will be dealing daily. So that's why, my friends, in this video, we're going to break down and understand 2 very important concepts, Azure EasyCopy and Azure DNS.
So today we are going to crack the concepts like Azure EasyCopy and Azure DNS. So let's open the part 53 with the question number 291. It says that you are planning a large-scale data migration from your on-premises environment to Microsoft Azure. Now your target is an Azure storage account named Storage1, which is a general purpose version 2 account configured to support blob, file, table and queue services. And you will use EasyCopy as your primary tool to transfer the data from your on-premises to Storage1. Now during the operation, you have to follow the following requirements and the constraints. And the first requirement is that you need to transfer a collection of the large files from the file shares and binary objects as blobs to Storage1. Then the second one is that your migration process will use EasyCopy exclusively. Now in the previous episodes, my friends, we have also covered other methods to transfer the data from one source to another destination, both for the Windows and Linux. So please watch previous episodes as well. Third requirement is that although the Storage1 supports data and queue storage, you plan to update those services using a separate specialized tools. And fourth one is that you must ensure that you only target the storage services that are fully supported by EasyCopy for the data transfer operation. Very important point here. And finally, the question is asking you which storage service endpoints in Storage1 can you directly copy data to using EasyCopy. Now let's check out the options. Option A, blob and file only. Option B, blob, table and queue only. Option C, file and table only. Option D, blob, file, table and queue. And lastly, option E, file only. Now friends, I would really suggest you to pause the video for a moment, read all the requirements and the constraints given in the question and then try to answer. But for now, let me tell you the correct answer, and that is option A, blob and file only. So let me give you some more gyan here. So EasyCopy, my friends, is a high performance command line tool which is specifically designed to transfer the data to and from the Azure blob storage and Azure file storage. And that immediately tells you that the EasyCopy really supports the blob and the file storage. But there are other unsupported formats as well. So for example, we have table storage, and EasyCopy does not support copying the data to the table storage because it is designed for structured NoSQL data access rather than the bulk file operation. Then we have queue storage. Once again, this is also not supported. And the reason is that EasyCopy does not support queue storage is that queues are actually for the message handling rather than the blob or file data. So that is why EasyCopy is not supporting queue as well. Now let's take a couple of more questions on EasyCopy. Then I will give you the proper documentation as well. So here comes the question number 292 that says that you have an Azure storage account named Storage1 that uses the Azure blob storage and Azure file storage. You need to use the EasyCopy to copy the data to the blob storage and file storage in the Storage1. Which authentication method should you use for each type of storage? Let's check out the options given. First of all, we have shared key for both blob storage and file storage. Option B, shared key for blob storage but Azure AD, or you can also say the latest Microsoft Entra ID for file storage. Then we have option C, Microsoft Entra ID for blob storage but shared access key for file storage. And lastly, option D, Microsoft Entra ID for both the blob storage and file storage. And the correct answer, my friends, is option C, Microsoft Entra ID for blob storage but shared access key for file storage. Now let me start with the blob storage here. So EasyCopy, my friends, it supports the Entra ID authentication for blob storage, and using the Entra ID, it really allows you to leverage the role-based access control or RBAC for the granular security. And this method is actually recommended as it avoids sharing the account keys and really aligns itself with the modern identity-based security practices. So that was for the blob storage. Coming to the file storage, well, although Azure Files can integrate with the Entra ID for the SMB access when using the EasyCopy, the tool actually requires the shared access key or the SAS tokens for authentication for the file operations. That is why shared access key is better option for file storage. Now let's take a very similar question. Probably you can say a variation of the two questions that we attended so far. Question number 293, it says that you have an Azure storage account named Storage1 and you plan to use EasyCopy to copy the data to Storage1. And you need to identify the storage services in Storage1 to which you can copy the data. Which storage service should you identify? Your options are option A, blob, file and queue storage type, then option B, blob and file only, option C, file and table only, and option D, file only, and lastly blob, table and queue only. So friends, if you think about this question, it actually is sort of derived from the last two questions. I have changed the format of the question because I really wanted to showcase you all the variations of the prospective questions that can come in the exam, and it will really help you prepare better. The correct answer, of course, you know, is option B, blob and file only. And you can take the same logic and same explanation that I gave in the question number 292. Now let me give you some documentation here. So this is the documentation, my friends, to really help you get started with EasyCopy. First of all, as I already mentioned, it's a command line utility that you can use to copy the data or the blobs or the files from one storage account to another one. Similarly, you can watch a quick video here, how to download the EasyCopy, how to install, the entire process is given. Then you can also understand what are the use cases of EasyCopy. For example, you can use it to copying the data from on-premises source to an Azure storage account, which is the cloud storage. You can also use it to copy the data from Azure storage account to an on-premises source. Then you can use it for copying the data from one storage account to another storage account. Both of them are in Microsoft Azure. Similarly, you can read all the other details for EasyCopy, everything given in this documentation. And with that, let's quickly jump to the question number 294 Now we start looking at the Azure DNS. The question is saying that you have a registered DNS domain named contoso.com and you create a public Azure DNS zone named contoso.com. You need to ensure that the records created in the contoso.com zone are resolvable from the internet. What should you do? Your options given are: create NS records in contoso.com. Option B, modify the SOA record in the DNS domain registrar. And then we have option C, create a SOA record in the contoso.com. And lastly, option D, modify the NS record in the DNS domain registrar. It's a tricky question. Let me give you the correct answer, then I will try to explain. So the correct answer is option D, modify the NS records in the DNS domain registrar. So friends, when you create a public Azure DNS zone for the registered domain, for example, here we have contoso.com, the Azure automatically creates the required SOA and NS records within the zone. However, for the records in your Azure DNS zone to be resolvable from the internet, that was asked of the question as well, the domain registrar's name server NS records must be pointed to the Azure DNS name server. And this step really delegates the authority to the Azure DNS so that when the queries are made for the contoso.com, they are directed to the correct Azure DNS name servers. So that's why you need to modify the NS records in the DNS domain registrar to reflect the name servers provided by Microsoft Azure. Moving on with the next question, question number 295, that says that you have an Azure subscription that contains a web app named Web App 1. Now you need to add a custom domain named contoso.com to the web app. What should you do first? Your options are: create a DNS record. Option B, add a connection string. Option C, upload a certificate. And option D, stop Web App 1. And the correct answer for the same is option A, create a DNS record. Let me try to explain. So when adding a custom domain like contoso.com for this question to an Azure web app, Web App 1 in this question, the very first step is to prove the ownership of that domain by configuring the DNS record. So you have to create the DNS record, and in this you need to create a CNAME record or a record, probably depending upon the scenario, in your domain registrar DNS settings. For example, you might set up a CNAME record for, let's say, your website contoso.com to point to the webapp1.azurewebsites.net. And this record, it really, I would say, allows Azure to verify that you control the domain and enables the proper routing to the traffic to your web app. So this is very important to, showcase the authority, showcase the ownership of the domain name or the web app. I can also very quickly tell you why other options are not correct. So first of all, we have add a connection string. This is actually related to configuring the application server for your web app, and it is not involved in the process of adding or verifying the custom domain. Then we have this upload the certificate. Now uploading a certificate is actually typically done after the custom domain has been added if you want to enable HTTPS for the secured connection. And obviously this is not the prerequisite for adding a custom domain itself. Then we have stopping the web app 1. Now of course there is no need to stop the web app when adding a custom domain. The web app remains active and the DNS changes can be made without impacting the running state. So that is why, my friends, create a DNS record is the correct answer. And here are few documentation that you can refer to get started with the Azure DNS. What exactly is Azure DNS? So DNS name system, which is not, particularly related to Azure. It's a generic concept. It's actually responsible for translating or resolving a service name to the IP address. So Azure DNS provides the DNS hosting, resolution, load balancing for your application using the Microsoft Azure infrastructure. And there are two types of DNS. We have Azure Public DNS. We also have Azure Private DNS. Then we also have the concepts of DNS Private Resolver, Azure Traffic Manager. We have taken loads of questions on Azure Traffic Managers also in the previous parts. Please go ahead and check those previous parts. So similarly, you can read all about the Azure DNS in this documentation. Then I want to showcase you this documentation here also. This one also can be used to understand the Azure DNS concept. and you can also understand what are the use cases for the same. But still, in case, my friends, you need more information on Azure EasyCopy or Azure DNS, let me know in the comment section. I'll be really happy to share more content on these two concepts. Try and visualize your company's website is suddenly flooded with the traffic. A nightmare day for any Azure admin. So have you planned enough? Will your Azure load balancer will be able to handle this kind of situation? Or do you think you need to connect your on-premises resources? Or maybe you want to understand what kind of VPN should you be using in what scenario? All of these are very important and realistic situations that as an Azure administrator, you're going to face every day. So that's why, my friends, in this video, we are going to crack down and understand the concepts like Azure Load Balancer, backend pools, and also the Azure VPNs, concepts that you just cannot ignore. And additionally, I have also prepared a quick guide for you to better understand all the Azure VPNs in this video. So let's get started and master these wonderful Azure concepts. So let's begin the part 54 with a very interesting question number 296. And the question says that you have an Azure subscription named Subscription 1 that contains a resource group named RG1. Now in RG1, you create an internal load balancer named LB1 and a public load balancer named LB2. And you need to ensure that an administrator named Admin1 can manage LB1 and LB2. And the solution must follow the principle of least privilege. Which role should you assign to the Admin1 for each task? Here you can see that we have two tasks to be done by the Admin1. First of all, he needs to add a backend pool to the Admin1. Then he needs to add a health probe to the LB2. And the options given to add the backend pool to the LB1 are contributor on LB1, and then we have network contributor to the LB1. Option 3 is network contributor to RG1, and then lastly owner on LB1. So these are the four options, or these are the four privileges or access options that you can choose from, and you need to make sure that the admin 1 is able to add the backend pool to the LB1 or the load balancer 1, which is the internal load balancer. So let me give you the correct answer for this one. So the role that you should assign to the admin 1 so that he is able to add the backend pool to the LB1 load balancer 1 is network contributor on LB1. Now coming to the other option or the other task here to add the health probe to the LB2, the correct answer would be again network contributor on LB1. Now let me try to explain this. Listen to this very carefully. Now friends, to ensure that the admin 1 can manage the LB1, which is the internal load balancer, and the LB2, which is the public load balancer, while also following the principle of least privilege, which is all what is asked in the question, the correct roles for each task would be as we have already seen. So let me explain for this one here. The network contributor role, my friends, provides the permissions to manage the network resources, including the backend pools, load balancing rules, and the health probes. So that's why assigning it at the load balancer or LB1 scope ensures that the admin 1 can only manage the LB1 without affecting the other resources in RG1. Now coming to add health probe to the LB2, see, adding a health probe in a networking related task, the network contributor role on LB1, it really allows the admin 1 to configure networking components without granting excessive permissions. So that's why network contributor on LB1 is the correct answer for this task as well. Now friends, in many of the websites, in many of the videos, probably you might be seeing the network contributor on RG1 is the correct answer for this question. But let me tell you my views on it. Let me share my 2 cents why I have not chosen network contributor on RG1. See, the network contributor role allows a user to manage the networking resources like load balancer, virtual networks, network security groups, and public IPs. But the problem with assigning it at RG1 or resource group scope is that it really gives unnecessary access, which is not required because we have to follow the least privilege principle. So when you give the access on the resource group level, it actually exposes all the other resources as well, not just the LB1 or LB2.
This, of course, raises the security concerns, and the reason is that the admin 1 will have control over other resources as well, which is not required at all. So that's why I would say network contributor on LB1 and LB2 is a better option. And friends, for this question, for this wonderful observation, I will give full credits to Preetham, who has spotted this update in this question. Thanks Preetham, keep learning. And in case, my friends, you really want to dive in deep into the Azure built-in roles, I think this is a very good documentation. Here you can first of all understand the Azure RBAC. Then following to that, you can see this table here and you can understand all the roles that we discussed, contributor, owner, and everything else is given in this documentation. And I would also encourage you to watch out or read this documentation, which is the what is Azure Load Balancer, so that you can relate both the concepts. This will really help you understand why we have chosen network contributor on LB1 and LB2 as the correct answer. Moving on with the next question, question number 297, that says which role is required to be enabled at subscription scope to enable traffic analytics for an Azure subscription. One of the following Azure built-in roles needs to be assigned to your account. Your options are option A, a front-end IP address, option B, a health probe, option C, an inbound NAT rule, option D, a virtual network, and option E, a backend pool. And the correct answer is option A, a front-end IP address, and the second correct option in this one is option E, a backend pool. Now let me explain very quickly why these two are correct options. So to create a load balancing rule for your HTTPS traffic between VM1 and VM2 using the Azure Load Balancer, you actually need to create the following two additional resources. First of all, as we have chosen, a front-end IP address, and this IP address will receive the incoming traffic. Then we have the backend pool, and this pool contains the virtual machines like VM1 and VM2 for this question that will receive the load balanced traffic. And these resources are essential for setting up the load balancing rule and ensuring that the traffic is properly distributed between your virtual machines. So that's why option A and option E are the correct answers. Let me tell you very quickly why health probe is not correct. See, while the health probe is important for monitoring the health of your virtual machines and ensuring the traffic is only sent to the healthy instances, it is actually not the prerequisite for creating a load balancing rule itself. And that's why making it an incorrect answer. Then we have inbound NAT rule. Now inbound NAT rules are actually used to map the specific ports to a load balancer front-end IP address to specific ports on the back-end virtual machines, and they are obviously not required for a basic load balancing rule which distribute the traffic across virtual instances. And of course, coming to the virtual network, well, virtual network is necessary for overall network configuration for your Azure environment, but it is not a specific requirement for, I would say, creating a load balancing rule. So that is why this is also incorrect option. So I hope, my friends, you understood the concept why we have chosen option A and option E as the correct answer, and all credit goes to Ashi for spotting this correction in this question. Moving on with the next question, question number 298, that says that you have a computer named computer 1 that has a point-to-site VPN connection to an Azure virtual network named VNet 1. The point-to-site connection uses a self-signed certificate. For the Azure, you download and install the VPN client configuration package on a computer named Computer 2. You need to ensure that you can establish point-to-site VPN connection to VNet 1 from Computer 2. The solution given is that on the Computer 2, you set the startup type for the IPsec policy agent service to automatic. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes or no? Well, friends, this is not the correct solution. That's why we have chosen no as the correct answer. Now, let me try to explain this. See, setting the startup type for the IPsec policy agent service to automatic on Computer 2 that is given here. The reason is to establish the point-to-site VPN connection to the VNet 1. From the Computer 2, you need to ensure the self-signed certificate should be used for the VPN connection, and it is also installed on Computer 2. So this involves exporting the client certificate from Computer 1 and importing the same certificate into the trusted root certification authorities that store on Computer 2. So that is why this is not the correct solution. And friends, to really help you out, I have created some quick documentation or quick notes here for you that you can
used to understand the key concept, for example, self-signed certificates, VPN client configuration packages, IPsec policies, certification installation, and you can also very quickly understand what are the different type of VPNs, point to point, point to site, and site to site. And I've also given an example scenario to really make you understand how all these VPN works. But still, in case you really want to deep dive and understand the concepts much better way, then you can come on to this documentation. What is an Azure VPN gateway? Understand how and why to use the Azure VPN gateway. You can also understand all the different VPN that I showcased in my notes as well. All of that are given in much more details here. Then I would say once you have gone through this documentation, you can also land up to this documentation, which is VPN gateway FAQs. And here, my friends, it will answer many of the doubts, many of the questions that most of the people have around the VPN, different type of VPN. So please go through this documentation as well. The links to all the documentation given in the description box. And friends, I really hope that all these documentation, all these quick notes will really help you become an Azure administrator, will really help you understand the Azure concepts. And if so, if you think that I'm doing a good work, please like the video. And with that request, let me move on to the next question, question number 299, that says that you have an Azure subscription that contains two virtual machines named Virtual Machine 1 and Virtual Machine 2. Now you create a Azure load balancer and you plan to create a load balancing rule that will load balance HTTPS traffic between both the Virtual Machine 1 and Virtual Machine 2. Which two additional load balancer resources should you create before you can create a load balancing rule? Your options are option A, owner, option B, contributor, option C, network contributor. So could you guess the correct answer? Well, it is option C, network contributor. So once again, let me try to explain. Now, to enable the traffic analysis for an Azure subscription, your account needs to have one of the following Azure built-in roles at the subscription scope. First of all, we have owner, but why we have not picked the owner? Because it actually gives you full access, including enabling the traffic analytics. And we always want to follow the least privilege principle. That is why we have not chosen this. Contributor, well, it can actually manage all the resources, but it cannot assign the roles. And that's the reason this is also not the correct answer. Coming to the network contributor, well, this one has permissions to manage the network resources, including enabling the traffic analytics. Now let's move on to the question number 300, the third century in the AZ-104 preparation series. Let's read this wonderful question here. It says that you have a Microsoft Intro ID tenant named contoso.onmicrosoft.com. Now the user administrator role is assigned to a user named admin1, and an external partner has a Microsoft account that uses the user1@outlook.com to sign in. Admin1 attempts to invite the external partner to sign in to the Azure AD tenant, or you can also say Microsoft Intro ID tenant, and receives the following error message. The error message is unable to invite the users user1@outlook.com generic authorization exception. Now you need to ensure that the admin1 can invite the external partners to sign into the Azure AD tenant. What should you do? Your options are: from the roles and the administrator blade, assign the security administrator role to admin1. Option B, from the organizational relationship blade, add an identity provider. Option C, from the custom domain name blade, add a custom domain. And option D, from the users blade, modify the external collaboration setting. And could you guess the correct answer? Well, it is option D, from the users blade, modify the external collaboration setting. And this option, my friends, it really involves enabling the option that allows the administrators and the users in the guest inviter role to invite the external users. And that is exactly the ask of the question as well.
So you are an Azure administrator and you want to make sure that your entire team store and manage secrets, passwords, encryption keys, certificates in a very secure manner. But how exactly are you going to do this? And also consider that as an Azure administrator, you always want to keep the cost in check. And in this context, you want to optimize the cost of your Azure virtual machines.
Well, these are the concepts and the situations that we are going to discuss in this video by taking some questions and answers. So let's right away jump into the video. So let's begin the part 55 with the question number 301. I hope you have already watched 300 questions that we have taken so far. Now let's take this question here. It says that you have an Azure virtual machine named VM1 and an Azure Key Vault named Vault1. Now on the Azure virtual machine 1, you plan to configure Azure Disk Encryption to use the key encryption key KEK. Now you need to prepare Vault for the Azure Key Disk Encryption. Which two actions should you perform on the Vault 1? Let's look at the options given. Option A, create a new key. Option B, select Azure virtual machines for deployment. Option C, configure a key rotation. Option D, create a new secret. And option E, select Azure Disk Encryption for volume encryption. Now let's look at the correct answers. The first one is option A, create a new key. And then we have option E, select Azure Disk Encryption for volume encryption. Let me give you more details on the create a new key. Now this key, my friends, will be used in the key encryption key for encrypting the disk encryption secrets. Then coming to this option, option E here, this setting allows the key vault to be used for Azure Disk Encryption, enabling the necessary permissions and configuration. And both of these steps ensures that the Vault 1 is properly configured to support the Azure Disk Encryption for VM1. And friends, I've shared so many documentation already on Azure Key Vault. So please go ahead and watch the previous episodes, refer those documentation. But also I want to share very important documentation on this concept here, understanding Azure Key Vault rotation. Very important documentation in case you using Azure Key Vault. This is one concept that you would really need in order to do the real automation with Azure Key Vault and improve your security posture. Then the second documentation that I want to give you is this one here, configure cryptographic keys for auto rotation in Azure Key Vault. So please go ahead, read both of the documentation, and you will be able to more understand why we have picked the two correct answers as create a new key and Azure Disk Encryption for volume encryption. So you will understand the logic behind the same. Question number 302 that says a company has 3 virtual machines that are included in an availability set. Now you try to resize one of the virtual machines which returns an allocation failure message. Now it is imperative or important that the virtual machine is resized. So that is, as an Azure administrator, your responsibility. Which of the following actions should you take? Your options are, you should only stop one of the virtual machines, or you should stop 2 virtual machines, or my friends, option C is that you should stop all the 3 virtual machines, and lastly option D, you should remove the necessary virtual machine from availability set. Now friends, according to me, according to my research and analysis, I have selected the option C as the correct answer. You should stop all the 3 virtual machines. Now stopping all the virtual machines in an availability set, it really ensures that the Azure platform can reallocate the resources and resize the desired virtual machine without encountering capacity issues. Once all the virtual machines are stopped, you can resize the virtual machine and then start each of the virtual machine once again. And here's the documentation to support our answer. So in this documentation, let me take you to the correct section, and that would be this one here. Resize a virtual machine, add virtual machine, or start partially stopped deallocated virtual machine to an existing availability set. And here, my friends, you can read that there are few workarounds given. And here in this section, it says stop, deallocate all virtual machines in the same availability set, and then stop all the applicable virtual machines in a batch to allow the allocation from all the availability clusters rather than just the cluster where the availability set is currently allocated. You can read all the steps here, but this is the section that really validates our answer. And not just that, you can also refer down to this documentation, availability set overview, of course, to understand the basic concept of availability set. Very important concepts, loads of questions come in the exam on this concept. And of course, as an Azure administrator, I think this is really critical concept to understand.
Whoa, you have covered so many questions, but let me remind you,
Please do not forget to get the PDF file with all the 305 questions with the answers. It will really help you prepare for the exam in the offline mode. And how can you do it? You can use the YouTube thanks or join button. Alright, let's get back to the questions. And with that, let's move on to a related question. Question number 303 that says that you have an Azure virtual machine that has a single data disk. Now you have been tasked as an Azure administrator with attaching this data disk to another virtual machine. You need to make sure that your strategy allows the virtual machines to be offline for the least amount of time possible. Which of the following is the action you should perform first? Your options are: option A, stop the virtual machine that includes the data disk; option B, stop the virtual machine that the data disk must be attached to; option C, detach the data disk; and option D, delete the virtual machine that includes the data disk. And the correct answer would be option B, stop the virtual machine that the data disk must be attached to. And the reason is, to attach the data disk from one virtual machine to another, the general process involves stopping the virtual machines that contains the data disk, detaching the disk from the first virtual machine, and then attaching it to the second virtual machine. So that is the overall process. Now, stopping the virtual machine that contains the disk is really important. It's necessary before detaching the disk to ensure that the disk is not in use and avoid any potential data corruption. So that is why we have chosen this as the correct answer. And in case, my friends, you really want to understand why we have not chosen other options, do let me know in the comment section. I will try to help you out. But please try to think about this, why other options are the incorrect options. With that, let's move on to the next question. Very interesting one. Question number 304. It says that you have an Azure subscription named Sub1. Now you plan to deploy a multi-tiered application that will contain tiers shown in the following table, and you need to recommend a networking solution to meet the following requirement. Let's look at the option. Option A, ensure that the communication between the web servers and the WebLogic tier spreads equally across virtual machines. Option B, protect the web servers from SQL injection attacks. Which Azure resource should you recommend for each requirement? To answer, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So here you can see we are given with the tier. So we have front end tier, which is web server. We also have WebLogic, which is the application tier. We also have the Microsoft SQL Server, the data tier. Are they all these tiers accessible from internet? Of course, front end is accessible, but the other two tiers, business logic and data tier, are not accessible. Of course, this is a good design principle. Then we have number of virtual machines. We have 10 virtual machines for the web server. We have 100 for the application tier, and then we have 5 data tier virtual machines. Now let's look at the questions here. So here it says that to ensure that the communication between the web servers and the business logic tier spreads equally across the virtual machine, what should you do? An application, and your options are: an application gateway that uses the standard tier; option B, an application gateway that uses the WAF tier; option C, an internal load balancer; option D, a network security group or NSG; option E, a public load balancer. And of course, friends, in these kind of questions, please read all the information very carefully. Probably you might want to pause the video, read all the information, understand what are the 3 web tiers accessible from internet, what are the virtual machines, what are the requirements given here. So please understand these kind of questions very carefully before answering. For now, let me tell you the correct answer for this first question here. And the correct answer is an internal load balancer. And the reason is that internal load balancer, an Azure internal load balancer, it provides network load balancing between the virtual machines that resides inside a cloud service or a virtual network within a regional scope. Coming to this one option here, this says a web tier must be protected from SQL injections. And of course, all the options given are same. And the correct answer for this question is an application gateway that uses the WAF tier. And the reason is an application gateway that uses the WAF tier. Azure Web Application Firewall, which is of course the WAF full form. On the application gateway, it provides centralized protection of your web application from common exploits or vulnerabilities. And web applications are increasingly targeted by malicious attacks that exploits the common known vulnerabilities, and SQL injection is of course one of them. And full credit to this question goes to the viewer Unique AB247. Thank you. Keep learning. Now let's look at another very interesting question, question number 305, that says that you have an Azure virtual network named VNet1 that connects to your on-premises network by using a site-to-site VPN. Now the VNet1 contains one subnet named subnet1, and this subnet is associated to a network security group named NSG1. Now this subnet contains a basic internal load balancer named ILB1, and the ILB1 has 3 Azure virtual machines in the backend pool. You need to collect the data about the IP addresses that connects to the ILB1, which is the load balancer, and you must be able to run interactive queries from the Azure portal against the collected data. What should you do first? So here you can see we have 2 tables, or you can see 2 questions here with the options given. First of all, what is the resource that you would allocate? The options given are an Azure Event Grid, option B an Azure Log Analytics Workspace, option C an Azure Storage Account. And the correct answer for this part of the question is an Azure Log Analytics Workspace. And the reason is the workspace allows you to collect, analyze, and query the log data from various Azure resources. And we have also taken related questions in the previous parts. And not only that, you can find more documentation in the description box that will really help you understand this concept. Moving on to this second part of the question that says resources on which to enable diagnostics. The first one is ILB1, the second one is NSG1, and the third one is Azure Virtual Machine. So this is kind of scope on which we want to enable the diagnostics. Now let me try to explain the reason behind choosing NSG1. So friends, enabling diagnostics on the network resource group, which is of course the NSG1, will really capture the network traffic data, including the IP addresses connecting to the ILB1, and that is exactly what we want to do. In case you're wondering why not ILB1, why we are not enabling diagnostics on the load balancer level, I would say enabling diagnostics on the ILB1, the internal load balancer, it would not provide the necessary data about the IP address connected to it. And instead, the diagnostics on the ILB1 would focus on the load balancer performance and the health metrics such as the traffic distribution or backend pool status. So that is why to collect the data on the IP address that connects the ILB1, you need to enable the diagnostics on the NSG1 or network security group. So that is why that's the reason behind choosing NSG1. I hope you understood the concept. Please watch the previous episodes. There were loads of related questions to this concept. Tricky concept. You need to understand. Take more questions on this. And in case you need any help on any concept, do let me know in the comment section.
And yes, remember my friends, you always have to check the latest exam guide and the requirements from the official Microsoft documentation or Microsoft official site. And links to Microsoft official site is given in the description and also in the pinned comment. And yes, if you're finding this video helpful, if you're finding the questions valuable, please put a comment in the comment section and just say still watching. This will give me an understanding how many people are really watching the video until now.